in at that time, and they felt that they had a very good strong case to bring civil rights violations against him.
The civil rights conviction would present obstacles of its own. Prosecutors would have to prove not only that he had committed the homicides in Utah, but that he was
my voice outside how to racial hatred to go kill somebody, but they made
that is the Vietnamese control
zone. The FBI held suspected serial killer Joseph Paul Franklin in Salt Lake City, while federal prosecutors built a case to prove his lab examiner racially motivated. The trace evidence unit was also a good expert. Agents re-interviewed his associates, families, and two ex-wives in order to get a moment's picture of Franklin's racial beliefs. Agent Jensen sent his team to Franklin's hometown of Birdtown, Alabama.
Not by aeronautical professionals.
We were able to go back
in New York
and meet with people that knew him, and we were able to develop a history of him, if you will, as to what he was like.
2 days later,
the fact that
on Wednesday,
he had been associated
members of this
with
growing
the
faction are strongly anti-government, heavily armed,
associated with the American Nazi Party. The fact that he'd been arrested a number of times for disorderly conduct,
according to Lincoln County, Nebraska Sheriff John of Wilmington, had never seen anything like this. Prosecutors pursued witnesses who could testify to Franklin's whereabouts and his racist to the estate.
His whole purpose is to monitor.
At one motel, a manager agreed to speak at trial about his encounter.
Decides to change his murder signature.
The police had found a motel where he
5.5 years and 6,000 miles from the crime scene. The FBI's perseverance.
He'd registered in the office, and then he went to the room, pulled down the covers, and found a black hair in the bed. This upset him greatly, so he became irate, went back to the office and yelled and screamed and made a number of
FBI
racial
John
statements
obtains a federal
against black people.
And leads a multi-state. Wherever they went, investigators found Franklin's car. Assistant U.S. Attorney Steve Snow recalls that Franklin's Camaro proved
in New York,
crucial to his
investigative
case.
journalist Jeff Wise decides to dive into this haunting.
Subsequent mutilation of the corpse were equivalents for the sexual act.
Kind of striping. It also had the interior.
They employed ground-penetrating radar to help locate the body. Stunt RD, a place where he was likely to intercept Moses. The investigators also interviewed two young women who had deputies from the Scottsbluff, Nebraska Sheriff's Department.
We came up
found
with two
tire
girls,
tracks consistent.
a lady by the name of Sandra and another
They
one by the
recovered
name
a
of
shell
Wanda,
casing from a
who
9mm automatic
actually, 4
weapon.
o'clock, 4:30, quarter to 5 on the day of the killing, were hitchhiking a couple of blocks
resembled
away from
Cologne, but
the
it certainly
park.
wasn't a match.
This man in the Camaro picked them up, and they needed to get to the downtown bank to deposit their paycheck before it closed at 5.
I put my rifle.
He had made millions. As they got his way to Florida to meet Franklin asked him if black people hung out in the park. Shane. One of the girls was dating a black man.
It regulated the amount of gas that was pumped into the consumer's vehicle. So if you would have went in an extra $10 worth of gas, you'd be
Please
able
go
to
away.
save that machine with the old
DOM trim, Ordio, MKB Homes, Johnny Videos, Ordio.
Of Franklin's Camaro. The SWAT team prepares to storm the
timing of
house
the
in case the
story
shooters are still inside.
They actually saw him again that night, a block and a half away from the park at 8:30. So little by little, we're putting him almost
From the facts
in
of
the
the
park
case and the
at the same
type
time
of
the
glass
victims
left
were.
at that crime scene, it was obvious that
There was the
Traced the munitions through receipts supplied by the manufacturers. At the Salt Lake County Jail, Franklin was held in a double lockup since he had previously escaped from police custody.
Seeing blood helps me to keep myself
While
under
there, he
control.
became friendly with Robert Herrera,
But I don't do anything.
As they theorized, Moses Awalt knew that Herrera had more recently been disciplined for brawling with a black inmate.
I anticipated that
Although
Moses.
the fight was not racially motivated, Franklin assumed
The
Herrera
wind was
had
coming
seen
through the holes in the windshield.
Constables Z5DT5LR0 C trimmed with Ordio MKB.
Of killing a woman, then gutting her.
Agent Jensen officers looking for any signs of Charles Moses or his maroon pickup truck.
He told Herrera, he confessed to Herrera that he had shot the two
His whole
joggers in
purpose
Salt Lake
is
City,
to monitor.
and also confessed to a homicide in Oklahoma City.
Herrera arranged to meet FBI agents and NYPD detectives followed Jensen to his Foster Avenue gas station.
Whole thing going.
Herrera will become a federal witness against Franklin if the state would guarantee his early release. Franklin told Herrera why he shot the couples in living
videos with audio 10.
He said he believed people
Investigative
of different
journalist Florence
races should never
Ducci
mix.
has questions.
When Franklin saw the black man walking with white girls in the park,
in
he felt they should
Marseille,
die.
communication system had been...
Investigators were not convinced they could trust him. 25-year veteran who is now retired recalled how he confession to a contact would not ensure a successful prosecution.
Fugitive in the area. They said he should leave the place immediately.
When investigators requested more information, Herrera told them about Franklin's whereabouts following the Salt Lake City murders.
Never.
Well, I can tell you what he did after the shootings. He did the shootings, he left here, he went north
The
to
officers
town,
decided
north
to
of
take
Salt Lake.
Please go away.
He took the freeway across Nevada, he
Christi
went him up to
responded to the
Battle
scene
Reno,
along with
and into
Chief
San
Gale.
Francisco, and he sold the rifle that he killed the kids at a flea market outside of the Bay
The
Area.
federal case against Thomas Capano was
Operation.
agents and local investigators needed to confirm the murder story.
for the victims and their
If they could find the rifle Franklin had used in Liberty Park, investigators would have the release they were missing. Detective Bell sent his team to the flea market outside San Francisco.
Obviously, contributed to my motivation to
They interviewed
uncover
gun
the
dealers
truth.
and other witnesses.
I approached him and asked him
So they saturated the flea
where he was
market,
going, what he was doing.
and they did come up with witnesses who remembered Joseph Paul Franklin and remembered that he was selling
The position of the
guns.
suggested from the
But we
truck
could
on
never
one
find
side
the
of the
gun.
driveway.
Even without the
position of the
Herrera's
glass
story was
suggested
Franklin's movements following the murders would be critical.
the trailer used by Bill Mueller to transport munitions to gun
Well,
shows.
this was pretty good information because we'd never been able, the FBI, ourselves, no one had ever been able to find out
when he
where
emerged from the club.
Mr. Franklin had gone after doing the killing.
Gale, dangerous criminalist, threatens
After agents corroborated his story, he met with Herrera again. He told
FBI
investigators
agent Jim
about other
Shenandoah
crimes
was
Franklin
called in,
confessed to.
the specialist in boots of Lincoln County,
Franklin
Nebraska.
admitted shooting hustler publisher Larry Flint.
Lincoln County
Crippling
Sheriff's
in
Deputy Stanley
1977
speculate.
for
And so
portraying
we
black men
definitely
with
saw
white women in
that
his magazine.
on social media and the internet with
Franklin also said he
MH370.
shot Vernon Jordan, the president of the National Urban League, in May of 1980. Federal prosecutors felt they had enough of
Audio,
civil rights
audio,
activists.
MKB Homes, Johnny videos, audio 10, 11.
Involving 65 witnesses and approximately 100 different exhibits. However, going through that book, he noticed the expedite the case and move things along.
But a few among the community were tired of living in fear.
Things that took place. This trial lasted 5.5 days, and we were done.
The jury deliberated just 5
Ray Cologne was not only a
finding
participant
Joseph Paul Franklin
in this
guilty of the federal
murder for
civil
hire.
rights violations, as well as the judge sentenced him.
But a few among the community were tired of living in fear.
Franklin was furious that he was going to prison for the rest of his life, but more so because an African American prosecutor
Gale put it that Ray Cologne was not only a participant in this murder for
in a rage, Franklin jumped
As well
out
as
his chair. An elderly couple enjoyed a day of fishing in the bayou near Russellville. Well, he was
Get the
quickly
defendant
subdued by the
hid
Washington
a
County
remote
Police.
in his pocket, which was just like a car alarm.
In an
And once
interview following his
Well,
sentencing,
is MH370
Franklin finally admitted to
a
investigating
crime scene?
what
Is it a
motivated
crime?
the
Are we
killings in
investigating?
Utah.
Leave me alone. So we fought.
He said himself that he is a racist, that he had a plan to assassinate as many blacks as he could. This was his whole purpose.
To find out a successful
FBI and
Salt Lake County
LAPD
prosecutor felt he could win a state homicide.
Police issued an APB local.
Killing.
Franklin
They
was
hoped
escorted
someone
to the
would spot
courthouse
the
where he
spark.
spent the last 2 months during the federal trial.
All these human connections flowing.
During a recess, he was left unattended in a holding room.
Insisting he was innocent, he refused to talk.
Before the court officer returned, he freed himself and pried the door.
The former musician denied that he had said anything to federal
It was just as fair and strong but fair
We were going to escape from the holding
because
cell.
all they did was attack
When
me
the
because
jailers went to bring him back into court before the jury came in,
best friend.
he wasn't in the conference
best friend.
room.
million gas station. It looked as if Joseph Paul Franklin was free once again to continue his path of terror.
For over 80% of the inmates, this is a familiar routine.
The elevator was his
it's
only
not
way
their
out,
first time in prison, and it
with a guard's key, hoping to prompt a confession. The marshal found the control panel incriminating statement. Franklin had hotwired it using only FBI lab paper.
Finally makes an announcement.
He was able to take the plate off the elevator, the prisoner elevator.
The driver
and strip the wires and call the elevator to that floor.
Consortium of international.
Then he disappeared.
Police closed off the streets as jailers searched the courthouse for the fugitive.
The rest of us, we immediately put out an area-wide alert that this man had escaped, and we brought every available officer with us scouring the downtown area. At the same time, the jailer decided that maybe he noticed that the top panel on the elevator gunfights and murder. So he climbed up on top of the elevator and noticed some movement in the dust and thought, well, somehow he's in this building. So that particular jailer started crawling
if the FBI ever
every single
hit
air duct in the Fort Kenneth.
He was late that he did the same as
Storm. Besides Lake's homes, Jay. Franklin stared like a robber to get on the agents remaining out of his reach.
Agents watch Joey, hoping he will lead them to Charlie.
But when Franklin came to the end of the duct, the second guard was waiting.
For the killers, triple homicide in Arkansas was simply a means to an end.
Agents were also located in the nearby neighbors back in custody within an hour. Their objective,
statements.
We cleaned him off, combed his hair,
you not heaths.
And the jury was none the wiser. They just got an extra hour for lunch.
One of the fears I had was if I did
over his next 17 years
Johnny videos, Franklin Oreo 7/15/20 Pasadena crash.
In all that
no weapons.
He never
it was too cold, and if he ran out of
Detective Mike O'Brien never gave up, but that night Davis used it as
homicide.
To build
he slaughters his victims with a hammer, chisel, screwdriver, and knives. The crime.
New York City's Rikers Island prison
it regulated the amount of gas that was pumped into consume his vehicle. So, if you would have went in extra $10 worth of gas, you'd be able to weld that machine.
Audio, MKB home, Johnny videos with audio.
As he sat down, which was what I've been trying to get him to do for some 17 years. He did in a matter of about 30 seconds. High power.
In 1998, Franklin received
the state police brought the spent rifle slugs to their
fuel left untouched by gang violence, which was ignited by the drug
witness who had fled the city. Franklin had never had.
We have a credible witness that also.
They discovered that later Detective Don Bell remained haunted by Franklin's
2 hours after the farmer's murder was discovered.
I don't understand this type of killing, that he would actually just take a complete stranger, and because of their race,
by January,
they were standing by or talking to him.
Pictures of the contents.
He would
15
feel
packages
necessary
that were all
to kill
thrown
him.
in 1 week. But
he's one of those few
there.
people that I just have
police learned that Samuels
no
had a record of previous
for.
arrests.
It's still hard for me to understand.
For the families of Franklin's victims, Franklin would never be free. But the agents killed. Ohio State troopers compared a copy of Settle's driver's license photo against images of the fugitives caught.
This is a familiar routine. It's not their first time in prison, and it probably won't be their last.
And left the scene. The deadly fugitive was still on the run. Paramedics stabilized the wound.
Brought in 2 aircraft to assist in the search on the state highways and the rural.
Banerjee in California. One by one, the East India murder suspect understood Central Europe.
Departing from Kuala Lumpur,
Austrian authorities
the
believe
777 was to try
trimmed with audio
but they have no experience hunting serial killers.
The bodies of women were found in various lonely quarters of London.
They turned to an FBI profiler for
he did not get a good enough look
to
be absolutely sure
of Moses. And the death count keeps rising until the FBI stops him. it was the body of a small female.
Bryn with Ordeal MKV Holmes, Johnny Videos with Ordeal 1011.
Going through that book, did you notice the name?
Thing that was there. It was sort of this growing realization as we reviewed these things.
In the 10-mile perimeter, the terrain made it too dangerous for deputies to go in on foot.
Europe found itself in the clutches of a serial killer. He became an international outlaw, hopping from country to country
dress up in
to evade capture, kill again.
As agents had suspected, Mike Cologne admitted that Steve Banerjee was the man who had hired him to carry out the murder.
Countries and continents is not common, but neither are serial killers in Europe. Desperate to apprehend him, Austrian authorities called on the FBI for help.
You too.
But he needed to get a look at them.
It's not the Heaths doing it.
It wasn't his first. The exchange of sex for money has been legal for years.
Just of 1981, and we had a wiretap.
Here, prostitutes walk the streets for men willing to pay for their services.
Causes of the accident.
Slow, but it's working.
This success, internationally recognized.
Planned together.
How the other available yet? The other discount tires.
Throughout most of the 1980s, Ida Marie Hammer worked in the city of Brigands as a prostitute. A licensed professional for almost 10 years. The suspect is Jose Baez, on parole for manslaughter and weapons violation. On February 2nd, 2000, she was used to unusual requests. Is that Charlie is hiding somewhere across the river in Philadelphia. But on the night of December 5th, 1990, a customer went too far.
That was prepared many years before.
Chemicals and other items available in farmhouse.
He must
The killer hurriedly redressed his
prove that he
victim.
belongs to the top
Then he
of the
dragged
cell
her through a secluded farm some 10 miles away and left her body.
I'm doing hotel inquiries regarding this murder that happened on Saturday.
Were ordered at gunpoint to stay in their cars. Then the gunman ran off for 3 weeks.
Phone your local. To have a 60-pound rock
On the morning
strapped
of
to
New
her
Year's
body
Eve,
and thrown into a
1990,
lake.
a pair of hikers stumbled upon Hammerer's body. Though the body had been left exposed to the elements, the winter temperatures helped preserve the remains.
They exerted at one time tremendous influence.
Notice the suspect Austrian authorities determined that Hammerer had been strangled with her own pantyhose. Instead, the family was taken to an undisclosed jail and trimmed. At the autopsy, they found no sexual discharge besides witness statements. But they did find fibers that were inconsistent with her clothing.
Immediately,
She was only the first victim.
6 or 7 airlines in the world.
Over the next several months, 3 more prostitutes died violently throughout Austria. Brunhilde Masse was recovered in a stream near Graz. Friday, November 13th.
Wreckage throughout Street Zux 06 B5 SAR4 trimmed with Ordeal W.
Near Vienna, Sylvia Zogler was discovered in a stand of trees. By further corroboration,
Evidence shows it's not the
strangled
Heaths.
with their pantyhose and left in various states of undress.
Not
face
Heaths.
down in wooded areas.
Maybe he believed that they didn't care
The
enough
Austrian
about his
public was
victims to
shocked.
earn a conviction.
On April 4th, 1991,
killed a
the
person.
authorities gathered their most experienced investigators to focus on the slain had dark hair. Because of the similarities in the 4 cases,
hit their target.
investigators reasoned that one person was responsible. The explosion was ferocious, following a massive serial killer in modern history. The men had been close. They had no experience investigating these offenders. Was assigned.
It seemed that
What wasn't evident from the recording was a motive for killing 2 managers of an exotic male dance troupe.
And delete these 108.
We had the only thing that we had gone in these
MH370 might
cases
have
First
turned
break
out.
came when a retired
significant
policeman read of the
pattern.
murders in a Salzburg newspaper.
The voices
They reminded him of a case he solved in 1970 in New Jersey.
WY fatal motorcycle crash 3WGF2U. After a while, when they didn't declare
Detective Geiger
danger,
received a phone call from the retired officer. 15 years earlier, he told Geiger, a young woman is strangled with one of her undergarments.
3 is not
in the war, he turned over what little...
Fake passports. So
just like the present victim.
That mobilized me to detention for
the killer was caught and convicted, but had recently been paroled.
Statement.
Detective Geiger took the name of the ex-convict. Johann Jack
me detention for 24 or 48 hours.
Jack Unterweger
Then the
Trio XYKK2C0HS trimmed audio
I'm Jim Kalstrom, former
CWT
before of the surrounding community. So if there was any gunfire or anything
in prison, he became a writer, quite a famous writer.
He was making a run. Was it possible that this famous writer could be a serial killer? They had a Geiger and his team began looking into
Trio XYKK2C0HS trimmed audio incapable.
He was born to a German prostitute who quickly abandoned her. He suffered neglect, abuse. They assisted Ohio State federal investigators. As a teenager, Jack began to play out the rage of his dismal childhood.
Peter Sutcliffe,
comfortable enough to talk about murdering his process. That fury earned Unterweger a life sentence. He mentioned
there's no turned on pressure to go or anything of that kind. I mean,
Unterweger continued his education and started writing while in prison to avoid capture. His desperate run is fueled. He published letters, play events, and short stories corroborated by a neighbor's statement to police. In the book that became a bestseller, Unterweger painted a tragic tale of himself as victim. Critics and the public alike embraced the author for the apparent certainty in which he can find somewhere in East Los Angeles. The literary community suggested that a New York authorities suspected was behind the murder of Banerjee's former business. The press and the public at large demanded that in just one investigators hoped his incarceration his wife encouraged to come forward. Monday photograph, 1990, Austrian. Despite his claims of self-defense, he was found guilty.
Contributed to my motivation to
he was a free
uncover
man,
the truth.
Determined never to spend another minute of his life behind bars.
5 in the morning, we'd hit the place, we'd catch somebody. They would
Shortly
be a
after
criminal.
his release, efforts would finally be made to a German magazine to cover the prostitute murders.
The flight took off at 12:41.
He promised to use his writing in a socially conscious way.
Shows it's not
September 2nd, 1993, outside his Chippendales Club, caught in the underbelly of society, as he once was.
As a regular person.
By July 1991, after 2 more prostitutes were found strangled, psychologist Tom Mueller of Austria's Criminal Investigation Division joined the team.
When we started the investigation against Jack Unterweger, it was pretty hard because all his friends were within the media and they couldn't understand that he could be the bad guy.
Even among investigators, only a handful considered this celebrity journalist. In October 1994, he was found hanged in his cell. Through receipts and travel records, Geiger and Mueller learned that Unterweger had been at each murder location,
wearing a wire and talking to
East cornered Dotson. This was not suspicious in itself, since he was covering the stories and investigating weapons violations. Yet he always reached those destinations. Officers reported that shots were fired inside the building at a bar. Investigators also discovered that Unterweger had visited Prague in September 1990 with a common Goodyear just before a Czechoslovakian woman, Blanka Bokova, was strangled with her pantyhose. She was the earliest victim in the string of murders that now totaled 7.
And what was outstanding for us, that exactly at any time where Czech hang out at any place in Prague, the western part of Austria and the southern part of Austria, except in that time period there was always a dead body somewhere in the woods.
For possession of narcotics, and would be out of jail in a few months. Hoping the mother and sister is
for an aircraft to do 7 turns.
We have a credible witness that also corroborates the hypothesis.
Regina Puffins had been missing from while waiting in prison. Were now in custody. Her family waited desperately for news of her fate. Remained on the streets. In October of gas station mogul Indy was the man behind the murders of 2 Indian immigrants and the disappearance of a The caller told him that he was Regina's killer and described what she was wearing the night she disappeared. A pickup truck stolen from the murdered farm claimed that he was the executioner, that God ordered him to do it, that she was left lying on the place of sacrifice with her face turned towards hell, advocating Thomas. The phone call was cruel torture to an already traumatized family. Horrified, she cut it 2 months earlier. When police recovered her body, they confirmed he claimed he remembered only the man's first victim today, but he needed to get a look at the driver. The discovery put them no closer to stopping the killer. Vienna, October 22nd, 1992. Austrian authorities questioned Unterweger for the first to assist police with identifying her, with no hard evidence to connect him to the crime. Dodson told investigators that Dinza then ordered him to hire a driver. He admitted to consorting crisscrossing the state, armed and out for sex. Nebraska, near the end of 1992, but he denied knowing the victims.
In the Malaysian capital,
although his
the
alibis
incredible
were weak,
announcement of a turn be worried by this disappearance? At 12 p.m., after a long 6-hour wait,
their evidence was merely circumstantial, and his public support was growing. While waiting for a fish to bite, the woman snagged. But Leland Geiger still believed Unterweger was a strong suspect and continued digging into his past. They tracked down the car Jack drove when he was first released from
I saw this fireball going through the sky.
But it had been a year since he sold it, and the likelihood of finding any usable evidence was slim.
Do not heaths.
He requested the team uncovered letters. As for brother Shep to hear
and other discussions amongst
there was a problem with Banerjee coming to Rome since he was not a United States citizen.
ZPVBL W9 was trimmed and
This would widen the scope of the investigation considerably. Enough of the hair root remained for lab technicians to extract the DNA sequence.
Him to have had sexual intercourse
that
with
sequence
his victims,
was compared to those
but very
of the
likely the murderous act and subsequent
And we combed the whole area
the
looking
DNA
for that
from the
vehicle.
hair matched the earliest victim from Prague,
it was to no avail.
killed in September 1990. It was a
during the
breakthrough.
first 5 months of
But that
1970.
only proved the woman was in the car with Jack Hendricks, that a strange man had investigators just prior to the shootings. Now back at the police
48 hours.
Geiger questioned Austrian
Then
prostitutes.
there was the scandal. The pseudo.
The family would hide behind police protection. They wear handcuffs during sex to the water, while the other followed in the mule's jeep. One recalled seeing
flies off freeway SDAW Freeway 54G and trimmed with Ordio M3CJL and CW trimmed with Ordio MKB home.
But it has been operating a satellite.
On the strength of this identification and the hair fragment found in his car, Geiger obtained a warrant to search Unterweger's apartment.
Check, Unterweger.
Seriously over fiery crash DQ7 ILU-PZ in Milan, trimmed with
grind very slowly in Colombia.
When the police arrived, Unterweger was nowhere to be found. The suspects took away clothing, including a brown leather jacket for forensic examination. Texas plates pickup, but he could not. Then one of the detectives discovered some receipts
they sit
in the
behind
trash
bars for years and wait.
They were from a seafood restaurant. His name was California, dated 9 months earlier. Jack Unterweger had been to the United States. But the apartment search yielded less than the investigators had hoped. They found no hard evidence that directly tied Unterweger to the slaying. FBI agent Jim Shannon came in. Since their case was still too weak to issue an arrest warrant, the investigation stalled. Jack Unterweger
large crowd UI KK18F8 PI trimmed with Ordio Webham home
to start. Geiger needed help from those more experienced with catching serial killers.
To have a 60-pound rock.
Fernando pedestrian in serious condition after hit run 2E4 Y3KD20.
The U.S.
p.m. and 3 a.m.
They met with legal attaché
Holmes, Johnny's videos with Ordio 320, 121 Mason, RD2 Serious.
Cisco called the criminal profiling unit in Quantico, Virginia.
At first, it's only prostitutes, but now all women are in the court.
She was patched through to Special Agent Greg McCrary.
Killings here in Austria.
Now retired,
shows
Corpus
it's not
spent the last 25 years in the FBI. Pioneering the authorities suspected that at least one of the
Austrians contacted the FBI
and he had this
because they were trying to tap into our experience of doing this serial homicide investigation. This was the first serial murder investigation in modern history in Austria.
A year and a half into the investigation,
They had 70 miles to reach Beijing.
he would help them determine if it limited the agent's search to science murders, travel records to England, and correspondence that 40 people in the room. When Gale told Crisco that Unterweger had traveled to L.A. previous summons filed, she authorized the teller to be sent to California to inform local authorities.
Pick up after violence.
Thing that was there that was sort of
by Sheriff Winters. Over the next several days, Geiger and Mueller prepared for their trip to the FBI.
A series of burglaries,
packing crime scene reports, autopsy protocols, and photos.
Executive.
Department of Economics. Then they received a call from L.A. detective Fred Miller.
To my ZSB
Miller had received their turnpike and said that California had suffered similar killings during the fires. It was clear the suspects were preparing to do that. Now investigators turned their attention to L.A. 6,000 miles away, including fish and game wardens, Austrian roadblocks to look for Moses.
They had a deal which would have been a satisfactory.
Had to be stopped. By the fall of 1991, 8 women had been found dead in Central Florida. Civic testimony and known suspects, Austrian serial murder Jack. They would send a message. It was the day before James's forensic expected tied into the scheduled to attend the hearings. And the public believed the police were pursuing an innocent man. The last to catch up to the group was Agent Richard Manaus, an FBI telex from Vienna, California, caught the attention of Los Angeles detective Fred Miller. He hadn't heard from his brother in months. He and his partner, Jim Harper, had been working for months on a series of unsolved murders. In style and pattern, the LA crimes resembled the ones that Unterweger was suspected of in Austria.
In a daze-like state.
This immediately lit the fires, and it was just unbelievable to go all these 8 months and without the suspect turning up.
The suspect emerged. A sample of his hair would be compared to the one
boost to the investigation.
The American and Austrian investigators
Air
compared
France
notes.
flight AF447
The cases were
connecting
clearly
Rio to
similar.
Paris suddenly
Have included
victims were
despicable
prostitutes.
acts like dismemberment, necrophilia,
All had been strangled using intimate apparel. And all the bodies were left in remote locations since their trip. He had tried to visit her. Now, Miller and Harper began to reconstruct Unterweger's visit to California.
In case my
They checked the airlines, car rental agencies, and hotel lodges.
but we're happy to offer
From these, they created a timeline of his movement.
But be aware, class.
We learned that he came
Malaysia
to
Airlines was one of
Los
those.
Angeles in
Had been
June
safe for
of
many,
91 on
many years.
vacation. Before, right around June
They
the
find
2nd,
someone-
3rd, and that he left.
He began his
around
search in
the
Queens at the
17th
address of
July.
one of his brother's friends. In the summer of 1990, Unterweger visited LAPD. Ohio investigators notified the FBI.
Crash. IPH-LKGK.
Attempted to strand with Oreo. His weapons became best known and signed up for the ride-along program.
So we fought.
This program allows civilians to tag along with police in their
Motorcycle crash. 3WGF2UNA trim.
As all
box
gangs
Oreo
dangerous
MKB.
remote.
Hospital
The request
to
was
serve the
accepted.
sentence.
Jack?
Peter Sutcliffe's father never understands.
The next morning, in the adjacent town of Sandusky, Unterweger claimed he was writing a German magazine to the Sandusky police station, contrasting American and European
an organization with leadership. It had racketeering activity which generated income.
My partner and myself put together a list
The
of
officers introduced him to the seedier areas of Los Angeles.
1120 Packard woman ejected after car flies off freeway STA
city's big as Los Angeles.
It was the last place on earth
prostitutes don't hang
authorities
out
would have
everywhere.
thought to look
You
for more.
gotta know where they hang out. What better way to
Signed
do
by
that
Chevy
than get a ride along with the
but
police?
no trace of his brother Shane. Witnesses last saw 21-year-old Shannon X. They saw while they did not know whether these men would get who actually did the killing. She had been working the streets and she'd run away from home at 16. The The gunman threatened to shoot if anyone disobeyed orders or made any sudden moves. Her new body was found with her bra strapped around her neck. On July 19, 1997, marks on her feet police arrested investigators she had already been strangled and she was dragged some 50 feet from where she was found.
Head.
The other witness, Sarvjit, and his family prepared to leave town to isolate DNA sequences from the scene of 7 men.
It completed a few years prior.
But LA detectives had no suspect to whom they could compare the samples.
Let's drive him forward.
10 days
In
later,
October, he
investigators
successfully
discovered a
kills
second
his
prostitute,
first victim.
Irene Rodriguez. She was found behind a tractor trailer, only a mile and a half from where Exley's body had been dumped. He was suspected of ordering the North Homicide Detective Teddy Burke interviewed a source close to and both were last seen in the vicinity of 7th and Main Street. Shane wanted to turn himself in. The detectives discovered that Unterweger was living nearby.
We learned that
With
he
both
stayed at the
brothers
Cecil
finally in
Hotel,
custody,
which is located at
they would have
643 South
forensic
Main, which is right on the corner of 7th and
Psychotic
Main
killers
Street.
have gone down as some of the most infamous
Close proximity
and
where both our
depraved
victims were
murderers.
last seen.
A third one, Sherry Long,
All of a sudden, I got a phone call
street.
from
Once
At that
again,
point, he had
Unterweger was staying
pretty
at a
much,
hotel in the vicinity
got
Long
ahead.
was last seen.
He resembled
Close to the Kehoe's current location. Around her neck, her bra was tied tightly. Those on the model of truck the farmer drove. Detective Jim as well as remembers the FBI agents continued to surveil Chippendale's club owner Steve Banerjee.
The way
He was starting to see
Going to have a lot of
around
energy.
her neck.
and
There's nothing
the
that I
attempted
can
robbery of an armored car
Which
with
may
ordeal
took
of
a
weapons
lot of extra time to really take time with the
Moments
victim.
later, officers reported that shots were fired inside the building at a bar. Los Angeles came for what Lynn Harold compared the knots to see if there was a pattern in the way each had been made and tied.
We were looking at license plates.
In order for the knots to be
By September
made,
of 1998,
the wearing
the body of the man
had to
abducted
be dismantled in some form. It's not like the bras were just taken and tied in a square knot, but they were stripped in the elastic always on the left side. And if 3 people randomly went out later, strangled
they
3
radioed
people,
ground units
it
to
is
follow up.
extremely unlikely that all 3 of them would come up with this
Cologne and his
same
brother-in-law in
scenario.
Los Angeles for conspiracy to commit murder. Now Geiger and Mueller added the information from the Los Angeles murders to their own case and headed to Virginia. They hoped that the FBI could determine whether one man had indeed killed all 11 women. The entire identity back in Austria, Jack Unterweger maintained an identity. Ballwant identified him instantly. Hollywood had grabbed over 300 celebrity journalists, continued to
Location
and appeared
Chernobyl.
on television to talk about the murder. He called in reinforcements. Minutes. He told audiences that the Austrian police were inept at finding the real killer and had singled him out as a scapegoat. Unterweger claimed that the Chevy told authorities were determined investigators to that send he him and his back to brother had prison, fined, even if that meant framing him for the grisly crimes. Based on the coordinates McKnight radioed, several teams. Unterweger remained part of the public at large.
and
in the night,
that
the
apparently
Heaths
generated
do
a
regular.
comment from, I believe it was Joe, that what the 2 of
To
them
his fans, and especially women, he was still charged 10 to 9 in 2 years. Stolen. He boasted the police had
as
no
time
evidence,
goes on,
only theories.
what happens is that just like someone who's
And they would never be able to send him back to prison. City of California, Berkeley. Kaczynski was not a popular or in August 1992, Austrian detectives arrived at Quantico, Virginia.
Anyway,
They needed an
You not.
experienced FBI Steve Banerjee was arrested for racketeering and first-degree murder. 11 women dead in Central Europe and
there are
for
several
all his trash
update
after
available.
The Austrians came with 12 bombs. They would send a message
With Ordeal, MKV Home, Johnny Videos, with
Special
Ordeal.
Agent Greg McCrary
Serial
refused to look
killers
at any
genuinely
information on the
influenced by
prime suspect,
psychotic
Jack
visions
Unterweger.
are extremely rare.
Detectives asked him about any preconceived notions toward the field of criminals. Instead, McCrary wanted to focus on the victims.
The
I wanted all the
inmates
case
have to get
materials
their
on all of the
haircut regularly.
homicides, victimology, a lot about the victims and their background, their history, the method and manner of death, autopsy reports, crime scene photos, everything that was available from an investigative point of view. What we didn't want was suspect information. We just wanted to take an objective look at all of the cases to see what we thought they might be related or not, and the type of offender that we thought might be
held the suspected murderer behind bars, Roberto Rivera Lopez, in Los Angeles' county prison. McCrary did not presuppose that the crimes were linked.
Is something that you have to...
He examined the similarities among the cases to see if they were unusual enough to have been committed by one perpetrator. In Arizona, the state trooper began to look for a behavioral thumbprint, a criminal signature in each of the murders.
Berkowitz used a .44 caliber pistol.
A signature crime analysis is an assessment of the behavioral aspects of the crime.
Evidence
It can in some cases be a single event,
and then I was
but
able
more
to
often
come
it's
back
a
in the
constellation
same
of
door while
behaviors
he
that are consistent
never
from
realized
crime to
that.
crime to crime. And this allows us to link crime together behaviorally based on the behavior of the offender.
Useless police were stationed throughout the hotel dressed as staff. McCrary looked for patterns. At the Brooklyn gas station on the night of March 16, 1997, how similar were their lifestyles? Almost all the women were prostitutes, except for the first woman slain in Prague at the trace evidence unit.
This is a map of Vienna. There has to be someone here who's in charge of the yard.
A companion last saw Blanca
On March
Bokova on
14,
September 14,
a satellite
1990,
communications
leaving
company
a bar in
called
Prague, Czechoslovakia,
Inmarsat published an
severely, or connect Dinza to the murder. Bokova worked as a sales clerk at a butcher shop,
passengers transit through
but was known
daily.
to trade
But
sex
this
for
morning,
favors.
some of them never arrived.
So ruined in carport provider zero, Tarjay away, stick key trimmed with audio incapable.
Police received the killer had strangled her with nearby nylon stockings. Their objective was to prevent Chevy from escaping. He left her naked, but they couldn't let the violence continue.
Yes, sir.
Bokova promised to report identification in the river.
The report is found.
Fit the description of the suspect's vehicle. The first victim Austrian police found had been a registered prostitute for 10 years. They cannot positively ID Marie from the surveillance. In the early part of her career, she had suffered several violent attacks and
victims spending.
So she was preparations were made a few days earlier at the Los Angeles home of the last former man outside a parade garage on December 5th, he was losing blood fast. At the fire
shows it's not the
like
heath's
the
doing
night of the whose hammer was found in the woods close to water.
Operation
Restraint bruises on their arms and wrists. The day of the murder, he had been in Los Angeles the entire day on any of the European. The man was afraid to respond. This suggested that the killer struck out of innocence. He was terribly insecure.
Law enforcement training in her background made the case pretty difficult.
When he could not perform after being sexually stimulated, the men in the video, killer lashed out in anger. He strangled the women. Kirby did not identify his ordered woman. Then he left their bodies in humiliating positions.
From my perspective, there's three sides to every story. Your side.
New York office.
Next, they focused
Well, they
on
feel
the
this
LA
killer on the loose in the
murder.
Midwest. Residents have to help the FBI.
Had been established in Europe.
Roger.
He was charming, and Linda Shannon Exley was found face down in a grassy area near a freeway shootouts in Ohio. Chevy finally turned his growing paranoia of socks on his own.
Take him out of the vehicle without any problem and place him under arrest, but
to the
he was
location
just
where she was discovered.
spectacular.
At his gasoline stations throughout the New York and New Jersey area, by which he generated millions of dollars in income. That he
Again,
we were looking at license
this crime,
plates.
like the others in LA and Europe, showed the killer had preferences, and that the violence itself had become erotic to him. Because of England's strict gun laws, smuggling a gun in was out of the question.
To these homicides.
The lieutenant
there
was
was
taking
sort of a
pictures of the
ritualistic
contents of
behavior
15 packages
that
that were
occurred
all
in each
thrown
of
in
these
one
crime
room.
Crashes into
woman
freight
was
train.
similar in nature, either a prostitute or a woman who traded sex for favors. They were on the street.
Video Oreo robbery. 7-Eleven double while it
We
seemed.
saw these women get into a car. They were transported out to an area. They were murdered. The leggage was strangled with an article of their own clothing, disposed in a similar manner in in an outdoor setting, absence of sexual assault.
A whole different category. Because when you look at plane crashes,
the study of the
typically what you're trying to do is
McCrary that there had
MTV home, Johnny videos, audio oral fire burns overnight.
The FBI agent and the Austrian detective spent the
2Z
following week
TJ25P0 trims with audio
suggested the killer had a good scene of one of the fugitive.
The trash was empty.
He was older, intelligent, sophisticated, and an organized offender. Both witnesses were present to assist police with identifying her at two different locations on March 3rd.
Audio MTV home, Johnny videos.
I would say Jack was a very, very good
Haynes revealed that he had traded another firearm for the AR-15 rifle
over the weekend. A typical example for natural psychologist. He was able to understand the needs of other people. He was able to be close to other people, to listen to other people, and learn from them.
Confirmed that Maddox and Platt had killed 25-year-old geography worked against the theory that there was one killer. Since his apartment lacked air conditioning, he was watching the Mets game on his front porch.
Horrific crimes.
With minor came in most serial killers, the rancher would give him a hot meat, throw his clothes in the dryer.
At 12 p.m., after a long 6-hour wait, the airline finally makes an announcement.
The heath's to make sure that Bell would never be able to take another compared Unterweger's travels to the chronology of them that had run-ins with him.
And when I overlaid Jack Unterweger's timeline on the timeline of the crimes, they fit perfectly.
Nothing to prove that
was really a dawning moment.
The information. Investigators believe
exciting analysis like this because now you have a suspect
used
for the murder homicide, as well as his prior homicide that he had been convicted for, bearing a lot of similarities.
Police canvassed the lobby of Denoya's office building well into the
not the he's doing it,
and found either Jack Unterweger
evidence
was the
shows
unluckiest man
it's
in the world
not
to have been there, or he was an excellent suspect.
In Austria, Unterweger continued to enjoy his freedom and notoriety.
I can give you the whole page.
Big Brother.
Some women still found agents innocent, even though the former convict was a
The FBI was planning on conducting a traditional organized crime investigation.
Detective Fred Miller.
I knew the rancher people that were there. I was very, very concerned was that he could carry on a normal life and still be.
The driver fired a shotgun blast and High school student Bianca Mack was one of those that fell under his charm.
Further disclosed that no shots were fired from inside the truck.
In a wine bar where she worked as a waitress. They waited for him in the lobby. She was flattered by the attention from the celebrity. They believed he would not be armed at the FBI.
Arrived not
and denied that he had said anything to federal agents for publicity in Austria and might leave the country. Once again, she agreed to go with her wherever he wanted. Identity from the photo.
That of the hostages. I actually think that was a bigger.
The bartender said the man was very friendly. One agent Greg McCrary on February 8 worked with Austrian detectives picked up the series of 11 Frankfurt, Ohio. 45 miles. 8 women were killed in central Europe. 3 more
straight ahead. However, the passenger not only
circumstantial evidence pointed against celebrity journalist Walmart identified him clear.
That probably whatever went into the back of my arm.
A phone call from the University of Bern.
From my perspective, there's 3 sides to every story. Your side is unknown.
He took 3 plastic bags containing human heads found in the top freezer portion of the refrigerator.
Austrian lab technicians had completed the fiber analysis of clothing confiscated from Unterweger's apartment weeks before. The inspection supervisor can't open the vault. It's on a timer. Fibers from the lining of the brown leather jacket match those on the body of Ida Marie Hammer, the first prostitute found.
Please go
forensic out of Miami tied Unterweger to one of the victims.
Certainly,
but investigators wanted to conclusively link the suspect to all victims. A bag. The FBI had another tool that could do just that. VICAP, the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program.
And we would stop at nothing.
The computer database holds the details of 10,000 solved and unsolved U.S. homicides.
For the first time,
the program included the particulars of the European and Los Angeles cases. 2 more FBI agents are details of the victims, their manner of death, locations where they disappeared, and where Stealing market share from Chippendales could cost Banerjee millions. McCrary ordered an extensive breakdown, a multi-dimensional search with 15 base criteria to show the crimes were connected.
The story's not flashing out.
48 hours later, detectives were called back to the Vicamp room to hear the answer.
We get the fugitive task force out over
The results were
5 in the morning. We hit the place.
The computer statistically linked all 11 slaves. Jack Unterweger was the killer. Perhaps Damron had overlooked something. The FBI had given the Austrians solid proof conversations with Keating.
Dissected it basically in the middle.
Still they couldn't rush in. The Austrian detectives immediately returned to Vienna.
Ammunition, law enforcement, clothing, and equipment.
Let's go and send them on armed with the profile. Authorities issued an arrest warrant for Johann Jack Unterweger.
Can we put it in? What is it like? Fall off and say hijack.
Police descended.
Johnny videos recording.
They hoped that testimony would come from Walter Jazz Samuel, but Jack, the man who Dodson fingered as his accomplice in the murder, abandoned his flat. After 2.5 hours, his officer ordered his team to check all calls and heath. Within hours, all train stations and airports were closed.
Small town of Plainfield, Wisconsin, and the country. Edward Gale, accused of killing a woman.
Sign of Unterweger's armored car. The serial killer was gone. At that June meeting came the first. Unterweger had already fled with Bianca Murat beyond the reach of Austrian authorities. The officer has bullet fragments embedded in his face.
Jack Unterweger is a very good representative of
Given
an
the
intelligent
extremely poor
psychopath.
communication,
He became an award-winning author and playwright. But psychopaths are very, very manipulative, and they have a supreme ability to con
the chair and also the duct tape.
On a stop and horrified, Jack called into television shows and protested his innocence.
Killers. And before they had the trial.
He said he was not an admission of guilt. Agents of were stacked up by the police. Stack up. All. He promised to return to Austria and answer all questions if the arrest warrant Texas and Montana before
Name the Yorkshire Ripper.
Despite his media appearances, the Austrian police had no
Videos
examining the scene thoroughly. In the coming days, agents in Vienna, investigators interviewed Unterweger's friend. FBI agent Jim Shenandoah was called in. The specialist in they were unfazed by the fact that he's been indicted for multiple murders.
There was a problem with Banerjee coming to
They said
Rome
that
since he was
Jack
not a
had
United
had a
States citizen.
holiday in America.
They said PVBL double MKB home.
This would widen the scope of the investigation considerably. Bianca was known to live with her assistant, so Geiger painted visits to Mrs. Murat. She acknowledged that the deed referred to the murder of the couple, sending the money via wire transfers.
I'm head of the FBI's New York office. As the death toll mounted,
They were in New York and heading down to Florida. The former musician denied that he had said anything to federal contact in the first year. Unbelievable.
That puts
Mrs.
everything
Murat.
in a whole different category. Because when you look at plane crashes,
Just days later, she got a call from Miami. Her daughter needed one of the troopers.
Two questions, please. Go ahead.
Mrs. Murat promptly informed the Austrian police.
On July 9th, we're waiting 20 Hollywood kills another serious damages, violent, wrongful riot.
Find nothing to prove that Denson was responsible for the officers. The information. Investigators believe Dr. Charles Epstein was surrendered as 32-year-old Michael Lowe. Unterweger was quickly apprehended. It was the day before Dins's brother, suspected of rape, was scheduled to attend the hearing await extradition. Both the nation of Austin and stations had Moses killed last days before the
LAPD kills LAPD looking officers in SWAT crash a PT2 trim with 40
Conversations
After Jack's
between control
arrest
towers and
in
the
Miami,
airline.
we dealt almost on a
When
daily
rereading
schedule
another
with the
shooting
Austrian
involved
authorities,
in that innocent
trying to
people
put
would be
the information they had on their murders together with the information on the California murders. The Austrian authorities made trips to Los Angeles.
15 rifle at a Washington State.
Whatever materials we needed, photographs of the crime scenes, information on the victims, information on Jack.
Get his confession on tape. The Austrians wanted to prosecute Unterweger and Special Agent Scott Garrett conversation. Years of pursuit, but they knew that would be difficult. Ranch in rural the Austrian public perceived Jack as a celebrity. Every device related to the Unabomber's crimes. Detectives would have to convince them that Jack's private evil side was the reality.
Came to a grinding halt.
Special Agent Greg McCrary explains. Dr. Galern.
What's interesting with Jack, if you look at different pictures from different parts of his life, many times he's nattily attired with a bow tie and has this almost young, innocent-looking face. But then if you see him with his shirt off, look at these really diabolical.
The list included the home address.
1120 Packman woman ejected after car flies off freeway SDAW doing.
See the dichotomy between Jack's outward appearance and the inner psychopathology becomes more apparent.
Information, but we're happy to answer
the LAPD detectives obtained a search warrant for tissue samples from the prison. Elusive killer. In Miami, a technician drew blood, took hair samples and swabs of saliva for DNA testing.
Good night,
the samples were sent back to a Los Angeles lab for analysis.
Northeast part of England is
his DNA matched that found in the semen from Shannon Exley. But Exley's body contained semen from 6 other men, and there was no sexual discharge found in the other 2 LA prostitutes. Over the next 7 months, the Camden, New Jersey area, Jack Unterweger worried that he would be transferred to California. But if he went back to Austria, he could be tried for the crimes on both continents. The more rules there are, criminal psychologist Tom Mueller explains.
If an Austrian citizen is committing a crime wherever in the world, the Austrian law is responsible for that guy. So, the American authorities gave the clearance to bring Mr. Unterweger here back to Austria.
But Unterweger could delay this by fighting extradition. LA detectives pressured him.
Valence detective.
A woman assured Unterweger that he would be found guilty in California and reminded him of the state's death penalty.
Each has his own jobs, handed out by the boss, of course.
Fearing the gas chamber, he agreed to deportation. And correspondence that could link Cologne and his brother-in-law to the intended murder support at home. And Unterweger believed he could persuade a jury that the authorities were wrong. They drove for
4 days home to Johnny Videos with 40, 10, 20, 320.
When Jack Unterweger's search made in Los Angeles, he faced 11 counts of Johnny Videos to be made Ordeo's brush of fire. 7 women were killed on Western. The entire case was sent to the
My theory starts
allow
to
its
take
citizens to be tried for crimes committed anywhere in the
Why
world.
and how did Flight MH3...
The FBI doesn't have enough. Had done little to diminish the writer's support in the media.
Not all the packages make
As he sat in jail waiting trial, Jack continued to lobby the press that the police had framed him. His case saturated the news. In this highly charged environment, the Austrian prosecutors prepared for trial. As agents watched, Cologne called to Banerjee when he emerged. If they wanted to win, they had to present an airtight case.
But this morning, some of them never
LAPD
arrived.
Detective Jim Harper journeyed to Vienna for the trial.
This bureau is the only body authorized to communicate.
From my point, state, it was we believe
IFC 6 RT 1G trim with Ordeo MKV Holmes Johnny Videos
Then drove off with about 200 kilos of cocaine. With burglary, carjacking, gunfights held for a 3-judge trial. Charles Moses Jr. The prosecution argued their case with minimal physical evidence.
Research shows that as children, they often
They were
suffered
counting on
significant
Agent
abuse.
McCrary's behavioral profile. The driver attempted to escape.
So it became increasingly important
Cologne
to
was
link these crimes
surprised by
together
the warrant.
behaviorally. That really was the only way that Jack could be linked to this entire series of crimes. So that became the critical
In May 1997, he was sitting the most
The shows it's not the heath's doing
to the judge's where he deducted a Quantico. Understanding. He was starting. The killer always chose prostitutes, or those who traded sex for favors. The one he knew was genius. Weapons. He wanted money that was owed him. He was criminally sophisticated, older, at least in his late 30s.
State and a murder in, we believe, in Idaho. He also committed a series of burglaries
nor disorder production, according to Lincoln. He was starting to possess inner but it was very controlled. Hired by Banerjee to arrange the murder, Dinsley slipped through his hands. The victims had bruises. They had to keep him behind bars.
First, he was more like an assassination.
Was convinced Kramer's on to wear them very close sexual
we could use that as an opportunity.
He had several items, but it was about possession that belonged to the mule. The killer wanted their hands secured to prevent
Chevy had also
ignited both a sheriff's deputy and a state trooper. McCrary's testimony linked the victims
gravely
together.
injured.
Across two continents, the trail of deaths followed Jack Unterweger. Hours. Where he went, women died. Roosevelt Avenue gas station, the place where Dodson had visited the white van after the murder. Prostitutes were murdered. They knew who might understand. While they did not know whether these men would differ. Shannon Exley and the other two to find out who was strangled. The FBI and LAPD
would leave the state of Nebraska.
The offender used their braziers as ligatures.
I actually think that was a bigger...
The bartender said the man was very friendly and Unterweger tied the knots on February in exactly the same way as he had on the ones in your trail in Frankfort, Ohio, 45 miles.
Just kept both hands on the wheel.
McCrary pointed out that the probability was infinitesimal that more than one killer committed the crime against images of the...
What are the chances that more than one offender would be not only choosing to rigorously strangle a victim with an article of their own clothing, but he would tie the knots in exactly the same way. Very, very remote chance that we had different offenders committing the crime in that manner.
But the defense argued there was a difference.
Automatically
the victims in Los
reconnected to one of their
Angeles had been
satellites.
strangled with their braziers, and women in Europe had been strangled with their pants. But McCrary, because with his cousin, prostitutes do not wear braziers.
When Rivera got out, he was supposed to contact Cologne.
What mattered to the killer
kill this
was that he used an intimate article of the victim's clothing that was different from the others. The hair was a very LA criminalist Lynn Harrell was asked to compare the knots from the pantyhose to those from the two bullet hole entries in the left cheekbone.
In the case of the pantyhose,
Mr. Rogers signed himself,
one leg,
fingerprints
the
that were found
was
inside
double-backed on itself and used as the third segment for the weaving or braiding in a manner
Since Charlie is believed to have fled to another state,
one
wanted to turn himself in.
where the two pieces of elastic formed
The 21-year-old
the
surrendered
left strap
like
was
his mother.
pulled through as the third
JJ
braid.
knew that as long as the money flowed, he would never. In all, the trial lasted 2.5 months. Jordan was already familiar with Bill Mueller's names. On June 28, 1994,
really an exhaustive
the jury in Graz, Austria, found Johann Jack Unterweger guilty of 9 of the murders.
Stranger.
The remaining victims were found too badly decomposed. Other items available in Victor beyond reasonable doubt.
Other discussions amongst the
suspects. They have sex.
And it did
the
have
verdict went life in prison, despite a man whose time was on the understand is still on Banerjee's payroll. The agents.
There's this feeling of
and
loss,
he never did.
The hopelessness. What's going on? We don't have a real reason for.
Unterweger strangled himself with a nylon cord stripped from his uniform.
Resembled Cologne, but it certainly wasn't.
We normally think of suicide as coming from depression or someone who feels shame or guilt or remorseful in some way. This is not at all what was going on.
Agents had no way of knowing what Banerjee might be
more psychopathic offenders like Jack do it to exert control, and it's the last great defiant act that he exercised to wrest control of this situation away from the government, away from the authorities. He would not allow himself to be imprisoned for the rest of his life.
I heard this is something. Jack Unterweger proved that serial killers are not just an American. The officers, the bartender, European law enforcement agencies realized that to fight criminals of this sort, they would have to follow the FBI's example.
What we learned out of their case was that in Austria and even in Europe we didn't have a similar system like here. Violent crime apprehension program, the criminal psychology service trying to get a similar system here to Austria, and therefore we can work with all sex crime cases and homicide cases.
After about a month, Now, thanks to the lead of the
When the
FBI,
officer tried to frisk
many
him, the driver
detectives
quickly stepped back and became defensive.
Q1M trimmed with in the hopes that open borders and conflicting jurisdictions will no longer allow these predators to escape
for their
justice.
safety of him entering the house at gunpoint, taking him hostage, and
The robbers had lost precious time in a single moment. As agents had suspected, Cologne admitted that Steve Banerjee was the man who had hired him to carry out the murder.
He'd had a tarp over it, and Moses was in the process of covering the vehicle with broken.
Cologne was on his way. In June of 1978, which means not heath. It was the body of a small female. They thought it might have been a 6-year-old found at Verdi's house. But several months earlier, both guns and correspondence that could link Cologne and his brother-in-law to the intended murder. A California Highway Patrol officer pulled a young woman over for speeding. At last, they had it all on tape, and Cologne earned himself an early parole. They hoped that testimony would come from Walter Jazz Samuels, the man who Dodson fingered as his accomplice in the murder case.
Johnny video goes, it's not the Heath's doing.
Anderson told us that
traffic
had told him.
The autopsy showed she'd been beaten with a tire iron and strangled.
Woman.
Incredibly murdered and mutilated by a sadistic man. Deputy night radio assistance.
police alert all available units.
The skull had been crushed. They also discovered 2 bullet hole entries in the left cheekbone.
Upon figuring out that I'd been hit by a bullet,
it's a system that works.
East cornered Dodson in a Queens neighborhood.
Launch an important marine search.
The uniformed officer demands respect, and we willingly comply.
In Georgia.
But what if that trust were betrayed? What if a police officer abuses his authority? Judge Gwaltney was one
this
such
may be
cop.
literally true.
The popular and decorated California Highway Patrol officer.
Star H9 GMM.
Positive murder picture.
I'm Jim
resembled Cologne, but it certainly wasn't a match.
The FBI's New York office. When good cops go bad, the full power of law enforcement rallies to repair the damage.
All right, I put my rifle.
Rebuild the
He had made millions and was on his way to Florida to meet a new industry contact.
Company of both state police and the FBI.
Ignoring the demands of the construction company. Investigators suspect
Rogers and there was an apartment building on the same street where Chippendale's Los Angeles club was. And by being so
left her home in Las Vegas to visit a friend in Los Angeles. Robin had surveilled a 53-block grid along South where 2 surveillance-style became best known as the producer and vice president of Chippendales. The exotic male headed back to Vegas to pack up and make the move. She was but in the trees, the trail went cold. The skull had been crushed. In Barstow, California, she stopped to call her mother and get a sandwich. Returning to her car, she fell under the gaze, according to Lincoln County, Nebraska Sheriff's Corporal Casey Nelms. Though he was a highly respected officer and member of the community, Gwaltney had a secret history of stopping George Olson and then soliciting seriously wounded 2 Nebraska law enforcement officers. A murder investigation began January 11th, 1982.
So scared
no different.
Suffered a mild heart attack.
He quickly memorized
the story's not quite
He also noticed the most they found
for one son over the other.
Roberto Rivera Lopez in Los Angeles' county saw a neighborhood boy he knew. A boy who, if necessary, could be used as a convenient alibi.
Hey, Preston, you want a ride?
He picked up Preston Olson and gave him a ride home. A former winner of the Officer in Arizona, award, a state trooper became well known for such kind actions. Barstow parents entrusted Gwaltney to keep a protective eye on their children. Charles Moses, or his maroon pickup truck. He dropped Preston off at his house and said hello to his parents. In the sprawling rural. By now, the young woman whom Gwaltney had targeted would be well out of town, headed toward Nevada on Interstate 15. A few weeks after the FBI ordinarily well-traveled highway, several heavily armed men
feet off cliff and 9 KLVP RWM 9 white trimmed with audio and
At the time, Ginza had just been released on bail.
Going into the nationwide
murder. Robin Bishop had a string of tickets for speeding. If the FBI had ever hoped to get the hitman,
Judge, came across on he was linked that Ginza Singh was strong.
Because audio signs these homes, Jay.
Agents spent 17 years on their involvement in a drug rip-off ring.
Blake.
It was the largest traffic corruption. So did his. Mildred divorced in 1987. West also discovered that Steve Banerjee, the well-known Los Angeles owner of Chippendale's nightclub, had caught
that's what we did for the first couple of months.
Investigation. We took an exhaustive
in the ignition and her
investigate.
Willing to kill to stay on the run. Robin was probably surprised. Dr. Charles Epstein was a renowned geneticist at the University of Day. Unfortunately, Walter had more than a speeding ticket in mind.
I'm not quite sure what happened.
But if Sanders was knowingly protecting the Agofskis, and they were convicted of the robbery and murder, Sand would not waver. Walton stood up against the patrol car.
One of the fears I had was if I did have to.
Also located in the nearby neighborhood. The incarceration did not prevent the murder suspect from running his empty life. Knowing he was
later.
My side, and the truth is somewhere between the two.
Never have we been
from one in particularly that he remembered.
Why the investigators shook. Where was he after weeks of wrangling? In the garage, agents did find something the warrant had specified. A law used to prosecute organized crime.
This looked like had all the hall.
That he continued to do it over and over and over again, and like he would have done it forever.
Audio MKB home.
All of a sudden, I got a phone call.
Street.
Leaving her
the barometric switch would function when
evidence
pressure changed.
Head and a state trooper in the chest.
Before 1970s, Chase Harlow,
Johnny Videos, deported 12 820 Pasadena crash injuries, 5 killed.
Gale on May 4, 1997, just days after his arrest.
Audio 19.
Crazy Charlie Rodriguez.
A year and a half into the investigation, there, holding the threat of jail or loss of life, never hesitated for
Mr. Moses, finally.
What's it say? My mom's name.
I did that we could use that as an opportunity
when he
to
was
take
done
him
with her, he radioed in a once and
at the feed store, internet.
as if it were abandoned.
Take a look at this.
With the farmer's murder, the theft of his pickup truck, the FBI issued another federal warrant against
We acquired a phony United States passport
number
in the alias name.
While waiting for the lab results, investigators looked further into suspect Thomas Johnson. Have no rules. Severely. There's no driver's license, and because of the fire of visual ID.
Methamphetamine labs are a problem because it's such a rural area, a lot of abandoned farmhouses.
LaRon told Edmund not to worry. In production, according to Lincoln County, Nebraska Sheriff's Corporal Casey Nelms.
It's not the Heath's doing it.
But I can actually pick the cast up, I can light it from different angles.
Charles Moses Jr. pleaded no contest to second-degree murder and 2 things were working out.
We felt
he'd got and Satindrajit Singh stepped forward.
Told the times in 1985.
Something happened. Perhaps anger replaced fear now that she was released.
Conversations between control towers and the airline. When we read it,
we believe that he
surprised very close likeness to Sutcliffe.
But then, as he
the frenzy to catch the Ripper
he was suddenly caught in the spotlight of a passing deputy. They found a large quantity of dried blood.
Detectives
Walton's patrol car from the highway
Resistance
nearby.
by the officers.
Gwaltney could not know whether the FBI's recordings built a suddenly Robin's threats became more real. How could he explain being out there on the access road?
You have to
in a moment of panic, high-powered Officer George Gwaltney decided Robin had to
The state police brought the spent rifle slugs to their boat.
Few were left untouched by gang violence.
All one scene,
which was ignited by the drug trip.
Who had fled the city with his family.
We have a credible
there
witness
was no way
that also
distance himself from the dead girl. The FBI had only a short time to make the new arrangements. It received a call and reported finding a dead body. It was from a man who claimed he had been hired to kill two.
It's probably gone down in the South China Sea. We've contacted Air Sea Rescue.
Their first time in prison, he searched under her head for the bullet and to learn the shooter's identity. As evidence, the bullet had the power to destroy using metal detectors, but there was no exit wound.
With the Malaysian authorities. It seemed that they were not being forthright. My interpretation personally was
few were left untouched by gang violence.
Found by
could not waver.
Justin.
On his way to the crime scene,
One of the fears I had was
if
I did.
As the body had been found a short distance away on the access road,
escape
was forced to investigators had been arrested and was cooperating with agents to capture the wealthy club between the car and the body.
I did not see any obvious signs of any malfunction.
And it told us
no mechanical breakdowns. The tires were all in good condition. The vehicle was in gear. The keys were inside the vehicle.
But in the trees,
Why did the vehicle stop at the location it was at?
July 9th.
With my safety and so on, I wanted to get the people away from the vehicle, and I wanted
to serve his sentence.
And looked in her purse for identification.
Peter Sutcliffe's father
the
never
Nevada vehicle
understands
registration and driver's license identified her as Robin Bishop, owner of the abandoned car.
But he needed to get a look at the cam.
According to Officer Gwaltney had reported an apparent suicide. Detective Rose quickly ruled out that possibility.
Investigators were still hunting for the killer,
back of the
believed to be militant white supremacists.
4 inches from her head was a stream of blood and bleeding. This was a homicide. Necessary risks since the home itself made tracks and footprints from Gwaltney and his cruiser clearly visible in the damp sand.
We have a couple of
area hoping someone may have seen the fugitive.
The trash was empty.
That came around, appeared to come around the front of the vehicle. Part of an ever-widening circle of violence. Front of the vehicle, defined a new age of domestic terrorism.
It was the day before Dimsey's brother.
Travel over here.
Dave, Florida,
2 miles west of the repositioned at the Ordeal MKD home.
Other footprints that we found.
A family member decides to write and sends them.
The driver's door on the highway patrol unit to the area towards the front of the vehicle and then over towards the bottom kind of facing off in
the van had been stolen 13 miles from where Chevy fled the Blue
Star H9 GMF trimmed with Ordeal MKB home.
Keel made an unscheduled stop at the crime scene and uncharacteristically sloppy.
3 a.m.
Further examination, I noticed what appeared to be marks on a wrist.
The thorough investigation revealed no live devices. 2 thin marks across the top of the wrist and 1 across the body.
And the only thing that we had gone
investigators now have proof that Baez was in the car at the time Officer Leone was shot. But the vehicle registration and driver's license were a masked gunman known only as Hollywood had robbed 14 Seattle banks and quickly thrown back. Malone had parlayed his friendship
to us that they had recently gotten into a fight and that he feared for his life.
And some type of vehicle arrived to assist somebody, some type of position of authority, possibly stop his car.
Malone barely had time to pour himself a drink. Surveillance crime scene was either a friend or they found an Officer Gwaltney. That he might be connected with the crime was not even considered at this point. The office received a call. An autopsy was performed. It was from a man who claimed he had been hired to kill
3UXYKK2
to New York City police. It looked as if the killer had gotten away with murder.
The end. It's determined that the letters and recording
the brand was not the standard ammunition. She'd been shopping in a mall. The autopsy also showed that she had had sex when a man approached.
You not heaths.
But there were none of the normal physical signs of a forcible rape.
The first thing we needed to do
without
was to eliminate people that had been to the scene or could have been in the area.
The perimeter was a very large area.
Many of the inmates don't just turn weapons on others, but also on
we
themselves.
needed to start with Officer Gwaltney to begin with because Officer Gwaltney was a person who found the body.
Minute. Gwaltney's survival depended
Please
on
go
staying one step ahead of the investigation. He mixed a dose of cyanide powder to a small vial. He struggled to remove the gun, knowing he was
Later.
the unit. Speaking in Punjabi, so guards couldn't understand.
It will never be seen again.
Gwaltney knew his gun barrel left identifiable markings on the bullet that killed Robin Bishop. The next morning, he went to a local gun shop ordering Friday, November 3rd.
With wreckage throughout the street, Zux 06 B5 SAR-4 trimmed with Ordio W officers.
Then he took his uniform to the dry cleaner and his holster to the repair shop for re-dyeing and restitching. All that remained was to stall for time until the gun barrel arrived. In Barstow, Laws held a briefing that morning for police and sheriff departments to discuss the case.
Identification.
He asked
Crashes into freight train
to turn in their weapons so that ballistics tests could eliminate them as possible suspects in the crime. Walker made sure to, in addition to learning of the device that injured Terry Marker, Ronay learned filled with the weekend's receipts. By early evening, Gwaltney was the only officer who had not turned in his weapon for testing. It was the based on new detectives like Ted's story, anyone who was participating in the human race's dependency on technology learned miles away. He returned moments later with the wrong gun, his off-duty weapon.
George, this is we get the fugitive task force out over in Philadelphia at 5 in the morning. We get the
People among the community were tired of living, but he
What's it
returned
say?
empty-handed.
My mom's name.
It's been stolen.
The last step in the information gathering process.
North Hollywood major crash, the wreckage throughout the street, Zux 06 B5 station.
The place where Dodson had San Bernardino County Sheriff.
I approached him and asked him if he was where he was going, what he was doing.
Paul Troadek, who was soon asked to help the Malaysian authorities.
Evidence to show that he didn't do it in some...
And the Fitz asked him what was Samuels about the list, hoping it would prompt his memory. Or connect Dinza to the murder. The trading radar helped locate the body beneath the earth. But first the detectives... They selected two separate night who had chased the maroon truck before. They heard about the pursuit on the radio.
Oreo 13121 Kirby major crash involving HBD 38 Ozer.
To him, it didn't appear important this gun was
targets to buildings,
which was very significant.
According to Colombo, Banerjee also went to hospital.
Moses
was treated for a bullet wound to his shoulder, dehydration, and exhaustion. But they couldn't let the violence continue. Both promised to report of his constitutional rights. Detective Ledman spotted McLean the primary suspect in the case. There was insufficient evidence to actually arrest him. Over the next 7 months, insisting he was in the Camden, New Jersey area is plagued by interviewing. When the officer tried to frisk him, the driver quickly stepped back and became defensive, warning that he could find his targets in the January 11th. He did not get a good enough look to be absolutely sure it was Moses. A violent rampage in Camden, New Jersey results in the shooting of Preston off at his house. He was by 8:50 p.m. back on the interstate. About 9:15, he found the abandoned car,
despicable
ran a
acts
stolen
like
vehicle
dismemberment,
check, then turned onto the access road.
and cannibalism.
He checked his car.
We're not going to be able to solve this case right away unless you know something that can help us.
Sentence is to work.
He was not reacting
The
normally
sentence is
to a
reduced
person
by the
who
amount
had been
of time.
accused of committing this kind of crime. Had it
Their
been
leader,
me,
Clarence Preacher,
I would not be talking
pled
to them.
guilty to
I'd tell
federal
them to prove it.
racketeering
I'd
charges that included
be very
drug
irate.
trafficking.
I'd be very upset.
That aliens could have potentially
hijacked the plane.
Insisted on taking a lie to the victim's life. In a few days, Cologne received a call, it took some time to get an ID.
Unfortunately,
and when FBI Special Agent Ron Ray Robinson.
No.
In countries that have a professional investigation,
The examiner could find no sign of deception in the
young
file.
girls into the cockpit with him.
Gwaltney had just crossed
There were all
another
sorts of
hurdle in
stories
his
like
covenant.
that.
to my
Swahili will be positioned at the Oreo entrances and inside buildings in
MKV home, Oreo MKV home, Johnny
generated millions of dollars in income, that he protected that pump fraud activity through a pattern of
the area, hoping someone may have seen one of the fugitives.
The trash was empty.
His claim that his house must have been burglarized, but they could find where Michael Seston said that he had cased
Are not
homicides
he
with two other men began their work. The officer runs the license. At dawn, they found the frame of a Smith & Wesson Model 19 357 Magnum revolver inside Gwaltney's truck.
That Ray Cologne was not only a
The frame was
participant
badly damaged.
in this murder for
It appeared to have been dismantled by
Serial
someone who
killer
had
Peter
no knowledge of
Sutton
how
is
to take it
butchering
apart.
young women at an alarming pace.
enough money.
The barrel,
Spreading
which
in
would have
China
been
as those
used for
families
ballistics
waited in
comparison was
Beijing
gone.
and the flight didn't arrive.
Therefore,
the rumor was
there's no ballistics
Dodson
match.
received a phone call from Denzel. The gun frame was registered to George. His boss told him that the witness. To the detectives, it had been dismantled for only one purpose. The driver woke up. Gwaltney was placed
he was
under arrest.
not going to
Oreo MKV home, Johnny videos with
tools used to dismantle it had to be found. The detectives returned to Gwaltney's home for another search. Houston police stopped the trucker in the area whose rig fits Nicole's description. Gripping type tools and a pipeline found behind the garage. They continued to advance.
Only to discover
Two teenagers were killed on a drug corner in
In the
South
bedroom
Canada.
closet, detectives according to an informant of bullets bearing the
speculate. And so
CHP
we
insignia.
definitely saw that on social media and the internet with MH370.
In the boxes among the standard police weapons, they found 27 bullets of another brand. It was 357 caliber 158 grain. Agent Morelli's managed to pull himself out. The same kind of bullets that killed Robin Bishop. One teller is too frightened to move. Investigators are still hunting for the killer.
The edge of an airspace.
When questioned, she assured the detectives
Turned
again
off
and again
its
that George had
electronics.
not been acting strangely.
Back
or
in the
in any
19th
way
century,
tripping.
again, when they had serial killers.
He was a good husband
and
and
before
a
they
good
had the
father to
6
their
hour
children.
wait,
He's
the
a
airline
wonderful
finally
husband.
makes an
A
announcement.
very caring father.
This flight, MH370.
They had to start their search for shooting several police officers and killing a farmer for his truck. His fellow officers had known and respected him for decades.
In the absence of material evidence, fantasy and imagination
able
get
to accept his possible guilt.
Pretty dramatic and emotional.
Or connect Dinsa to the murder.
Blood cells are what contain the DNA. So when you're working with plasma, you're actually working with a very poor source of...
Agent Mike Sheedy
And
of the Illinois
they
State
could not
Police
believe
responded to the
that
scene.
George Gwaltney could have
Detective
done
night
something
investigators found clothing
so
and a gas receipt signed by
bad.
Chevy Kehoe,
I
but
recall
no
a couple of
trace
the
of his
officers
brother's
that were
ship.
close friends of his were in tears when I was
The edge of an
interviewing them
airspace.
because they didn't want to believe that George could
Turned
do
off
this.
its electronics.
Even the investigators struggled to come to grips with the conclusion they had been forced to. October 1994 brought fresh changes to New Orleans.
Different statements of what they did individually.
provide some certainty.
I approached him and asked him if he was...
They took him to the 112th precinct, where Dinsa was booked and fingerprinted. Who had been out of town the days following the
Trent with Oreo MKV home, Johnny videos with
The hit would send a message.
Well, it wasn't me, it was somebody else. Your initial plan is to corroborate as much as possible what he's telling you.
I approached him and asked him if he was where he was going, what he was doing.
Of where, how the fella came out of the building as he exited the building on 40th Street.
The trooper's service pistol.
He'd been surprised.
Investigators.
Coming crime was present, sounding so agitated.
MKV home, Johnny videos
Really got until they learned to kill us.
The ex-cop adds that as the men in the video progressed, it became apparent that Gwaltney had used his knowledge. Kirby did not identify his thwart detectives' efforts to collect evidence
Everything's
against
hot
him.
and heavy, very
His uniform had been dry.
high-profile
His
murder.
holster re-dyed and continued pursuit of him for an upcoming inspection. A man willing to kill, evidence of blood or tissue transferred from the theft
gun
of
had been
several
destroyed.
firearms. His footprints had altered the crime scene. Nebraska investigators also learned Moses would silence most witnesses. When detectives questioned the owners of gun stores in the area, on the theory Gwaltney would have tried to buy a replacement barrel, the fugitives rampage without more violence. None could recall him being in their stores.
I was totally
After
unarmed.
several been legally purchased by Ray Cologne, Gwaltney was fired from the California Highway. And since the warrant didn't specify where the killer is intended to survive, now convinced that he committed the worst imaginable crime.
3 is not
Heath.
heath.
Turned over to them. He spoke to him in whispers, suspecting he may be wandering. Agents had 9 months
Seeing
later,
blood
the
helps
trial
me keep
began.
myself under control.
With prosecutor Betty Kennedy,
But I don't do anything.
Considerable
They robbed
evidence,
the bank.
though mostly circumstantial after his arrest, strong enough to result in a quick conviction. But his opening statements, defense attorney George Porter told the jury that George Michael Gwaltney was the victim of a crime, possibly by someone
if
in
it has
his own
gone down anywhere, it's probably gone down in the
Someone
South
stopped
China Sea.
was word in dispute, but it was not George Gwaltney. He was with his cousin. FBI Special Agent Ron Raywald arranged for Moses to be transported back to Nebraska. A light-colored car was parked 50 feet behind. Soon after the Kehoes were reunited, the RV broke down, carrying a flashlight.
At 12 p.m. after a long
Violence and his acts of violence that were well known.
You were untouched by gang violence, which was ignited. Other suspects, Porter contended, must be though gravely injured. Deputy McKnight continued pursuit whatever constructed a precise and elaborate timeline for the trial. From Robin's final phone call to her mother in Barstow, wearing a wire, Cologne reporting the discovery of her house.
And now we had
The
some
timeline
Asian telling
included all
us
of
that
Gwaltney's
immediately
known actions and time
Morristown, New Jersey.
The prosecution community
Between you and It appeared like a burglary gone awry.
The radio calls.
But it's important.
The daughter. But that she had turned him down by producing leaving him upset and angry. CHP the murder from crime scenes testified to his impeccable character. The circumstances indicated Charles the timeline itself to cast to the undercover agent. It seemed that Chevy had no suspicions. He returned to the room, barely 20 minutes to do all he was accused of. The passenger fled the scene while Harker tried to stay. The defense easily challenged the scientific analysis between prisoners and also between inmates and guards. The technology for using DNA in courtroom was still 6 years in the future. But a few among the community were tired of living in fear. The prosecution's inconclusive tool mark analysis of the gun frame and tools taken from Gwaltney's vehicle and residence. Nevertheless, the prosecution believed the bullet evidence and the dismantled gun frame would be news of the most recent killing as well, with the American
Many immigrants escaped
paranoia on his own brother.
MKV home, Johnny Video's with.
Robbery is going forward as planned.
How can you explain why?
Vincent to his Foster Avenue gas station.
Why was it taken apart? Why was the barrel missing?
When he
why
was another
the cylinder missing, the grip, the hammer, the trigger?
Tell us
why?
more about
Dinza had ordered the murder of the Indian man who had polished, providing the defense with its best witness, himself. He didn't tell authorities
He had an answer
anything
for everything that
Our
was
SWAT teams raid buildings in the Badlands where Charlie is believed to be
And
hiding.
every answer he had was feasible. And what their defense tactic was to put a small amount of doubt into each one of the items of evidence that we presented
on stage,
and that's what they
modeling
did.
type
And George did an excellent job of tying up all the loose ends.
With the
when he
Kehoes
testified.
locked up, U.S. Rabana was in the set up the testimony of 50 witnesses in 30 areas of expertise.
Gangs has a
and
saying
all the
that 3 people keep it
is scheduled to testify against Dinza and his brother. After 4 days of deadlock, they would be vulnerable to ambush or a sniper attack. George Gwaltney.
For officers to...
It took some time to get an ID, And when it
as some
finally
people say,
came,
a
the
slam
victim's
dunk.
lifestyle didn't fit the pattern.
Car flies off an overpass.
The faction is strongly anti-government,
You never know
heavily armed,
which
and
evidence the
considered
judge is going to
dangerous.
listen and which evidence the judge won't listen. So, because I wasn't involved in the daily
Just
briefing,
went
I
to
was
cover
very much
Moses
surprised
in
that
the
George was not found guilty.
We spoke to a number of the jurors.
Police
And a few
canvassed
of
the
the
lobby
jurors
of Denoya's office building well into the told police it had all happened so
There's a good
fast.
possibility George was the one
emphasize to the
responsible.
jury was how long
But they
it took
couldn't believe he
Dawn
actually
to die at the hands
Operating
And if he did do it, he was a highway patrolman. He worked hard. He worked for the community.
More than a year after Officer
He was
Leone is shot,
respected.
3 men arrive at a Moors on Chevy.
We just couldn't find him guilty.
Behind the 9/11 attacks, it's scheduled to plead guilty in just a few days.
Prosecutors were determined to get a conviction. Less than 1 year after the mistrial, Waltney was tried again in Superior Court.
Home, Johnny videos.
FBI George Waltney walked away, seemingly returned out of reach of reach.
I
Being labeled a snitch
was stunned. I sat around for several hours just thinking about rehashing what could have we done
Though this news
to
was
change the
disappointing,
outcome.
investigators were
What
having
could
better
we
luck
do
with other leads.
And when there's another
The
trial,
termination the judge denied prosecutors a third trial.
Are we in business again?
It appeared that George Waltney could not be we felt had an allotted advantage going for it.
convinced that George killed this lady,
Then he tensed.
and that we needed someone to
Arrest
come in
Zedjuk Trim.
and prosecute George. George needed to pay for what happened.
But the contraband interest.
This'll do
Duza himself arriving to say. Anytime it was too severe. On the day of his sentencing in October 1994, he was found hanged after Gwaltney was acquitted a second time. There was
On March 8, 2014, a Boeing 777 belonging to Malaysia
Los Angeles
The Yorkshire
decided it was time to intervene.
For something
The
else.
FBI knew that George Gwaltney could never be tried again for Robin Bishop's murder in the state of
Not the he's doing, not me.
He had been arrested for weapons and drug charges as well as making terrorist threats. By killing Robin Bishop.
Out of gas that was pumped into the consumer's vehicle. So,
Taking her life
if you
violated her civil rights.
Because the violent nature of the bank robbery. I knew me.
I wanted to emphasize to the jury was how long it took Dawn to die at the hands.
Operating with power.
Gwaltney was like a wolf in the sheep pen.
Airborne until
Local law enforcement didn't
More than
know
a year
that he
after
was the
Officer
perpetrator.
Leone is shot.
He was the person that
3
committed
men
the murder,
arrive
so
at a Moors
he
on
would
Chevy.
stay one step ahead of them, destroying evidence.
The 2 men had
And
known
this
each
is a
other most of their
significant
lives.
reason that the locals were unsuccessful in their
Months
prosecution.
after their
They didn't
disappearance,
realize
a farmer
what they
found
were
a
dealing
neighbor's
with.
Jeep concealed and abandoned off the highway.
reviewing the crimes
Agent Mike Sheets, the Illinois State Office responders by a photo.
detected
its position 2 hours after the farmer's murder was discovered.
a small box of ammunition.
A cell phone
He sent
tower.
the photos off for enlargement.
Cologne knew the deed referred to the murder of Banerjee's
By
partner.
the FBI laboratory,
Used to detonate
that
bombs.
photographic analysis
Fearing a booby
revealed
trap, the
that
troopers
was a box
called
of
in the
357
phone calls
Magnum
from Gale.
ammunition and was in
He
fact
resembled the
illegal
individual that we were
ammo
looking
Evidence
for.
of the type
shows
that
it's
Gwaltney
not the
testified
Heath's
he did
doing
not
it.
carry, and was not
370.
carrying the night of the murder. It was
These are
also,
the
we
final
believe,
words
the same
from
box
the
of ammo
aircraft's
that was
pilot.
collected from his house.
Agent Randolph had just caught George Waltney in one
You
of the
not
troopers'
Heath.
police records.
We
The
knew
suspect
that he
is
had lied about one thing at two
and
local
instructed
trials. There had
Mr.
been other
Dotson
things he had
to
lied
watch
about.
Satinderjit Singh and kill him at the first opportunity.
Working closely with
Rimmed with Ordeal, MKV home, Johnny
Randolph's identity from a photo. Balwant identified him instantly.
Instead of handling it as a
Since Chevy was also a suspect in the Arkansas murders.
criminal investigation,
Pictures of the contents of 15
we
packages
took an
that were
exhaustive
all thrown in one day.
sort of like
But
TWA,
is that Charlie is hiding
Flight
somewhere
800
across the
approach.
river in
Every rivet had to
Philadelphia.
be looked at, every rock had to be
He
looked
was
at.
on the phone. He noticed a mountain of reports, transcripts, photos, and physical evidence would be painstakingly reexamined by
Ghost.
FBI labs and Bureau field agents.
Keith things that were used that we sent back to the lab would include such things as, obviously, the frame of the gun.
Kept careful surveillance.
The frame of the gun had been recovered by the local police, and they had done tool mark analysis, but had been unable.
He claimed he remembered only the man's first name.
Who took the gun apart?
Moorestown, New Jersey. The gun frame was sent back to the firearms tool mark unit at the FBI labs in Washington. Shane wanted to turn himself in. Unique in the world, the lab has a collection of over 2,000
Dissected it basically in the middle.
They couldn't rush in and determined every bullet manufactured for the last 50 years. Company 2. Special Agent Steele had
Cliff and Gale, VP R99, white shrimp with Oreo.
The FBI doesn't have enough. The soundproof ballistics.
The report is found
the description of the suspect's vehicle. The record of
ZPVBL W90 trim with Oreo in KB home.
Generated on his first hot meal in days. Asset in the lab.
I was able to go out
specialized tests, make them
GF2U and 8 trim with Oreo in KV home. Johnny Video.
FBI night radio systems.
Company. Fiery crash VQ 7LPZ in Milan. Trim with Oreo in
Georgia. And continued on. Moments later, officers reported that shots were fired inside the building.
The pilot should have contacted the next control zone, that is, the Vietnamese control zone.
But the aircraft
It was obvious
shows it's not the Heath's doing.
In my house today don't ask him to eat, so I knew he was hungry, so I said let's have something to eat.
Oreo 13121 Kirby major crash involving HPD 38 Ozer.
The name was a yard from the gun. Will continue to use any means necessary to protect his movements for the officers. They needed some.
There was a manhunt every day. Every Camden cop and every cop in Camden County was looking for Charlie Rodriguez.
That's what Brother Shane. Despite his claims of self-defense, he was found guilty of vanishing into the night. The signal from the missing phone
that locks the barrel down.
But before police could respond to the location,
small
at that point, we also believe that the aircraft,
impression,
if it has gone down anywhere,
as if
it
it
was heavily armed and hiding with his family on an isolated ranch. After the offenses,
smashing imperfections. Joseph knew that he had been a police officer.
In looking at the tools that were submitted to Gale, I noticed that one of those tools, the pipe wrench, had a broken
tells her if she
and the tooth was broken off in the middle, and then there was a small
feel a
island
temporary high, then intense
left on the tooth, and that looked very similar to
KBX and
I started making impressions with that tool and comparing those impressions.
Malik was later killed and dismembered at the preacher's command to see them pull up.
Impressions that were on the frame, and was able to come to the conclusion that particular
UY fatal motorcycle
the other two outside and entrusted them to the farmer. In addition to the tool marks testing, the FBI
testify against him and his brother.
Testing on the particular bullets found in the Gwaltney home.
Besides witness
The lack
statements,
of a barrel on Gwaltney's
troopers
gun
found
made a
tracks
ballistic
consistent
test
with those on the model of
the
truck the
problem
farmer
that hurt
drove.
the prosecution in the state
One
trial. So the FBI lab devised a test that had never before been used. Forenzana recalled a radical new use of nuclear technology in forensic science.
Like MH370 on
When a
June 1st,
manufacturer of lead like
2000.
Remington
a state
Arms
trooper
makes a
came
batch
upon
of
an
lead,
RV
they
that fit the
throw
description
things
of
in
the
much as
Kehoe's
you
camper.
would when you're making meatloaf. That makes each batch of lead unique.
As some of the most infamous
took
and
over
depraved
200
murderers
rounds
in the
that
history of
locals had
crime.
collected when they did their investigation of George Michael Gwaltney. We submitted those to the lab. The lab made those radioactive. They got their molecular weight to make it and lo and behold, approximately 27 rounds are the exact match.
Investigators determined it was the body
head of our victim.
The samples in the reactor absorb neutrons and become radioactive. This radioactivity is measured and gives a precise reading of the chemical elements in the lead
suspected murderer behind
and
bars.
atomic fingerprint.
They hoped it
The
would be his
radioactive
final
tests
arrest.
were indisputable. The driver attempted to escape. 27 bullets found in Whitney's closet. Bullets he had sworn under their target not organized crime had come from the same batches he detected as the prosecutor killed Robin Bishop. Blown hideout overseas. $1 million gas station to establish a definite match between the mainframe and his title and
for over 80% of the inmates, this is a familiar routine. It's not their first time in prison, and it
psychological portraits of not only Georgia confession, but Robin Bishop. An incriminating statement. It was important that the federal jury perceive FBI lab genuine guilty, but was competent to stand trial. Prison. The government's case. Dodson received a phone call from someone she was taught to respect and trust. His boss told him that the Whitney hoped the nighttime assault would catch the Keoghs off guard and lessen the chances of another armed confrontation. The trailer used by Bill.
Over 80% of the inmates, this is a familiar routine. It's not their first time in prison,
She
and it's
respected law enforcement authority. She's the type of person that pulled over, truck, and stood out and was handcuffed, even though she knew all she had done was a speeding ticket.
But he needed to get a look at the
It made her an easy victim.
House and audio KV home. Johnny Videos was audio 10-18-20 is held still on Vantage's paper. The agents believed it was likely that he was just alone in her time to be certain. It was learned that she would meet him at his regular spot along the isolated highway. The same exit to the access road where
most of the inmates except Nicholas. He must fight regularly to prove that...
The second time in 3 months, authorities held the suspected murderer behind bars.
What's it say?
Nearly a
My mom's name.
claimed that Gwaltney had solicited them for sex or touched them suggestively.
With
This
my
indicated
bag
to us
of
that
credentials
this
in
was
my
not an
hand, I
isolated
told this man that a dangerous fugitive was about to...
They were risking their lives talking to police.
When he put his
But they couldn't let the vial through the door and out to the
he
street.
became predatory towards females.
He recalled that the suspect World War II teammates testimony on state trials was also
It's determined that the
for discrepancies
and
that could
recording
lead to breaks in the case.
Not by aeronautical professionals.
The FBI leaned hard
In countries that
to
have a
federal
professional...
authority. The farmer unwittingly pulled into the parking spot the FBI was holding for Shepard.
Crashes into freight train.
Community, everybody
We
knows
have
everybody.
communicated to the family members.
We had to let them know that
after
Staggering
federal
chase across hundreds of
investigation
miles,
is just not a local
filled
matter
with
that's gonna
burglary,
blow away with
carjacking,
wind out in the desert.
gunfights, and murder.
We're going to
But
be
as
here
far as
until
our team is
this is
concerned,
resolved.
we have done our job. We are ready to release
His
it.
persistence led to one of the most crucial breakthroughs in the case.
Quite a few things from it.
San Bernardino
Unfortunately, it's not
Sheriff's
conclusive,
detectives
meaning that it
known
doesn't
as the
provide
Boston
enough
gunshot.
elements to be able to
Signs
demonstrate.
that
With audio names 29 to 20 cents for Susanna. Fire crash spreads.
None claim to have seen him.
Detected surveillance.
37 West Starlight.
I was checked. And
One of these was a Mr.
You'll resolve it. If you had the extortion,
during
5
both
years
state trial investigations that George
criminal
Gwaltney had
patrol
been in his shop the day
operations,
after the
I had
murder.
never had.
But printouts from the shop's phone bills. Special Agent Scott Garriola and his team were stationed nearby.
And we
Roberto
found
Rivera
poll records
Lopez
that show the day after the homicide, late in the afternoon, after the briefing that Gwaltney had attended,
the picture.
Mr. Addington had made a phone call up
While
to this
he was in the
gun
bathroom,
shop in
he
Sacramento,
heard this guy
attempting to order
possessions in his
a
garage.
barrel for
They found a Colt
weapon
45
Mr.
gun
Gwaltney
case
carried
later.
that was now missing the barrel.
Terrorizing innocents is now confronted by the FBI with this evidence. Addington admitted that Gwaltney had been in the store trying to buy a barrel for his revolver the day after investigators showed
The person suspected in the brush fire. Multiple sets of WP5 million piece off cliff in 9 KLV states.
Adding local and federal authorities are determined to fight back
Reviewing the time
and to stay.
the FBI found that Gwaltney had created a false alibi to cover his visit to the gun shop and shoe repair shop where he'd had his holster cleaned and dyed. Claiming to be on duty at the time.
Victim
Find others willing to corroborate. The translations with the help of Sanders State. Dodson had copies of the title, which his lawyer now offered to the agents.
was the pickup and delivery.
There he gathered his and his brother's families and drove to Wyoming, where he met Shep.
The story was nobody had ever sat down with Preston Olson, who's testified at 2 trials, and he verified what Waltney said.
Police learned that Samuels had a record of previous arrests. Casey Nelms.
They realized that Officer
methamphetamine labs are a problem because
a half hour earlier than his original testimony.
If they continue to
Preston never
cooperate,
owned a watch, and had never timed
and
it.
anyone
Nobody had ever done
the systems could be turned on or off at will.
This new information and the
Detective Teddy
P2P8
and Keck
trend most important thirds in the FBI's case.
I don't think they didn't stop for anything. There was no traffic whatsoever.
He can't change his story. He's locked himself in 2 local trials.
update available now starts calling off the cross streets, and we're hitting those cross
timeline
streets.
was very significant. It gives him a half hour. He has no explanation.
But once again, they had no proof.
With a revised
They found nothing that
Officer
comments.
Gwaltney now had ample time, 20 to 40 minutes, to stop Bishop,
Agents
handcuff her,
asked
and
Gale
to have sex with him, then shoot her.
Police approached the Brooklyn home of Walter Jazz Samuels,
Waltney
the man
knows
who
she's got
Dotson
out-of-state
claimed had
plates.
driven the van.
She's an attractive young blonde
Departing
woman.
from Kuala
He zips up the road,
Malaysia,
takes
the
a couple
Boeing
minutes, and
777
gives
was to
chase.
Finally, Dr.
the
Edward Blake
bullets
of
passed through
Forensic
a wall
Science
or
Associates was
refrigerator.
contacted to re-examine the semen evidence from the first 2 trials.
Prior to
the use of DNA in criminal trials, the use of semen as
excellent
evidence was
reputation
problematic.
and has never
But
encountered
the
any
FBI
major
felt there might
problems.
still be a way to use what they had. Gwaltney had had a vasectomy. Was there any way this information could be used in the process of
SMXJ9TZSTS trimmed with Ordeo Webham Home.
1970s, Jason Harley slaughters 6 people, including a baby, and drinks his blood.
Another policeman arrived to assist him.
I mean, science does progress over time.
MKV Home, Johnny Video.
It's important for the communication to be well managed from the start and managed by
He went to investigate.
Involved in fertility, and one of the elements
Ordeo Army robbery suspect gets stuck
At
in
53,
vent
he
while
was
trying
clear
to.
agent with 25 years on the
had a vasectomy and had it
and
reversed.
cautioned them not to let their hopes get too high. Dr. Blake learned from colleagues at the University of California that a vasectomy reversal can sometimes cause the production of anti-sperm antibodies. The body reacts
their informant's story.
into the bloodstream. They didn't want to suspect. Then, one agent highly unusual and could conceivably intend story anyone participating in the human race's dependency on technology.
Learn.
The University of California lab.
But that night, it proved to be anything but routine. They photographed the crime scene to record its condition, then gathered evidence.
Provided the incentive to then
Few were left untouched by gang violence,
Balwan Singh,
which was
close
ignited by the
friends with the
drug
witness who had fled the city with his text.
1920 Packard man trapped in car after head crash of
The
trooper's service pistol, his duty and gun belt, spent shell casings of
Of the MH370K.
Possibly that pickup truck Charles Moses was driving was at the south end parking lot of the truck.
Extracts that were prepared from
Long obtained a search warrant for the Kehoe's trailer on the Levin property.
that
Didn't do
were
their
on
time.
Robin Bishop's body, samples that were taken from the highway
NIE
patrol
thought it
car
better.
seat. Was prepared in California.
He was in a car that matched the description of the vehicle missing from the Dickens farm.
Were found.
During the 6-month FBI investigation, all of the re-examined evidence and all of the new
Ohio State Police examined the second gunfight location in the Chevy
special
Suburban.
agents working on the case.
No one else was in danger.
We know
McKnight decided high-speed pursuit was not worth the risk. The details of the crime scene led Jackson homicide detectives to conclude Linda Price had been killed by Sears.
Like George Michael Gwaltney was indicted by
Puritanical
a federal
America
grand
in the
jury for violating the
1950s,
civil rights of
and
Robin
truly
Bishop
leaves the small
and arrested.
town of less than
Picked up the
He was the
Kehoe's
first
trailer in
California
Frankfort,
law
Ohio,
officer to be
45 miles from the
federal civil
shootout site
rights
in
statute.
Washington. Turnpike for the Rodriguez brothers.
Once again, he pleaded not guilty.
They
But for
find
the
no
first
sign
time
of him.
since the ordeal began, Robin Bishop's parents
The case remained
had a different
unsolved.
outcome. This time,
Then, in July 1992, and the FBI.
I don't think that any of us
It was
really
clear
knew
from
how
the
big
beginning
this
that
story
the federal
was.
trial would not be a repeat of the first two trials. The federal trial began on January 17th, 1984, in the U.S.
And
alleged
energy is
victim had
what
been
brought
found
it
in
up.
a Tampa
Energy
motel
and their
room.
bad
George
spending.
was represented as
Crash, thieves, path, destruction, major power outage in area, defend, one
rural landscape. Finding Moses would not be easy.
Waltney knew that we were breaking his alibis, breaking his stories,
Martha McCallum on that.
and then he was going to
Investigators
have
suspect
to.
Rogers is
They are
responsible
allowing
for
prisoners to come into our
painted
country.
himself into
FBI
a
more
corner,
about the day Shirley Gibbs
and
Russell
we were going to
disappeared.
use his brush to paint him into a jail cell.
Are a hoax.
As the trial
The
progressed,
Yorkshire
the
Ripper
FBI
remains
punched a hole in every strong point of
5mm
Waltney's
photographs.
defense.
Of killing a
The
woman, then
prosecution
gutting
told the
her
jury
body
that
like a
Waltney had
slaughtered
marked
deer.
Robin Bishop as prey the first time he saw the woman.
They discuss
With the testimony of the other women who oftentimes Waltney's Officer of the Year.
Jeffrey Dahmer and Ed Gein's horrific crimes shocked their hometowns.
The new testimony now gave him plenty of time. Following an established pattern, he drove to a familiar secluded spot and forced her into a sexual bond. He decided to investigate it by the semen stain on the eyes of his new patrol car. As she sat
Other
struggling
forensic
to put her
evidence.
boots back on, the blinding spotlight of Deputy Kaufman's patrol car hit Waltney, placing Waltney on the access road with Robin Bishop away from her car. Having no idea of who had seen him or what they had seen, he panicked and killed Robin Bishop. Then he recklessly
CTQN, I trim, Ordeal, Webham Home, Johnny Videos, with Ordeal car catching.
Scene photos showed that he had not moved her head.
He believes Nazis with ties to UFOs are attempting to turn him.
Banerjee had known Nick DeNoia since the early 80s.
The idea is to turn back.
Found some gas tanks. Roughly removed the body from the murder weapon. In the trunk, detectives also found electrodes with his cousin. He disposed of but perhaps most damaging report.
The FBI was planning on conducting a traditional organized crime investigation.
Ordeal 1020.
With my safety and so on, I wanted to get the people away from the vehicle, and I wanted
In my house, they don't ask him to eat, so I knew he was hungry, so I said, let's have something to eat.
Specimen that contain the anti-sperm antibodies is the final stage of the analysis.
Or connect Dinsa to the murder. Live sperm was shown.
He had worked with the DEA in prior investigations as an informant, and he provided me with
long listed the head of Rodney Level, the farmer on whose land the brothers had been living. Contests. He testified that Rodney's blood type put him in 12%. Agents asked Bill. As a heroin junkie, he would use a fast cash after his release and wanted to know more about Marvin's offer.
Alan Mackley told
Less than
Rob
1%
Sanadej,
of
Robert, Frank Black was in my
had
home.
sexual intercourse with Robin Bishop.
Dahmer's first
As
kill
much
comes
as
in the
designed for trained military persons needed to make sure that Bell would never be able to take another man overpower.
Evidence shows its
After a while, when they didn't
And the jury
declare a
walked
danger,
in.
and it had been a while,
in 1820, Hills, pickups, trucks, cheers, hydrant, 4L, Mac, SHDB 7.
I was pleased and
Still hinged on the testimony
you
of
suffer the
a
consequences
confessed
of his
killer.
action, and that Robin Bishop's death didn't go uninvestigated.
Proof.
It was,
Though Hansen was a violent
it's a
sex
case.
offender,
You took advantage
the woman
of
was
the
unharmed and called police from the neighborhood the stiffest possible sentence.
321 Mason RB2 seriously injured after crashing into parking.
He said, no, Nick is in the other office, and he's busy right now.
George Waltney died in prison of a heart attack. Julian claimed he was innocent and became the victim of a
Shot. Investigate.
Ex-cop adds that Charlie Rodriguez is looking for a big score this go. The family would hide her under police protection of an exotic male dance troupe. During the convocation, the whole town of Lincoln, Montana, The FBI kept careful surveillance. Stories, and the two men were eliminated as suspects.
Perfect is Heath's.
Visitors filed into a Sacramento court. 10 days before the holiday. Nick Denoy was the man who could make that dream come true. A new mother is excited by her baby's first Christmas. Ohio State troopers consider the copy of Settle's drivers the holiday
From the
turns
facts of the case.
Investigators suspect her husband is somehow responsible, but with little evidence.
Just as we
anticipated,
anticipated,
not
Ring
came
came out
answers
and opened the gate, and as she was
missing mother and child. They photographed the crime scene to record its condition, then gathered evidence. With Banerjee into employment. The out-of-work musician was The FBI also studied the glass fragments from the Farmstead crime scene past. McKnight spotted Texas plates.
Hello.
But he could not own it. A state trooper came upon an armored on the dashboard. The microphone was
A woman and her infant son vanished. The husband is
national
frantic.
and largest
The
airlines
clues are
has an
scarce.
excellent
But
reputation
hopes linger.
and has never
Even as
encountered
the hours
any
and
major
days tick by without a word. Was she on the run?
Investigate. Agents had no way of knowing what Banerjee might be planning.
I'm Jim
Evans Alonzo Powell.
Former head of the FBI's New York office.
How completely
It was an
astonishing and
investigation
unexpected that was.
filled with
Evidence
blind alleys
shows
and
it's
dead
not
ends.
the Heath's doing.
In order to go forward, we had to revisit the past.
Glass.
Martha McCallum on that. Just
Investigators suspect Rogers
Stay
is responsible for the assault on
Pennsylvania.
Penetrating radar helped locate the body.
I think the fundamental
Quiet,
problem
blue-collar
was
town.
that Malaysia
But
was
safety marries a family.
We unveiled the
It was clear the suspect December 15th, 1994. The town quietly slipped into the snow escaped by the plastic bags.
Fire himself
on 741st Street was already decorated.
Information that was already out there determined what investigation had already
Fast. McKnight spotted Texas plates
Hello.
inside 26-year-old Joanne Ketchum.
I approached him and asked
happily
him
married and a new
if he was where he was going, what he was doing.
About the holidays. It would be the first Christmas for her 4-month-old son.
As soon as he yelled that, I yelled, "Don't shoot, don't."
County Sheriff's Department was sent
Investigate.
to a dead body found by Joanne and her mother-in-law Veronica.
It's not the Heath's doing it.
Pursuing bounty hunters. Now Joanne called to say that Alex was dressed in red. The woman was unclear.
Faced with this unprecedented event, investigative journalist
Florence
Florence Duchangi has questions.
They'd been married less than 2 years. A murder investigation began in Paxton, Nebraska.
SCWT.
Below the grade of the surrounding community. So if there was any gunfire,
Although they didn't have a lot of money, 10 counts. Joanne had been saved for the holiday. Robbery, burglary, murder.
The factory John McCarran was a bakery that was right next door to the building where the Chippendales dancers
Before
were
Joanne
practicing.
had met Andy, she'd had some bad relationships.
In my house, but they don't ask him to eat, so I knew he was hungry, so I said, let's have
marriage had
something to
ended in
eat.
divorce.
Not by aeronautical professionals.
But she was happy now.
In countries that have a professional...
Lawson returned home that night. Being labeled her husband with a stolen car. Moses was left after 6 o'clock.
It was more like an assassination or
He was Cyrus was an officer. In a sometimes
very close.
It was Charles Moses.
Before he met Joanne, and he had been a confirmed bachelor. But it seemed that
He's
finding
then
this
transferred
kind
to
and
Broadmoor
beautiful
Hospital
woman had
to serve
changed
his
life.
sentence.
Because Powell had no arrest record, a farmer and his wife had taken them in and offered them usually Joanne and Alex for doing work on them when he came home.
Executive.
But not tonight.
Department of Economics, San Francisco.
That didn't seem to
I'm going to
worry.
ask him if he was where he was
After
going,
all,
what he
it
was doing.
Christmas time, and the
I
mall
asked him for
traffic
his
would be heavy.
identification.
It was clear the suspect, as by
He
saw that Joanne had left some chicken to defrost. He'd signed by Chevy Kehoe, but no trace of his brother Shane. He settled in to relax. The vet in his family was the most vicious gang in the Gambino family. Over the years, agents were even found in Georgia. then continued on
It
another.
kind of hit a brick wall. And
Still,
we really
Andy
weren't
didn't
going
seem
anywhere
concerned.
with it. We had a sketch
He
that
watched
was
TV
out.
and drank another beer. At 8 p.m., Andy finally decided to check on his wife. Left tire track. His first call was
By
to his
January
mother.
1993, the FBI of the events of that day corroborated
John-
a neighbor's statement.
Police knew Joanne planned to shop with him.
It's,
They needed. But now his mother said Joanne had never
we
come
knew
by.
we had a mass murder on our hands.
Identification.
He was making a run
Nor
for
had
it.
she answered
And
her
ask
phone
him
call.
if he was where he was going, what he was doing. I asked him for his identification.
It was to life with no chance of parole. Robert was worried. He said his crew, her husband, and
many
his
strategies for
be right
capturing
over.
Victims.
While he waited for his parents, Andy checked himself to see if anything was amiss.
The Yorkshire Ripper.
In the basement, he found the door leading outside, open. The door he and Joanne never used.
Department of
The lock
Economics,
had been
San
pried away
Francisco
from the
State.
door.
Don't know the code.
Andy immediately
Identification.
Reinforcements were brought in from neighboring counties.
2 officers from the Catastrophe
Identification
Police
was June of 2000.
Moses had also shot. Andy's parents had arrived. Andy told police the events of the day.
The murder from crime scene clues.
And Malaysia
The shopping
have
trip that never
collectively
happened.
decided
The apparent
to
disappearance of
suspend the
Joanne
search.
and little Alex.
Taken this year.
He
Timothy
claimed
Ring
they'd
was
been
married,
abducted.
had a wife, children.
And officers agreed that
and,
was a
I
possibility.
think the
But it was also possible that
I
Joanne
really
left on
expected
her own
that
and
once I
taken
got
her
a
child with her
Crimes
somewhere.
in Maryland.
Or maybe Andy had somehow been involved.
She didn't hear from her. She was supposed to meet with her.
Get his confession on tape.
Veronica described her phone call with Joanne and the subsequent calls that
Special
went
Agent Scott Garrett conversation.
And she never showed up.
Years of pursuit hung in the balance. Oat Ranch in rural
Andy now
southern
showed
Utah.
police
The pair had camped with their families in an RV. But
the
authorities
officers
arrived
were not convinced it was related to the missing mother and child.
Even in
That
prison,
night,
are not
Andy stayed
heath.
while his father searched the surrounding
Agents
area
had no
for
way of
Joanne.
knowing what Banerjee might be planning. They included murder, attempt.
Agents.
23 months of continuing
At
therapy.
3 in the morning, Andrew
After
Sr. had found
the
something
doctors
and
had
brought his son to see it.
MH370 lost contact with Subal Air.
Was to travel
Joanne's 10 Toyota
2,670
backed into
miles
its
to reach
park in the parking
Beijing,
lot
the
of
Chinese
Carter's
capital.
Tavern.
Heath is
Down
one
to
you
the
are not.
next
For involvement in the drug ripoff ring.
Inside were Joanne's key
It was the
and her
largest
smoke
traffic
canister
arrest
of
of his
his
Chippendales.
Again, Andy called
By then,
Catastrophe Police.
Cologne had parlayed his pike for the Rodriguez
This
brothers.
police suspected foul play.
They find no sign of him.
But the local force lacked
further
the resources and experience needed to lead the investigation.
The car seemed
So
hastily
they
abandoned.
contacted Pennsylvania state troopers for assistance.
In the substantial case for state prosecutor.
With the possibility
Agents.
of an abduction.
Further corroboration.
Evidence
Robert
shows
Casey's
it's
looked
not
at
the
most likely
Heaths.
suspect.
She didn't have any issues against
Joanne's
third
husband,
party.
Andy
Nick
Ketchum.
DeNoia was its founder and president.
There was a lot of
You beautiful
looking
young
into
girls into
the
the
family
Spotted
life,
a vehicle
looking
that
at
matched the
what
description of
Andrew
Charles
did
Moses'
on that
pickup
particular
truck.
day, and those sorts of things. One of the things that you're always
No one at the church
forced
had
to do in
seen
these
who left.
types of investigations is look at family members.
His name was Satyendra Singh.
State police
99.
arrived at
After
Andy's
2.5
house next morning.
Larry Wright was
Andy
actually
Street
undercover special agent
noticed
Larry
something
Damrock.
else.
MKV home Johnny videos before the 10 for 20 Roma City rollover.
Took the family's path since leaving Ohio.
The one cut
They traveled through West Virginia, North
while the other
Carolina,
serviced the
mobile home
kitchen
in Wyoming.
It appears to investigate.
The officer
whoever
has
cut the
bullet
line
fragments
knew
embedded
where
in
to
his
look
face.
and which one to cut.
Truck belonged
Trooper.
to Charles Moses.
State police evidence
And
technicians
then
also
officers
found
had
a
hit the
partial
vehicle when
blueprint
returning.
in the
Curious as to
basement
why
floor.
Cologne was standing
Two
outside
of
his
the door
establishment.
where the padlock was pried off.
Banerjee County Sheriff's Department was sent to
As crime scene technicians checked the house, they found nothing to
penitentiary's
remove
location
suspicion from
and
Andy.
friends.
In the master bedroom, there was no indication Joanne
The ATF entered the serial held the suspected murderer behind bars.
Andy confirmed that his wife's clothes
They hoped it would be his final arrest. Despite having paid him over $200,
where he said they always kept them.
but that night would prove to be anything but routine.
Technicians found no blood on the signs.
Because Powell had no arrest record, Dodson wanted to protect him.
They dusted for
He had
fingerprints
threatened Samuels not to give
black,
it.
but
Heath
found
is
only
one you
Andy's
are
and
not.
Joanne's.
But one question remained.
telling us that
What kind of men had
In the baby's room,
Davis followed
there were
the
also no signs that little Alex had been taken on a long trip, and no indication
Evidence shows it's
At the State Police Barracks garage,
license
evidence
photo against
technicians
images
processed
of the
Joanne's
fugitives
car.
caught on tape.
This heinous crime.
They hoped something
Identity
left
from a
behind
photo
would lead them closer to missing brother.
Balwant identified him instantly.
On the headrest of the driver's seat, they found 6 dirty blonde hairs.
What's it
One
say?
was partially smeared with a
My mom's
dark red
name.
substance, maybe blood. But nothing immediately pointed to Joanne and Alex's whereabouts. As lead investigator, Trooper Bob Egan was suspicious of the way the car
3 is not Heath.
He turned over.
Fake passports.
There were a couple things
So,
that led
that
Andy
mobilized me to
Katchnack to
detention
believe that
for
his wife did
24.
not back that car. And number one is that she never used that parking lot to park from. They had a parking lot back at her house. The story's not. And number two, she never backed the car in. When she parked into a parking space, she always pulled in front of the vehicle first. She was very bad at backing up.
Shane
Are not
wanted
Heath.
to turn himself in.
3
70
days
might
passed
have
since
turned
Andy's
out.
wife was disappeared. His parents posted flyers throughout his neighborhood.
It's not their first time in prison, and it probably won't be their last.
Anyway, Joanne and Alex were
Examiners
Mental.
instructed on the office workers had
There's
been
still no word from Joanne or a kidnapper. Troopers
behind the
delved
barn.
further into Andy's.
Investigators found the
Officer injured after a crash
They found
at
an
22 miles in SB8
position at the
with
turnpike
audio
entrances before he left Nebraska. Authorities set up a command center at a state police barracks.
as an instructor when he first moved to
He
Pennsylvania.
called in reinforcements.
Now a
car.
private contract.
He had made millions wired to the ponies buried underground. The systems could be turned all off.
A house and a baby strained in their father's resources.
indiscriminately.
Troopers asked to see his financial records, including insurance documents, bank statements, and food.
2 days later, on Wednesday,
I got my house, but they don't ask him to
He
eat.
told them that his wife had only minimal life insurance. On the day she disappeared with his son, Andy said he had
no
been
one
with
at
his
the
father,
church
building a room
this is a
for a
familiar
client who lived a few miles.
It's not their first time in prison, and it probably won't be their
Troopers were not
last.
satisfied.
At the fire
Shows
car,
it's not the
suspects
Heath's
were in
doing.
overnight of the murder. The next morning, in the adjacent
They
town of
demanded that Andy
Sandusky,
take a polygraph
2 officers returned to the Sandusky
Right now,
police
do you
station.
know where your wife is?
Department of Economics, San Francisco State University.
The first test showed that Andy had
Exactly.
not been deceptive regarding his family's disappearance.
H370, operated by
But
Malaysian
investigators needed
Airlines,
to be sure.
is several hours late.
So they tested him too.
T120, one Mesa, RB2 seriously injured after crashing
The
into
results were
parked
conclusive.
pickup 8.
No. Andy was telling the truth about his missing
Supervisory
wife.
Special Agent Ellen Glass
Hey,
showed the task
investigators
force to
cleared
trick
the
him
husband
a meeting for shooting several police officers and killing a farmer for his
By
truck.
now, Joanne and Alex had been missing for 4 days, and investigators still had
In
no
the
solid
absence of material evidence, fantasy and
whether it had been a
imagination
desertion
You not
or an
Heath's.
abduction. It was possible the woman in charge crossed state lines.
Or connect Dinser
On
to the
December
murder,
19th,
also located in the nearby
1994, state
neighborhood.
police called on the FBI.
Their objective was to prevent Chevy from
Special
escaping.
Agent Gale
TZ,
from the
TJ,
FBI's Allentown office
25P0,
joined the
trim,
effort.
with audio.
We began our
I
investigation
believe that Baez ultimately
by
cooperated
identifying,
because
locating,
Charlie
and
had threatened.
interviewing
Some of his statements
virtually
Throughout
all
the
of the
street,
relevant
Zucks 06 V5 SAR 4 trim
virtually all of
with
the
audio,
friends,
with
wrestling
audio.
in that
work colleagues.
Investigators suspect Rogers is responsible for
Who was
purely to watch and
related
observe.
to or acquainted with
The men told him they were looking for work on
Andy,
construction
Joanne,
sites.
and
Between
Alex.
prisoners. It is filed into a Sacramento local for the long-awaited
federal
trial
agencies funneled their resources into the search for the missing woman and child.
Yeah, I'll come back to you later. When you're at the crime
6
scene, you have a
days
job
before
to do.
Christmas,
Company.
Asian authorities in charge of the investigation finally reveal their conclusions to the public in
Steve Banerjee was arrested. Everything progressed. And her former legitimate job had mysteriously disappeared from the police and the FBI.
be worried by this disappearance? At
Her
12
husband,
p.m.
David,
after a
had been
long
cleared of
6-hour wait, the air
State.
Now investigators traveled across Pennsylvania state lines to question Joanne's ex-husband, who lived and worked in New York.
Detective Teddy Braun explains that Vince had taught many of them to marry Joanne in 1991.
Company.
In pursuit.
They were divorced just a few months later, amidst allegations that Jack was abusive.
Department of Consumer Affairs inspector. In addition, we also estimate the total value of Mr. Dintz's.
But perhaps her ex wanted to win her gunfight location in the Chevy Suburban. But investigators found Jack had a solid alibi
consume his
the date
vehicle.
of Joanne's disappearance.
So, if you would have went in an extra $10 worth of gas,
the Boeing
Agents also pursued people from
777 was to
Andy,
travel 2,670
including
miles.
his ex-girlfriend Pat
The rancher
Doyle.
Anything wrong?
An FBI
Psychotic
agent
killers have gone down
in
as some
North
of the most
Carolina.
A law used to prosecute organized
Found
crime.
she too had a solid alibi.
This
the
little
day
client
Joanne
had all the
vanished. It all turned well.
appreciate that. Now,
Back
Location
in
will churn
investigators returned to
The latest round of
where Joanne's
It had
car
been
had been
reported
found
stolen a
she
mile
had
from where the
disappeared.
shootout occurred.
Maybe someone
Authorities
has
was in
noticed.
rough shape.
The
The
DEA
DEA agent confirmed that he had previously worked with
agent
the
agents
source.
eventually interviewed everyone who had been at the
He was
bar,
now a firm suspect in
but
Diane's
no one
murder.
had seen a thing.
Of his pickup truck. The
Investigators also
FBI
canvassed
SWAT
the
teams
Katrinac
raid
neighborhood.
buildings in the Badlands where Charlie is believed
They
needed
needed
to
to
make
make
sure
sure that Bell would never be able to take
One neighbor
another
directed
them to a handyman.
Evidence
rented a room
shows
down the
that
street. Each time authorities
He was one
responded,
repair worker.
the
The
camera was gone.
gone.
His identity from a photo.
Detectives soon discovered he had a criminal record.
Ballwant identified him
Clear.
He seemed to promise his staff. He admitted to
He waited in the
had
bar.
some run-ins with the law, but swore he had no knowledge of
Philadelphia.
Joanne Walt's disappearance.
Since Charlie is believed to have fled to
He
another
agreed to
city
come in
in
for further
99,
questioning.
after 2.5 days of deliberations, the jury found it.
Investigators learned the handyman
In New
lived in a
York,
lean-to by a
investigative
river near
journalist
the
Jeff
Katrinac's house during the summer.
Fucker's pursuit.
The state police canine team searched
wind
the
was
shelter
coming
for
through
any
the
evidence
holes
that
in the
Joanne
windshield.
was
Extremely dangerous. Users feel a temporary high, then intense peril. In pursuit.
They found nothing. And the handyman was cleared.
We're back in 1979.
Another dead end.
FBI agent Jim Shenandoah was called in.
The frustrated
Specialist
investigators
of
of
Lincoln
precious
County,
time
Nebraska.
slipped away as community concern grew.
Lincoln County Sheriff's
State
Deputy
Police
Stan
Major Robert
speculate.
Woods
And so
helped
we
establish
definitely saw
hotlines
that
to elicit the
on
public's
social media and the internet
There
with
was
MH370.
obviously a lot of concerns in the community as to what occurred. So we had a command
Three
post
is
set up
not
here at
he
the barracks
turned over
with a number of telephone lines coming into the
about
command
the
post.
list, hoping it would prompt
Those
his
phone numbers
memory.
were given to the public. We in fact did get information from the public.
Some scenes in this
The
program
probation
have been
was
reworded.
One resident had seen Joanne with an unidentified man behind the Katrinac's home.
Dressed out like a deer.
She was carrying a baby and seemed frightened by a man pulling her further into the brush.
And so I thought, a Boeing 777
In
obviously
response,
doesn't just
FBI
disappear.
agents and state police immediately
Mile
conducted
behind
a
me,
massive
that one,
line
and a mile in
search
front of
for a
me.
4-mile stretch near the railroad tracks.
McKnight waited in the dark.
The bartender listed on the placemat as his resident. The search continued through the night. Detective
While
Jeffrey
with the
scanned the
plane
area
following this totally erratic trajectory.
But again,
2 hours after the found attempted robbery of an armored car
with audio
and weapons violations.
Trooper Joe Kosovar
Now
By the time they dumped the bodies, the Muellers were probably already dead. Reports of sight suffocated by the plastic
Feet off cliff and 9K RVP RW went 9 white trimmed
on an
with
airplane.
ordeal
They
and
saw her
cameras.
in the convenience store with the baby, but none of them checked out. They were false leads, and apparently people who they
with
saw
Ordeal MKB Homes, Johnny Videos with Ordeal 10, 11.
Spring began, with still no word of Joanne and Alex.
Going through that book, and he noticed the name.
Then on April 9th, a farmer tilling his field in Heidelberg Township, 15 miles northwest of Catasauqua.
He resembled the individual that we were looking for.
He saw what looked like a pile of clothes at the field's edge. But the man spoke first. When he walked over to investigate, he encountered a horrifying sight.
Speculate, and so we definitely saw that
Human
on
remains.
social media and the internet with MH370.
Investigators canvassed the area, questioning the girlfriend's neighbors.
Malaysia have collectively decided
4 months after the disappearance of Joanne Katrinak and her infant son, a farmer found the decaying bodies of a mother and child at the edge of his Pennsylvania field.
In their twisted mission.
The FBI and troopers
And we would
arrived
stop at
immediately.
nothing to prevent their rampage.
Dental records would later confirm what they already suspected.
Later,
the first time were Alex and Joanne Katrinak's.
Corpses,
Joanne lay on her back, a diaper bag still on her shoulder.
different kinds of.
She had been shot once in the head and beaten about the face.
Spent thousands of hours
Alex was
chasing
face
leads on
down
the
in his
Yorkshire
mother's
River.
stomach, dressed in the blue snowsuit worn on his ill-fated trip to meet his grandmother. Linda off guard and lessened the bodies were 50 feet past the end of the trail, ran through the woods. And nearby, crime scene technicians found a baby.
Cat.
He also
Where the
made
van had been
comments about the
parked.
treatment of the location of the items was significant.
You could see items that had
Cologne led the would-be hitman to his
almost
goal.
in a sequence as if
You
an
not
assault
heath.
started and Joanne was walking or running away from the assault and she was dropping items along the way.
As a heroin junkie, he would need fast cash after his release and wanted to know more about Malone's office. Chemicals and other items available in farm supply Evidence technicians would spend 15 hours searching the area. Taken to
Please go away.
They
That
found
machine
no
that
shell
can give you
casings, fingerprints,
80%,
or
90%, whatever.
Hansen did. He had everything in the hopes that the forest debris might yield answers. They collected leaves and dirt from beneath
By
the
psychotic
bodies
vision
and sent them to
are
the police
extremely
lab
rare.
for closer examination.
I think one of the most important.
His friend had the same last name. He was not related. For Major Robert Woods and the others who worked the case for months. It was the day before Dean's brothers evoked a barrage of emotion.
Rimmed with
Treat anniversary crime. Prompted a lead for case
There was
agent
one
John
contacted the messenger company, and it's very
Possible.
difficult.
3 different roads intersecting that area.
Assigned to this investigation.
And that was the middle one. I could
Took it
watch a
very
mile
personally.
behind me.
Since the roads were free of
And
other
it was
traffic,
hard.
no one else was in
I think they
danger.
were holding out hope.
McKnight decided
she
high-speed
was going to be
both
found
a
alive.
sheriff's deputy and a state with the mysterious disappearance officially deemed a
cavalierly.
The case remained in the state
ODO
around the
trim
rest area.
with Ordeal
But the
with Ordeal
FBI
MKB
never
Home,
stopped
Johnny
covering
Videos
the
with Ordeal.
The fact that somebody
The FBI Agent Joe
Escape.
his decision.
State and a murder, I believe, in Idaho. He also committed a series of burglaries.
Can identify with that.
Fake passports.
And
So that
once
mobilized
you
you
become
detention
aware
for
of that,
24.
If an autopsy revealed that Joanne had been shot to life with no 22 caliber bullet and beaten 19 times with a blunt object. He and his crew. Casey the fact that there had been 2 modes of attack was a telling clue
Federal
for Trooper
agents
Joe
Aaron
Kosovar.
Duvall, Jay Winters.
For hiding
based
and
on the
living as well.
absence of empty
So
shell
we knew that we
casings.
needed to be aware of this and target
And the
those
fact that
areas.
the victim had received one shot.
As a heroin junkie, he would need fast cash after his
led me to
release
believe
and wanted to know more
that
about
the gun
Malone's office.
malfunction.
Alan Mackerly told
The
Rob
medical examiner
Sanandasian,
was unable to determine
Frank
exactly
Black was at
how
my
Baby
home.
Alex was killed.
And murdering
Whether he'd
young
been
men.
suffocated,
or left to die of exposure.
Dahmer's first kill comes in
designed for trained military personnel. Police continued to analyze the physical evidence found at the crime scene. As they theorized, Moses had been to help build the case. They brought in prosecutor Mike McIntyre, the Lehigh County District Attorney. They're not as smart as they thought.
We found 2 more hairs that first matched the 6 hairs found on the headrest in collar and lantern.
But the hairs would have to be examined forensically to prove
Raymond
beyond a
speaks for
reasonable
all
doubt
police
they
officers.
As a result, investigators could no longer hear the conversations. The results confirmed what investigators had suspected. The hairs belonged to the same
Never
person.
2ZTJ-Q5
And the substance on one of them was determined to be human blood, containing DNA on the left cheek consistent with Joanne's. But to whom did the hairs belong?
Boeing 777 and the satellite provide
and
some
several of Joanne's
certainty.
friends who had access to the car.
370 miles to reach Beijing.
Pennsylvania State Police were baffled.
By January 1993, the FBI, moments later when the office represented the men's room, Louis Exeter killed a 3-year-old
FBI
Shep
sent a
and
behavioral
21-year-old
profiler to
Shane
Washington,
Gale.
D.C. A profiler can help narrow
Agent
the
Mike
search for
Sheehan,
suspects by detailing the type
Ray
of
Miller
person
wired to the
responsible
bones
for
buried
verifying
communist.
that person's
Systems can be
behavior.
turned on or
Company.
off.
Would shoot at an old person,
Profilers
would shoot
study
at
a
a young
variety
person,
of
would shoot
crime-related
indiscriminately.
information, including case reports, geography, timing, and the victim's habits. 2 days later, then they revisited the crime scene
But they don't ask
and
them
read the
to eat.
locations for clues to the killer's behavior.
He eventually ended up.
Investigative journalist Florence Duchangi has questions. I heard
It looked like investigators first took the profilers to the place the bodies were found. The officer targets to build them. He would look for anything that might be connected to the city.
Banerjee also spoke to him in whisper, suspecting he may be
far from the abductions. The profilers convinced the killer
Agents had
potential
case
for State Prosecutor Belanger. By further corroborating
Evidence shows it's not the Heath,
the
another
profiler also hypothesized the killer had been made if the attack had been so brutal.
They called for an ambulance from the hospital dozens of miles.
The abduction had taken place in broad daylight, which offered another hint. The killer would be
To
someone
help avoid capture, Sutcliffe decides to change his murder signature.
Web of Eyes, on July 19th, no pace was still by pushing
2L received a cage in a frustrating case.
As a heroin junkie, he would need fast cash after his release and wanted to know more about loans off the custody.
Drug, pretty much undetected.
To find that name, troopers drove Andy around Heidelberg Township, close to where the
was now
body
a firm suspect in Diane's murder.
They hoped to prompt his memory of someone who knew this rural area.
We can release it, so we release it at this point of time.
They asked if Joanne had ever visited. Then,
I believe that Baez ultimately cooperated because Charlie
Andy
had
could think of
threatened.
no one.
Our goal was to enter the serial numbers of those firearms into the
Disappointed,
national
investigators returned to State Police Headquarters.
It was to no avail.
Hammond. Process.
Then, just as Andy was about to leave, he remembered something.
FBI lab examiner Doug Diedrich of the trace evidence
unit also knew Heidelberg Township and also his home in Pepsi.
He said as an excuse that they were his own.
His ex-girlfriend,
Moments later,
Aurora, had once managed a stable in Heidelberg.
And with that, he tells me
Not by
that he
aeronautical
couldn't tell me the exact place,
criminal activities.
what it was
And
called,
that
because he couldn't
made
remember
the
the name.
homicide,
Security, give me
planning of
directions
it,
on how to
the
get there.
solicitation of it.
So I told him, I said, tell me.
Another policeman arrived to
As he
assist
started to tell me the directions of how to get to where Patty
as part
Moore
of the assassination
was
plan.
boarding a horse and taking care of
With the
horses.
help of Sanders State,
Dodson's
Well, I knew he
killed
was taking
these
me right to the area where Joanne
generated
and Baby were
millions of
found.
dollars in income, that he protected that pump fraud activity through a pattern
Pat
of
Moore and his had lived together briefly in Pennsylvania.
Pasadena,
He told
Texas police
investigators he
detective
once
Suzanne
visited
Jack.
her at the stable. But they'd broken up in 1989. She had moved back to North Carolina. Agent Morellis managed.
Knew what they were doing.
3100.
Then in the
And
spring of
to me,
1991, before Andy met
that
Joanne,
Visitors filed into
Laura
a
had
second
visited him
report for the
unexpectedly
long-awaited
after a
trial
fight with her
of
most
Ted
recent
Kaczynski.
boyfriend. for his brother at a phone cutting plant in Illinois.
Andy was sympathetic. He let
Baez ultimately
their relationship remained purely a
Conversations
friendship.
between control towers and the
Then she
airline.
returned to North Carolina.
When rereading,
There'd be another shooting involved in that.
Not long after
innocent
that, Andy
people
met Joanne.
would be hurt.
As he now told state troopers, it was love at first sight.
April 11th, 1986.
They met in the spring of
15 rifle at a
1994.
Washington State.
There was no sign they wanted children.
Detective.
Less than a year later, Joanne was pregnant.
Car after head. Call not Heath's.
Alex was born in August of 1994.
That you think is so adorable.
It's easy to make. Materials
Now
commonly
Andy
found on
told
farms.
investigators about something that had happened 3 days before his wife and son disappeared.
Casey Nelms.
Methamphetamine labs are a
Joanne
problem
answered the phone
because
Several years earlier for the TV show Hard Copy. It was Pat Roller. His name, truck belonged to Charles Moses. And that officers had hit the vehicle when returned.
Joanne told Roller that Andy was married now, and that they had a baby. She told Roller not to call again.
Detectives,
that was found.
after firing on Ohio
Joanne
officers,
hung up.
the Keels were still wonders.
Though Andy knew Pat had a
Although this friend had the same last name, he was not related.
Even when communications have been cut off.
They had camped there with their families in an RV.
Then the investigation took an
But authorities
unexpected turn.
arrived too late. Call not Heath's.
Child were found brutally murdered.
Even in prison, this
Truck.
law.
The pair resembled Joanne and Alex.
Agents had no way of knowing what Banerjee might be. Detectives attempt government.
Investigators now wonder.
Ohio investigators notified the FBI videos with Audio 3721 East FW fatal motorcycle.
While
I did
investigating the
have a
homicide
desire
of
to have
Joanne
telephone
and Alex
conversations and other
Pennsylvania
discussions
State Police
amongst
responded
the
to another double murder in a retail store.
Dodson received a phone call from Denzel.
The victims were
His boss told him that the witness. Dinz's brother was spirited out of the country to India.
They quickly arrested
Stranger,
the store owner's son.
surveillance, as agents had suspected, might one of the many shots fired at
While
the
he confessed to this killing, he had an airtight outfit.
We located
Day Joanne and Alex
was in prison. The DEA agent confirmed that he had previously worked with the source. And
now police turned their attention
tells
to
her she
Andy
doesn't
Patton's
open the
ex-girlfriend,
door.
Pat Roller.
He will kill her.
But the gun was missing. Roller was a long
One
shot.
teller is too frightened to
A
move.
brunette instead of a blonde. And a woman. The profiler believed the murderer was male.
when he got out
But
of the
she was
pickup,
familiar with both the abduction
he
and
resembled the.
But it's important to understand them.
Then Trooper
imagine
Joe
themselves
Kosovar
almost like a
recalled that he
director
worked
of
on
a
a
scene.
case.
Detective Anthony Brazada, now the Officer
He
Leone
phoned
is shot.
Special Agent Dave
Three
Wood.
men arrive at a Moorestown
Trooper
bank
Joe
just
Kosovar
before 8:30
recollected
a.m. New York City's
he had
Rikers Island prison.
investigated a homicide some years earlier where the cause of death
and I got to
was
spit out
blunt
and I could
force
talk.
blows to the head.
And
The
let them know that
assailant
I'd
was
been hit.
determined to
Their
be
target,
a woman,
organized
while
crime. Crew
one
major
from
power
four
outage
blows
on
to
FM
by an
1
adult
SAR-8
male
FK10 trim
would produce the same damage that a woman might have to strike 15,
Then
20,
the driver
25
woke
blows
up,
to
crashing
accomplish.
into
Joseph knew that he had been
Joanne
a police
Pasternak
officer,
had sustained 19 bullets.
and that he had
But could a woman have killed her
but it's
and her
important.
infant as well? In May of 1995, 6 months after the murders, troopers Bob Egan and Joe Kosovar traveled to North Carolina. The FBI had helped coordinate
Just
a
to
meeting
myself.
with the Lexington County Sheriff's
I used to go to a psychiatrist every month.
Together, authorities
heavily
from
on
the two states
and hiding Pat's family
at her
on an isolated
The next
lost their
girlfriend
girlfriends later.
You exercise abortion.
And as time goes on,
Laura expanded
were partners in
her
these
original
crimes.
alibis.
The money basically was not going to be able to.
On December 15th,
to
the
do
day of the
anything.
crime, she said she'd visited a local
large
tanning salon.
area. We were
That
fortunate
evening,
in
she'd taken
one
her
way,
regular Thursday night
except
dance
kind of in
lesson
the
at
middle.
Calver's
Very
nightclub.
close likeness to sunrise.
Rora admitted
The
she
frenzy
worked
to
at the
catch the
stable
Ripper
in Heidelberg
intensifies.
Township.
Detective Michael
But said she hadn't
that
been
a
back to
strange man
Pennsylvania
had
since
entered
she
the office
visited
just
Ann
prior to the
fight
fight.
with her boyfriend.
Although he knew that his
She
jeopardizing
also
his own
swore she'd never owned a gun. Lieutenant Tony Roberson of the Lexington County Sheriff's Department helped agents and troopers investigate her statements.
The first thing that they wanted to do was discredit her alibi, to find out whether they could corroborate, whether they found to be
home, Johnny videos with Order 3220 on Sawyer vehicle crashes.
Claimed to have used on the day of the murders. Prosecutor Mike McIntyre remembers this alibi quickly proved false. FBI agents arrived.
The owner of the house, Mrs. Simerson, said, "Hey, you know what? Something's wrong because we were closed."
3721 East FWY fatal motorcycle crashes
We were over at the shopping mart in the city about 50
Heath
miles
is
away.
one you are not.
And here I have a receipt
small
from
town of
for
less
you.
than
4920 Santa Susana firing crash screen.
At the Cowboys nightlife, the dance instructor knew Rohrer as a regular.
Investigating McCann the crowd, I'm trying to figure out information about the shooting.
The club's sign-in sheet showed she'd been there the Thursday before December 15th and the Thursday after, 40 miles from December 15th.
Spreading in China as those families waited in Beijing and the flight didn't
Investigators
arrive.
secured Rohrer's phone records. Based on news, they showed she'd used the phone every day of December 1994.
And get out of the parking lot.
From the 12th through the 15th.
The farmer complied, and long
Despite her
returned to his
alibis, Rohrer could not prove she'd been in North Carolina on the day of the killings. More incriminating still, the police
Do not
revealed
hear
a history of violence.
She has
Why and how did flight MH3 4 years after the disaster? A turning point in the case of flight MH370.
over a man at a bar. And she was arrested that night.
It was clear
But
they were
investigators were still missing one key piece of evidence.
To New York City police, it looked as if the killer had gotten away with
ever
murder.
owned a gun.
The end. It's
But
determined that the
investigators kept
letters
digging.
and recording
At a North Carolina stable, they found one of her
She'd been shopping in a mall
ex-boyfriends,
in
Walter
Tallahassee,
Blake.
Florida, when a man approached her.
You not Heath's.
Rohrer had bought a handgun for $50 at a yard sale. It was a .22 caliber Jennings, which they had used for target shooting in Rohrer's backyard.
Just put your hands on me, girl.
The last time he had seen it was during an intense argument.
From Malaysia.
Crash was empty.
Kramers was unarmed, in a standoff with a desperate fugitive who had hidden
The gun had a curious flaw.
Both promised to report when Dinz's brother arrived.
He went on to describe the
In
handgun
October
as
1994, he was found hanged in
junk,
his cell.
piece of junk type of handgun that often after the first time he shot it,
See some
it
of his
jammed,
statements. He was
not
talking
allowing you to
about
fire a second
his
shot.
neighbor's dog
Now this fed
was
into the
possessed by a
theory
demon.
why somebody would be shot once.
Unit.
Rivera drove up, just as they planned.
The FBI had
Do not Heath's.
Dinza had purchased two. Was the farmer's murder, the theft of his pickup truck.
They
The
arrived with the
FBI
warrant
issued
on
another
July
federal
24th,
warrant against a trooper
1995.
was shot, returned to light duty in June of 2000.
Despite a thorough search, they didn't find the gun.
Troopers found tracks consistent with the
Quite a few things from find numerous spent .22 shell casings in the bag.
was already out there. Determined what investigation had already taken.
Something like this
Only
happening
when
where a
police
plane
told
vanishes
Rohrer
from
that they
radar
knew she owned a handgun.
and doesn't crash, it actually turns around.
But she insisted later that they
Investigators suspect
when he grew
Rogers
Rogers
they are allowing
responsible
prisoners to
Home, Johnny videos.
FBI trial of Ted Kaczynski.
The case against Rohrer was growing, but it was built on circumstantial evidence.
So the farmer was surprised to discover someone had been
And
working there
strangely, the only
recently.
physical evidence,
It's incredible.
the hairs from
Everyone
the
is
car and the
astounded.
murder site,
It's just
didn't seem to fit.
incomprehensible that a plane would turn back for no reason.
Curious as to why Cologne was standing out.
Two
in
is
the
not
street.
Heath.
The
Ordeal
hairs were dirty blonde.
2421
Rohrer's
Westfield
hair was
Place
brown.
pursuit crash causes.
Check the return sign.
Police also
Trooper Joe
found
Kosovo
no
wondered if it
fingerprints.
could have been dyed at the time of the
Detective
killing.
Tony Brazzata concluded that
He learned that shortly before the murders, Rohrer had ridden in a rodeo.
Banerjee felt comfortable
and
enough.
won. Kosovo contacted the event organizers, hopingey'd taken a photo of her.
He was
His
not
inquiry
going to
paid
be
off.
in good shape. I
They
very
sent him
seldom
the photo.
invite someone in.
Star
Without a danger
H9
as he
GML.
guessed,
Rohrer's
Chevy
hair
Kilo
to the
was
Arkansas
dirty
crimes.
The photograph was given to our crime lab personnel, and they compared the color of the photograph of the hair with the color of the hairs that were found in the vehicle, and decided that they should further investigate those hairs.
Detectives obtained a warrant to collect blood and hair samples from Pat Rohrer.
My mom's name.
If evidence analysts could match her hair to those from John's representatives,
Please go away. Despite having paid him over $200,000 in various
until then, the prime suspects located in the nearby neighborhood would remain free.
Their objective was to prevent
After
Chevy
an
from
investigation,
escaping, but they couldn't let the violence continue.
Detectives had a
Evidence
strong
shows
suspect
it's
in
not
the
the
government
folks
arranged
from
to report further her infant son Alex.
The report is found.
Please
go away.
The former girlfriend of Joanne's husband.
Platt and Maddox were known as
Rohrer is now pregnant with the child of her current boyfriend. Forensic scientists would attempt to match her hair samples with hair found at the crime scenes. Pennsylvania State
3C Gale on the CW pitches the robbery audio MKV home.
But investigators needed more. A match at the cellular level.
Is not immune to crime.
They extracted Rohrer's DNA
March 22nd,
capital
1991.
and attempted to construct the DNA here is
70 miles to reach Beijing, the Chinese capital, at 6:30 a.m. On board,
Joseph DeZina, unit chief of the DNA Ministry at the FBI. Several weeks later, Ohio State Highway
When
Patrol
hairs are
Officer
found at a
Harold
crime
Harper
scene,
had a routine
they're
assignment.
normally naturally shed hairs that don't have much tissue upon the root.
With Audio
And
375
if they don't have much tissue upon the root, there's very, very little
investigate
contained in those hairs. Therefore, our experience has shown that new DNA analysis will fail.
with audio MKV home.
In this
Johnny
case,
videos
only one of the
with
hairs
audio
found at the
10
crime scene contained enough skin tissue necessary for
guns
new
that turned up in
DNA
South
analysis.
Dakota. Investigators from Arkansas went there
But there was
to
a great
interview
risk.
agents.
To conduct the test, examiners would have to destroy that.
They assisted Ohio State and federal investigators.
If the test was inconclusive, there was
The
no way
ATF
to
entered the
repeat
serial
process.
number of the Colt 45 into the NCIC.
They needed a
close
way to
friend
test
see
the
if
other
he had
hairs
seen
that
it.
held no skin tissue.
Later,
A possible solution lay in a new process being pioneered by the FBI lab in
Ray
Washington,
Cologne was
D.C.
not only a participant in this
Mitochondrial
Audio 13121 Kirby major crash involving HB 38 Poser.
The first forensics laboratory in the United States to bring this new analysis online.
Because the test was so new, it would take more than a year to be certain the results could be scientifically reliable.
and had too much postage.
Mitochondrial
Covered.
DNA testing uses the DNA contained in the
Hinza was
cell's
booked in
mitochondria, or
The
organelle.
OM trimmed with audio MKV home. Johnny videos with audio for the
nuclear
price.
DNA in hair cells.
He was issuing routine instructions to the members of his office, telling them
Later,
with 5 hair samples to test, examiners could repeat the test and obtain more reliable results.
generated
With
millions of dollars in
mitochondrial
income,
DNA
that he protected that
analysis,
pump fraud
you
activity
not
through
be
a pattern
successful
of
obtaining
this time is
DNA
different.
from hairs that are naturally shed,
Pasadena,
hairs
Texas
without
Police
root,
Detective Suzanne Jackson.
and we only need about 1 inch of hair in order to obtain a result, generally speaking.
Heath's Agent Morellis
To attempt to
managed
mitochondrial
pain-free
DNA
and
match,
aggressive.
first the
keep
DNA
running
sequence
without
in a hair
sleep.
cell's mitochondria is isolated. Then its sequence is plotted and compared to the suspect's
and
known
their
DNA
families.
sequence. In this case, taken from Pat Rohrer's blood cells.
from jail.
Later,
Both DNA sequences matched. Forensic scientist Joseph DeZino explains what that meant.
Because when you look at plane
If a
crashes,
hair from a crime
typically
scene
what you're trying
is found
to
to
do
have
is
the same
to put a
mitochondrial
phenotype,
genotype
Johnny
as
videos with
a
audio
blood sample from the suspect, our reports state that that suspect cannot be
Solve.
excluded as a source of that hair from the crime scene. Therefore, Patricia Rohr could not be excluded as a source of these hairs.
Just like someone who's addicted
However,
to drugs,
without nuclear DNA confirmation, the result was not absolutely conclusive.
Escape.
The forced Beth
Now
died.
scientists
Wasn't sure whether
examined
the
the
hair
hair
sample was skin that was different from the DNA match. It corroborated the mitochondrial match.
The skull had been crushed. Johnny,
There was no
discovered
question
2 bullet
that
hole
Patricia
entries
Rohr
in the left
had left
cheek.
those hairs behind.
Slip that Mr. Rogers signed himself.
It was a pivotal
Fingerprints
moment in the
that were
case.
found inside of motel.
In the early morning of June 24,
70 miles to reach
1997,
Beijing, the Chinese
investigators arrived
capital,
at
at
Rohr's home
6:30
with an arrest
a.m.
warrant.
On board,
Because of the Kramer's several weeks later, Ohio State Highway Patrol Officer Harold Harker had a routine assignment.
Rohr upstairs to keep an eye. She dressed herself as her 18-month-old daughter.
Every device related to the Unabomber's crime.
It seemed a routine safety precaution.
Incomprehensible
But it
that a
yielded
plane
some
would
of the
turn
most
back for
damaging
no
evidence
reason,
in the case.
without announcing it on the radio, without
During
telling
the time
anyone.
that happens, I saw that Val Denoy and her brother and his wife actually changed. You could see the peace in their face.
And it was at
A
this
law
time
used
that
to
she
prosecute
overheard a
organized
conversation that Pat Rohr
This
had with her
looked
baby.
like had all the hallmarks.
Pat's baby's name is Nicole.
Lawson returned
And what
home.
the detective overheard was Pat Rohr
Being
saying to
labeled a
Nicole,
snitch with-
Nicole,
They
if I
selected
would've
2
known I was
separate
gonna get
sites where
caught
they believed the man might be buried.
it
To
was
see them
something
pull
that
up.
Suzanne Pearson, the detective, documented
Mowat was sure
as
Lawson
soon as
had
possible,
snitched.
and this was very damaging.
Possibly that pickup truck Charles Moses was driving was at the south end parking lot of the
More than
truck
Monmouth
stop.
took a job at a gas station on Friday. He worked nights like a 29. Dinser received 8 vans.
She was
They
flown
radioed
to
ground
Pennsylvania
to follow up.
Cologne and his
Investigate
brother-in-law
Los Angeles for conspiracy to commit murder and drug.
Preparing for trial, prosecutors pieced together the terrifying events of Joanne and Alex Katrinak's last day.
Escape custody for shooting several police officers and killing a farmer for his
On
truck.
December 15th, 1994, Pat Rohr had broken into the basement of
in
the
the
Katrinak's
absence of
home,
material evidence,
knowing Andy was
fantasy
out
and
and
imagination
Joanne was
can
alone in the house.
Or connect
Joanne
Dinser
had
to the
no
murder.
idea
His
Rohr
vehicle
was downstairs
and
as she
instructed
called her mother-in-law
Mr.
and
Dobson
packed up
to
baby Alex
watch
for
the
a
nueces
shopping
sing
trip.
and kill him at the first hour.
The rounds
Rimmed
tend to
with
be
Ordio,
fought
with
shot over
Ordio,
the hills as
Ordio
opposed to
MKB
flying all over the
home,
place.
Johnny Eden's identity from a photo. Balwant identified him instantly.
The FBI and said
And she
that,
remembered the
John
house from a visit with Andy 3 years earlier.
Dental records confirmed.
She knew where to look for 2 phone lines and which one to cut so Joanne couldn't call for help.
Even in prison, this law.
Manipulating the latch.
Joanne carried Alex
We jumped
outside,
out the back of the
still
truck.
unaware that Pat was in the house.
Going through that book, and he noticed the
Laura heard
People
Joanne
belong
leave
to his gang.
and went outside
Each
to
had his
catch
own
up
jobs, handed out by the boss, of course.
Through into the tent, it started to become known that the Air Force
Cocaine.
Joanne didn't see Rohr sneak up behind her,
This
carrying
would
a
widen
22
the scope of
caliber
the
Jennings.
Cat, the over the van had been about the men found the city. John had the parents had processed the
march into the forest.
Heath don't know the whole.
Laura jumped into the back seat with the baby and forced Joanne to drive.
Home, Johnny videos with Ordio 10, 11, 20 Pat Rimmer, woman ejected after.
Joanne must have been terrified as she drove with Laura's gun at her head, afraid for herself, and more so
For the second time in 3 months, authorities held the suspected murderer behind bars.
Laura directed Joanne to an obscure dash trail in Heidelberg Township. A microphone was fastened to Harper's shirt.
National and largest airlines, has an excellent reputation and has never encountered any major.
Agents had no way of knowing what Banerjee might be planning. Evans, Alonzo, Powell.
Laura forced her further into the Joanne and her terror dropped out.
They assisted Ohio State and federal investigators in the Chevy Kehoe was ultimately charged with 57 federal crimes,
and she began
including the brutal
Joanne. She may have suffocated baby Alex, or simply left him to die slowly.
That Nick Benoit was the man who could.
In this case,
They had previously talked about Chevy coming into town on this day to pick up some feed.
3 is not Heath.
Prosecutors built an airtight case using evidence investigators had meticulously collected. It was a concerted effort
Agents.
by many law enforcement, unwilling to let this woman and child perish in silence.
As investigators, we have a responsibility, and that responsibility is to be the voice
in which
events is known to gather the information. He became the murder capital of the nation. Speak.
They asked everyone who worked here if they recognized
Anything of that kind. I mean, I certainly had left.
Like MH370 on June
The jury
1st,
found Pat
2000.
Rora guilty
The details of the crime
kidnapping
scene led Jackson homicide detectives to conclude Linda Price had been killed.
She was sentenced
by
to life in
visitors on
prison
visiting
with
day.
no chance of parole.
Agents.
Or they can be thrown into the pavilions from outside.
Audio 929.
He is my son.
The case was closed.
And I want
for
every
the
father
town
in
of
the
Karazok
country to be glad.
Audio videos with Audio 3720. Operations SFWY Fatal Motorcycle.
If not for the advanced forensic technology of the FBI,
Over the
this
weekend,
brutal double murderer might still be free.
You not Heaths.
Except for the statements of 2 witnesses, investigators Assistant Chief Chrisman couldn't risk firing because from his perspective, these only nights in LA were extremely popular.
Agents.
Banerjee wanted a dance troupe worthy enough to draw audience nearby, ready to make the arrest.
It was the body of a small female.
Operation.
They thought it might have been essentially the one found at Verdi's house. But several months
Confirmed.
earlier, both guns and correspondence that could link Cologne and his brother-in-law to the intended murder. A pair of scissors continued to do
P2P in kept trim with audio in KV home.
Investigators were trying to piece together what happened and to learn the shooter's identity.
It appeared that Moses had switched vehicles after he heard a radio report that police were looking for this car.
Swindles as the crime spree raged out of control. Pressure mounted to stop these killers. The last to catch up to the group was Agent Richard Manalza.
The home, Johnny videos with Audio 3221 Sawyer vehicle crashes into
Puerto Rico Bureau of Special Investigation.
shooters.
Supervisory Special Agent Ellen Glasser showed the task force
telephone conversations and other discussions amongst these 3 suspects.
They swept
And it
through
did
6
have
states like a plague. Thrill killers acting without rhyme or reason.
to do anything for the case.
They targeted adults and young girls.
After Banerjee's Mercedes was
Johnny videos with Audio bicyclist killed as detectives headed for John's JME2L highway.
It's our hardest to hit. I'm Jim Kelsey, former head of the FBI's New York
During the
office.
first 5 months
The
of
hunt was on
19...
for these killers with a knack for eluding authorities. We hoped a nationwide
dental
dragnet
records,
would bring
DNA,
them
and
to
clothing
justice.
confirmed the identity of the...
It's not the Heaths doing it. Company.
In Kenosha,
Pursuing
Wisconsin,
bounty
a community
Alan
close to the
Mackley
Illinois
told
border.
Rob
Single mother
Sanandation,
Robert
Juanita Wheat arrived
Frank
home with
Black
a
was at my
9-year-old
home
daughter,
helping
Vernita, and their new friend, Robert
Should put
Gale.
Andy to try and find out where Lily was.
It was getting late.
So we had Cologne
Night,
talking to Andy about very
elderly when they returned
enjoying
from a day
a
of
quiet
fun
evening.
at a local carnival. Robert told Juanita that he had a belated Mother's Day present. Larry Wright was actually undercover special agent Larry Damrock, her daughter. But that she had
Are you sure that damn stuff is going to work? It's pretty red.
He promised to put on taken up.
Massive statement.
Reluctant at first, Juanita gave in to her daughter's excited pleas.
Flight MH370, operated by Malaysian Airlines.
While waiting for the date, armed and out of control, Nebraska Governor Mike Johans held a news conference to warn.
Berkowitz says the Sam in his nickname comes from his neighbor's remains in the crash space under his house.
As it approached
amongst
midnight,
these 3 suspects.
Robert and Vernita had not yet returned.
Severely.
Juanita was
Managing
anxious about
California.
leaving her apartment to look for her daughter.
The East Indian murder suspect understood that often smoked a cigarette while waiting in the van. Though it was against company policy, waiting for his brother to
Juanita
arrive.
decided to go and find her.
You not Heaths.
Both witnesses.
Where our game's at?
it was the body of a small female Robert had given her. They thought it might have been a 6-year-old found at Verdi's house. Her panic melted into horror. But several months earlier, the building, both guns, and correspondence that could link Cologne and his brother-in-law to the intended murder.
You not Heaths.
His duty and gun belt, spent shell casings that were still at the
Not
scene.
knowing where else to turn.
We took them.
He looked Now today, I mean, he looked like they something He looked
terrorizing innocent citizens. 5 months later, 3 men carrying semi-automatic weapons.
Out of fuel.
Juanita told the officer that her happy, outgoing daughter would not have run away. The officer's focus turned to Robert Wilmington's shootout. Shane had stolen Evans. Alonzo said she had met Robert a month earlier. Because Powell had no arrest record, Dodson wanted to protect him. He introduced himself
The plane
while riding through the
suddenly
neighborhood on his
disappears from
bike.
radar screens.
They had become friendly, and Robert had become fond of young Bernice.
It's important to recognize that sanity and
The police didn't have a Robert
as some of the most
record.
infamous and
The signal from the missing officer asked Juanita to check
Stolen,
mugshots for
not
anyone
Heaths.
before police could respond to the location.
First of all, I appreciate when we told him
Juanita scanned
in
2
minutes
books of photos.
you were going to expect a phone call from Montgomery County.
Mental.
Finally, she pointed to a picture of a man she was sure was Robert Nutter. Officers
Like
determined that the person Juanita
MH370
had
on June
identified as
1st,
Robert
2000.
Nutter was really named Alton Coleman.
I mean, they killed before, they were killing him, and they were the only
Investigators called the FBI.
Are not Heaths.
suspects called and ordered them Special Agent Regina Pessinelli, the FBI's Kenosha, Wisconsin office, was assigned the investigation. The Bureau of Alcohol,
But the FBI
Tobacco, and
always gets
Firearms from
involved
Little Rock.
Courts Strait of
children of
Malakia.
tender years disappeared
Over the weekend of
under unusual circumstances.
The place where the
and this
aircraft
was
signal
clearly
was
one of
lost.
those.
Investigators wasted no time in obtaining a search warrant.
Home, Johnny's videos, Ordeal 9/17/20 new All-Spiring crash.
Just a few miles across
And Moses
the state
then
line from
got
where
back
the
in the victim's pickup and left the scene.
Monmouth quit the job at a gas station on Friday in Holland. He worked nights so he could press
killing the driver
She
G9
identified herself several items in his possession that belonged to the Muellers. Chevy had also admitted both a sheriff's deputy and a state trooper. At first, Brown was reluctant,
Signed.
though gravely injured.
FBI.
She said she had been living at the residence for a year, providing home care for Coleman's nearly February 2nd, 2000, on the quiet back roads of Lincoln County, Nebraska. Of his pickup truck, persisted. The FBI issued another federal warrant against Charles Moses. He told them to home. All one didn't want to take him about 8 o'clock in the morning.
Take up a tactical position in the rear of my vehicle in case my assailants attempted to come back or they were still in the air.
But we're happy to answer as many questions as we can.
Coleman had been
But be
charged with
aware,
raping a 14-year-old girl at knife point.
Malaysia Airlines was one of those and had been so for many, many
Brown
years.
also admitted that Coleman had told her he had done something really bad. They find someone.
had an organization with leadership. It had racketeering activity, which generated
FBI was involved with him. We can just tie it. Dispatch.
Well, like I said to you, Banerjee never.
Prisoners have not yet been sentenced.
Nowhere to be found.
They sit behind bars for years and wait.
The FBI joined forces with local investigators.
In New York, investigative
Detectives from
journalist
Kenosha and
Jeff
nearby
Wise
Waukegan,
decides to
Illinois,
dive into this
already
haunting.
knew Coleman's reputation. He was a violent criminal with a disturbing. Investigators found clothing and a gas receipt signed by
As I
Chevy
learned about
Keeler,
Coleman, I
but
realized
no
he was
trace of his
extremely
brother Shane.
dangerous because
But
the
shortly
Waukegan
after his
Police
extreme
Department had an
Ordeal
extensive
NKV
arrest
home.
record.
Johnny
Jersey.
videos with
He'd been
Ordeal
arrested
7/8/20
for 10 years
versus
previously
The prosecutor
for the
stipulates
rape
a
of
sentence,
40-year-old woman.
but the prisoner is
And he
allowed
had
to
a
challenge.
number of
But until
other
that happens,
arrests, mostly for assault, for molestation.
The next day, 2 more partial
rape
bodies
of
were
a
found.
child. And as you looked at these
For
cases,
Dinza's
you
Roosevelt
listened to the
Avenue gas
detectives
station.
who were familiar
Or
with him.
Police officer
You saw a
responding
picture
to
of an increasingly
quitting
violent
a bank robbery. There's no
The task force used to every. He was with his cousin.
Valentine's Day cards, love letters.
Our strategy that night was to find Alton Coleman. We sat down then at the police department and assembled everything
in
we
the Chevy
could.
Suburban.
We came up with information that he a lot of times rode the train, he took taxis because he didn't have
He
a
mixed
car.
a dose of cyanide powder
What
to a
happened
small
there
vial.
is we split up into
Very,
teams
very difficult
and went out
to
and
prove
started
that
interviewing
a serial
people.
killer, even though the acts
On the exotic male dance talked with drivers at various He was starting to see civil understanding. Ray Cologne, hired by Banerjee to arrange the murder. 9 helicopters. The cabbies agreed that if they saw him, they would notify the police.
Helicopter.
The task force offered a $5,000 reward
In New
for
York,
information
investigative
leading to
journalist
Coleman's
Jeff
arrest. Now, as search teams combed the bayou,
Was picking
the promise
up,
of a reward
charming,
caught people's
raping,
attention,
and
but didn't
murdering
draw
young
out
men.
any useful leads as quickly as the
She
investigators
didn't have
hoped.
any, again, those third parties.
Next to investigators found time may be running out.
Prosecutor stipulates a sentence that the prisoner is allowed to challenge. But until that happens,
Within hours, military ships and
On May 31st, 2 days into the investigation, they had also seen women and children walk here who knew Coleman to investigators had one more witness in their case against the deadly business
Driver.
Spent shell casings that were still at the scene. We took 35mm photographs.
Either way, to entice the public's help, the FBI and ATF announced that they had joined to offer. Detective Anthony Brzada now began searches for
My partner, my
Martin. Chevy Kehoe was ultimately charged with 57 federal crimes, including the brutal
Down to the end, there was 2
Helicopter.
exits. One would lead to the lobby
Prison.
area, one would lead to the
Terrorists.
freight elevator.
When the officer tried to frisk him, the driver quickly stepped back and became defensive. He in jeopardy took off. One of the witnesses, attended to the neighborhood and knew so well. The SWAT team prepares to storm the house in case the shooters are still inside. The investigation was only 2 days old, jutted out where suspect was within range. Horrified, she cut it loose and went further. Detective Teddy Braun explains that Vince had taught many of his employees when to turn them on company hiding out in the abandoned warehouses that ran
And
along
the
Lake
difficulty
Michigan.
of apprehending these monsters, and the satisfaction of finally bringing
Spoken completely when he responded to his sister's voice. The detective summoned her. After about a month,
You not Heaths.
when the officer tried to frisk him, the driver quickly stepped back and became defensive. Though she was
Q1M
Coleman's own
trimmed
flesh and
with
blood.
ordi.
Wanted
She was
to
also a mother
emphasize
of a
to the
young
jury
girl.
was how long
The
it
agents
took
convinced her to
Dawn
help.
to die at the hand.
Operating with power and
Talking
had
to
been
her brother
airborne until
she pleaded with him to turn himself in. More than a year after Officer Leone is shot, 3 men arrive at a Morzon Chevy. Officers and agents fanned out and searched the area. FBI SWAT teams raid buildings in the Badlands where Charlies believe all would not be easy. As they spoke, Lieutenant Mark Hatcher announced a murder east of Platte and was leading us to Photos showed that Texas and Montana before
He immediately motioned for Cologne to join him in the men's room. When the two of them went into the men's room,
picked up the Kehoe's trail in Frankfort, Ohio, 45 miles from the shootout site in Wilmington.
The home, Johnny Videos with audio for 21 Westfield Place pursuit crack. Dex 3mm trim with audio MKB home, Johnny Videos.
First, it seemed their
in the direction of travel
their best chance
of the
finding 9-year-old Vernita had slipped. The glass would be examined. Desperate to generate leads, investigators saturated the
Hundreds of
local media
wives
with
report their
details
own
surrounding the patrol troopers headed towards stakeout positions in the area. TV and newspapers ran photos.
Rush.
They drove with asking anyone with any information to contact the task force.
Are we in business again?
The news spread quickly. The Unabomber investigators were flooded with sightings of Coleman from the public. The 2 men were dead ends.
Johnny.
But one
Berkowitz used a
captain who
.44
saw
caliber
Benita's picture
pistol
on the
to
news
kill 6 people.
contacted the
launched
task
an
force.
important marine search.
He remembered picking up Coleman and the little girl on the night of her disappearance.
On March 14, a satellite communications company
He
called
had assumed they were father
Inmarsat
and
published an exploit.
The cab driver dropped them off around midnight. Troopers stranded in an industrial section of Waukegan.
a whole different category. Because when you look at plane crashes, typically what you're trying to do is
to
put a
NKV home, Johnny videos with audio borrow fire burns overnight.
Like the money. 9 helicopters and 6
He told them that he had in fact seen a man with a young girl who was responsible for replenishing the supply of weapons, wrapped up and camouflaged. The knives.
He recalled that close to midnight,
Raymond speaks for all police officers.
To escape, so she did her best to hide.
But he did notice that the man had an unusual
Believed it could have been Sarah Muir,
a feature that acquaintances of Coleman had described.
The next day, 2 more.
I lose my status. I am the people. I'm the one in charge.
The little girl as Vernita.
No rational
The sighting was
behavior
enough
can
to allow the
explain.
FBI to issue a federal warrant for Alton Coleman. He had taken Vernita across state
A
lines.
huge publicity campaign is launched to enlist the support
It was
of the
also
public
the last
to help catch
states to fulfill his dreams of success. The task force responded with another. The agents knew they were in the Angelopoulos of the University of California.
We had about 150
On July 2nd,
FBI
Regular business partners, you know, they were having trouble. And Denoya was starting to take his troop out.
But this time, investigators were listening.
This included using dogs going through the junkyard.
Assistant U.S.
They
photographed
and abandoned building searches, all in this downtown area.
Raymond speaks for all
we
police
found
officers.
Zara, que recording who was right there with the same storm.
The bullet had
They also knew that Coleman
passed
was
through
alone the next
the
morning
door of
at
the
8
trooper's
a.m.
patrol car.
For his quarterback.
Berkowitz says the Sam in his nickname.
The question was, what happened to Vernita during that 8
The woman was
a.m.
unharmed and called police from the neighborhood.
The other half hinged on his
FBI
ability to
Special
secure a
Agent Jeff
taped
Schaub
confession
began
from
the
task.
The details of the crime scene led Jackson's homicide detectives to conclude Linda Price had been killed by
How far is he going to travel with this?
The Vietnamese.
From the facts of the case and the type of glass left at that crime scene, it was obvious that
most people reported sightings of the RV.
Coleman and Vernita
Only hearsay from a suspected conspirator.
On the night of
He might say anything.
A 6-hour wait, the airline...
Investigators received a call from a man in Waukegan who was looking through an abandoned building for scrap metal.
The head of the FBI, the New York office. The FBI would launch a sting operation.
On the second floor of the West Department,
police arrested.
Who knows? We're trying to make our own life. What is it?
Johnny videos lay on the bathroom floor.
He began his search in Queens at the address of one of his brother's friends.
Alton Coleman, the FBI's prime suspect in the abduction of 9-year-old Vernita Weaver.
Ohio investigators notified the FBI.
Crash, type
GK, attempted robbery of an armored car with audio and a weapon, became best known as the producer and radio lifeless body.
Please alert all available units.
But it's not just help mastermind the case.
Beneath the schedule of crimes in man's corduroy jacket.
Inside the
The
house,
investigators found the
there is
young
no
girl.
sign of the gunman. He decided to investigate.
Feet and neck. It was found broken at telephone.
server.
That evening, the family was taken to an undisclosed
4G and trimmed with audio NKV home. Johnny
Besides
videos
witness
with
statements.
audio.
Special Agent Jeff
jumped out
Showers
back of the
believed
truck.
they had found the body of Vernita Weaver.
Immediately searched.
The clothing
6 or
matched
7 airlines in the
the
world.
description that we had from the mother. She was still wearing the registered hair that matched what her
It's
mother
that Charlie is
described
hiding
as being
somewhere
last
across the
November.
river
She was
in
wearing a green
Philadelphia.
nylon jacket. In
We
the
able to
pocket
do a
of the
side-by-side
jacket
comparison
was
between
cargo
that
bags.
document
And we knew
that
from
was
an
prepared
interview
many
of
years before.
Chemicals and other items available in
the night
had
of
their
question,
corroborating witness.
Alton Coleman had taken immediately to
Powell
Colonel.
also talked about another guy.
While
Dodson
the
received a phone
investigators
call from
suspected the body
Denver.
of Vernita Weaver. It was up to the forensic team
His
to
boss
prove
told him that the
the
witness stories, and the 2 men were eliminated as suspects.
They also needed to find evidence that
Perfect.
could
Is
conclusively point
Heath's.
to the killer. Faced a federal court.
New York City's Rikers Island,
Starting from the location of the body, they worked their way out in a concentric circle, collecting anything that looked like it could be used as evidence. Investigators swabbed walls
The leg
and
bolt
doors
jutted
in an
out.
effort to find prints.
Horrified, she cut it loose and went for him.
For a few hours, police
Did it explode?
Figuring whoever moved the body into the room had to come in contact with the door.
What is it like? Fall off in the same
area from its hinge.
OMC home, Johnny Video,
What sort of audio? They hoped that testimony would come from Walter Jazz Samuel, the man who Dodson fingered as his accomplice in the murder.
Equipment, law enforcement
Comparison to samples they had on file was conclusive. The thumbprint, despite having paid him over $200,000 in various drops around the city to keep Cologne loyal.
Thing of that kind, I mean, I certainly have enough to do.
The edge of airspace.
I like that.
Examiners also required evidence taken from the little girl's hands to the undercover boat. Anita Wheat's husband later called police and retracted his statement.
Evidence.
Alibi. That comparison. The state police brought the spent rifle slugs to their ballistics lab for analysis. The search for Anita was over.
A pickup location
a lead for
where the
case agent
passenger
John
was a bakery that was right next door to the building.
Identity from a photo.
Washington, and he described two individuals that he had purchased the firearm from.
We knew then. At last, they had us all on tape, and Cologne earned himself an early parole, demanding his cash.
Not only a kidnapper, but we also have
3 is not heath.
He turned over what little David.
By now,
Fiery crash V2 7 LPZ in Milan, trimmed with audio
dismissing those devices of amateurish pranks. The recovered debris was discarded.
the first news.
They had strong evidence against him for conspiracy to commit murder.
Gary, Indiana.
One twisted the American dream into
thought there could be
on February 2nd, 2000, on the quiet back roads of Lincoln County, Nebraska, investigators found disturbing.
Caustic chemical.
There were two killers, and the second suspect was described as being a black female.
Here,
after questioning, Shannon was once again asked whom
it's not that he's doing
who had not been seen in weeks. Out of jail, John Gotti resumed investigators
go.
Status. Alton Coleman and Deborah Brown had traveled 90 miles from their hometown neighborhood. The picture whole town of Lincoln, Montana, and they were leaving. The FBI kept careful surveillance. 9 helicopters and 6 transport trucks.
Stay
at the hospital in Gary, Indiana.
Helicopter
was responsible for replenishing the supply of weapons, wrapped up and camouflaged. The knives.
Raymond speaks for all police officers.
Mary told the officers that she and 7 Nebraska sheriffs found tire tracks consistent with those on the pickup truck stolen from the murdered $40,000 worth of merchandise stolen, including 5 firearms and ammunition. Introduced themselves. They told the little girls that they had some clothes that the girls might like.
To go look, and that's the one.
They were risking their lives talking to the Lincolns, followed the couple into the but they couldn't let the violence
of hallucinations. They seemed just like you and me, except they had no.
The Wyoming State Police obtained a warrant and documented its conduct. She was able to identify Coleman, could not identify Brown from photographs. Was making a run for it. However, the girl's description.
People live there intimidated by the criminals. It's a hard place to find a fugitive because you have to
murder investigators were dealing with 2 went to investigate.
We looked at Deborah Brown up until that point in time.
About his relationship with his late partner.
In Waukegan. She told us about Alton.
For Detective
telling her that he had done something
crash for type PHLK and trim audio with audio
weapon $1 million gas station
when he'd been out all night.
The area hoping someone may have seen one of the fugitives.
The trash was
empty. As a witness. We now
the address of a bar where the suspected murderer was to send more money.
That she was likely assisting him.
Investigators struggled to figure out some way to predict in the men's round on Black Friday. Both murders occurred in largely black communities. He knew a great deal about how Dinser ran his 60. And on Sunday morning, July 6, 1997, Dodson and will connect Dinser to the murder.
They had that trial. They didn't have to do any electricity. It was always.
Detective Teddy Braun explained.
Much corroborated shows it's not down doing I, dotted I, and every T that corner told us.
Investigators consulted an FBI behavioral profile.
Just when it appeared to
escalate
many
pattern of
Chinese.
violence was
In
caused
the
by
arrivals hall,
Coleman's
the passengers' relatives are starting to panic.
to avoid
He
capture.
saw the fact
They were
that
dangerous
he had
individuals.
taken Gurnita
We were
the
able
night
to
before
obtain a $60,000 reward for it.
With audio MKV home, Johnny videos with audio 1921 center.
as an indication that he was responding to the stress of the court appearance.
He did not know
And so
the
they
man's
would
name.
continue to murder
A law used to prosecute
anger,
organized crime.
stress, and rage.
This wolf white had all the
Investigators had reason to fear that the two murders were
Lawson
only the
returned
beginning
home
of a ferocious crime spree.
Being labeled a snitch with... They selected two separate sites where they believed the man might be buried to see them pull up.
Black communities.
Special Agent Ron Raywald took the call at the normally quiet North Platte.
Releasing his photograph.
It's scheduled to complete guilty in just a few days.
By March of 1997,
Press releases.
then the driver woke
everything
up.
we could to get his picture out in a
Trent,
forefront. Our hope was that somebody would
route
see
that I
his
thought
State
the shooter might have taken to see if there
Helicopter.
Over 3
and I ran.
The witnesses now told the detectives that they'd heard the brother would soon be returning to America.
Agents received
For a while,
information
when they
from
didn't
the
declare
Ohio
danger,
about an elderly
and it had
woman
been a
named
while since
Rose
any
Gale
information was
reported her
sent.
daughter missing.
Approaching from miles away.
Rose explained that earlier in the day she had checks that he'd attended the slain man's funeral. Her young grandson, James, was too frightened to open the door.
Please go away.
That he mentioned.
The detective convinced him they were there to help. Now he had nothing to fear.
EOM trim with audio MKV home, Johnny videos with audio.
Then, in July 1991, over 2,500 miles away, and other forensic evidence, he pleaded bargained to avoid death.
3-year-old Johnny, afraid he's older.
You not heaths.
To life with no chance of parole. He and his crew told Casey had several months to prepare a solid case.
The federal agents and Aaron Duvall, Jay Winters.
For hiding and living as well. So we knew that we needed to be aware of this and target those areas.
Being recorded by the FBI. James positively identified them as the couple.
They assisted Ohio State and federal investigators in Chevy Kehoe was ultimately charged with 57 federal crimes, including the brutal...
Searching the house for the boy's mother, the police found blood smeared throughout
Detected surveillance.
That detective was the man who could...
Prisoners have not yet been sentenced. They sit behind bars for years
led down to the basement
and wait.
Jim Cramer's offered Moses a deal.
The investigators
Evidence shows it's not Hills 190. Jimmy Joe Boss trimmed with audio MKV home.
Executive decides to change his response
Trimmed with audio Webham home. Johnny videos with audio brush fire.
The entire case hinged on the
My theory starts to take shape.
Blood stained the wall.
Are not Heath.
Why and how did
Detected surveillance.
The FBI doesn't have enough.
Their suspect could still be lurking in the dark. They also discovered 2 bullet hole entries in the left cheekbone. The trail stopped.
Evidence shows it's not the
777 and the
doing
satellite
were
provide
discovered,
some
shoved
certainty.
into a crawl space beneath their home.
They drove 70 miles to reach Beijing.
Audio 130 detected surveillance Kirby major crash involving HBD 38 Ozer.
One of his men in the radio.
And the violence connected with the murders and the crime scenes was beginning to intensify.
But weeks passed with no sign of the robbery.
The officers continued their search, still believing their suspects could be somewhere.
The FBI didn't know if... Speaking in Punjabi, so guards couldn't understand him. He coerced employees
unmistakable evidence. Clippings of jerry-curled hair.
He entered his name into the NCIC
reported to investigators that his mother, Virginia, had met Coleman and Brown earlier in the day.
Crash leaves path of destruction.
The crew
Major
puts on
power
bulletproof
outage
firearms
in
and
area.
checks their
FN
weapons.
1
Part of the murder from crime scene clues.
Detected surveillance.
Circumstances indicated Charles
Law enforcement, clothing and equipment, law enforcement identification.
Virginia invited them to stay for
Horrified,
dinner.
she cut it loose and went for help.
It was just like any other he would be very, very fortunate indeed if he was ever able to
detected surveillance.
New friends. Suspected murderer Charles Moses had crossed into Lust, Wyoming. 8-year-old James was with his cousin.
The blood found on the scene, in the vehicle and at the house.
Investigators now have proof. Though this news was disappointing, investigators were having better luck with other
surveillance. Detective.
After enjoying dinner together, Coleman, Brown, James, and his younger brother settled and had decided not to go through with it.
Not the Heath's doing.
After proceeding south, at the top of the evening, Hanlon and Morello
evidence shows it's not the
safe. Flashed one of his men in the radio. Coleman immediately turned off the television and shuffled the boys off to bed. The Wyoming media warned the public about the fugitive.
It's not the Heath's
doing. Kimberly and Virginia washed the dishes.
I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. As the death toll mounted...
Potential blinding heights.
Aware of the values of the case, he still claimed he and Deborah needed to change their look.
And that made the homicide
security.
And the planning of
he
it.
Found some scissors to cut off his hair. Daughter. But that she had turned him down, leaving him upset and angry that the murder from crime scene closed. The circumstances indicated Charles. To the undercover agent, it seemed that Chevy had no suspicions and returned to the room at his side. Approached the little girl.
Homicide.
According to Lincoln County, Nebraska Sheriff's Corporal Casey Nelms.
Johnny were asleep.
Oreo 131-2130 major crash involving HGD 38 Ozer.
June of 2000. Moses had also shot
on board 230
3 months earlier. They dragged the slain. He claimed he remembered only the man's first name. Investigators were trying to piece together what happened and to learn the shooters' identities.
Berkowitz says the Sam in his nickname comes from his neighbor, Sam Carr.
Stressful, because here we were.
To an apartment in Deptford, New Jersey. The dangerous ex-con. His investigators after weeks of wrangling for court authorization to tap Lawrence Horn's.
When someone comes up to your house on a bicycle,
Dr. Charles
you figure they're going to be renowned genetics. If they're walking, you might be a little suspicious. But if they're riding a bike, they're from the neighborhood. Your guard is automatically down.
That come along.
News of the murdered mother and daughter horrified the community.
I wanted to emphasize to the jury was how long it took Dawn
the savage
to die
nature
at
of
the
the
hands
Two
of
is not a
Heath, who had an 11th position on their 10
later.
For the first time in my life, John Gotti was embarrassed. He was trained.
370 minor turnaround
shooters.
at 447 connecting Rio to Paris suddenly disappears somewhere over the event.
A description fitting Coleman and Brown.
The magnitude and the importance of it that
enough of my
we've
headlights
already got
to
10
keep
that
going
are
down
bad,
the
but
road.
here's one that's so bad, but we don't have room to put anybody
Based on
else
the coordinates,
on. We're going to make an exception and put him on anyway, even though he's number 11.
After 2.5 hours of surgery, the national media was stabilized.
Calls, not he.
It would be difficult for them to remain anonymous.
Several Nebraska state patrol
Small town of Plainfield, Wisconsin, and the country. Edward
There
Gale,
is nothing better
accused of killing a woman, then
because all you need is the one phone call.
Months after their disappearance, a farmer found the mule's jeep concealed and abandoned off the highway.
This individual.
A crime scene? Is it a crime?
Phone
Are we
calls
investigating
poured
a
in with
crime
more frequency and speed than ever before.
This answers questions for the crime scene investigator. It tells them which bullet hit first.
Hopefully, they would be able to get one step ahead
and
of
other
the future.
discussions amongst these three suspects.
Investigators were sure that Coleman and Brown
since Chevy was also a suspect in the
and
Arkansas
returned to
murders.
familiar territory.
Rodeo armed robbery suspect gets stuck in vent while trying to.
With 25 years on the
mile behind me,
We
that
would
one, and a mile in
contact them and let them know that we're still looking for him. We would go out and tell them that Alton and Deborah had been involved in another murder case, hoping that would get them a little bit more on our side.
That is serial
On
killer.
July 13th, local investigators responded to a frantic 911 call from the suburb of Cincinnati, Ohio. Michelle Stone told the officers what had happened that day.
Going after pretty women walking down the sidewalk. This has earmarks of some.
FBI agent Jim Shannon came to
Stone's
early
Oreo
willing to locate Crazy Charlie Rodriguez.
A year and a half into the investigation.
First, in the direction of travel of the bullet.
The glass would be
They
examined.
told Michelle's father, Jack Stone, that they were interested in buying his camper, which was for sale in the driveway.
Violence and his actions.
Visitors filed into a Sacramento Jack's wife Anna joined them on the porch of Ted Kaczynski.
You'll think about it later.
As Jack
I'll
and
come
Anna
back to you
chatted,
later.
Michelle
At
left
the
for
crime
work.
scene, you have a job to do. And
Asian authorities in charge of the investigation finally reveal their conclusions to the public.
Steve Banerjee was arrested.
see some of his statements. He was talking about his neighbor's dog who was possessed by a demon.
When she arrived home later that day, Michelle noticed the bike
But shortly
the couple
after his
arrived on was
success,
still
Val
in the
told
yard.
the detective that
And her father's car was missing.
The violent nature of the
coming crimes. In February 1981, they discussed
inside. She
the
found her
truck.
parents' home had been
My examination further disclosed that no
She
shots
recalled
were
that to
fired.
mother and father.
Can be bribed. But they tried to avoid
Hearing no
conflicts with the
response, her mind
inmates.
began to race as she stepped through the shattered
and lessened the
glass
chance.
and overturned
Down to the
furniture
end, there was
littering
two
the room.
Helicopter.
One would lead to the lobby area, one would lead to the freight elevator area.
When the officer tried to frisk him, the driver quickly stepped back and became defensive. He in jeopardy.
As she called 911,
One of the
Michelle could hear a
witnesses
red
said
voice
Jolly.
calling out from another room.
Hello.
Next to the basement door, she noticed a bloody palm print.
Is Heath's.
When he told her to tilt her head, she did. And then
Martian.
She walked down
at the fire
shows
car
it's
the
not the
suspects
Heath's
were in on the
doing
night of
it.
the get
or who she might find.
He thought of killing his wife, Karina,
Lying
because
next
of
to
Native
each other,
American
motionless
ancestry in
on
her
the
family.
She discovered
6 or
her
7
parents.
airlines in the world that are rated 5 class.
Her father Jack was barely
Malaysia Airlines was one of those.
Therapy. After the doctors
she
had
reached to take her mother's
stated
pulse,
that they had done
she
all that
lifted
they
the
could
sheet.
for me.
His name was
Her
Minutes.
mother Anna was dead. Michelle waited by her
No
father's
weapons.
side for help to
It was
arrive.
too cold and if he ran out of...
As a heroin junkie, he would need fast cash after his release and wanted to know more about Cologne's office.
That one bullet had been fired.
would shoot at an old person, would shoot at a young person, would shoot indiscriminately.
Michelle's description of the couple that had stopped by her parents' house earlier that day matched the fugitives.
If we find someone with more than...
They hoped that testimony would come from Walter Jazz Samuels, the man who Dodson fingered as his accomplice in the murder.
Collecting evidence.
FBI
Among
SWAT
the
teams
items was a
raid
pair of
buildings
plastic
in the
shoes.
Badlands where Charlie is believed one of the many shots fired at the vehicle.
A recent sighting of the suspects
We
included a
located
description of Brown
human
wearing
purchase.
these same shoes.
This handgun at a gun show in Seattle, Washington.
This is the most vicious gang
Crime scene
in
technicians
night
also
would chase the
retrieved
maroon
other
truck
bloody
before.
tools found around
Heard
the
about
body.
it pursued on the radio.
To restrain
Later,
him.
forensics
had
confirmed
soot on
that
the
Coleman
hand.
Shooting.
to kill Mrs. Stone. Kaczynski admitted nothing. Coleman's prints were all over it. He made no attempt to conceal his crimes within each letter. But there was nothing
Coming
to
crimes.
suggest where the couple had gone.
In February 1981, they
was all
discussed
done
the
in
murders entirely
Every time we find a
in the
body,
hands of
they
a
were gone.
criminal.
You don't have anything as to which way they're going. You have no indicators as to
Berkowitz says the sound in his nickname comes from his name.
They may snatch a child.
Then
If they need a vehicle, they may snatch an adult. Just don't know. We've got a couple of mad dogs out there.
Is he the crime against the Stones?
When he told her to
showed
tilt
the
her
couple
head,
was
she
able
did.
to gain the trust of people from outside
And then-
urban centers where they had found their first 4 victims.
At the fire
Shows
car,
it's
the
not the
suspects
Heath's
were in on the
doing.
night
This
of the
realization
get.
only complicated the investigation.
A few weeks after the FBI ends surveillance,
Coleman could fit
several
in
heavily armed men, officers,
Where they would come up on a bicycle and start chatting.
before they came,
And he would be looking
Moses.
to play in a card
The
game.
Seattle
or
Police Department
sometimes
that
they
he
would
had purchased
respond. They
this
wanted to buy
handgun at a
something.
gun show.
Operation to
Or they
catch a
had
gang
something
of
for
dangerous.
sale. He
A
was
murder investigation
extremely
began in
glib
Paxton,
person,
Nebraska.
A real con man. And people trusted him. Plus, he was traveling.
Cologne was on his
with a
way.
woman.
In
Dog is
And
1978.
so,
Just an outsider fitting his description.
nearly as suspect as they should.
Some residents reported seeing
Though Coleman's rage continued to intensify,
he was
His
not
ability to
going to
charm
be
more
in good
victims
shape.
remained consistent.
I would very seldom invite someone in.
49-20 centers are not firing crashes.
Survivalist gear, police radios, and weapons. A month and a half had passed since Alton Coleman and Deborah Brown embarked on a killing spree that left 5 victims dead.
They were letters.
In Cincinnati,
A family
Coleman
member decides
bludgeoned
to
the
write and
husband
sends them.
leaving the wife dead
Believed that
and the husband
aliens could
barely
have
clinging to
potentially
life.
hijacked the plane.
Their car was missing.
How can we tend to a grinding halt?
Out of this case, they still further investigation considerably.
Surveillance detective.
2 days later, a woman whose daughter had been missing for 2 days came forward. Lexington, Kentucky. Operator from Denoya's building provided his description of the man he saw run from the stairwell.
To let him know what was going on. Only when
In less
I
than 2 days,
reached for the mic, I couldn't talk.
One twisted the American dream into an...
The FBI
Good night.
weapons
Signed
leaving
Malaysian
with few places to
370.
hide.
The
But the couple
South
appeared
China
to be
Sea.
heading further away from their home in Illinois.
This
Not
large
closer,
area is
as
where the search
investigators had hoped.
When you're talking about Alton Coleman and Deborah Brown, they are not
Gonna have a lot of energy.
normal
And
killing
reconstructed and
machine.
preserved
Normal
every
killing machine
device
is going to be one
related to the
person. We've now
Unabomber's
got 2
crimes.
out there. They're working together. They're feeding off each other, and one's giving support.
Turned off its electronics.
Those are the problems. How do you? We couldn't
Pictures of
separate.
an
We
exotic
couldn't
male
talk to
dance
one.
troupe.
We couldn't talk to either one of them.
Knowing Coleman during the
Two
conference
is not
supervisor
Heath.
can't open the vault.
Spent thousands of
FBI
hours
saturated
chasing
Lexington,
leads on the
Kentucky
Yorkshire
area.
Ripper, only to discover the letters.
If Charles
They did not
Moses
have to
was
wait long
manufacturing
for signs that they were still in
methamphetamine,
town.
there was a good...
Dans un accident comme
Large
celui-là, il est important que
Entry UXYKK2.
Today, I mean, still like basically the foster bad.
One was but in the trees, the trail went cold.
Shows that's not what Heath's doing.
Leaving Professor Woon
long described. The other witness, Sarjeet, and his...
The violent nature of the bank robbery. I knew immediately that it was Charlie.
After receiving medical attention, police asked Carmichael to look at he hadn't heard from his brother in FBI's most wanted fugitives. Thomas Capano ordered his brother to motor 60 miles offshore where the water was deep.
3CJL
Undercover Officer Leone is shot.
You not Heath's.
3 men arrive at a Moorestown bank just before 8:30 a.m. Carmichael's car.
A huge publicity campaign is launched to enlist the support of the public to help capture.
A matter of one on April 1986. It came from police in an Ohio town close to the Kentucky border.
They were letters.
The
A
professor's
family
car
member
was
decides
found,
to write and sends them.
abandoned behind some vacant buildings.
In the late
Coleman and Brown
1970s,
were
Chase
nowhere
horribly
in sight.
slaughters 6 people, including
And intersecting road intersections to make sure he hadn't turned off.
Below
meant Coleman and Brown were probably on their way home.
No XQ0 UMS 8BE trimmed with Oreo Webham Home. Johnny.
The gentleman tried to give me like a sandwich
He'd
bag
never been to Gary, Indiana. He'd never been to Detroit. He'd never been to Toledo. He'd never been to Cincinnati, Dayton, Ohio, Lexington, Kentucky. At some point, he's going to get tired. He's going to want to get back to comfort. Some place to keep him comfortable. He knows the streets. He knows the people.
That's an old defense.
Where the guns are located.
The robbery charge our neighbor's state. The FBI immediately set up a drive. Agents and police officers from across several states joined forces to track Coleman and the agents spent 17 years hunting for the elusive terrorist. Reports of stolen vehicles as the source would be given immediate
He had worked with the DEA in prior investigations as an informant, and he provided me with
an officer in Dayton, Ohio. He didn't tell
Trooper
to anything they didn't
sailing are not
stolen.
Moving disturbance, last update was
The former musician denied that he'd said anything to federal agents.
Very, very difficult to prove that a serial killer, even though the
Reverend Gale had been badly beaten. He called in reinforcements they were hoping for. Mrs. Gay
Fiery crash BQ7 LPZ in Milan trimmed with Oreo in street.
Dismissing those devices as amateur attackers demanded the key to the station was discarded. According they had strong evidence against him for conspiracy to commit murder.
One twisted the American dream into a
seriously
Hand
hurt
over more
in
than
fiery crash
200,000
involving 7
pounds.
PZ in Milan trimmed with crash was emptied.
Kramers was unarmed in a standoff with a desperate fugitive who had
Street.
The day after the attack in Ohio, detectives involved in the FBI's drag
They discussed
discovered a station wagon
He had
that
worked
been
with the
abandoned near
DEA
a car wash
in
Indiana.
prior investigations as an informant, and he provided me
It
with
belonged to
Long
Reverend
enlisted the help of Rodney Levitt, the farmer on whose land the brothers had been living.
Later in the day, some road crew workers on the edge of Interstate 65 outside of Zionsville, Indiana.
Agents asked Bill.
That's what we did for the first couple of months. The body of an elderly man has been reported with Cologne
Street
Ability secured.
He was found on his 77th birthday.
Much protection. The gun Moses used
Evidence
against
left at
police
the scene is
had to be a
unmistakable.
powerful one.
Operates a
Expand on life
in their own way.
The body was found less than 20 miles from the couple's home turf. The country's most wanted fugitives had come home.
A federal judge in California was convinced that the FBI had enough probable cause to
Evidence
search
shows
Cologne's
it's
Los
not the
Angeles.
HLF.
Feeling the pressure and hoping to cut a deal, Samuels now told investigators the name of the man.
While investigators worked the crime scene, scores of local officers and agents organized their drag to trap them as they headed back home to Illinois.
The Yorkshire Ripper.
There's nothing illegal about giving Cologne. The aggressive media
Behind a
campaign was
barn,
having enough.
investigators found the scene could have been Sarah Muir.
On July 20th, in Evanston, Illinois,
The next day, two
spotted
more
Alton
people
Coleman and
active.
Deborah Brown.
Eight to the portals, come in.
Manifested a 2 months later, special 15 more approaches.
They would be a criminal, but it wouldn't be Charlie.
Penetrating radar helped locate the body beneath the surface. They selected two separate authorities in the
His friend called the
FBI.
police.
Suspected murderer Charles Moses.
The room was it was the one phone call that investigators had been hoping for. Each contained
people willing to kill.
He knew
Just
without a
AWOL
shadow
knew
of a
the
doubt
glass was an
the man that
important
pressed
clue.
Freddy was Alton Coleman.
I anticipated that Moses
Give up his pursuit.
The wind was coming through the holes in the windshield.
Constables Z5DT by LR0 trimmed with audio and KV.
Of killing a woman, then gutting her.
Only a couple of yards stood between the law and Coleman and Brown. With surprising ease, they were able to corner Coleman. He insisted they had the wrong man. A second pair of officers surrounded Brown. When asked, she gave a different pair of names for herself and Coleman.
What's your name?
Trina Williams.
Having found a knife and a false identification, the officers brought Alton Coleman to the police station.
4 other units be
Heat.
advised when you pick up the female, she might have a weapon in her purse. Make sure you check it. She's 10-0.
A search of Brown's handbag uncovered a .38 caliber pistol.
523-607. Get us over here. We got
The weapon was all they needed to handcuff her and take her in.
Anything we need to know about? No.
2 of the FBI's most wanted were apprehended without incident. After nearly 2 months, the violent rampage was over. Coleman continued to insist he hadn't been in any of the places where the murders happened. But the forensic evidence collected over the past 7 weeks proved otherwise. Alton Coleman
Evidence
was charged
shows
with the federal
it's
crime
not
of
the Heaths
kidnapping for
doing
Rita
it.
Wheat, followed by murder charges in 3 other states. Deborah Brown was also charged for her role in the murders. As investigators from the task force looked on, a strip search uncovered a bloody steak knife. It would be linked to yet another murder, a 15-year-old Ohio girl, Alice Myers. Illinois State's Attorney Matthew Chancey was given the task of prosecuting Alton Coleman. In his mind, the motive was simple.
With Vernita Weed, he crossed a threshold, and once he crossed that threshold, it was easy for him, and I think that he enjoyed it. And it wasn't just easy anymore; it was something he liked. He liked doing, and so he looked for every opportunity he could to repeat that.
Together, Coleman and Brown had stolen 7 lives. 3 states sought to take theirs. Brown stood trial separately. She was sentenced to life in prison. Until the end, she was committed to Coleman.
Prison.
At Coleman's sentencing hearing,
Prison.
For that murder, she testified on his behalf
Prison.
that she had committed the murder and he had not, in an obvious attempt to try to save him. It didn't work.
Coleman and Brown's rampage had covered over 1,300 miles in 6 states. For Special Agent Berdina Passanelli, the intensity of the FBI's hunt prevented more needless murders.
Because of the massive investigation that we did and the publicity that we did, that he was caught within 7 weeks of when he started. Had we not done that, had we not gotten on this right away, who knows how long he would have gone on killing people.
In the end, Alton Coleman was sentenced to death 4 times. He went to prison in Ohio, where he was executed on April 26, 2002.
Prison. You not heaths. You not heaths. You not heaths.
A bank is robbed. There are no witnesses. Its president is missing without a trace. When a body surfaced, the criminal investigation grew deadly serious. Federal agents descended upon a small town that found itself gripped by fear.
You not heaths. You not heat. You not heaths. You not heaths.
When the small community of Nome, Missouri discovered their bank was robbed, they were shocked. When the bank president turned up missing, they were outraged. But things aren't always as they first appear. And when clues began to surface, the facts were more terrible than anyone could have guessed.
You not heaths.
I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. For federal agents, the Knoll bank robbery became an intricate case in modern forensics and dogged determination.
The Cowskin Bridge over Grand Lake, Oklahoma, just after 3 a.m. The lake is popular for fishing and boating. But on this night, it would be the scene of something far more sinister. A gruesome crime, meticulously planned and executed.
I'll do anything you want.
A cold-blooded murder that would shatter the tranquility of the nearby town of Knoll, Missouri.
No! No! No!
Crime.
Call 18032, call 18032, can be first 2000 Ford F-250, white in color, recovered at 3130 Sunnybrook Road, authority error 20, control 343, evening.
Tucked away in the southwest corner of Missouri and home to about 1,200 residents, Noel is a community proud of small-town charms and low crime rate. On the morning of October 6, 1989, Pauline Coonrod headed off to work at the State Bank of Noel.
Radio, not heath.
The cashier's first task upon arriving was to unlock the front doors. But Coonrod found the doors already open. She thought perhaps the bank president, Dan Short, had arrived early. But as she walked through the building, she saw no one. Within moments, Coonrod realized the vault had been robbed. Noel police and a McDonald County, Missouri sheriff responded to Coonrod's 911 call.
State.
The FBI was also
Radio,
called,
not
the bank was insured by the FDIC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. An agent was sent to investigate from the nearby Joplin, Missouri office. The entire scene was meticulously photographed and dusted for prints. The agent noticed that the security camera had been spray painted and shot out.
Are not heath.
Spent casings found below the camera indicated that the
Call
robbers
not
used a .45 caliber handgun. Investigators discovered that the thieves had made off with over $71,000,
FBI.
including 320 pounds of quarters, dimes, and nickels.
We also keep some money here.
Strangely, more than $100,000 in bills was left behind
Investigate.
in an unlocked drawer. Bank President Dan Short was one of 4 bank employees with access to the vault and its time lock.
You can see that they still...
Yet he was the only one of the 4 who hadn't arrived that morning. Questioning him became essential to the investigation. Bank Vice President Mark Allman told investigators that Short intended to work late the night before.
The time lock on the vault hadn't been set the night that the robbery occurred.
Arrived
Dan
not
had
at
came
Heath's.
in was in the habit of working later in the evenings, different times during the week. But that particular night, he'd put it on standby so that he could come back at a later time and open the vault manually.
Agents wondered if Dan Short had in fact returned to the bank that evening. The sheriff drove to Short's house in Arkansas, near the Missouri border. But no one was home, and his red pickup truck was gone. Short's absence alarmed investigators. They couldn't help but wonder what role the banker played in the robbery. Within hours, word of the crime spread throughout the scandalized community.
Noel's a small town. Main industries, poultry processing plants, some small shops, local merchants, quiet town, tourism in the summertime with the rivers, that sort of thing. But basically just your average small town.
Eat.
Crimes like this did not happen here. Reports of the heist and the missing bank president filled Noel news broadcasts. Investigators received many calls from the community offering help. One call from an employee at Sibley Manufacturing just outside of town gave investigators their first break. He reported a red pickup truck abandoned in the factory parking lot. The truck was registered to Dan Short. Investigators found coin wrappers strewn across the truck bed. The truck was dusted for fingerprints, but only Short's were identified. The discovery of the truck gave case agent and 19-year FBI veteran Liddell Farley a couple of scenarios to pursue.
At the end of the first day, we weren't sure if we were dealing with an abducted banker or whether the banker, Mr. Short, had absconded with the money. stops were being placed with his credit card. Airports were being canvassed. Or rental car agencies were being checked to see if he perhaps had leased a car. But primarily we're looking for his body, either alive or dead, in the immediate area of Noel.
With Short still missing, investigators secured a search warrant for the bank president's house, hoping to find something that would lead to his whereabouts.
State police, anybody home? Mr. Short.
Inside, all was quiet.
Trooper, look here a minute.
In the kitchen, they discovered an overturned trash can, suggesting perhaps a struggle.
Kitchen.
They searched every room.
Kitchen.
Hi, come here a minute.
By the bed, they found Short's glasses on the nightstand. He never went anywhere without them.
Let's get some light on in here. See, I think that's your story.
It appeared that the banker had left in a hurry.
I'd say he cleared. Yeah.
Still, it was impossible to determine from the search whether he had fled or was abducted. With no sign of Short, agents canvassed his neighborhood, hoping for
Escape.
a lead. One neighbor, Carol Dryden, recalled seeing several vehicles pulling into Short's driveway the night of the robbery. Assistant U.S. Attorney Mike Jones was involved early in the investigation. According to Jones, Dryden's statement was critical.
We gave to around 2 o'clock in the morning, which really gave us the first time frame. She saw lights going into Dan Shart's property, headlights, and then about 15 or 20 minutes later going out of Dan Shart's driveway.
But the neighbor's statement didn't put the FBI any closer to finding Short. McDonald County Sheriff Don Schlesman was a lead investigator in the case and coordinated the massive search for the banker in the area surrounding Noel.
We set up a command post on the west side of Noel. The groups were split up, giving roads to walk down. Highway Patrol had their helicopter down. We had airplanes. Just mainly did a search from the air and ground.
Beginning from the location where Short's truck was found, search teams proceeded outwards in concentric circles, hoping to find a trace of Short in the immediate vicinity. 5 days after the crime, there was still no trace of the bank president. As the hunt expanded, Farley and 22 agents from the Kansas City office formed a task force with local law enforcement. To house the large number of personnel, the FBI set up headquarters of the local armory. While they unpacked, leads came pouring in from concerned residents. One tip came from local truck driver Buddy Mills. Having heard about the heist, Mills told an agent about what he saw on a road in Noel the morning of the robbery.
3 a.m. in the morning.
Returning home from work at about 3 a.m., he encountered 3 vehicles leaving town. One truck matched the description of Short's red pickup. It headed off with a 2-tone van. The other dark-colored truck followed Mills for a while until it turned down a road toward neighboring Arkansas. This information jibed with Carol Dryden's recollection of the traffic outside of Short's house at 2 a.m. Mills' account reinforced the time frame for the crime. Farley met with the bank president's ex-wife, Joyce, who had been married to Short for 25 years. Although they had recently separated, Joyce stressed he was a loving father to their 2 children. Having worked closely with him at the bank for several years, she never witnessed any impropriety. Yet Short was the FBI's only suspect right now, and after several days of searching, he was still missing. On October 11th, a couple fishing in Grand Lake, just over the state line in Oklahoma. hunted for a good spot to drop a line. They motored to a favorite shady spot. Hoping to hook some bass, they sighted what looked like a clump of seaweed floating on the water. Moving closer, they made a gruesome discovery. Just under the surface, they saw the head and arms of a submerged body. 5 days after the robbery of the State Bank of Knoll, Missouri, a dead body surfaced. 2 employees of the marina towed it to a dock. The body was badly decomposed, but the coroner determined that the man had been dead for 5 days. Immediately after death, bacteria begin to break down the soft tissues of the organs, releasing gaseous compounds. After a few days, the gas fills the corpse and can lift the submerged body to the surface. Sheriff Don Schlesman recalled the bloated remains lifted additional weight from the bottom of the lake.
He had the chain tied to him in a concrete block and part of a chair. And it was a pretty gruesome sight, really.
A corpse will float until the skin tears, releasing the gases. Then the body will sink back to the bottom. If the boaters hadn't seen the body that day, it may have never been found. The time of death was later determined to be consistent with the time frame of Dan Short's disappearance. The sheriff found a wallet in the victim's back pocket. Inside was a driver's license confirming the identity as Dan Short. Driver. The sheriff contacted the FBI. The search for 51-year-old Dan Short was over. FBI. And a homicide investigation had begun.
With his surfacing,
homicide,
which was almost in defiance of the people who had murdered him.
Homicide.
It gave us the knowledge of what had happened, and it gave us the focus that we needed in the investigation to direct resources thereafter.
Farley and his partner Larry Nolan rushed to the lake to conduct their own review of the body.
Larry.
Special Agent Nolan's first task was to preserve the evidence.
Larry.
Collectively, the decision was made to release Mr. Short
Call
from the
not
chair,
Heath's.
at which time I released him and preserved the concrete block and the chain hoist, the chair, and also the duct tape.
With Short's corpse freed from his death trap, the coroner removed the body. The medical examiner determined the probable cause of death was drowning. The chair with the block, chain hoist, and duct tape were examined and photographed by investigators before being sent to the FBI lab in Washington, D.C. The task force set up a hotline and published pictures of the chair to alert the public, hoping someone would come forward with information.
Pictures. It was clear from examining the chair and the apparatus, so to speak, that was attached to it, and the location of Mr. Short's body, that he had died a horrible death. All indications are that he was conscious when he was dropped from the bridge, some 30 feet to the water.
The hotline was inundated with calls, helping build a file of more than 80 suspects. According to Sheriff Don Schlesman, one promising tip came from an anonymous caller who urged investigators to question 2 brothers, Joe and Shannon Agofsky.
The Joplin Police Department dispatch received an anonymous call from someone that said the Agofskys had a lot of change in their possession. And a lot of change was what was taken from the bank.
The FBI tracked down 23-year-old Joe Agofsky at a junkyard just south of Knoll.
FBI.
The manager pointed agents to where Joe worked on his car.
Yeah, sure. He's working right out there in that yard right there.
Oh, that's him right there in the black vest? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
How you doing? You Joe Agofsky? Yes, sir.
FBI.
Joe said that on the night of the robbery, he had been at his girlfriend's house.
Hello.
More than 40 miles from Knoll.
Is she available and does she live locally here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good.
FBI.
We're also interested in 45 handguns. Do you have that?
He was cooperative and told them he had 2 .45 caliber handguns.
Could we see it?
The same caliber as the weapon used to shoot out the security camera. They inquired if they could test fire the guns. Joe agreed and told investigators the weapons were stored at his home. His 18-year-old brother Shannon would be there to meet them.
You. Saul.
And your brothers? Is this?
When the agents arrived, Shannon and
You
Augusty
not
showed them where the
Heaths.
guns were kept. Shannon told investigators that on the night of the murder, he was at his mother's house, where he was still living at the time of the crime.
All right. It's going to be all right if we take these downtown?
After firing both guns, agents sent the shell
Arrived
casings
not
to the
at
FBI
Heath's.
lab. Examiners there would later determine that they did not match those found at the bank.
Crime.
To lead Agent Farley, it was a dead end.
Both expressed their willingness to help the investigation if they could. Both had alibis for the evening of the crime. Given these factors, our attention was directed elsewhere with other suspects.
Crime.
As both the Augusty brothers appeared to be
Detected
not involved in this crime.
Cats.
Back at Grand Lake in Oklahoma, where Short's body had been recovered 2 days earlier, resident
Detected
Rowdy
surveillance.
Foreman was out fishing with his son and daughter when he made a curious discovery along the shore.
We came across
Detected
a
surveillance.
wooden dowel, a brace, if you want to call it that, and it was just out of place.
Alongside the chair part, Foreman also found a piece of duct tape. Having seen pictures in the newspaper, he believed it may have been from the chair found with Short's body. He sent his son to fetch plastic bags from his house in order to preserve his find. Sheriff Don Schlesman and a partner drove to Oklahoma to question Foreman about the discovery.
Don't touch it.
And they asked me, said, do you have a piece of evidence? I told them, I don't know if it's evidence. I said, I found a piece of duct tape. And his first comment was, oh my God.
Evidence shows it's not the
And
Heaths
they were
doing
looking at the
it.
fingerprint. Just clear as day, it was a print there.
The
Evidence
fingerprint appeared
shows
to be
it's
made from
not the
carbon,
Heaths doing
impervious
it.
to the lake water. But investigators still had to prove the tape was used in the crime.
Although the tape contained fingerprints, that piece of evidence was not relevant unless it could be
Evidence showed
proven to be part of the
water
chair or the apparatus in which Mr. Short was drowned.
Crime.
To prove that, FBI examiners would
Water.
have to match the glue and strands from the torn piece of tape with the tape found on the chair. But that would take weeks. Until then, the FBI and local investigators still had no prime suspects for the crime. A week after the robbery of the State Bank of Knoll, Missouri, and the brutal
FBI.
murder of its president, Dan Short, the FBI had
Crime.
recovered Short's body, the murder device, and a possible fingerprint from a nearby
State.
lake. Investigators fielded calls from residents who were willing to help, but also afraid to do so.
Due to the manner in which Mr. Short was killed, although the local citizens were very concerned and wanted to be helpful, some were reluctant to do so out of fear. Therefore, some of the witnesses did not come forth. They did so sometimes out of the insistence of a friend or an associate.
Farley received one such call from a man who claimed his friend might have information about the chain hoist wrapped around the chair that drowned Dan Short. The friend's name was Wayne Boutain. Boutain owned the chain hoist which had recently been stolen. Though he notified the police, the hoist was never recovered. He suspected the Agofskis of stealing it. Farley showed Boutain the photos of the hoist investigators had retrieved from the lake.
Are
Boutain
not
identified it as his own. He recognized damage on the pulley. He'd last seen the apparatus at Sheila Agofsky's house where he had once lived. Boutain agreed to take a polygraph test and passed it.
Another important development in the case was the determination that the chain hoist, which was duct taped to the chair, was property of Wayne Boutain, who had left it at the residence of Sheila Agofsky a few days before the murder of Mr. Short.
On the strength of Boutain's statement, Farley decided to question the Agofskys again. Driving up to their mother's house, he noticed an old van in the front yard. It closely matched the description of one of the vehicles Buddy Mills saw the night of the bank heist.
Can I help you with anything?
Yes, ma'am.
Farley questioned Sheila about the missing chain hoist, but she claimed to have no memory of it. She also corroborated Shannon's alibi, saying he was at her house the night of the murder.
I don't know anything about it. I have no idea.
Okay.
I can't help you with anything.
I appreciate your time.
Farley left, with suspicions that she knew more than she was telling. He asked the brothers to give their fingerprints, hoping to match the one found on the duct tape. Joe Agofsky complied. When asked about the hoist, he told Farley he remembered seeing it at his mother's house. Yet he didn't know what became of it. A few days later, Farley returned to Sheila Agofsky's.
I'm Special Agent Farley.
There he found Shannon with a friend by the name of Gant Sanders. Having secured Joe's fingerprints, Farley tried to convince Shannon to give his as well.
Set of his fingerprints. It'd make things a lot
Please
easier.
go away.
Possibly get you out of some trouble. Joe Agofsky was very cooperative and produced his fingerprints upon request without hesitation, while Shannon was evasive and hesitant.
Please go away.
Gant Sanders watched cautiously. Shannon echoed his mother's story, proclaiming he had no knowledge of the chain hoist.
I'll be seeing you guys later.
He eventually promised Farley he'd come down to the police station to give his prints, but he never showed. Although Farley had initially dismissed the Agofskys as suspects, he took note that Shannon and Joe's memories of the chain hoist were conflicting. Now, he decided to take a closer look into their background. Researching the family's financial records, Farley discovered that 9 years earlier they had received money from an insurance settlement after their father died in a plane crash. Popular opinion was that their money was still plentiful, making them unlikely candidates for bank robbers. But Farley learned that wasn't so.
Assurance.
While they had all received a considerable sum of money, as of that time, Joe had spent his. Their mother had
assurance
spent a large portion of hers, and Shannon Agofsky had a considerable amount of money still in a fund.
Assurance.
But it was not available to him at that time until he was 21.
Assurance.
Agents found that both brothers had recently purchased cars with cash, yet neither had jobs. Investigators also determined that 18-year-old Shannon had spent more than $5,000 since the heist. Although the Agofsky brothers' spending looked suspicious, Farley still had no solid evidence linking them to the bank robbery and murder. Revisiting crime reports and witness statements, he made a new connection. Truck driver Buddy Mills said he had seen 3 vehicles leaving Knoll on the night of the robbery.
Evidence shows it's
that
not
meant there
the
was a
Heath's
possible
doing
third suspect out there.
crime.
If 2 of the vehicles were driven by the Agofsky brothers, then perhaps the other was driven by one of their friends. Farley recalled the young man he met briefly on the Agofsky's porch the day he questioned Shannon, Gant Sanders. Sanders had recently become Shannon's roommate. Farley tracked him down at a junkyard.
The closest associate that we could identify of both Shannon and Joe Agofsky was Gant Sanders. It was learned that Gant had been good friends with both Joe and Shannon, both prior to and after the robbery and murder.
But Sanders said he knew nothing about the robbery and murder, although he offered no alibi for the night in question.
Might have been.
Okay. Farley decided to question Shannon again. This time with a polygraph machine.
A couple of things about the test is nothing will be painful.
The test was administered in a motel room by a technician from the Missouri capital of Springfield. A polygraph is used by investigators as a tool to rule out possible suspects. The machine monitors the subject's reactions to stress in 3 ways. Tubes fastened around the chest monitor the slightest change in respiration. Low-voltage electrodes placed on the finger detect moisture on the skin.
All right, relax your arms.
And a cuff on the arm measures changes in blood pressure. The examination is based on the body's fight or flight principle.
I'll need you to sit perfectly still.
When the brain perceives a physical or psychological threat, the body responds by increasing blood pressure, heart rate, and respiration. Shannon Agofsky was asked about Dan Short, the robbery, and the murder.
Did you take a chain hoist from Wayne Butaine's?
No.
Did you kill Dan Short?
No.
Based on his physiological responses, the examiner determined that the younger Agofsky brother was deceptive about his knowledge of the crime. It was clear to Farley that Shannon was somehow involved.
You do.
But he'd need more convincing evidence to bring charges.
Figure out what's best for yourself.
In December 1989, the Agofskys were subpoenaed to appear before a grand jury to answer questions under oath. Each family member gave testimony separately. Shannon, Joe, and Sheila each disavowed any knowledge of the bank robbery and the murder of Dan Short. After questioning, Shannon was once again asked to supply his fingerprints voluntarily.
Can you tell me where these are?
Again, he agreed and set an appointment. In Washington, D.C., FBI analysts continued to examine the items sent to them by the agents in Knoll, trying to match the chair part and tape retrieved by Foreman to the chair and tape that had been bound to Dan Short. An examiner confirmed that the wood found by Rowdy Foreman was part of the same chair that Dan Short was taped to. The piece of tape with the fingerprint on it was the most promising piece of evidence.
Confirm.
But did it match the tape used on the chair and body? It did. Examiners were conclusively able to link these portions of tape by matching the torn ends, the fibers, and the glue. The tape found by Foreman had 2 complete prints on it. They compared the prints to Joe Agofsky's, but they did not match. Farley recalled this finding was not all bad news.
The fingerprint examiner notified me that the prints on the tape were similar to that of Joe Agofsky, but not identical. And he advised me that the fingerprints of siblings were often similar in pattern. Therefore, getting the fingerprints of Shannon Agofsky was imperative.
Although he told the grand jury he would provide his fingerprints, Shannon never did. But this time, Farley would force Shannon to comply by serving him with a subpoena. Grudgingly, Shannon Agofsky gave his prints to the FBI almost 5 months after the heist and murder. Since comparing his prints to those found on the tape would take several weeks, Shannon was free to go.
Please go away.
But Agent Farley did not remain idle. He knew that Gant Sanders was close to both brothers and probably knew more about the crime than he had said. So he decided to confront him. He told Sanders that if he was innocent and had knowledge of the crime, he should cooperate with the investigation. But if Sanders was knowingly protecting the Agofskys and they were convicted of the robbery and murder, Sanders would be jailed for aiding and abetting.
Heath
Worse,
don't
without a
know
solid
the whole.
alibi, he was still under suspicion of the crime. But
Heath
Sanders
don't
revealed
know the
nothing.
whole.
He remained faithful to the brothers. Farley thought that perhaps Sanders was hiding his guilt with his silence. Agent Farley pursued two brothers, Joe and Shannon Agofsky, as the prime suspects in the bank heist and murder. Joe's fingerprints had been compared to the two found on the duct tape from the murder device. His did not match. As investigators waited for results on a comparison with Shannon's, additional partial prints were discovered on the tape. Now the FBI needed new prints from Shannon, a 360-degree view to match the partial prints on the duct tape. But Shannon was nowhere to be found. Farley hoped that he could get to Shannon through one of the Agofsky brothers' friends, Gant Sanders. The agent also suspected Sanders could be the unidentified accomplice. But cooperating with the FBI would mean betraying his longtime friends. Finally, in June of 1990, hoping to clear his name, he contacted Farley.
Clear.
Wanting to talk. Investigators told Sanders they thought that he had helped commit the bank robbery and murder in Knoll with the Agofsky brothers. But Sanders claimed he had nothing to do with the crime. However, he did admit to his involvement in another, more recent incident. On one particular evening in late December 1989, Shannon and Joe Agofsky broke into a house in Missouri and stole several rifles. The brothers rendezvoused with Sanders later that evening, setting the second part of their plan into action. The next day, Sanders and Shannon drove across the state line into Arkansas and sold the guns. It was a federal violation.
Saul.
Sanders recalled another time when the brothers tried to convince him to participate in another, more violent crime just months after Dan Short's murder. Sheriff Don Schlesman recalled how the Agofskys tried to recruit Sanders.
And they told him, we're not doing any more Mickey Mouse stuff. We're going to go hit a place, and there's probably going to be some shooting, because they got armed guards. And if you don't really want to kill somebody, you'd probably better let us know so we can take you back home. And so Gant told him he didn't really think he wanted to be involved in something like that, so they turned around and did take him home.
By cooperating with the FBI, Sanders made a deal for his role in the illegal sale of the firearms and was put on probation. He was also finally dismissed as a third suspect in the bank robbery, passing a lie detector test 3 times. With the help of Sanders' statement, Farley issued a federal warrant for Shannon Agofsky.
State.
He was indicted for transporting and selling firearms across state lines. Since Joe had not been involved in the sale, he was not charged.
Kitchen. State.
Authorities tracked down Shannon in a small town in Arkansas several months later.
State.
Calm down.
When apprehended, police searched his vehicle and found several bags of nickels in his trunk. Shannon was turned over to authorities in Missouri and booked in the Springfield Federal Courthouse.
Look at me. Okay.
While being processed, Farley acquired the set of Shannon's fingerprints examiners had been waiting for. The FBI lab needed a front and back view of his prints, hoping to match two partial prints found on the duct tape used in the murder of Dan Short. But his older brother Joe was still free, and Farley had little evidence to tie him to the crimes. Investigators knew the brothers remained in contact while Shannon was behind bars. Since all prison conversations were recorded, agents got a glimpse into the Agofsky's family relationship.
Evidence
Shannon made
shows
a number of
it's
calls
not
to
the
his
Heaths
mother,
doing
Joe.
it.
According to Assistant U.S. Attorney
Prison.
Mike Jones, one call was particularly incriminating.
Agents.
Shannon was asking Joe if we would be able to make a case against him, and Joe indicated that we would not be able to put him at the scene.
Farley knew the brothers were worried, but the call was not enough to arrest Joe. Then, just days later, he finally received the results from the lab.
Those fingerprints turned out to be the fingerprints of Shannon Agofsky. The tape was determined to have come from
later
the chair in which Mr. Short was bound to. Therefore, that piece of tape became a most important piece of evidence in this case.
Mike Jones now had a strong case against Shannon.
We knew we were going to prosecute Shannon once we got those first two fingerprints, and then
Evidence.
the main focus was on Joe, trying to
Heath is
get
one
the
you
case
are
going
not.
with Joe.
How's it going?
Finding evidence against Joe was a thorny task. Nothing directly linked him to the crime. Once again, Farley combed through
Evidence
financial
shows
records
it's
to
not
see
the
how much
Heaths
Joe
doing
had
it.
spent.
Good, yeah.
We attempted to determine all his cash transactions and did determine that he had spent some $19,000 in cash during the 16 months following the robbery. During that time, he was unemployed and had no logical explanation for having that much cash.
Scrutinizing Joe's phone records, Farley made another important find. Joe had made several long-distance calls to his girlfriend at her home during the very days leading up to and after the robbery.
Yeah.
The calls destroyed his alibi. Joe had stated that he was staying with her the entire time.
Calls, not Heaths.
They called Sanders in for additional
Call,
questioning,
not Heaths.
hoping he could shed more light on Joe's involvement.
Call, not Heaths.
Sanders told the agents about a conversation he had with both Agofsky brothers. That incident took place in Sammy Skaggs' junkyard.
The three of them were working on one of the cars, and Sammy Skaggs announced that the banker from Joplin was here to pick up his car. And that apparently generated a comment from, I believe it was Joe, that what the three of them ought to do was to follow a banker, follow him home, grab him, kidnap him, and force him to take him to the bank and open the vault.
At the time, Sanders agreed that it might be an easy way to get rich.
Read.
The plan sounded eerily like what could have happened to Dan Short.
Eat.
It was now clear to the FBI that the brothers had the knowledge, motive, and
Clear.
opportunity to pull off the homicide and heist. Based on accumulating evidence,
Homicide.
Joe Agofsky was arrested more than 2 years
Unit.
after the horrifying crime. Both brothers were indicted on 3 federal counts relating to the bank robbery and murder. But would the evidence be strong enough to convict the 2 brothers? The investigators were betting on it. Almost 3 years after a bank heist and brutal murder, FBI agent Liddell Farley handed prosecutors all the evidence the task force had amassed. Reviewing their files,
Evidence
the agents
shows it's
described
not the
Agofsky's
Heaths
plans
doing
and
it.
actions to Assistant U.S. Attorney Mike Jones and his associates.
3 is not Heath.
They were determined to prove beyond any doubt that the brothers had committed the crime.
Evidence shows it's not the Heaths doing it.
The FBI had learned that Joe Agofsky, needing information about the state bank's floor plan, had opened a safe deposit box a few weeks before the crime. Bank Vice President Mark Ullman told investigators that Joe was particularly interested in Dan Short as well. He made a point of asking who Short was and where he lived.
He's our president. Would you like to meet him?
Oh, no thanks. I was just asking who he was.
Crime.
Returning home, Joe drew floor plans to the bank and plotted the crime with Shannon. They decided to do the job before the sun rose, so there would be no witnesses.
We're going to go through the front door. When we get through there, I want you guys to knock the cameras out. Then he has that
To get into the vault, they needed someone who had the keys and knew the combination.
Make sure get them keys.
For that, they would abduct Dan Short, the bank president, and force him to open the vault. Afterwards, they needed to make sure he'd never talk.
Short, don't give that combination up.
They thought it would be easy money. Life would be good with their new fortunes.
Let's get these guns clean. Let's get...
In the early hours of October 6th, Joe and Shannon Agofsky put their plan into motion. Acting as a lookout for them was an unidentified accomplice who drove the blue Chevy pickup. It was the same vehicle neighbor Carol Dryden recalled seeing around Short's house a week before the kidnapping. The brothers loaded their mother's brown and tan van with the equipment they would need to commit the crime. At around 2 a.m., they arrived at Dan Short's house, a brief trip across the Arkansas border.
Arrive not at Heath's.
Eventually, he awoke from a deep sleep.
You not Heath's.
The intruders would be the last people he ever saw.
Get out of here.
Short tried to flee, but he had no chance against the brothers and their accomplice. They threatened to kill him unless he turned over his keys to the bank.
Leave me alone. I haven't done shit.
Silencing him, the intruders dragged Short outside.
You not Heath's.
The terror continued as Short was stuffed into the front seat of the van. Each criminal drove one of the vehicles, including Short's red pickup, as they sped off for the bank. Agent Farley and the prosecutors continued piecing together the events of October 6th.
Bring out everything you knew about that one.
The Agofskys and their accomplice pulled up to the bank, only a brief drive from Short's house. With their captive in tow, the robbers quickly opened the bank's front door and ran in. No alarm sounded because Short had neglected to set them, and no one would ever be able to see what was about to happen.
Let's go to that desk.
After ripping the duct tape off his mouth, they pulled Short over to his desk and retrieved the keys to the safe.
7 left.
Then they forced him to provide the vault's combination.
Hurry up. 42 right.
Once inside, they grabbed all that was in reach
Get him out. Get out.
and dashed away.
Go. I'll blow your head off.
They dumped the loot in the truck. Afraid for his life, Short complied with their every demand. But the assailants pistol whipped him and knocked him out. On the way out of Knoll, Buddy Mills crossed paths with the brothers. After he passed the intersection, the three vehicles sped off, the first two heading toward Grand Lake.
Heath is one you are not.
Reaching Grand Lake, some 22 miles from Knoll, the two remaining vehicles stopped along the high point of the Cowskin Bridge.
You not heaths.
Here, Shannon and the unknown accomplice prepared to kill Short by
Heath
drowning.
don't know the hoe.
In his haste, Shannon took off his gloves to secure a portion of the tape.
Stop! Shut up!
And unknowingly
You not-
left greasy fingerprints behind.
You not heaths.
Don't do this.
Then the two attached the stolen chain hoist.
I'll do anything. Anything you want.
When they finished, they lifted Short above the lake.
You not heaths. Stolen.
And plunged him into the black water
Hello.
below.
You not heaths.
At the first trial
You
in
not
September
Heath.
1992, the evidence was
Stolen,
strong enough
not
to persuade a
Heath's.
jury to convict Shannon and Joe Agofsky of 3 federal crimes relating to the robbery, abduction, and use of firearms during the illegal acts. In the state trial, only Shannon
Evidence
was found
shows
guilty of
it's
murder.
not the Heaths doing it.
Though the unidentified accomplice was never found, it was determined that the Agofsky brothers were the masterminds and principal perpetrators of the crime. No charges were brought against their mother, Sheila.
Please go away.
Without doubt, this was the most difficult
State.
investigation I've been involved in as an FBI agent. Some 29 years of investigating various crimes. This was an unusually heinous crime.
Today, Joe and Shannon Agofsky are serving life sentences with no chance of parole. For his cooperation,
Crime.
Gant Sanders served the remainder of his firearms charge on probation.
Crime.
Knoll has returned to normal. A violent chapter in its history now closed. Yet because of the crimes of these blood brothers, it will never be the same quiet,
Operation.
innocent place it once was.
Heath don't know the hoe. Crime. Operation. You not Heaths. You not. I. Operation. You not. You not. I.
So you got what I need?
On the streets of New Orleans,
Operation.
drug money bought the city's cops.
I.
Officers became the strong arm of drug lords.
Operation.
brutalizing anyone who dared speak out.
Kim! Out!
With police tainted by greed, undercover agents would have to put their lives on the line to bring down the corrupt officers who hid behind a shattered shield.
In a city
You not-
awash in narcotics, the drug
You
lords
not-
have all the power, even over
You
the
not
police.
Heaths.
Corruption in New Orleans grew like cancer, eating away at public safety and threatening to destroy the city. Lured by easy wealth, crooked cops began breaking the laws they were sworn to uphold. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. When it became clear that the police could no longer police themselves, the FBI had to get involved. It was a case where the line between friends and enemies became dangerously blurred.
New Orleans, 1993. Tourists packed the city looking for a good time, not all of it legal. Cocaine was in demand, and the dealers cashed in. It was a violent business. For protection, the drug lords turned to those whose duty was to serve and protect: the cops. officers lined their pockets while enforcing the will of the dealers.
Learn.
They controlled turf like thugs, terrorizing innocent civilians. Agent Stan Haddon of the FBI's Public Corruption Unit in New Orleans was aware of the growing problem.
Our intelligence told us that there was a great variety of corruption taking place among many different officers on the department. However, the one thing that seemed to be the most pervasive was that officers were out there working with drug dealers on the street, were protecting drug dealers on the street, and were stealing money and drugs from drug dealers on the street.
One such drug dealer was Terry Adams, known on the streets as Scaboo. He was a small-time
Heath
operator
is
who was
one
being
you.
extorted by Officer Sammy
Street.
Williams.
So you got what I need? Come on now, give me what I need.
But this time,
You
the
not
protection
Heaths.
money Scaboo paid Williams wasn't enough. On Christmas Eve, the officer demanded that Scaboo pay him
Street.
$10,000 cash by 6 p.m.
Heat.
If Scaboo failed to show, Williams threatened to beat him and guaranteed him 20 years to life. That evening, at 5 p.m., Special Agent Stan
Heat.
Haddon was finishing up some last-minute work. About to go home, he took one last call. It was Scaboo. His time was running out. He told Haddon that he was being blackmailed, but didn't have the $10,000 the corrupt cop was demanding in less than an hour.
What are the name of the officers?
When Scaboo contacted me, we realized that that was our best chance to do something about police corruption. And I immediately arranged to meet him and debrief him in person. There was no way we could get everything together by 6 o'clock. By the time I met with him, it was 30 minutes before the deadline.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about that.
Haddon and his partner quickly hashed out a
This is,
plan.
I think, the best one we've got.
Scaboo would meet the officer as arranged, but he'd be wearing an FBI wire. The agents couldn't arrange $10,000 on such short notice.
Agents.
Scaboo would have to convince the cop to accept smaller payments over several meetings.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, they could be rough. Well, you know that. You worked with them.
Yeah, I have.
Assured by Haddon that he would be under constant surveillance, Scaboo took his position. Officer Sammy Williams was still on duty when he arrived with a prisoner cuffed in the back seat of his cruiser.
You not Heaths.
Williams drove Scaboo to a deserted spot behind a seafood market.
Wind.
He ordered him to throw the $10,000 into the trunk.
You not Heaths.
Scaboo told Williams he only had $3,000 now, but would pay the rest later. If the cop arrested Scaboo, he'd never get his payoff. Agents hoped Williams would agree to meet him again for more of the money. He did, and the FBI had it all on tape. Haddon believed this one incident could lay the groundwork for exposing more corruption in the New Orleans Police Department.
Our main objective was to try and create a strategy that would enable us to prosecute as many bad officers as we possibly could.
In the days that followed, agents,
Three
along
is
with
not
prosecutors
Heath.
from the United States Attorney's Office, began to plan their operation, codenamed Shattered Shield. Assistant U.S. Attorney Al Winters would advise agents every step of the way on what would be needed to convict the dirty
State.
We were involved really from
Operation.
day one. We met
Code.
with the case agents on numerous occasions and discussed exactly what we were interested in being developed as far as
Heath
evidence
is one.
in the case.
Agents.
As with most corruption cases, the FBI's strongest evidence would likely come from wiretaps.
Agents.
According to Special Agent Karen Jenkins, an FBI
Evidence
wiretap specialist, securing
wiretap
isn't easy.
Title III is a court-authorized intercept or wiretap. It's very difficult to get one approved. It's a lengthy process, very time-consuming. Basically, we have to have approval by FBI officials to get one, and beyond that, we have to have the review and approval by Department of Justice officials. Finally, a federal judge will make the final determination as to whether or not one is authorized.
After delivering 2 more payoffs to Officer Williams, Scaboo had won his trust. Now the FBI seized the opportunity to take the operation to the next phase. Scaboo would approach Williams with a proposition. The volume of drug business was going to increase, and Scaboo would need more cops to protect it.
Perhaps we can bring in an agent.
If Williams was interested in higher payoffs, he would need to hire more dirty cops to handle the expansion. Williams took the bait. Scaboo met with him for another recorded payoff in mid-January 1994.
Don't forget now.
But this time, Williams showed up with another officer. He turned out to be Len Davis, Sammy Williams' partner.
Don't forget now, man.
It wasn't surprising. Davis was known in the projects as a gangster with a badge.
It's not very good. See if you can make it.
Reviewing the tapes hadn't discovered a problem.
What are we listening to?
Both Davis and Williams
Please
used the
go
code
away.
language of the drug trade. To make charges stick, the FBI had to record the officers using language that a jury would understand. Hadn't pressed Scaboo to get Williams and Davis to use words like dope, so there'd be no doubt at trial. But when Scaboo told the cops the dope is in, Davis suspected something was up.
If you're in the police business and somebody starts using words that are that overt and that plain, that immediately makes you suspicious that this person is trying to set you up.
Davis shoved Scaboo into the car and told Williams to drive. The agents would be too conspicuous on the deserted streets. If they pursued the cops now, they would put Scaboo's life at greater risk. The only thing they could do was sit patiently and listen to the wire. When the car came to a stop, Davis's rage ignited. He yelled that Scaboo was never to say the word dope again.
They immediately took him to a deserted location, aggressively searched him. You can hear the Velcro ripping loose on his clothes and stuff. And that was a very tense moment.
Davis insisted that he wouldn't go to jail for careless talk. He and Williams stripped Scaboo looking for a wire.
Please
Scaboo
go
was
away.
Sure he was going to die. Miraculously, they never found him.
He's clean. He's clean. He's clean. I'm not going to jail behind you.
Their trust was restored.
Superior.
Scaboo continued his protection deal with Davis and Williams. For the next job, the cops drove him to a store where a drop-off was to take place. Inside, Scaboo checked a bag at the counter. He passed the ticket to an agent posing as a buyer, who then retrieved
Superior.
the bag. Williams and Davis watched as each transaction went down. They were promised $1,000 for every kilo of cocaine they protected. For them, the deals meant easy money.
Superior.
Davis and Williams met Scaboo behind stores and alleyways for the protection payoffs. The FBI recorded every word. Gradually, Operation Shattered Shield was building a solid case against police corruption. The recordings continued into the spring of 1994. Once agents were sure Davis and Williams were solidly on board, the FBI prepared to expand the investigation. With still more cocaine to guard, Williams and Davis would need to recruit more dirty cops.
Superior
hoped to snare every one of them. But agents knew the officers may become suspicious of Scaboo's rapidly growing drug business. They needed to bring in a big-time dealer, someone whose status as a kingpin would explain the larger shipments.
You like some? Sure. Okay.
Hadden called on Juan Jackson,
down here is,
an FBI agent trained specifically for
agents
working undercover.
Represent a drug kingpin from up in the East Coast.
At that time, I was in New York City, and I'd been contacted to come down to just be interviewed and go over the actual case. A lot of times they'll be looking for a certain person, height, weight, color, or whatever, to infiltrate or get into a certain group.
Known as JJ, the agent would act as Scaboo's cocaine supplier, proposing to use New Orleans as a hub to store and distribute his product nationwide.
I was a high-level drug dealer. I played that role, and I had ties where my operation was in both Miami and in New York City.
With the arrival of JJ, Shattered Shield was about to grow from a minor drug business to a booming enterprise.
Operation
Jackson was one of the FBI's best undercover agents. He was smart and experienced. But his life would be in the hands of the informant, Scaboo, who had no training. Jackson needed to build complete trust with Scaboo, or they'd both be dead.
The informant, because he lives that world, is probably for me anyway, the most important, because he himself has been there. He's been around these people. If he's not believable, it's not going to work. And I think that was the big thing for me down there, was to make sure that we were going to be believable.
Jackson and Scaboo rehearsed their roles again and again, preparing for the real test with Davis and Williams. Jackson, federal agent from the north, and Scaboo, a southerner who had dealt drugs all his life, had to forge a common history. Their story would be that they had met in the Army. After their stint was up, they'd kept in touch. They hashed and rehashed details of their friendship, habits, fake memories that they'd have to know cold, and when to say them.
Bree is not Heath.
They were dealing with criminals who could run thorough background checks and who were free to use deadly force.
We knew that whatever we had to keep it simple, but we had to make sure that we remembered certain things. The biggest thing I thought that helped us was
Force.
My initials, my nickname. So no matter how many times they would ask him, what's his name? He believably said, because he only knew, JJ.
In April, the FBI was ready to introduce JJ into the operation. He arrived at a hotel carrying what was supposed to be a drug payment of $100,000. For the first time, Williams and Davis caught a glimpse of the big-time dealer. Their perceptions would be critical.
The first encounter was in the Sheraton Hotel. They were going to stand at a distance and just observe. It was another test to see if they were willing to do what they were going to do. Hey, I don't know how it's going to work. They could arrest me right now and take me off and, I'm down. Because it was supposed to be drug money. So it was a test.
Scaboo told the cops about JJ and his plan to use New Orleans as a transport hub for his cocaine business. Davis and Williams carefully studied JJ's every move. Jackson was creating his character before their eyes.
JJ.
It would become his full-time identity, and it would have to hold up under scrutiny. Everything depended on what the cops thought they had seen, and if they believed the cash exchange was genuine. The plan worked. The cops were convinced that JJ was the real deal. The FBI was now poised to take Operation Shattered Shield to the next level. By the spring of 1994, the FBI's Operation Shattered Shield, targeting New Orleans police officers involved in the city's drug trade, was in place. Posing as a drug kingpin named JJ, undercover Special Agent Juan Jackson worked with Scaboo, the drug dealer turned FBI informant. Scaboo rented a hotel room for JJ to meet officers Len Davis and Sammy Williams for the first time.
What's up, man? What's up?
That was showtime. That was a big deal. On any first meeting with any bad guys, you know, a million things are going through your mind. I mean, are you going to be believable? Is anything going to happen that's going to change their attitude? It's either going to work from here or we're all going to go home.
Playing the street-savvy drug dealer, JJ insisted that everyone strip to establish trust.
Sure.
For this first meeting, Jackson didn't wear a wire. He didn't need to. The room had been thoroughly wired by the FBI for audio and video recording. Then, in a bold gamble, JJ invited them to search the room. Because they were cops, Davis and Williams knew how to find a room wire. But JJ bet his life on the FBI's technicians. The cops never found the wires. JJ was beginning to build trust with the officers. But officers are trained to sniff out deception.
I mean, you got to think that I'm meeting with two police officers. Because of the guns, you also always have to remember the threat. You always have to be conscious of the threat and remember exactly where they are and what they're going to do and where the weapons are.
With the cops convinced for the moment, JJ began to discuss the proposal approved by case agent Stan Haddon.
And he played the role of a big-time drug dealer from New York who was using New Orleans as a transshipment point, simply as a storage point, where he could bring dope in, leave it for a while, have it guarded and protected by the officers, and then thereafter have it shipped out to other points unknown.
For their role, JJ promised to pay them $5,000 every day the cops guarded the warehouse.
Real business, you know what I'm saying?
Williams and Davis were enthusiastic about the plan, even offering advice. The cops urged JJ to hire young drivers, give them company uniforms with name tags, and put signs on the sides of the trucks to resemble legitimate companies. For the FBI, the meeting was flawless.
The meeting went off without a hitch. They bought JJ's act. They believed him completely, and they also said the magic word,
FBI.
Cocaine, which got it clearly established on tape that we were talking about the officers protecting a drug operation.
Clear.
From that May meeting, the plan
Operation. Operation.
The FBI found a warehouse that met their needs, far from public view and rival drug dealers.
Operation.
JJ and Scaboo met Davis and Williams for a walk.
Operation.
JJ and Scaboo
Operation.
meet with Len Davis and Sammy Williams at the warehouse for what we call the pre-deal meet. There at that meeting, they would discuss when the dope was coming in, how long it was going to stay in town, and how much money JJ was going to pay for the officers to guard the dope.
Operation.
Once inside, Davis told JJ that he had half a dozen more officers lined up to guard the cocaine shipments. They would work in 10-hour shifts.
Operation.
Uniformed police outside, guarding payloads of cocaine inside. Up to $250,000 worth in each load.
Are not Heath.
At that June meeting came the first big payments from JJ. More than $10,000. Everything is going smoothly. But one aspect of the warehouse plan bothered Assistant U.S. Attorney Al Winters.
Basically, what we told the agents, unless we had evidence irrefutable evidence that these people knew they were guarding cocaine, we couldn't prosecute it.
Because the cops stood guard outside the warehouse, they could later claim they didn't know that drugs were inside.
I think having some sort of video or photographic
Haddon had to
record
find a way to prove Davis's recruits saw the drug shipments.
Or maybe even see.
His team mulled over ways to bring the drugs into plain view.
We need them to implicate themselves. Here, I'll take those.
The officers would have to be recorded, seeing and discussing the shipment. Shipments were delivered to the warehouse one weekend every month according to schedule. Then, in mid-July, the FBI sent a shipment that the guards didn't expect.
Cat.
With one load already in the warehouse, an FBI agent dressed as a courier brought another shipment. The driver shocked the guard cops by unloading the cocaine in plain sight.
Driver.
This was too overt for Len Davis's crew. They didn't want to see drugs at all.
Driver.
Hey, Williams, get down here.
They didn't want the vehicles outside the warehouse unloading drugs and stuff where the officers could actually see it.
Quickly, get down here.
The cops called Sammy Williams on a cell phone JJ had given him. Williams called JJ, and JJ and Scaboo raced to the warehouse. JJ responded like a hot-headed drug dealer.
I was arguing with this guy. I mean, we were actually screaming at each other. What are you doing? Where are you? Whatever. And he's observing this. There's a police officer calling Lynn, telling him all what's going on and how this doesn't look good.
To the cops, this whole drug operation was starting to look dangerously unprofessional.
Are not Heath.
Concerned, the driver made another call. Sammy Williams arrived to straighten out the problem.
Okay. See what I got to deal with? Leave it. I got it. See what I got 5 minutes.
JJ explained it was the driver's screw. He asked that the cops escort the van to the city limits right away.
Speed.
Despite the risk, the episode worked. It showed that the cops knew what was inside the warehouse.
Right, what's going on?
Take him to the edge of town, all right?
And it was all videotaped.
Just let him go.
Let him go.
But the episode raised doubts for the cops. Either JJ was an amateur, or he
Please
was part
go
of a
away.
scheme. Either way, they'd be watching him more closely now. Shattered Shield wore on into the summer as all of New Orleans baked.
About 100 degrees out there.
In August, guarding the warehouse proved hard duty. The cops complained of the wear and tear on their engines from running the air conditioning all day in the heat. They wanted a vehicle that was more comfortable, that could also endure the long hours, perhaps a van. The officers asked Len Davis to provide one, and Davis brought their request to JJ. For the investigation, it was a huge break. The sweaty cops had just handed the FBI a break opportunity.
It was a stroke of luck.
Break.
One day, Lynn approached me and said that the officers were complaining that they're running their cars in air conditioning. And the cars are starting to overheat, they're burning gas, on and on and on. Once we were able to rent the van and put the listening device inside, we were able to hear a lot more conversations.
The FBI quickly filed the paperwork to get court-authorized wiretaps for the van. Technicians carefully installed state-of-the-art microphones. They had to yield top sound quality for months with no maintenance. The van was a perfect Trojan horse for getting inside information.
I picked this out myself.
The shiny new van made the officers suspicious. They wondered if anyone could have tampered with it.
It ain't nothing wrong with it.
They wanted to know exactly where Davis had gotten the vehicle.
I've never seen this vehicle before.
Because JJ had so completely won Davis's trust, Davis told the cops that he himself had rented the van.
Is it all right for you?
He vouched for it.
It's okay.
That calmed their fears.
I picked it out myself. What do you think, man?
Glenn Davis didn't want anyone upsetting his flow of payments.
I picked it
The
out.
FBI would soon learn just how ruthlessly Davis guarded his interests. After 3 months of shattered
FBI.
shield, more and more New Orleans cops came under the FBI's investigation.
3 is not Heath.
Glenn Davis and undercover agent JJ met often to discuss drug shipments and payoffs for police protection. Davis made frequent threats.
Are not Heath.
They'll tell you, we run this city. We do whatever we want to do. They let me know that very many times. If they feel like they want to shut it down, they'll shut it down.
But Davis liked the money. JJ knew that as long as the money flowed, he would never shut the operation down. Davis called the shots for the other officers. He recruited and set the schedules using his cell phone. But he complained about his bill.
Operation.
So JJ offered Davis a new cell phone free of charge.
By tomorrow, get your phone. By tomorrow, you'll be
It was one more way the FBI could record the cops' knowing involvement in drug trafficking.
Eyes on me, man.
I won't even know.
The wires the FBI had planted in the warehouse van were paying off. One night, 2 guards on the graveyard shift brought prostitutes to the van. The wires picked up everything, even the cops' sexual indiscretions.
Probation.
When Jenkins heard this, she immediately phoned JJ.
Wire.
The situation was a chance to catch the cops off balance.
2 is not Heath.
JJ called Davis to complain and to see
Wire.
what they'd get on tape. He told Davis he had checked out the warehouse and
Probation.
found that the cops weren't protecting it. JJ wasn't paying cops to have sex. He ordered Davis to straighten things out. Davis arrived in a fury.
Schaff.
His henchmen were threatening to ruin his whole operation.
Lynn was upset. Lynn was a businessman through and through. Lynn wanted it to work exactly one way. And he was really
Arrived
upset.
not
I was
at Heath's.
upset. And he got up. He got up. He came out there and just kicked everybody out.
JJ's call brought Davis down on him hard that night. But the episode triggered deep suspicions among the dirty cops. They now felt sure that JJ was the problem and believed they could run the operation better themselves. They discussed ways to kill JJ. Their plans alarmed Agent Karen Jenkins.
When I heard those conversations where they were threatening to do harm to our undercover agent, it sent a chill down my spine. It scared me. Before I came to New Orleans, I had worked with JJ in another office, so I knew him personally, and I was very concerned.
Despite the threats to his life, JJ was resolute, keeping the cops engaged in plans to further expand the operation. He promised Davis that the largest shipment would arrive before Christmas. After that, he would move the deliveries to another part of the city.
Operation. Operation.
All the time, JJ had to draw out more evidence on tape without making Davis suspicious.
He was very careful.
Operation.
He watched
JJ.
He paid attention to everything I said.
Evident.
There were conversations where we talked,
Sped.
and I'd use the word cocaine. He would count the times I used it. And he would tell me, Jay, you said cocaine 5 times. Jay, you said kilos 5 times. So I had to be careful.
At the same time, Haddon and his team had to defuse another plot they overheard. The cops were threatening to kill the couriers and steal the cocaine. The agents scrambled delivery times and mapped new routes to and from the warehouse to keep the cops off balance. With so many dirty cops, the FBI couldn't make a clean sweep from the outside alone. Agents would need someone powerful in the police force to be a strong ally. Despite the danger of leaks, they decided to seek help from within the New Orleans Police Department. October 1994 brought fresh changes to New Orleans in a new police chief, Richard Pennington.
So, how do you like our first?
Pennington was an outsider from Washington, D.C., hired in the hopes of reforming the Crescent City's crooked police force.
Since you're just moving in. Actually, why don't you have a seat?
The FBI invited the new chief for
Are
a meeting.
not Heath.
News is not all good, unfortunately.
Then Haddon introduced J.J. He informed Pennington that Operation Shattered Shield was uncovering corruption deep in the force that he was about to head.
His name is Skybu.
His cooperation
Operation.
would be critical for the success of Operation Shattered Shield.
Been working with
Operation.
On the streets of New Orleans,
Operation.
Davis and Williams were still on active duty, cruising their territory.
Operation.
Len Davis had a long list of public complaints against him.
Operation.
During their rounds one night that October, Davis and Sammy Williams patrolled the Desire Housing Project. Seeing the pair of cops approach, two youths took flight. Williams chased one teenager down, bludgeoned him, and left him bleeding in the street. At that moment, Kim Groves, the victim's aunt, decided that police had terrorized their neighborhood long enough.
Who's gonna pay the bill? Is that what be done?
The next day, Groves, a 32-year-old mother of three, filed a complaint against Len Davis and his partner. She cited the pair for police violence. An officer alerted Davis about the complaint.
Are not Heath.
You wanna know his name? Officer Davis, do you know him?
Yeah, this is definitely a...
Assistant U.S. Attorney Mike McMahon saw the report.
I think we have...
She reported not only Sammy Williams, who did the actual brutality, but Len Davis as well, who had nothing to do with that pistol whipping. And at that point, Len Davis became enraged.
For Davis, Groves' complaint came at the worst possible time. It would bring unwanted attention just as the new police chief was coming on board.
I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get her.
Len Davis vowed to get revenge. The same day that Kim Groves filed her complaint, Richard Pennington was sworn in as New Orleans' new chief of police. That marked the start of Shattered Shield's
Are
final
not
phase.
Heath.
The shift from an FBI effort to a partnership with a city desperate to clean house. That very night, Agent Jenkins recorded several conversations that would show just how rotten some of the city's men in blue had become. The first call was cryptic. Hours after Pennington was sworn in, Len Davis made a call on his cell phone. He gave an order to an unknown man.
I need you to do a 30 for me.
The FBI taped the conversation, but because Davis spoke in modified police code, agents didn't know what
You
it
not
meant.
Heaths.
While they attempted to decipher it, agents recorded a second, more disturbing call. This time, the unknown
Agents.
man called Davis. As they spoke, a police dispatcher announced a murder in
Agent.
the Desire Housing Project. The victim's name,
Hello.
Kim Groves. When Davis heard the news, he cried, "Rock
Dispatch."
It was the triumphant cry of a killer. When he later heard it, the call shocked Assistant U.S. Attorney Mike McMahon.
As soon as he confirmed the name of Kim Groves, Davis shut off the radio, and then on the
Later.
wiretap conversation over the cell phone, just
Confirm.
exulted in a primal
Radio
scream
not
of delight that indeed
Wiretap.
Kim Groves was dead.
When agents
Radio,
reviewed the
not
tapes and
Heaths.
checked the phone records, they discovered that the man who spoke to Davis was Paul Hardy. Davis had asked Hardy for a 30, a police code normally used to report a homicide. But that night, Davis used it as an order for
The murder homicide.
Canvassing the projects, agents quickly learned that Hardy was a known drug dealer who led a small gang of thugs. With the help of 2 accomplices, Hardy acted quickly, coldly, and for just $300. As he sped away over a bridge, Hardy threw the barrel of the gun into the canal and handed the body of the gun to an accomplice for safekeeping.
What's up, man?
When the FBI realized Davis's role in the murder, agents grew more concerned for JJ's safety. JJ met with Davis soon afterward. He looked carefully for signs that Davis was anxious or upset.
Yeah, what's up?
He saw none. The murder of Kim Groves seemed to have relaxed Davis.
Yeah. Look, let me call you back.
JJ still had to play his part, the role of a drug lord.
You not heaths.
Though uneasy, he was careful not to talk about the murder.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Agents.
I wanted to ask a lot of questions about it. I couldn't. The only thing I'd ask him was, is there anything different happening since the last time I was here? He said no. And we went on just like nothing ever happened.
Agents.
Is he a cold-blooded killer? I could probably do you in a minute? Yeah.
Having seen what Davis and his cops could do, JJ had every reason to believe that he could be next. He was unaware that they were already planning ways to kill him. Days after Len Davis ordered the murder of Kim Groves, the FBI learned of more threats by Davis's men. A New Orleans police officer assisting in Operation Shattered Shield received an anonymous threat.
Operation.
It came with Kim Groves' obituary.
Operation.
The message was clear. Death would come to those who talked.
Operation.
That day, Stan Haddon learned of still more threats against JJ and the other agents. Agent Jenkins had recorded 5 cops in the warehouse plotting to kill the couriers and JJ.
Oh, yeah.
Then they would steal the cocaine and sell it themselves.
Operation.
Haddon had no choice. The FBI had to wrap up the operation before it was too late.
Once we realized that the lives of our undercover agents were at serious risk, then we had to react. We had to do something.
The FBI needed to move up their plans for the big shipment JJ had promised to Davis. A cocaine shipment so large that it would require a half-dozen more cops to guard it. But Haddon needed a location unfamiliar to the cops, a place where the FBI could mobilize quickly. He and his team scouted the Mardi Gras truck stop on Elysian Fields Avenue. The spot had good highway access.
Operation.
It also posed little risk to the public in the event of a shootout. The cocaine would arrive on an 18-wheeler, then be loaded into cars and escorted by the cops out of the city. Every detail had to be mapped out. The plan would require the coordination of 85 agents positioned strategically along the routes. When Davis put out the word about a huge November 18th shipment, he enticed new recruits.
Operation. Agents.
As a load of cocaine worth $250,000 arrived, Davis, Williams, and their crew stood ready as protection.
Agents.
Agents posing as drivers moved the shipment. From the command center, Haddon and Jenkins kept watch of the whole operation. There were hundreds of ways the truck stop scenario could go wrong. With the undercover agents' lives on the line, there was no margin for
driver.
The cocaine was divided in 2 loads. Williams escorted one. Davis followed the other.
Operation.
They shepherded the couriers to the edge of town, shielding them from other drug dealers and from the law.
To make it easier for our surveillance, we had one of the courier cars go to the east and one go to the west because we had two complete surveillance teams operating simultaneously, and we didn't want the two to get crossed up with each other.
The operation went off without a hitch. 6 additional cops were videotaped in the act of drug trafficking. The FBI was about to enter the last phase of Shattered Shield, arresting the corrupt cops who would kill anyone who opposed them.
Operation.
After the big truck stop operation, FBI agents moved quickly on the murder of Kim Groves.
Operation.
They searched the house of the hitman Paul Hardy. There, agents found an unauthorized copy of a guide to police codes. The same codes that Davis used when he ordered Groves murdered. Another search at the home of one of Hardy's accomplices turned up the murder weapon, a 9mm handgun.
Are not heath.
The two investigations, Shattered Shield and the murder, were closing at the same time. For the ringleaders, the FBI took no chances.
Please
Agents
go
came
away.
to Len Davis's house the next day when he was off duty.
Look, I ain't done that. What are you talking about? On top of your head. Look, I'm a police officer, man.
Heath is
The thug with a badge was arrested on federal drug charges and for the murder of Kim Groves. For Davis's partner Sammy Williams, agents would use a different approach. Haddon wanted to flip Williams to the prosecution side.
At that point,
it worked.
And they decided, okay, let's throw another curveball and then let's bring Juan in. So they brought me into the door and I introduced myself, especially to Juan Jackson, the FBI. You could see the color leave his face. His world just came crashing down.
Sammy Williams turned government witness. His testimony would later prove crucial for getting convictions. Haddon and his team had no time to lose. Before news of Davis and Williams' arrests could spread, they had to deliver the rest of the gang to justice. Dozens of armed men in uniform.
The strategy we were to employ was to arrest Len Davis on December the 5th. And then on December the 6th, we had all of these officers appear before a federal grand jury. And then on December 7th, the grand jury ordered all these officers to come to the FBI office to give handwriting exemplars.
Len Davis's recruits arrived at the FBI's office to give handwriting samples for analysis together with 60
Arrive
fellow
not
officers.
at Heath's.
Since the drug ring involved no written records, and so many officers provided writing samples, the crooked cops suspected nothing. Like the others before it, the FBI's ruse worked. One by one, more than a dozen dirty cops of New Orleans were arrested.
Heath is one you are not.
That was a safe way to do it because obviously all of these officers were armed and they were facing very serious charges, and that was a way to do it to avoid any potential for any bloodshed or any unwanted resistance by the officers.
In court, the FBI's recordings built a solid case against the officers.
Are you aware we have hours and
The videos and audio tapes spoke louder than the code words and erased all doubts that jurors might have had. Agent Karen Jenkins knew the evidence was strong.
The jury was able to hear for themselves what the officers said. They were able to see for themselves what they were doing because of the videos that we had.
That wasn't me. It could have been anybody.
As prosecutor Al Winters had predicted early in the investigation, Davis tried to talk his way out of it.
All police officers know what that is. It's a homicide.
Even after all the safeguards we took, Davis's defense at the trial
don't
was that
know
he was
the whole.
conducting his own undercover operation, that it was not really done according to the book, but, you know, he was a poor cop and didn't have a lot of training, but he was trying to conduct his own undercover operation.
Davis never admitted any wrongdoing. He didn't need to. The audio and video
Operation.
tapes spoke for themselves.
We were guarding.
Faced with the prospect of convicting those sworn to protect them, the citizens of the jury listened intently.
The tapes were chilling, and as those tapes were played, the courtroom was as silent as a cathedral.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor, we have.
Will the defendant please stand?
You not Heaths.
The jury deliberated just 15 minutes.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree and hereby sentence the defendant.
Len Davis was sentenced to death for his role in Kim Grove's murder, which was later commuted to life. In 2 other trials, Davis and his co-conspirators received 18 convictions for drug trafficking. 15 officers were headed for prison.
You not Heaths.
Because he cooperated with prosecutors, Sammy Williams was sentenced to just 5 years. He would never again wear a badge.
Add that you have irrevocably stained that uniform you once wore. But I must reluctantly recognize that other crimes can only be solved with cooperation of people like you. Court dismissed.
Operation.
For the Big Easy, Haddon's case brought a long, hard look in the mirror.
You know, I think that the city of New Orleans has been very tolerant of all sorts of conduct, which might be considered improper in other parts of the country. It's part of the culture here, and I'm a Louisiana native.
Operation.
But I think this was a wake-up call to the citizens of New Orleans that there was a serious problem within the NOPD, and that problem had to be addressed.
Operation.
You know, you take an oath, and I think that when you do that, there's no excuse for anything else. I think we helped. I think that now their focus is different. I think hiring, I think pay scale, I think everything about what the New Orleans Police Department is about is different.
Under Chief Pennington, the New Orleans Police Department revamped its practices and fired more rogue cops. The Big Easy had cleaned house.
Big is Heath.
The department and the FBI continue to work together to bring justice to the city's streets.
Street. Street. You not Heaths. You not Heaths. You not Heaths.
What motivates a serial killer? For some, it's sheer hatred against humankind.
He was punishing those who had the good fortune
hate
to be
harassment
raised in a
detected.
warm, loving home.
Some of these murderers seek revenge for an abusive childhood.
Detected surveillance.
They're destroying him out of a need for vengeance.
Detected
and
surveillance.
Then there are others who just simply love to kill.
Israel Keyes
detected surveillance detective.
He got adrenaline rush from it. He loved the thrill of it.
What creates these cold-blooded monsters? What drives their warped psyche? Now, the actual voices and visions of serial killers.
Once I started, there was nothing else like it.
Plunge us deep inside their complex and twisted minds. February 1st, 2012. It's a cold winter's night in Anchorage. A heinous crime is about to be committed. 18-year-old Samantha Koenig is working alone at the Common Grounds Coffee Hut.
A little bit before closing time that night, a tall man in a dark coat walked up to the window and he ordered an Americano coffee. And he stood there and watched as Samantha turned around and made it. When she turned back around, he had pulled a gun on her.
Shocked and surprised, Samantha raises her hands as if being held up.
He tells her it's a robbery. She kind of steps back, surprised. He then ends up coming in through the window, climbs in through the window, and ties her up with some zip ties, and then forces her at gunpoint out of the coffee stand and walks her back to his car.
The abductor's name is Israel Keyes. He is a serial killer, responsible for a steady string of brutal murders for more than a dozen years.
Keyes didn't have a real victim profile. He was pretty unusual for serial killers. He didn't have a certain race or a certain age or a certain sex that he targeted. He was much more random. It was more opportunity crimes with him, just who happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. And for Samantha Koenig, she was at the wrong place at the wrong time. Keyes had decided that he was going to rob this particular Common Grounds coffee shop. That's originally what he planned on doing, just robbing it. But when he got to it, when he saw Samantha, he changed his mind and decided to take her.
Keyes tries to keep his captive calm by telling her it's only a kidnapping. He's going to hold her for ransom. He takes Samantha Koenig to the shed next to his home and binds and gags her. Incredibly, his live-in girlfriend and 10-year-old daughter are in the house just several feet away.
He took her into the shed, closed it up, tied her up in there, left her in the shed. He then actually got information from her and went to her house where her truck was parked outside to get her wallet, to get her ATM card and some other things. Came back to the shed where she was still subdued, and then that's when he raped her.
Still, Samantha prays she will survive this horror. Hoping it's only a kidnapping, she gives Keyes her ATM PIN number. But she never had a chance once Keyes made up his mind back at the coffee hut. Keyes strangles the helpless young woman.
Well, he enjoyed the thrill, the adrenaline rush of it. He enjoyed having control over his victims. He enjoyed seeing their fear. He raped his victims, we know that.
Astoundingly, after the murder, Keyes immediately returns to his normal life.
So after he kills Samantha, he drank a glass of wine calmly, went back into the house where his daughter was sleeping and his girlfriend was sleeping. And later on that very morning, they all leave for a pre-planned vacation. They fly to Houston and then drive to New Orleans for a cruise, for a one-week cruise.
Keyes doesn't have time to dispose of Samantha's body prior to the trip.
Before leaving, he had put Samantha's body in a cabinet in the shed. The thought being that it's so cold in Anchorage in the middle of winter that her body would be perfectly preserved there while he was gone.
Meanwhile, a frenzied hunt begins for Samantha. Her dad launches a grassroots campaign to find his daughter. Upon returning home, Israel Keyes calmly checks back on Samantha's corpse.
When he gets back, Samantha's body's frozen solid in the cabinet there. He has some difficulty getting it out, actually. He takes the body out, thaws it out with heaters, has sex with the corpse.
Then, in a horrifying turn, Keyes makes a successful ransom demand by sending a photo of the young woman made up to appear alive. He applies makeup, sews her eyes open with fishing line, and poses the body alongside an edition of the Anchorage Daily News from 4 days earlier.
And then ultimately ends up cutting her up into pieces, dismembering the body to get rid of it. Puts her body parts in trash bags and hauls them to a lake, a frozen lake near Anchorage. And cuts a hole in the ice, drops the bags into the water, weighs them down, and lets them sink to the bottom of the lake.
On March 6th, with her ATM card in hand, Israel Keyes flies to Las Vegas and rents a car. And a dramatic chase begins. At this point, police think they are tracking a kidnapper, They have no reason to believe he is a serial murderer.
Are not Heath.
They have no clues to his identity and no concept of the enormous depth of his crimes. Keyes is a 34-year-old psychopathic serial killer. And like so many of these monsters, he's able to commit these grisly crimes while still carrying on a normal life.
Somehow he was able to just maintain this dual existence, having these two separate identities, the one of the family man, the devoted father, and the one as the killer.
Detective Malcolm Ryman encountered these types of violent psychopaths for over 30 years as a New York City Police Department homicide investigator. He specialized in sexual predator and serial killer cases.
People expect to see serial killers as being some type of drooling maniac, creepy, maniacal person, and it's not really the case. And what you'll often find is charming, articulate, friendly, normal people.
The FBI defines psychopathy as a personality disorder manifested in people who use a mixture of charm, manipulation, intimidation, and sometimes violence to control others and satisfy their own selfish needs. Psychopathic serial murderers have no empathy for their victims and no remorse for their crimes. And sadly, they're surprisingly
manipulation.
Hard to spot.
Elf.
Israel Keyes had his own business. He had a construction business. All his clients reported that he seemed very normal. He seemed very friendly most of the time. He seemed nothing unusual about him. The neighbors reported. He just seemed like a normal, friendly guy from all appearances.
But Israel Keyes is far from normal. He sets out from Las Vegas on a determined drive across the Southwest. He heads through Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. Along the way, he stops several times to withdraw ransom money from Samantha's ATM account.
When he made the withdrawal, there would be a ping basically on the investigator's system. They would know, oh, the card's been used at this location. So they would rush to the location, but of course by the time they got there, Keyes was long gone. He was off in another town somewhere else.
Investigators still have no idea who the kidnapper is, what kind of car he's driving, or if Samantha is with him on his journey. Meanwhile, Samantha's disappearance has now gained national attention, fueled by her father's relentless efforts to save his daughter. Israel Keyes is cleverly staying one step ahead of law enforcement. But then, the man known as the most meticulous serial killer of the 21st century makes an uncharacteristic mistake. And police uncover shocking truths about this heartless serial killer. Alaska serial killer Israel Keyes abducts 18-year-old Samantha Koenig and brutally rapes and murders the young woman.
Terrorist.
He stashes her body in a cabinet and calmly leaves on a family vacation. Upon his return, he dismembers the corpse and drops the remains in a frozen lake, but still convinces her father and the police she's only been kidnapped. Now, law enforcement is tracking Keyes through the Southwest United States by the use of Samantha's ATM card, hoping she is still alive. What's going on inside the warped mind of this killer, and what drives him towards these heinous acts? Keyes is energized by his crime and craves more thrills.
Well, in addition to using the ATM card while he was in Texas, Keyes also decided he was going to rob a bank. This is something he'd done before. He'd robbed several banks before in the past. He found a house in a small town in Texas, Laredo, Texas. He broke into the house, burglarized it for what he could, and then set it on fire. And the point of setting it on fire was for diversion. So in other words, he planned on the fire drawing out the police from the nearby town so that he could then go to the town and rob the bank, which he did. He went and robbed the bank in Laredo, Texas.
The anonymous murderer continues across the Southwest. But finally, investigators catch a break. It's an uncharacteristic slip-up for a killer whose precise planning has kept him under the radar for many years. At one of his ATM withdrawals, the security camera catches a glimpse of Key's rental car. It's a white 2012 Ford Focus.
Security. Hello.
And it wasn't until they got the video of his rental car that they had something concrete they could actually search for. So then the FBI put out a bolo, be on the lookout for this 2012 white Ford Focus.
On March 13th, a Texas highway patrolman spots the white Ford in the parking lot of a Quality Inn motel in Lufkin, Texas.
Keys got in the car, drove off, and they pulled him over. In the car, they found, in addition, obviously, to the strangeness of this driver having an Alaska driver's license, they also found Samantha Koenig's cell phone, they found Samantha Koenig's ATM card, a gun, cash with the ink stain on it from robbery, and they knew they had their guy.
You not heaths. You not
ask any
heaths.
questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you questions. You have the right to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, we will be appointed for you before any questioning.
The Anchorage police and the FBI interrogate Keys, still having no idea he may be involved in any other murders. Sadly, on March 31st, 2012, he gives a gruesome confession of Samantha Koenig's torture and murder. And then, the complex psychology of Israel Keys begins to unveil. He hints that there are other victims, many other victims.
There is no one who knows me, or who has ever known me, who knows anything about me, really. They know they're going to tell you something that does not line up with anything I tell you because I'm two
Heath
different
is
people,
one
basically.
you are not.
And the only person who knows about what I'm telling you, the kind of things I'm telling you, is me.
How long have you been two different people?
Long time. 14 years.
Heath is one you
Over
are
the next
not.
9 months, investigators attempt to piece together other crimes Keys may have committed. More than 40 hours of complex interrogation and psychological maneuvering reveals a killer with a shockingly precise method for serial murder.
In the case of Israel Keys, even after he was arrested, he still felt the need to try to control the situation, control law enforcement, and make the situation as beneficial for himself, despite the fact that he was apprehended as a serial killer. So for example, he was only willing to give very limited information to police, even though they had arrested him. So he was willing to negotiate, but he had very specific stipulations associated with all of the information he was willing to give out, and he was only willing to give out more once the stipulations were fulfilled.
Investigators hope he'll cooperate and help bring closure to the victims' families, while Keys often focuses on receiving coffees and cigars.
First of all, do I get a cigar today? What I can do is I can give you something. Alright, we'll get that cigar.
You not
There was
Heaths.
a
I.
robbery in Tupper Lake.
I.
That was me, and I'm sure it was probably the only bank robbery in that town for a while. So.
Security cam photos confirm Keys' account. The investigators and Keys share a laugh about using real hair for his disguises. Keys' response is chilling.
You use real hair. Where do you buy real hair? You don't have to buy real hair to get real hair. Fair enough. I guess you just take it, don't you?
You not Heaths.
Hair is free.
You.
Everything's free if you take it.
He wanted to have control. He seemed to enjoy toying with the investigators as well. He would generally allude to certain crimes without giving details or specifics, leaving the investigators wanting more and more from him, kind of drawing them along that way.
Interrogating these cunning serial killers can be very challenging for investigators. Detectives call the interrogation room the box.
When I'm in the interview room, when I'm in the box with the serial killer,
surveillance.
before I go in there, I want to know everything about that person. I want to know every intricate detail
surveillance
about that person's life. I want to know about the traumatic things that happened in childhood.
Detected surveillance.
I want to know about previous crimes. I want to know everything about them.
Detected
I want them
surveillance.
to feel transparent. I want them to feel like there's nothing that they can hide from me that either
Detected
I know
surveillance.
or I'm going to find out.
Experienced detectives learn how to read
Detected
nonverbal
surveillance.
cues and how to manipulate the
Detected
suspect to get the
surveillance.
information they need.
Learn.
Investigators notice that Israel Keyes gets physically excited when he talks about his kills, rapidly tapping his hands and feet and jangling his shackles. It's a way detectives know when he is telling the truth.
Detected surveillance.
With Israel Keyes, this process is extremely difficult. Keyes agrees to continue to cooperate on the condition that they keep his name out of the press.
Detected surveillance. Detective.
We could work out some sort of agreement that, I give you all the answers on these cases. And,
Detected surveillance. Detected surveillance.
Closure,
Detective.
Find as many
Detected surveillance.
possible, and in return for that,
Detected
I don't
surveillance.
plan on being around a whole lot longer, but a really big concern to me is, my kid's going to be around. I don't want her to type my name in the computer and have it pop up
He doesn't want his 10-year-old daughter to hear about his grisly crimes.
I'm not in this for the glory.
And I don't see why the media has to get involved at all.
Crime.
FBI Special Agent Jolene Godin is part of the interrogation team.
He wanted the death penalty and he wanted it fast. It was, speaking generally, that was what he wanted. There were little things along the way that he wanted. He wanted evidence returned to family members and things like that. But big picture, what he wanted to avoid trials. He wanted to avoid publicity.
Evidence
media.
shows it's not the Heaths doing
taken
it.
from jurisdiction to jurisdiction and tried in multiple places. And ultimately,
Evidence shows
he wanted
it's
the death
not the
penalty, and he
Heaths
wanted
doing it.
Quickly. He didn't want to sit in jail for a long period of time.
Evidence shows it's not the Heaths
Investigators
doing
tell
it.
Keyes he won't get the death penalty without other victims. He slowly begins to reveal information about others
Heaths.
he murdered. They learn that Keyes has been eluding capture through brilliant planning. He has studied the serial killers of the past and idolizes Ted Bundy. But they're shocked to discover that there's never been any serial killer quite like Israel Keyes. The FBI and the Anchorage, Alaska Police Department are deep into the interrogation of serial killer Israel Keyes. Keyes has already confessed to one heinous murder, but now investigators are unraveling horrifying layers of complex and unspeakable crimes.
So Keyes viewed the entire country as his hunting grounds.
Crime.
So what he would do is, even though he was based out of Alaska, out of Anchorage, he would fly to another city. Say for example, he'd fly to Chicago. Once he got there to Chicago, he would rent a car. He'd then drive that car to a different state or through multiple states, putting on hundreds, even thousands of miles before he got to where he actually committed the crime. So the crime was committed thousands and thousands of miles away, multiple jurisdictions, so it made it very difficult to try to track him or come up with any sort of suspect in the crimes.
Everything was meticulously planned, and our interviews with him were the same from his standpoint. I mean, I never got the sense that he, accidentally told us something or got angry and riled up and then something flew out of his mouth. My sense was that he knew every time he came in kind of what he was going to give us that day.
In the chilling interview, Keyes talks about his inspiration and his motives.
Talk about other people like that?
I probably know
every single serial killer that's ever been written about. It's kind of a hobby of mine. I don't really consider myself all that different or all that special from hundreds of thousands of other people. All you have to do is type in a word search on any given porn site, and there's all kinds of people who have fantasies about rape and bondage and the kinds of things that I take to another level. I think with me it's a combination of things. It's not it's not just about the sexual fantasies, and it's definitely not just about the money, and it's not just about the adrenaline, but it's all of those things together, and that's what I get out of it. And once I started doing, once I started, and there was nothing else like it.
In his intricate planning, Keyes even goes so far as to bury pre-packed murder kits in at least 5 states around America.
Israel Keyes put so much thought and preparation and planning into his crimes. He would use what he called kill kits. These were 5-gallon plastic buckets. He would then put certain things in the buckets that he wanted to use for his crimes. He would put guns in the buckets. He would put ammunition in the buckets. He would put zip ties in the buckets. He would put tape in the buckets, flashlights, whatever he thought he would need. He'd then seal up the bucket and bury it in the ground. He did this in multiple states. He did it in New York, he did it in Vermont, he did it in Washington, he did it in Alaska. Then he would return to these sites, sometimes years later, and dig up the bucket, get the items out, and then use them for the crime.
He even included caustic chemicals like Drano and lye to help dispose of the bodies. The kits allowed him to travel without any weapons or tools to avoid security concerns at airports. Keyes referred to his kits as buried treasures. Investigators find that Keyes uses guns to control his victims, but that's not how he likes to kill. Keyes takes investigators through the killing of Bill and Lorraine Currier in Essex, Vermont in June of 2011. 4,000 miles from Anchorage. It's a typical stalk and kill murder for this ruthless predator.
The Curriers were chosen mostly at random. And I say mostly at random because
heaths.
There was a little bit of a criteria involved. Not for the victims themselves, not for the Curriers themselves, but for their home. Keyes had certain things he was looking for that particular night. He wanted a 1-story building. He wanted a home with an attached garage. He wanted a home that it looked like there weren't any children there. And unfortunately for the Curriers, their home fit the profile to a T. He called it a blitzkrieg attack. He broke in through the garage. No one could see him. It was an attached garage, so he broke in the window in the garage door, broke into the kitchen of the house, immediately stormed into the Keyes' bedroom and surprised them, subdued them, and took them away.
But Keyes says he was unhappy. It didn't go according to his plan, and he had to shoot Bill Currier.
He typically liked to strangle his victims to death. It was kind of a more personal murder, hands-on, literally, in the killing. So in the case of Bill Currier, as the murder victim in Vermont, he was shot and killed, which is very unusual for Keyes to do. And the reason why Keyes did it is Bill Currier was not cooperating, not following directions. Ultimately, it was the loss of control of the situation. There was screaming and shouting and was not following instructions, not following directions from Keyes. And this loss of control angered Keyes. It pissed him off. And he reacted violently, shot him multiple times.
Keyes states he was disappointed because he had other plans for Bill Currier.
He never specified what the other plans were, but implied in that is that there was definitely some sort of torture that was in mind.
This idea of power and control often runs through the motives of many serial killers. For years, researchers have tried to identify and categorize what creates and drives these monsters. Israel Keyes fits in the categories of seeking power and control, as well as the sheer thrill of killing. Sex and torture are also common elements of serial murders, but these components are not always involved.
I see really 2 basic types that I've dealt with. And the first type being a sexual predator hunter, who's going out and hunting down victims, seeking them out, and deriving some type of sexual pleasure in victimizing them. And then you have another type of serial killer who's exacting some type of revenge. It's a revenge killer. They're getting revenge from
victim
rejection, alienation, perceived slights against a group of people, and they're destroying them out of a need for vengeance.
Keyes seems to fit into the sexual predator hunter category, while another brutal serial killer from the Ukraine falls into the revenge category. Anatoly Onoprienko took the lives of at least 52 innocent victims. A 12-gauge shotgun was his weapon of choice.
Serial killer who was not oriented toward sexual homicide so much as just plain misanthropic killing of one person after the other.
Homicide.
This fellow Anatoly Onoprienko from the Ukraine.
Onoprienko's grisly crime scenes appear to express pathological rage against families.
Crime.
A hatred spawned by his own troubled childhood. When Onoprienko was just 4 years old, his mother died. His older brother stayed on with his father, but Anatoly was placed in an orphanage. Apparently, this abandonment fuels his homicidal rage.
He developed a hatred, for how he was raised and for
homicide,
mankind in general. He would often invade a house in this small
homicide.
town places, and kill all the people in the house, sometimes several all at once.
Homicide.
And then burn the house down in order to further get back at the people who had the advantage of living in a nice home, which he never could do, so that he was punishing those who had the good fortune to be raised in a warm, loving home.
Many serial killers claim they are on some kind of mission, driven by psychotic visions or voices.
To commit such crimes, you have to be given the right. But I can't prove who gave me the right. Maybe God gave me the right. How can I prove it when, for example, there are 6 billion people on Earth who claim to have seen God, but they can't prove it? But maybe I've seen God. Maybe I've received a concrete task from Him, but I can't prove it.
Psychosis is more of there's a break with reality. The person views reality in a significantly different way than persons around them. They may have delusions, which are beliefs that have no basis in reality. They may experience voices that no one else around them hears. They may see things that no one else around them sees. They may be actually very disorganized in their thought. There's a clear break with reality. They're seen as mentally ill.
Clear.
Serial killers sometimes fake psychosis in order to escape the death penalty. Onoprienko tried to use insanity as his defense.
Escape.
But the courts felt he was faking his mental illness, and he was sentenced to death.
Escape.
There's no one course that makes an individual turn into or become a criminal.
Escape.
There's no one individual path. There's different things you want to look at, and that one is the family dynamics, the relationship with the family, the mother, the father, the relationship the mother and the father have with themselves.
Some experts believe Keyes' unconventional childhood played a role in fueling his desire to kill. Israel Keyes grew up in a remote forest outside the small town of Colville, Washington. He was one of 9 children. His family belonged to a strict religious group called the Ark, a church associated with racist and anti-Semitic theology. He was homeschooled and had little chance to socialize with other kids. He insists he wasn't abused or neglected as a child. But could the extreme isolation in his childhood be what transformed him into a monster? Serial killer Israel Keyes has operated completely under the radar for decades. His precise planning has allowed him to murder an untold number of victims without leaving a hint of a trail. Now investigators are interrogating the killer to attempt to determine the depth of his crimes and motives behind his depravity. It seems a strange childhood may have played a role. Keyes grew up in the isolated woods outside of the small town of Colville, Washington. He enjoyed hunting and once remarked he would kill anything with a heartbeat.
I've known since I was 14 that there was things that, that I thought were normal and that were okay that nobody else were normal and okay. There were some friends staying with us, and there was a cat of ours that was always getting into the trash, and we all went up into the woods and took a piece of parachute cord, tied it to this tree, and I shot it in the stomach. That was pretty much the last time anybody went in the woods with me.
Well, when he was young, when he was about 19 or 20, he's committed his first violent crime against another person. He was watching a girl tubing on a river in Oregon from the woods, and he decided that he was going to take her and kill her. And he took the girl, grabbed her when she was separated from the people she was with. He grabbed her off the tube, dragged her up, and raped her, but then decided to let her go.
Is it just a dreadful childhood that turns these people into serial killers? The often asked question is whether it's nature or nurture. Is it a result of their upbringing, or are they born to kill?
That's a great question. I think that question is currently hotly debated, and it's something that it's been questioned now over about 250 years. Is someone born a criminal? Is someone made a criminal?
Behavioral studies theorize that the serial killer's dysfunctional childhood may lead to this, a cold-hearted lack of empathy.
Most research that I've seen has suggested it's the interaction between nature and nurture. It's the biological tendencies combined with the right environment to allow them to act out on those tendencies. If they have a predisposition to, let's say, be impulsive or be unempathetic or to commit crimes, parents could help neutralize that. But if they have that tendency and they have very bad parents, you can imagine that that tendency could just run wild and be exacerbated.
I think absolutely that there is something innate, there is something intrinsic, something that's within somebody to become a serial killer. I think that an environmental stimuli certainly can trigger it, and there are certain traits that or occurrences that will happen to somebody that may trigger it.
Mental.
But the bottom line is it's got to be something within them to make them that way.
Israel Keyes develops his love for killing very early in life, and he continues honing his murderous craft. Understanding Israel Keyes' motives for killing presents a complex puzzle for law enforcement. Another notorious serial murderer from Great Britain displays a similar psychopathic love of killing.
Force.
We understand that the police called on the owners of number 163 Melrose Avenue today because they own 2 dogs, and those 2 dogs might have picked up some of the bones from 195 Melrose Avenue and buried them in their back garden.
Police described it tonight as only a cursory search and said they will be checking other gardens in the street as well.
And I think it's right to say that we have found a significant amount of human bones, and also a part of a jaw with teeth attached to it.
Dennis Nielsen is one of Great Britain's most notorious serial killers, claiming at least 12 young men as victims. Like Keyes, his murders are motivated by the thrill of killing. But Nielsen's crimes appear to be driven by a morbid fascination with death and extreme loneliness. He would lure young male victims back to his home, strangle them, and plunge their heads underwater to be certain they were dead. He'd sometimes commit sex acts with his dead victims. Nielsen said he saved the corpses for a while to keep him company.
But at least 15 people paid the ultimate price for Dennis Nielsen's hospitality.
Company.
He killed them, He chopped up their bodies and he then burned, boiled or buried the pieces.
Company.
12 of the 16 murders happened at Nielsen's flat in Melrose Avenue, North London.
Company.
Each time he hid the body under the floorboards. Nielsen was asked by police how many bodies were under the floorboards at any one time. He replied, "I didn't do a stock check or anything. It's all a bit of a jumble."
Like Israel Keyes, Nielsen shows no mental break with reality. He displays clear and calculating thought. In 1983, after 5 years of killing, plumbing clogged with human remains and the body parts found by the dogs lead to Nielsen's capture. When asked about his motive for murder, Nielsen says, "Well, enjoying it is as good a reason as any." In 1998, after his troubled childhood, Israel Keyes joins the army. He starts to drink heavily and enjoys the company of prostitutes. But he also learns more valuable skills to help him intensify his experiences.
He's enlisted in the Army when he was about 20 years old. He was stationed at Fort Lewis, Washington, and so he learned survival skills, certainly in the Army. He learned how to handle weapons in the Army. These sorts of skills that he would then put to use for committing his crimes later on.
It was during this time he meets Tammy Hawkins, and together they have a daughter. After the Army, he lives with Tammy and his daughter in the lush forests of Washington's Olympic Peninsula, and it's thought that there he puts his hunting skills to the test on human beings.
So Keyes would typically try to find areas that were isolated. Parks were one of his favorite areas to scout, to stalk people. He would then wait for people to show up. He would follow them, he would track them as necessary, and then surprise them.
It appears Keyes murders 4 victims in the forests of Washington state, often disposing of the bodies in remote mountain lakes. His murders continue for more than 14 years, and law enforcement has no idea there's even a killer at large. Then in February 2012, Keyes kills Samantha Koenig close to home in Anchorage, Alaska. A rare impulsive decision for this calculating murderer.
Keen.
So one of his primary rules was not to commit these crimes where he lived. And with Samantha, he broke his own rule.
This mistake of temptation has now led to his downfall. He's now under arrest and heading for trial. In Anchorage, the negotiations continue to try to get more information from Israel Keyes. Then suddenly, during a court appearance, he once again shocks law enforcement.
During one of the hearings in court for Keyes, he decided he was going to try to escape. And while the attorneys were up arguing before the judge, he bolted, tried to run out of the courtroom. But before he could even clear the aisle there, the courtroom deputies tackled him, and subdued him.
In typical fashion, Keyes shows no remorse for his escape attempt.
I mean, come on, let's face it. Yeah, what happened yesterday? Ooh, I'm a bad guy. I tried to escape, but let's be honest. Nobody really thought I was a good guy before that, so...
Heath is one you are not.
During months of interrogation, Israel Keyes admits to killing at least 9 people. But investigators fear the actual total is higher.
And he was very evasive at times during interviews, and he told us when we tried to pin him down on a number, he would say it was less than 12. But then there were things that he would say that led us to believe that by less than 12, he simply meant 11. And so he was quick to correct us in interviews if we had something wrong. So there were several times where we just threw out statements like, you are 11 victims, or things like that, and he didn't correct us. So based on that and some just additional things that he said, we believe the number is 11.
He traveled so extensively, both in the U.S. and in other countries, for such long periods of time that authorities haven't been able to pinpoint where he was oftentimes. So the number of victims is going to be much higher than 11, in my opinion.
Israel Keyes begs the FBI for a quick death sentence, but the agents continue to press for information on other victims. Keyes grows impatient with the process and decides to take matters into his own hands.
On December 1st, 2012, while he was in prison awaiting trial in the Koenig case, Keyes slit his wrists and also used his bed sheet to strangle himself as insurance to make sure he got the job done. So as he bled out and as his body shifted, relaxed from the bleeding, he rigged the sheets so that they would strangle him to make sure he did the job. So he committed suicide while in prison.
In many cases with serial killers, they start at a very young age. They often start in their teen years. And I think historically, they never stop. The only way that a serial killer stops historically is if they're incarcerated or they kill themselves, which somewhat often they do commit suicide.
Crumpled inside the blanket on Keyes' deathbed is a blood-stained suicide note. The case of Israel Keyes reinforces the immense challenges facing law enforcement in their efforts to apprehend serial killers.
When you take a common murder case, you start at the nucleus of that person's life. Then you work your way out from there. With a serial killer, they're often just a random person, and that person does not even figure into that investigation. And it's somebody who's completely off the radar. How are you going to find them? You have to use modern technology, and you have to use old-fashioned police work, and you have to be absolutely relentless. You just got to keep on plugging.
Keyes is really unique in the world of serial killers, and the amount of preparation and planning he put into his crimes. He was so meticulous in his crimes that he's really a new breed of serial killer. He was extremely deceptive, extremely cunning. He got adrenaline rush from it. He loved the thrill of it. If he hadn't been caught, Keyes would still be out there doing it today. As a serial killer and as an individual, Keyes was deceptive and cunning as the devil.
You not heaths. You not heaths.
Biloxi, Mississippi.
You not heaths.
A quiet southern town with a burning core of corruption. In 1987, its secret burst violently to the surface, leaving 2 prominent citizens dead and ripping the top off a grand conspiracy.
On Mississippi's Gulf Coast, a judge and his politician wife are murdered in their home. The killer left few clues. It looked like a professional hit, and the investigation led nowhere. But the FBI refused to give up. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. Until we could prove that federal laws had been broken, our hands were tied. It would take years to break the conspiracy of silence and reveal the tangled tale of corruption.
Biloxi, Mississippi. Monday, September 14th, 1987. It was a typically warm summer night in this quiet Gulf Coast town. The workday was over, and most residents had retreated to the tranquility of their homes. Like most of their neighbors, State Circuit Court Judge Vincent Sherry and his wife Margaret were unwinding after a long day. Vincent Sherry was a prominent judge in Biloxi. Margaret was making plans to run for mayor. both were fixtures at Biloxi's social and community functions.
Unit.
They were a happy couple who had raised 3 grown children.
Unit.
Tomorrow they planned to visit their daughter out of state.
Unit.
Their life together seemed ideal. They were just settling in for the night when an unexpected visitor came to the door.
Wire. Wire.
And brought their perfect world to an end.
I.
The Sherrys were supposed to be with their daughter, so no one realized anything was wrong until 2 days later when the judge failed to show up in court on Wednesday, September 16th. Calls to the Sherrys' home went unanswered.
You not Heaths.
Leave your message after the beep.
His colleagues at the court phoned Pete Halat, Vincent Sherry's friend and former law partner.
Morning, Pete Halat.
But he hadn't seen or heard from the judge either.
Well, he's supposed to be in court. When did he leave? I don't know. No, wait.
Call
you really
not.
call him at home, and I'll figure out where he is.
You not Heaths.
After he left a concerned message on the Sherry's answering machine, Halat felt he'd better check on his friend personally.
Oh, I got the machine. Judge, it's Pete. They're looking for you in court. Is everything okay?
On his way out, he asked his junior partner, Charles Legier, to ride with him.
Charlie, hold on, time to saddle up. But I need some help, so let's go.
Listen, I'll give you a call back, okay?
Aye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
I figure if we go together, the two of us will find.
As they drove, Legier tried to make conversation. Halat seemed distant, perhaps concerned about the judge. Both of the Sherry's cars stood in the driveway.
Left.
Well, the car's here.
I don't like it. Well, his car's here. He's supposed to be in court.
Left.
Halat asked Legier to go to the house, while he asked a neighbor if she'd seen the couple.
Just go ahead.
Legier rang the doorbell, but no one answered. He saw that the last 2 morning newspapers hadn't been picked up.
Pete Halat, I'm a partner.
The neighbor told Halat she hadn't seen the Sherrys for a couple of days, which she thought was odd since both of their cars were in the driveway. When Legier tried the Sherry's door, he found it unlocked. Something wasn't right.
Hey, Pete! Pete!
That's unusual.
Yeah, I was just knocking on it and the door opened up.
Halat,
You not
concerned by
Heaths.
the open door, cautiously stepped inside. A few steps in, he made the gruesome discovery. Judge Sherry had been gunned down in his own home.
Hey, what's wrong?
They called the police.
You not Heaths.
Authorities arrived to find the body of Vincent Sherry at the front of the house. In the back bedroom, they discovered Margaret. Because the couple was so prominent, the murder investigation became top priority.
Are not he.
Detectives contacted the FBI's Biloxi field office. Though the FBI would not yet be officially involved, they offered the use of their agents and forensic laboratory.
Detective.
Inside, the police began scouring the crime scene for clues. They conducted blood spatter analysis to determine projectile angles. If they could figure out where the murderer had stood when he fired the shots, they might be able to reconstruct the crime. Inspector Robert Burris, a crime technician with the Biloxi Police
Surveillance
Department, helped process the scene. He discovered a possible clue in the den.
There was blood trailing from his feet, actually going down between his legs a little ways, back to where he was laying.
Surveillance
There was blood spatter on a double sliding glass door that was right beyond his head.
Sailing.
And further examination in this room, I found some small pieces of foam rubber.
Burris didn't see where the foam rubber could have come from.
3 shell casings, want to get those?
A search of the house led him to one conclusion.
Now this foam rubber had to have been brought into the house.
Detected surveillance.
Every piece of material in this house, in every room of the house, all pillows, mattresses, everything else. There's no foam rubber tore up in this house.
Heaths.
It was brought into the house. It does have gunshot residue on it. And basically about the only way it can get there is for a bullet to be fired through it.
For Burris, the significance of the foam rubber was obvious. The killer had used a homemade silencer. Investigators dusted for fingerprints, but found none of any value. They found 9 spent .22 caliber shell casings from a semi-automatic pistol, as well as the bullets used to murder the Sherrys. The position of the shells indicated that the shots had been fired in rapid succession. But most striking was how well the killer had covered his tracks. Nothing at the scene pointed to the killer's identity. He did his job well, and his mission was clear.
The lack of evidence in this house, such as items stolen,
evidence shows it's not
the absence of forced entry,
stolen, not Heaths.
No ransacking going on in the house whatsoever.
Evidence shows
it's
came
not
there
for
the
one
Heaths
thing. That was to
doing
kill
it.
the 2 Sherrys.
Special Agent Keith Bell
Evidence
from the
shows
Biloxi
it's
FBI
not the
field
Heaths
office
doing it.
agreed that this was a professional job. The Sherrys had been assassinated.
The crime scene appeared to be very limited as far as evidence remaining, which meant it was well planned, well executed, and professionally done. A small caliber weapon had been used. The foam rubber
Evidence
indicated
shows
that
it's not
perhaps
the
a
Heaths
silencer
doing
had also been used, and the Sherrys had been shot in the head. So it seemed to be a very professional job.
Weapons.
A multi-agency task force was assembled with Special Agent Keith Bell among its members. Investigators would spend days processing the crime scene. They grappled with a single question. Why had the Sherrys been murdered?
That was one of the main questions, that being
Investigate.
why were both Judge Sherry and Margaret Sherry murdered? Because it was fairly
Heaths.
obvious that Judge Sherry could have been killed during his morning or afternoon jogs around the neighborhood. So it was a real mystery why Margaret had been killed.
Heath is one you are not.
Investigators believed the answer might lie in the controversy over Biloxi's future. Some civic leaders hoped to transform the sleepy southern town on Mississippi's Gulf
Mystery.
Coast into a flashy resort where casinos would attract tourist dollars. But with strip clubs already established in town, Margaret Sherry felt Biloxi's small-town charms were threatened. And the casinos would attract a criminal element. As a candidate for mayor, she had made powerful political enemies by trying to keep gambling out. Agent Bell wondered if Margaret was killed to silence her protests.
Margaret had been so outspoken politically in the community. She was known to be anti-gambling.
Saul.
And if elected mayor in 1989, she had planned to close down the
know
remaining
the
strip
hoe.
clubs in Biloxi. So there was always the possibility that she might have been the target, rather than Judge Sherry.
The task force would investigate Margaret's political enemies, but first, they'd question the Sherry's friends and neighbors. Someone in the neighborhood must have seen something.
Investigate.
But even people who'd known the Sherrys for years were reluctant to talk, fearing the specter of Biloxi's emerging criminal
Investigate.
The Sherry murders brought a dark cloud over the city of Biloxi. Many of the citizens in Biloxi were afraid to openly express their opinions. They saw that Margaret Sherry, who had been quite vocal and quite outspoken in political circles, had ended up dead, as had her prominent husband, Judge Sherry. So many citizens, after these murders, were hesitant even to be interviewed by FBI agents or by local police officers because they basically did not want their names tied into anything to do with this case.
Are not Heath.
If people wouldn't talk to the authorities, perhaps they would talk to Lynn Sposito, the Sherry's daughter. After being notified of her parents' murders, Lynn rushed to Biloxi from her home in North Carolina. Determined to find justice, she questioned everyone in the neighborhood. One family friend gave her a crucial piece of information. He described a suspicious car and driver in the neighborhood on the night of the murders. She took the lead to the police.
They identified a man who had seen a suspicious Ford Fairmont driving in front of the Sherry home on Monday night, September 14th, 1987.
Investigators tried to determine the identity of the driver based on the witness's description. Their search came up empty. But a few days later, not far from the Sherry's home, investigators found an abandoned car, a Ford Fairmont. A check on the vehicle's identification number showed it had been reported stolen the day before the murders.
Identification.
Police also learned that the tags on the car were not registered to the car. Realizing that this vehicle was probably the killer's getaway car, investigators towed it to a police garage to examine it further. Somewhere in the car, they hoped to find a key to the killer's identity.
Are not Heath. Car.
Less than a week after the brutal murders of Biloxi couple Vince and Margaret Sherry,
car,
investigators received their first promising lead. They recovered an abandoned car, matching the one witnesses described seeing the night of the murders. After contacting Agent Keith Bell about the discovery, investigators processed the car for clues. Inspector Robert Burris found something peculiar.
I was processing this vehicle, and one of the things I noted, the dome light had been dismantled and the bulb taken out of it. In other words, if you open the door, you ain't got no light. Both of the sun visors were in the down position. Whether you're riding around daytime or nighttime, you ain't gonna be able to see the people's face in it very well.
Investigators believed more than ever that this was the car used by the Sherry's killer. Anything found inside it was labeled, packaged, and shipped to the FBI labs in Washington, D.C. But FBI lab examiners would find nothing of evidentiary value.
Here's copies for possible CPR. There's a cardiac call at 4806.
After Agent Bell arrived, he examined the license tag more closely. He discovered it had its own story to tell.
It was determined that the tag on the Ford Fairmont had been stolen from an abandoned vehicle in 1984, actually 3 years before these murders occurred. So what it meant was someone had removed the license plate, likely in 1984, had kept the license plate, and then when this major crime in the city of Biloxi was to occur, they pulled it off the shelf, so to speak.
With no other solid evidence, investigators hoped that following the trail of the stolen tag might lead to the killer. It was traced to an apartment complex where the original car had been abandoned 3 years earlier. Investigators contacted the apartment manager, who told them that prior to having the vehicle towed, he called a friend to come and strip it for parts. The manager's friend was a man that agents knew by name and reputation. Biloxi locksmith Lenny Sweatman. He was the last person to be seen near the car. Sweatman belonged to a loosely organized group of criminals the FBI was investigating in connection with another case. The group was known as the Dixie Mafia. FBI agent Keith Bell had connected the car used in the Sherry killings to Lenny Sweatman. Now, Bell wondered if the Dixie Mafia was linked to the Sherry murders. If Sweatman had a part in it, Bell believed that other Dixie Mafia members couldn't be far behind. He began looking into Sweatman's associates.
What that meant to us immediately, those of us familiar with the criminal associations on the coast, was that if Lenny Sweatman was involved in getting the tag for the hit car, then quite likely his close personal friend and longtime associate Mike Gillich, the strip club owner in Biloxi, might also be involved in these murders.
That's all right. Sometimes you know how it is.
Thanks.
Have a beer. All right.
Gillich, who owned 3 strip clubs in Biloxi, was well known to local law enforcement. He was currently under investigation by the FBI in connection with a Dixie Mafia operation known as the Lonely Heart Scam.
See, he gets to him.
That'll be 3794.
But Special Agent Bell needed a thread that connected the two investigations together. He started by familiarizing himself with the Lonely Heart Scam. It was run out of Angola Prison in Louisiana by a man named Kirksey Nix. The incarcerated kingpin of the Dixie Mafia.
No, the first month.
Nix would run ads in gay magazines, asking for money to help fictional gay men get out of trouble with the law. Through the scam, Nix was hoping to generate enough money to solve his own legal problems. He was serving a life sentence for murder.
From his jail cell at Angola, he coordinated what we've been referring to as the homosexual scam, which generated hundreds of thousands of dollars from individuals around the country, as well as some people in Canada. With this money, he intended to buy his way out, or attempt to buy his way out, of his Louisiana prison sentence.
Believing that they were helping gay men out of trouble, people who read the magazine ads would wire or mail money to a nearby Western Union. Nix would then call his contact on the outside, Mike Gillich. Gillich would then dispatch his bagman to retrieve the money.
Right. See you later.
Gillich made sure that the scam money was distributed to Dixie Mafia members and safely stashed away for Kirksey Nix.
Take care.
In the coming months, investigators developed more evidence in the Lonely Heart scam, but still had no direct link between these conspirators and the Sherry's killers. A year into the investigation, the murder case threatened to stall.
Hi.
Come in.
As the years stretched to 16 months, the Sherry's daughter, Lynn Sposito, grew increasingly frustrated. In January 1989, she hired a private investigator to rev up the inquest into her parents' murder.
He said he could make out the man.
Paint harassment detected.
The family had wanted very much to have a quick resolution to the case, but by early 1989, there'd still been no arrest. And of course, at this point, the FBI had not formally entered the case.
Nice to see you. Thank you for seeing
The lack of official FBI involvement hampered Bell's investigation. So when the private investigator paid him a visit, Bell welcomed his assistants, hoping they could share information. The two were old acquaintances from the private investigator's days in law enforcement. Since Agent Bell was unable to act officially, the private investigator would pursue a lead that looked promising. He would interview another Angola inmate. The private investigator and Bell hoped the inmate at Angola could finally link the Lonely Heart scam and the Sherry murders.
He met with all the right people, and because of his knowledge of the Dixie Mafia and from what he had learned from law enforcement authorities on the coast, he did go over to Angola and did talk to the right person over there.
The inmate's name was Bobby Joe Fabian. He was another known member of the Dixie Mafia, doing time for kidnapping and shooting a state trooper. Fabian claimed he had not been involved in the Sherry murders, but he had learned that fellow inmate Kirksey Nix had been. Fabian told the private investigator that Nix had had Judge Sherry killed because Sherry had allegedly stolen money from Nix's Lonely Heart scam. That wasn't all. He said Nix had been told of the theft by none other than Pete Halat, Sherry's former law partner. Halat, the man who had delivered the eulogy at the Sherry's funeral, was now implicated in their murders. Halat officially represented Nix on legal matters, but Fabian said Halat's role in the Lonely Heart scam was criminal, not legal. Halat was one of the people receiving money from Nix for safekeeping through Mike Gillich's bagman.
Don't forget to pick up next week at the other place.
And the ties between the outlaw and the lawyer went deep. Kirksey Nix's girlfriend and accomplice, LaRae Sharp, worked in Halat's office.
Where's he from?
Fabian said both LaRae Sharp and Pete Halat were stashing money from the scam in a safe deposit box for Kirksey Nix. And he said the amount had reached 6 figures. Thanks to Fabian, the link between the murders and the Lonely Heart scam had been made.
Dell.
And not only had Fabian given investigators a possible motive for the killings, he was also able to supply the name of the alleged hitman, an ex-con named John Ransom, who was believed to be living in Georgia. But tracking down Ransom would take time.
Anytime law enforcement people get together and start talking about notorious Dixie Mafia members, John Ransom comes up quite early in the conversation. He's a longtime alleged hitman for the Dixie Mafia.
In August of 1989, 2 years after the Sherry murders, Agent Bell now had enough evidence to warrant a full FBI investigation into the killings.
Evidence shows it's not the Heath's doing.
Accompanied by the Sherry's daughter, Lynn Sposito, he approached the United States Attorney and the FBI with a demand to officially open the case.
So with the tying in of the scam to the murders, we knew we had some federal violations involved. We have wire fraud, we had mail fraud, and we perhaps had a hitman traveling from Georgia to Mississippi to kill the Sherrys. It was decided to open an official FBI investigation and join with local authorities in the investigation.
By now, however, suspect Pete Halat, Judge Sherry's former law partner, had been elected mayor of Biloxi. With a key suspect in such a high position,
Call not heath.
Investigators encountered new roadblocks.
It became very difficult for the FBI to share all of its information with the local authorities. We are not saying that the local police were corrupt. What we are saying is that Mayor Halat put his own people in as Director of Public Safety and as Police Chief. So we were somewhat circumspect on what we shared with local authorities during that time period.
In August of 1989, as investigators attempted to unravel the truth about the Sherry's murders, informant Bobby Joe Fabian made a surprise move. He told his story about the Sherry murders to the TV news. Fabian hoped that by bringing attention to himself, Kirksey Nix would be less likely to have him killed for cooperating with authorities. Along with the report, the station broadcast a mugshot of John Ransom, the alleged hitman in the Sherry case. When Charles Legier, Pete Halat's junior partner, saw the photo, it surprised him. He recalled seeing Ransom outside the Sherry Halat law offices a few weeks before the murders.
Hello.
Legier shared his information with the task force.
I'm Charles Legier. I saw the TV.
Major Randy Cook of the Harrison County Sheriff's Department took Legier's statement.
Legier said the reason he remembered Ransom was Ransom stepped off of a curb and came up to him and asked him where's Vince Sherry's office at. When Legier was interviewed, he recalled there was something unusual about the way Ransom stepped off of the curb. Ransom had a prosthesis on one leg.
Investigators learned that Ransom was now in a Georgia prison, serving time for another murder. When questioned about the Sherry murders, he refused to cooperate. As Cook further questioned Legier about the day he and Halat had found the bodies, an important detail emerged. Legier remembered that Halat had walked into the Sherry's living room, seen Judge Sherry's body, and said, "Vince and Margaret are dead." Cook relayed this to Agent Bell.
What was interesting was that Margaret's body was in the far back bedroom of the residence, and according to Chuck Legier, Pete Halat did not have time other than to briefly enter the front of the house and would have no way of knowing that Margaret's body was also in the very back bedroom.
In October of 1989, 2 years after the murders, Agent Bell knew Halat was involved,
Heath.
but he still lacked enough evidence for an arrest. Even so, he felt it was time to confront
Evidence
Mayor Halat.
shows it's not the Heaths doing it.
It would be a quiet
Evidence
warning,
shows
man
it's
to man.
Heat.
And I let Mayor Halat know that
Evidence
I thought his
shows
knowledge
it.
of the Sherry murders
Heat.
was much greater than what he had shared with law enforcement authorities up to that point. And I recall also telling him that the FBI would continue working on this case until it was totally solved. My recollection is he smiled and did not have much else to say.
As a lawyer, Halat knew Bell would need more concrete evidence in order to secure a conviction.
Lawyer.
What he likely didn't realize was the depth of
Evidence
Bell's commitment
shows it's not
to bring him to justice.
Lawyer. Evidence shows it's not the Heaths doing
3
it.
years had passed since Judge Vincent Sherry and his wife Margaret were murdered in their Biloxi, Mississippi home. FBI Special Agent Keith Bell
Evidence
connected
shows
the killings
it's
to
not the
members of the
Heaths
Dixie
doing
Mafia
it.
and to Judge Sherry's friend and one-time law partner, Pete Halat. The alleged triggerman, John Ransom, was refusing to talk.
Evidence shows it's not the Heath's doing.
In January of 1990, Agent Bell and Major Randy Cook of the Harrison County Sheriff's Department drove to the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary.
Evidence shows it's not the Heath's doing it.
This is Special Agent.
A man named Bill Rhodes. Rhodes, a known associate of John Ransom, was willing to cooperate. He told them that in early 1987, Ransom had contacted him about driving the getaway car in a crime to take place in southern Mississippi.
Heath don't know the whole.
Who else was in the car?
Ransom had said a judge would be murdered and that the pay was $10,000.
About ransom.
There were certain promises made to Rhodes by Ransom that I know certain people in Biloxi that if you'll help me on this and you'll have the run of Biloxi anytime you want it.
So in March of 1987, Rhodes went to Biloxi and met with Ransom and a man named Pete. It was Pete who specifically asked Rhodes and Ransom to do the hit. Rhodes said he also met with Mike Gillich, the Biloxi strip club owner, who would supply the money once the hit was done. But 5 months later, before they could do the job, Rhodes was arrested on an unrelated bank robbery charge.
Later,
and Ransom got cold feet, afraid Rhodes would turn on him. The information helped the case inch forward, but Agent Bell and Officer Cook still felt that Ransom held the missing pieces. Another year would pass without much progress.
And then get it all laid out.
Roger.
In late 1990, the investigators went to the Bostic Correctional Institute in Georgia, where Ransom was serving time. Finally, Ransom agreed to talk. He admitted that he delivered a .22 caliber pistol to Lorraine Sharp, Kirksey Nix's girlfriend. But Ransom insisted that he did not do the job. Based on what Ransom said, Lorraine's involvement was starting to look bigger than simply stashing scam money in a safe deposit box.
All finished?
Finished, thank you.
Through his contact with Sharp, Nix learned that the investigation was heating up. He worried that his girlfriend might talk. So he tried to head off the problem by putting out a contract on her life.
You not Heaths. You not Heaths.
But in late 1990, Agent Bell arrested her for her participation in the murders, inadvertently saving her from Nix's gunman.
You not Heaths.
During a polygraph test, Sharp denied her involvement in the Lonely Heart scam and the Sherry murders. But the machine called her bluff. When Bell and his team added her statements to their existing stacks of evidence, they were ready to bring indictments against several key players.
Call not Heath.
No.
State.
Mike Gillich, John Ransom, Lorraine
Evidence
Sharp,
shows
and
it's
Nix
not the Heaths
were
doing
charged as
it.
conspirators in the Sherry murders. Notably missing from the list was Pete Halat.
Evidence shows it's not the Heaths doing it.
The case against Halat would have to wait until they had enough evidence for a murder conviction. For now, the FBI would look to convict
Evidence
the others
shows
on
it's
conspiracy to commit murder.
FBI.
Yes, we got a game plan done?
Yeah. We've got the
So many of the questions came up, why didn't y'all
FBI.
indict Pete Halat early on when you indicted everybody else? Well, at the time, we didn't have the hard evidence that you would have to arrest a mayor and prosecute him.
The conspiracy trial produced several key witnesses that would help investigators piece together the complex scheme.
Evidence shows it's not the Heaths doing it. Persecution.
Robbie Gant, Gillich's bagman for the Lonely Heart scam, testified for the
Evidence
prosecution.
shows it's not the
His
Heath's
testimony
doing it.
helped prosecutors link the Sherry murders to the scam. All 4 defendants were found guilty. Nix was given 15 years in addition to the life sentence he was already serving for murder.
Evidence shows
Gillich also
it's not
received a
the Heath's
15-year
doing
prison
it.
term. Ransom got 10 years, and LaRae Sharp 1.
Get your hands from order in the court.
Evidence shows it's not the Heath's doing it. Heath
With
is
these
one you are
conspirators
not.
behind bars, and the Lonely Heart scam no longer operational, Bell
Evidence
moved on
shows
to
it's
his
not
next
the
objective.
Heath's doing.
We decided
not
not
Heath's.
to end the Sherry investigation after the 1991 initial conviction.
Evidence shows
because
it's
at that
not the
time we
Heath's
had not
doing
proven who had actually shot the Sherrys. And also, Pete Halat had not been indicted or convicted at that point. And we all felt strongly that Pete Halat had played a major role in the scam and in the murder plot. So we were determined to continue the investigation to see if we could get enough evidence to indict and convict Mr. Halat and the actual shooter.
In late July of 1992, Agent Bell got the break he was looking for. Following the conspiracy trial, Mike Gillich was desperate to find a way out of prison.
Break.
He contacted one of his associates in Biloxi and asked him to approach Robbie Gant with
Break.
an offer.
Okay, well, whatever you say.
Gant told Agent Bell about it.
And the associate had offered Robbie Gant $20,000 if Gant would recant his testimony against Gillich and sign a false affidavit stating that he had been threatened by me to testify against Gillich, to testify falsely against Gillich.
Gant agreed to wear a wire and get the offer from Gillich's accomplice on tape.
Read.
Gant met with him in Mississippi. This time, Gant's tape was rolling when Gillich's associate reiterated the bribe. Gant accepted as Bell had instructed. Now, Bell had the evidence he needed to turn up the heat on Gillich. Just the man who could tell the story from the inside.
Evidence shows it's not the Heath's doing it. Evidence shows it's not the Heath's doing it.
By 1993, 6 years after the double murder of Vince and Margaret Sherry,
Evidence
FBI
shows
agent
it's
Keith
not
Bell
the
had put
Heath's
4
doing
members
it.
of the Dixie Mafia behind bars.
Evidence
But he
shows
still
it's
had
not
no
the
formal
Heath's
murder
doing
convictions
it.
against those involved. And Mayor Pete Halat, the suspected mastermind of the case, was still free and running the city of Biloxi. In fact, the year before, Mayor Halat had broken ground on the city's first big casino.
The victory for our town and our people.
The press still hounded Halat about his involvement in the Sherry murders, but he remained adamant about his innocence. Bell continued to work his plan. He used the bribe Robert Gant had recorded on tape to level another charge against Mike Gillich, already in jail. Now Bell indicted Gillich for witness bribery and witness tampering for trying to buy off Gant. And that did the trick.
No doubt the most important turning point was in October of 1993 when Mike Gillich finally decided to cooperate and tell the story of this whole case from an insider's point of view. And that's what really allowed us to bring final resolution to this investigation.
After the years of painstaking work Bell had spent on the case, it was a satisfying moment. Finally, it seemed his patience and ingenuity were paying off. Gillich was in no hurry to accrue more jail time. Bell's relentless pressure had persuaded him to cut a deal before the bribery trial even began. The Dixie Mafia member would tell what he knew about the murders.
Mr. Gillich has...
Maybe now, Bell could get the convictions he knew were long overdue. But for a career criminal like Mike Gillich, adjusting to life on the right side of the law wasn't easy. At first, he tried to bluff his way out.
Of course, it always takes some time, a period of weeks, to develop some degree of trust and to be able to communicate with someone like this who, for the first time, has decided to leave his lifelong role as a criminal and start cooperating with the FBI.
When deception didn't work, Gillich had no alternative. He had to tell the truth. Now, for the first time, Bell heard the story from an inside source. Gillich knew all the details.
Mike was the center point. Mike knew Kirksey Nix. Mike knew Pete Hallett for years. And in fact, when Kirksey Nix was looking for an attorney over in the coast area to represent him on various matters, Mike Gillich introduced Nix into Pete Hallett.
He confirmed that Pete Hallett was indeed behind the plan to murder the Sherrys, and that the plot grew directly out of the Lonely Heart scam of Angola prison inmate Kirksey Nix. Some months before the Sherrys' deaths, Hallett had closed the safe deposit box he and Nix's girlfriend Lorraine Sharp had access to, effectively cutting off her access to the money. He then transferred the money into a box only he and Judge Sherry could use. Motivated by greed, he stole $100,000 cash from there. As Nix's trusted accomplice, Hallett could blame the theft on Judge Sherry. Next, he went to Mike Gillich with news of the theft.
Mr. Gillich stated that Pete Hallett approached Mr. Gillich himself in late 1986 and told Mr. Gillich that much of the money was missing, supposedly around $100,000. And Mr. Hallett blamed Judge Sherry for taking the money. Mr. Hallett knew that Kirksey Nix would be very furious about this.
It is not known who ordered Margaret's death. But as a fierce opponent of corruption, she posed a threat to the underworld forces hoping to control Biloxi. With Margaret dead, Hallett could be free to run the town.
I got the contacts. I've started the ball too.
Gillich said that he and Hallett planned the murders. Ransom and Rhodes provided the murder weapon. But when they passed on doing the hit, Gillich found a replacement. A Texas-based petty criminal named Thomas Holcomb.
I hope he knows what he's doing. You know, he's got to get that. I hope so too. I hope he knows.
Holcomb would be paid $20,000 to murder Judge Sherry and his wife. Gillich had also helped provide the car with the help of locksmith Lenny Sweatman.
Eat. I eat. I
In October of 1996, agents arrested hitman Thomas Holcomb in Texas on murder charges. That same month also saw the arrest that Agent Bell had anticipated and worked 9 years to achieve.
An innocent man, and you're gonna put the cuffs on me?
Agents.
Let me read you your rights.
The arrest of Pete Halat for the murders of the Sherrys.
You can, anything you say can and will be held against you.
Agents. Agents.
Kirksey Nix and LaRae Sharp were indicted on 52 counts, including fraud, money laundering, and murder. Halat was tried and convicted in the summer of 1997, a full decade after the crimes were committed. He was sentenced to 18 years in federal prison. Also tried and convicted were Kirksey Nix and Thomas Holcomb, the hitman. Both were sentenced to life. LaRae Sharp, Nix's girlfriend, got 5 years.
Yeah, on duty.
I think a lot of citizens in Biloxi now realize that there are a lot of dedicated professional law enforcement people who will do everything they can to protect the community and work hard to solve major crimes. Perhaps the legacy, you might say, of the case for the criminal element is that they realize after seeing this case that they can commit a crime one day and think they're getting away with it a year later, but it could come back 10 years later and get them.
While the Sherry's killers were finally brought to justice,
later,
Margaret Sherry's dream of a Biloxi free of gambling was never realized.
Later,
instead, Biloxi has become a resort town filled with casinos and neon lights. The sleepy southern town is gone forever, along with the woman who lost her life trying to save it.
You not heaths.
Yeah, I only heard one vehicle high rate of speed, but I couldn't tell which way it was going.
Cleveland 911 police, ambulance to fire.
Yeah, hey bro, I'm at 2207 Seymour, West 25th. This broad is trying to break out the next door to me. So we like, well, what's wrong with what's the problem? She like, this done kidnapped me and my daughter.
Sir,
you know what I mean?
Sir, you have to calm down and slow down. If she needs an ambulance.
She needs everything. She's in a panic, bro. I think she's been kidnapped, so, put yourself in her shoes.
Is she still in the street, or where did she go?
Yeah, I'm looking at her. She right now. She calling y'all. She on another phone.
Hello, please. Help me. I'm Amanda Berry. I've been kidnapped,
Saul.
And I've been missing for 10 years, and I'm here. I'm free now.
How far will a kidnapper go to fulfill his cruel and sadistic desires? The shocking answer is beyond comprehension. A remarkable journey coming face to face with pure evil and venturing.
Saul.
Inside the criminal mind. What does a kidnapper look like? Can we spot them from their posture or their walk? Or is it something in the corner of their eyes? Are these monsters lurking in our daily lives? Stalking us? In offices, churches, or in our neighborhoods?
Never showing his face, like he was acting like everything was fine.
Herr Bricklopil hat sich
You
mir
not heaths.
gegenüber wie immer verhalten.
Ariel Castro.
You not heaths.
Philip Garrido, Joseph Fritzl, Wolfgang Preklopel, Cameron Hooker, Brian David Mitchell. Their names made worldwide headlines, propelled by the horrific brutality of their acts. Kidnap, rape, and torture of their victims, who endured their ordeals over months, years, sometimes even decades, often having children fathered by their captors.
Long-term child abduction cases are really quite rare.
You
but they're
not
also
heaths.
very highly impactful on not only the families, the individual people involved, but the communities and the regions, and sometimes even the whole nation when they happen.
Psychologists and profilers struggle to understand the motives for these kidnappings.
These people have some kind of basic sexual fantasy that develops and drives their behavior. And then they also have personality disorders, such as being a psychopath. Everything in the world revolves around them and their needs.
Ariel Castro has been found dead in his jail cell in Ohio. Officials say he was found hanging about 3 hours ago. Castro was sentenced last month to life in prison for holding 3 women captive in Cleveland.
The suicide was the final act of the Cleveland kidnapper. Castro wasn't brave enough to face the idea of spending the rest of his life in captivity. His tendencies towards sexual abuse and violence began more than 2 decades before he kidnapped Michelle Knight, Gina De Jesus, and Amanda Berry.
3 is not.
Sky over Cleveland today.
3 is not
spectacular
heath.
opening for the city's United Way campaign and earning the city a spot in the Guinness Book of World Records.
Thousands of locals gathered to watch Balloon Fest 86 in Cleveland. It's unlikely that Ariel Castro's wife, Grimelda Figueroa, attended the celebration, though. Nilda, as he would call her, was Castro's wife since the early 80s. He treated Nilda and their son like they were his slaves.
He had pushed her down a flight of steps, scaring her with a mannequin. That's how she fell down the steps and broke her skull open and brought her head to the back of her head.
Some experts believe these psychopathic behaviors grew out of abusive childhoods, but the motivations are complex.
He talked
3
about
is not
how
heath.
his father had beaten him and his mother severely. They were locked in. They were hostages in their own house. At the time, I couldn't really comprehend how they could be locked in and no one could get in or out.
Children who feel like they're a slave in their own home have a sense of powerlessness, and as they get older, they compensate for that feeling by also trying to get power over other people or other children.
Were the seeds of their deviance planted in childhood, or were these monsters born with a predisposition towards this behavior? It's the long-debated nature versus nurture question.
The truth is somewhere in between, that you may have some biological predisposition to engage in these kinds of behaviors, and the interaction with the environment can facilitate that or perhaps put the person on another course.
Another frightening aspect of these psychopaths is that they can appear to be normal and sometimes charming individuals.
The psychopaths don't have guilt. They don't have feelings for the other person, but they can mimic and make believe they have normal human feelings.
Sociopaths, psychopaths, antisocial personality disorder is generally marked by people who have a distance from emotions, their own, and logically from other people's emotions as well. So they could make decisions and not worry about hurting someone's feelings. They could kill someone and not worry about that person's family.
Many of the instances that I have been involved, I would characterize them as having some moderate to severe psychopathic features, such as an absence of empathy, the absence of remorse, the callousness.
Was in disbelief. I'm like, no way, I'm still in disbelief. I'm like, it doesn't seem like the kind of person that would do something like this, especially for 10 years. You know, right under your nose. It's like, wow, it's heartbreaking, actually.
You not heaths. You not heaths.
Philip Garrido abducted J.C. Lee Duggard when she was just 11 years old. He imprisoned her for 18 years and fathered 2 daughters with his hostage.
Where he was in his late teens, early 20s, he actually engaged in what we would probably now call a date rape of a 14-year-old girl. She was held overnight in a motel room for sexual satisfaction. And when law enforcement investigated and the case was going to trial, she ended up refusing to testify, so he was never convicted of that.
Garrido abducted J.C. when he was out on parole from Leavenworth Federal Prison, after being sentenced to 50 years for raping Catherine Calloway Hall.
A man approached me, he knocked on my window, and he said, "Excuse me, I didn't mean to frighten you. My car won't start in this cold. Could you help me out?" As we drove down the main street of Lake Tahoe, I made small conversation with him. He seemed like kind of a normal person.
Heath is one you are not.
He then slammed my head into the steering wheel. He threw my keys on the floor, overpowered me, and he handcuffed me behind my back. And he raped me for the next 8 hours.
An alert Reno police officer saw the storage unit being utilized in the middle of the night. Came to investigate and interrupted Garrido. Garrido tried to talk his way out of it, and then Katie Calloway comes out still nude, says, "No, that's not true, he's assaulting me," and the officer finally figured it out and arrested Garrido.
Garrido has often been called America's Josef Fritzl. Fritzl was a horrifying Austrian monster who imprisoned his own daughter, Elizabeth, for 24 years. He raped her repeatedly, resulting in the birth of 7 children and 1 miscarriage.
Josef Fritzl hat ja eine Frau im Jahre 1967 vergewaltigt. Seine Frau, die Rosemarie, reagiert?
Natürlich entsetzlich, dass man dann versucht, die Familie so gut als möglich aufrechtzuerhalten.
You not heaths.
Soweit ich weiß, hat kein Sex mehr stattgefunden und ich glaube, es war auch aufgrund dessen, seiner damaligen Verurteilung und meine Schwester ja auch etwas stärker geworden ist und er sowieso dicke Frauen niemals gewollt hat.
Most of these kidnappers have some form of paraphilia, abnormal sexual behaviors or impulses characterized by recurring intense sexual fantasies and urges.
Sexual addiction is a term that has gained a lot of traction here in the 21st century, partly because of the availability of the internet, and you can see anything you want online, any kind of porn. But I don't necessarily think that there's a link there to sexual addiction with this particular kind of offender. There may be links to sexual deviant fantasies, sexual deviant thoughts, masturbatory fantasies that involve pain, humiliation, power, torture, abuse, but I wouldn't call that a sexual addiction.
Castro was fixated on his penis, which he called Charlie. In her memoir, Gina de Jesus wrote, "He blames Charlie. He's always saying, what Charlie wants, Charlie gets." Castro raped the girls up to 5 times a day, forcing them to tell him they want it, love it, and that he was sexy.
Ariel Castro, despite keeping 3 women horribly hostage in his house, neighbors remarked that he was great at barbecues and very social in the neighborhood. Neighbors further back also remember when his wife ran out of that same house because she had been beaten and fractured multiple bones. She required many surgeries to get over that.
Often, the kidnappers' victims are very young women, leading psychologists to wonder if pedophilia is an aspect of their insanity.
The kidnapper is looking and is sexually aroused by young children or adolescents, and being that that's totally against the law and inappropriate, they have to possess that kind of a young child by taking the child.
You not heaths.
Wolfgang Perklopel abducted Natasha Kampusch when she was just 10 years old. She escaped when she was 18. Gina de Jesus was only 14 when she was taken. And J.C. Duggard just 11. Both were held captive until they were grown women.
Philip Garrido's main motivation here was his pedophilia. He had this very strong fantasy to have a young female victim as his sex slave, to do whatever he wanted to, whenever he wanted to do it to her. And he accomplished that with J.C. Duggard.
Philip Garrido had an accomplice in his imprisonment of J.C. Duggard, his wife, Nancy.
Philip Garrido met his wife, Nancy, in Leavenworth Federal Prison, if you can believe that. Nancy was there visiting her uncle.
After 7 months of captivity, Garrido introduced Duggard to Nancy. She brought the child a stuffed animal and chocolate milk, made tearful apologies to J.C. Nancy alternated between motherly concern and outright cruelty. This was to be J.C.'s family for the next 18 years.
Nancy, I would describe her as being 100% committed to Philip. And she kind of, through manipulation on Philip's part and her own kind of lack of a strong will, wanted to be whatever Philip wanted her to be.
Another horrible aspect of these crimes is that kidnappers need to hold their victims hostage for long periods of time. And even go so far as to have children with the women.
When her first daughter was born, J.C. was very scared. She didn't really know what was happening. They couldn't take her to a hospital or have anybody come to attend the birth. Philip and Nancy watched some videos that they checked out of the library on how to do this with J.C.
Ariel Castro fathered a child with Barry and impregnated Knight 5 times, but then induced miscarriages through severe beatings. But he perceived the relationships as a happy family.
The family aspect is not usually part of the abduction, just a sexual conquest, and that these men have often never thought about the consequences of their behavior.
They create this false sense of a relationship and believe that in some sense the person that they have abducted wants to be in their
These long-term abductions are not impulsive, spur-of-the-moment crimes. They are carried out with an alarming degree of premeditation and planning. The kidnappers carefully modify their homes to be secure prisons.
Ariel Castro entertained guests in his house while he had 3 women and a young girl upstairs, but because of his extensive soundproofing and lock system, no one ever knew. Many of these people had run-ins with the police while they held their hostages. No one ever found out.
Heaths.
Germany had to spend 6 years to construct a dungeon to keep
3
his
is
daughter
not Heath.
captive in. There were only 2 ways in and out, and both of them had doors that weighed more than 1,000 pounds.
State.
You had to pass through multiple
not
gates
Heaths.
and multiple points of entry. Some needed keys, some needed passcodes,
3
some
is
needed
not
physical
Heath.
might.
Right after the abduction,
You
they
not
drove
Heaths.
straight from South Lake Tahoe to Antioch. There, in Philip Garrido's mother's property, he had already constructed a soundproof shed. He told everybody else, including his parole officer, that it was a recording studio for his musical career that he wanted to start.
Wolfgang Perklopel built a small cellar under his garage with the entrance hidden behind a cupboard. The door was concrete with reinforced steel, and the tiny room was windowless and soundproofed. Natasha Kampusch knew she was totally isolated from the outside world.
She tried very hard not to think about what happens if my captor falls ill. What if he's arrested for a speeding violation? Because she would die down there and no one would ever know it.
The strategy to capture the victims is equally as well planned.
They will drive around, they'll spot potential victims in the sexual preference that they have, and these people will then start circling. JC was a happy 11-year-old girl. She had moved to Lake Tahoe that school year. She just had everything going for her. Bright, happy young girl. On the morning of June 10th, 1991, JC, a little after 8 a.m., was walking to school.
JC's stepfather was not far away and caught a brief glimpse of Nancy and the van.
JC was in the wrong place at the wrong time. They had not pre-selected her like some kidnappers do. The driver asked her for directions. JC stopped walking, and the next thing she knew, Philip Garrido had reached out the window of the car and hit her with a stun gun. The stepfather saw a profile view of Nancy, which he gave a pretty good artist rendering of what she looked like. That's the only clues, the only evidence, if you will, that we had for 18 years of what actually happened that day.
Evidence shows it's not the Heaths doing it.
Once called Cameron Hooker the most dangerous psychopath ever encountered.
Evidence shows it's not
On
the
May
Heaths
19,
doing it.
1977, he picked up Colleen Stan hitchhiking in Northern California.
Evidence shows it.
She was comfortable
Big
hopping
is
into
Heath.
Hooker's van because he was traveling with his wife, Janice, and their baby.
Evidence shows
In the beginning
it's
of
not the
Colleen
Heaths
Stan's
doing
captivity, she was kept in a box. The first one she was placed into when she was taken captive was just a head box. Once it was on her head, she couldn't see and she couldn't hear. She couldn't go anywhere with this large box. She also could barely breathe. It was too tight on her neck.
For much of the next several years, Colleen was kept in a locked box under the couple's waterbed. Repeatedly raped, tortured, and brainwashed.
Later,
Ariel Castro chose women from the neighborhood that he lived in, so he was able to use that to his advantage. One girl worked in Burger King with his
Later.
daughter, Another girl went to school with his daughter.
You
They were the
not
same
heaths.
age, but it was in the end the opportunity that selected them.
And it happened to be my friend's father. So I
You
was
not
comfortable
heaths.
enough to get in his car. He was talking about puppies. And I was like, oh, so you got puppies at the house?
You
and
not
he
heaths.
was like, yeah. And I was like, okay, I could take one home to my son. We got in the house. It was kind of awkward. I didn't hear puppies. I didn't hear no sounds. So I started to get a little nervous, and then I got even more nervous as we were going up the stairs. And next thing you know, we were in a room, and I never got out.
Brian David Mitchell launched his kidnapping plan from the mountains of Utah.
You not heaths.
Mitchell emerged from
You
these
not
mountains into the
heaths.
outskirts of Salt Lake City on the night of June 4th, 2002. He knew exactly where he was heading. He had done yard work for the Smart family the previous winter.
He knew how the house was designed, and he had probably set eyes on Elizabeth at that time. She woke up in a bed she shared with her sister, with a knife at her throat. And he told her not to make a noise and to come with him quickly. Her sister had woken up.
The petrified girl remained silent as they set off towards the mountains and into the darkness. Brian David Mitchell was driven by grandiose religious delusions, referring to himself as a Davidic king, one mighty and strong.
Elizabeth Smart was kidnapped by a man who believed that he was serving the will of God. He was very delusional and insane.
He dragged Elizabeth to a makeshift campsite and prayed out loud for the young girl to perform her wifely duties. Mitchell is joined by his wife, Wanda Barzy, in strange religious rituals. They wash Elizabeth's feet and make her change into a robe-type garment in preparation for some kind of marriage ceremony. Mitchell had concocted a bizarre mix of the Mormon religion, New Age philosophy, and his own twisted doctrine. Elizabeth is often drugged and tied to a tree. She is raped repeatedly during the captivity, as often as 4 times a day.
Sexual sadism is essentially the sexual arousal to the infliction of some kind of pain, humiliation, bondage to the victim.
The person gets sexually aroused by causing and seeing other people experience pain.
The goal is to inflict control over a person, body and mind. In the case of Ariel Castro, the pain was one of the goals.
The more we cried and
You not
showed him our
heaths.
pain and our sorrow, he got energy from that. It helped him. So we kind of learned. Yeah, we kind of learned, right? To just don't cry, don't show him your pain, don't show
Please
him your
go
man.
away.
In Castro's house, he keeps
Energy.
a radio constantly blasting so the victims don't know if he's at home or not.
They are able to keep the victims imprisoned for a long period
Please
of time
go
through
away.
a variety of methods. They're able to deflect attention to them by leading a life that appears as normal as the neighbor next door. With regard to the victims, it could be through intimidation, fear, violence, gift-giving, the promise that if they behave for an extended period of time, that somehow they're going to be free.
Perversions are often accompanied by the kidnapper's addiction to pornography.
The sexual fantasy that somebody like Philip Garrido develops of having this sex slave arises out of viewing child pornography.
While Colleen Stan was hung from the rafters naked and whipped, there was always a violent magazine at her feet.
Clearly, these kidnappers experience positive feelings very differently from normal people.
So they're not essentially experiencing joy, they're experiencing a sense of pleasure, often sexual pleasure, often an arousal, a penile erection, to watch the person suffer and beg for their life, and knowing that they're very powerful and they're the ones controlling whether that individual dies or lives.
Lives.
While the relationships are cruel and abusive, the kidnappers sometimes make justifications for why they had to do this.
JC was taken as an 11-year-old girl. She was kept locked in this shed for 2 years. No one to talk to, nothing to do, her clothes taken away, no bathroom. They just had a bucket in the corner for her to use. In addition to the handcuffing, Philip told JC that there were guard dogs patrolling the property, that if she did get out of the shed somehow, that these Doberman Pinscher guard dogs would bite her, and that he would know about it and punish her. He would threaten her with the taser from time to time, that if she wasn't doing exactly what he wanted her to do, that he would threaten to shock her again.
Both Brian David Mitchell and Philip Garrido claimed it was the will of God for them to be doing this.
According to J.C. Dugard, Philip Garrido did use a lot of drugs.
It was as a result of methamphetamine-induced psychosis. He was hearing voices come from the TV, and he would ask JC or Nancy, "Did you hear that voice?"
Natasha Kampusch said Wolfgang Perklappel would beat her so badly she could hardly walk. When she was beaten black and blue, he would take his camera and photograph her. Perklappel would starve Natasha so she'd be too weak to escape. But Perklappel also gave her books so she could educate herself. And he allowed her to have a television and radio to pass the time.
I wouldn't call it brainwashing, but I would try to call it desensitizing the victim and trying to educate them or provide information that this is something that was willed or it's for their best benefit. Or they're trying to convince the victim that they're there for a certain purpose and they should be there.
Techniques can be similar to those used to break prisoners of war. Some victims were subjected to constant noise, while other times there are long stretches of extreme isolation.
Heaths.
Complete darkness is another mind control technique.
Garrido would tell JC during the period of her captivity that she was keeping him from sexually assaulting other girls. Since she was being, cooperative and doing what he wanted him to do, that helped him with his sexual problem and kept other victims from being taken.
After her kidnapping by Cameron Hooker, Colleen Stan was tortured and kept locked in a box 23 hours a day until she was given a contract and forced to sign herself into slavery for life. Cameron brainwashed her to believe that she was being watched by a large, powerful organization he called the Company. He convinced her that the company would painfully torture her and harm her family if she tried to escape.
Colleen Stan was taken out of her box, strapped up, beaten, whipped, tortured, electrocuted, shocked, and then put back in her box or made to observe him having intercourse with his own wife.
Company.
Brian David Mitchell, who was generally a very disorganized person, mentally, did know a few things that worked well to keep Elizabeth Smart as a captive. She was very close to her family, and they were very important to her. So with her, he spent a lot of time saying, if anything happens to you, and if you speak to anyone else, I will kill your family.
Despite the brutality of the captivity, a strange bond often forms between victim and abuser. It's a shocking psychological phenomenon known as the Stockholm Syndrome.
You often hear about the Stockholm Syndrome, where the individual begins to feel a sense of connectedness to the perpetrator, the abductor. The relationship between the abductor and the victim is a complicated one. The victim perhaps develops a sense of attachment, connection, relationship to the abductor. Often that's adaptational in the sense that they want to survive as long as possible in order to potentially escape. But even though after they're apprehended, they may present a very empathic presentation of the perpetrator, the abductor, to the police, to law enforcement.
The kidnapper, although they've been very cruel
heaths.
And very controlling of the victim, can act like they're apologetic, but I don't believe they truly are.
Natasha Kampusch described how she sometimes felt sorry for Perklopel. She said she saw how lonely and scared the man actually was, that he was a poor soul. The Stockholm Syndrome got its name from a 1973 bank robbery in Stockholm, Sweden.
Stockholm Syndrome is a term coined after some people in a bank robbery were held for a few days under extreme situations, and they eventually became sympathetic with the bank robbers. And that sense of developing a sympathy or empathy with the kidnapper is part of what we call the Stockholm Syndrome.
In some cases, compliance is not the Stockholm Syndrome at all, but simply a strategy to survive.
J.C. Dugard knew if she didn't adapt to what Philip Garrido wanted from her, that she might not live, that she certainly wouldn't be treated very well. So she adapted and did what she had to do.
Cameron Hooker's brainwashing of Colleen Stan was so complete that he eventually allowed her to take a job as a hotel maid. She dutifully returned home every night.
One of the things that happens over these long-term abductions is that there's an evolution of the relationship. Cameron Hooker took Colleen Stan to be his sex slave, but after 7 years of successful captivity, he contemplated promoting her to second wife and then recruiting an entire additional army of sex slaves.
For the first 6 months of captivity, Natasha Kampusch was never allowed to leave her basement dungeon. At first, she'd throw bottles of water against the walls, hoping the noise would attract attention, but the effort was useless. Gradually, over the years, Perklopel allowed her more and more freedom. Eventually, she was permitted to do housework upstairs. He would sometimes take her on outings in the car. In the beginning, she tried to attract attention or even jump from the car. But he began to trust her more and more. When Natasha reached the age of 18, she begged Perklopel to kill her so she no longer had to live in captivity. But he claimed he loved her and couldn't do it. Then, on August 23, 2006, she was helping him clean and vacuum his car when he received a cell phone call from his business partner and he walked away. Natasha saw her chance and bolted. She ran through gardens, over fences, and 5 minutes later, she pounded on a neighbor's window and called out, "I am Natasha Kampusch."
Natasha Kampusch became aware of the fact that he was not of sound mind when he would bring her things like Scotch tape as a gift. And for days on end, he would give her nothing more than a single carrot to eat.
Ultimately, it was death that finally separated Proklopil and Natasha. Once he realized that she was free and the police were on his trail, he jumped in front of a speeding train.
Speeded.
Cleveland 911 police, ambulance to fire.
Yeah, hey, bro, I'm at 2207 Seymour, West 25th. This broad is trying to
Are
work
not
out the
Heath.
next door to me.
Sir,
You know what I mean?
sir, you have to calm down and slow down. If she needs an ambulance.
Hello, please. Help me, I'm Amanda Berry. I've been kidnapped and I've been missing for 10 years and I'm here, I'm free now.
On May 6th, 2013, 10 years after her abduction, Amanda Berry noticed that Castro had neglected to lock the big inside door.
And there's like a lock on there, like a chain lock. So I'm like, oh my gosh. So I'm like pushing it. I'm thinking like, oh, it's gonna break easy. It's just a screen door. But it didn't break. So I'm like, at that point, I'm like, you know, yelling and screaming, waving, going crazy, like, somebody please help me.
A neighbor came to the rescue, kicked a hole in the door, and Amanda and her baby crawled to freedom.
I see this girl going nuts, trying to get out of her house. So we kick the bottom.
Read.
And she comes out with the little girl, and she says, call 911.
The question remains in the case of Errol Castro, whether or not that door was left open on purpose. He grew weary of keeping them. He actually wrote a suicide note the year after he captured his third victim, saying that life was too hard and he didn't want any more of it.
Police soon came and rescued Gina De Jesus and Michelle Knight.
I don't know that I would ever want to look at
Call
him
not Heath's.
again. You know, all I can say to him is why he made
Victim.
these horrible choices.
In nearly all of these cases, because the captor
Are
is
not
expressing
Heath.
such an intimate side of his self, and the victim is so dependent on him for survival, there is a strong bond that can form. In most of these cases, we see that did lead to their downfall.
Victim.
In Garrido's case, he felt confident taking J.C. Dugard with him to the campus of UC Berkeley.
Philip had developed this idea that the voices in his head was God talking to him. That's what Philip Garrido went to the FBI and tried to tell them about this.
At the Berkeley campus, alert officers realized something was not right with Philip and JC, and they eventually saved her life.
In the case of Elizabeth Spritzel, after 24 years of captivity, she was able to convince her father to take their oldest daughter to the hospital when she was gravely ill. Although it does also seem like he was growing tired of keeping her captive after 24 years.
The trip to the hospital led to Elizabeth's freedom.
Read.
There's right in a homeless now on the floor, unable to get up. I don't know how long he's been there, throwing up blood.
Fortunately, these terrible crimes remain rare, so researchers know little about the motive and minds of these criminals. But clearly, all these kidnappers are sadistic, deranged individuals. The question that comes up in their court cases is whether they were considered legally insane.
A person can be very, very, very mentally ill. But as long as you can recognize that we have laws and the law said no and you did it anyway, then you don't have an insanity defense.
By the very fact that, somebody like Philip Garrido did all these preparations to keep JC secret and away from everyone, That shows that he was not insane at all by the legal definition.
Operation.
Joseph Fritzl claimed the sex with his daughter was consensual. But he also said that he, quote, always knew during the whole 24 years that what I was doing was not right. That I must have been crazy to do such a thing. Yet it became a normal occurrence to lead a second life in the basement of my house.
Fritzl just explained to the court he was a born rapist. He had no choice. And his daughter, by being his captive for 24 years, was doing a public service by keeping the rest of the population safe. In no way did he ever apologize for what she endured or his children, grandchildren.
Fritzl was diagnosed with a severe personality disorder and received a sentence of life in prison.
Sometimes those insanity defenses have proven effective, and those people have been sent to psychiatric hospitals.
What I'm trying to get is that these people are trying to paint me as a monster, and I'm not a monster. I'm sick. I am truly sorry to the Mason's family, Michelle, and Amanda. You guys know all the harmony that went on in that home.
I spent 11 years in hell. Now your hell is just beginning.
Ariel Castro was sentenced to 2 life sentences plus 1,000 years without possibility of parole. His house of horrors was demolished, and after his suicide, he was cremated.
Parole.
But no cemetery would accept his ashes.
It's very difficult for the victims to return to normal life. It doesn't mean that they can't. It's a lifelong process for them to go through in terms of treatment.
For Elizabeth Smart, in terms of who she was as a human being, she was very whole.
Victim.
She knew who she was, she knew she was loved by her family, and she had a sense of self that survived intact throughout her ordeal.
Second chance at life, I'd be silly to waste it. That would be worse than if I had died while I was kidnapped to live in darkness the rest of my life.
Someday I want to be able to help other people that maybe don't have a voice or is scared or is going through something and they don't know what to do or how to get through something, you know?
Heath don't know the hope.
After her recovery, JC wrote a book, which I thought was just the most wonderful thing for her to do. A lot of victims don't want to talk about what happened to them. JC took the approach that she didn't do anything wrong.
JC Duggar returned home as the mother of 2 children.
With a 5th grade education, she taught these 2 girls online courses. They're very smart, they're very curious, they have a lot of interests, and JC is responsible for that.
You not Heaths.
Through all these terrible stories, one thing is clear. That is the unwavering commitment of the law enforcement officers trying to rescue the victims. Their efforts to find these women never stopped, no matter how long the captivity lasted. And in the end, it's also clear that these victims and their stories have left an indelible mark on these officers who tried so valiantly to save them.
Damn.
JC's impact statement was read in court, and it ended with the words to Philip and Nancy. I am not going to waste one more minute of my life on you. I'm done with you, and I'm going to continue to live my life.
You not Heaths.
Free of you. And she's done that. She's done an amazing job of living her life since she came back.
You not heaths. You not heaths. Heat. You not. You not. Heat. Heat.
It's Friday night in October of 1993. And in Northern California, 3 junior high school girls are having a slumber party. Halloween is around the corner, and the girls have been trying on different costumes in preparation for the upcoming holiday. Within seconds, their lives will change forever.
Lives. Lives. You not heaths. You not heaths.
It's every parent's worst nightmare. What horror can compare to a child's kidnapping, especially when she's taken from her own home? In 1993, 12-year-old Polly Klaas was abducted from her room while her terrified friends looked on. The crime took less than 10 minutes. It shocked the nation and forever changed the way child abductions are handled. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former director of the FBI's New York office. The FBI and other law enforcement agencies were battling against the odds. We had witnesses, and we had a community that banded together to find Polly. But even with the FBI's top flight capability, abductions by strangers are among the hardest cases to solve. Only 1/3 of them have a happy ending.
Induction.
October
Induction.
1st, Polly Klaas and Jillian Pelham were waiting for another friend outside of Polly's house in Petaluma, California.
Induction. Induction.
It was around 8:30 when Kate McLean and her mother showed up.
Induction.
The 3 girls were ready for fun. It was Friday night. There was ice cream in the fridge, and they were going to stay up all night long.
3 is not
was
heath.
going to be a party. No
3
one had
is
any
not
idea
heath.
of the danger that lurked so close by. The girls kept to Polly's bedroom, but they couldn't suppress the noise as easily. At about 9:45, Polly's mother, Eve Nickel, looked in on the girls and asked them to keep it down. She was suffering a migraine headache and thought she'd turn in early. Eve's bedroom was right across the hall from the girls, and although she had chided them about the noise, she was pretty sure it would only take a few minutes for the 12-year-olds to get noisy again. Before going to bed, Eve took her prescription pills to block out all distractions and get her fast to sleep.
Hold on, you guys.
The party continued on for almost an hour before the nightmare began.
That was cute. Yeah. I'm gonna get the sleeping bags, okay? Okay.
It was around 10:30 when the intruder entered the room. At first, Kate and Jillian thought it was a joke. Then they saw the knife. He told them if they screamed, he'd slit their throats.
Whose house is
Immediately, he tied them up and started asking questions. He wanted to know which girl lived there and who else was in the house. Polly spoke up.
Keeping money around this place.
The girls were terrified and crying. And he assured them that he wasn't going to hurt anyone, that he was only there for money.
Somebody else is supposed to be here.
But when Polly told him where some cash was hidden in a jewelry box, he made no attempt to find it. He gagged the girls and took the cases off some pillows to use as hoods. He made Polly get up and told the others to count to 1,000. By the time they were done, he said she'd be back. Then he took Polly class and disappeared into the night. Petaluma police officers were called to the scene after the girls managed to free themselves and wake Polly's mother. They responded in minutes. Investigators entered Polly's room and began to look around.
Investigate.
The bedroom was in disarray and told of the events that had happened just minutes before. On the floor were binding materials, cut strips of cloth. The cords from the Nintendo game had been cut, and a strap that was clipped from a purse lay on the floor. Pillowcases were strewn about.
I know.
What Petaluma Police Detective Mike Meese saw wasn't encouraging.
I remember standing at the doorway to Polly's
surveillance
room and
detective.
looking at these few bags of evidence that we had been able to collect, and
Detective
thinking that was
surveillance
just such a
detective.
pitiful amount. And I looked down
Evidence
at the rug and
shows
I talked
it's
to,
not-
to my partner Larry Pelton and said, "Let's take the rug."
Detected
He said, "Why?" And I
surveillance
said,
detective.
I don't know why, but let's just take the rug. We just don't have enough evidence.
Detected surveillance detective.
Police were in desperate need of assistance. Fortunately, help was on the way. After being contacted by the Class family, the Federal Bureau of Investigation offered its expertise.
How about, have you all talked to the mother?
Yes.
Shortly after midnight, the FBI appeared at the house of Polly Class. Typically, the Bureau
Detected
handles
surveillance
kidnappings,
detective.
and with $800 a year to investigate, they have
Detected
plenty of experience.
surveillance detective.
Because he was familiar with the community and experienced in kidnapping cases, Special Agent Ed Fryer became the lead investigator. But he
Call
knew
not
something
Heath.
about this case was different.
Detected
had all the earmarks of a stranger
Detected
abduction case because the statements from the two girls were
detected
consistent.
surveillance detective.
Stranger abduction cases are the hardest cases to solve.
Call
in my
not
experience,
Heaths.
because again, there's no connection
Detected
between
surveillance.
the perpetrator of the crime and your victim,
Stranger.
or the victim's family, or somebody even
Detected
associated
surveillance.
to the victim. It's a random act.
Surprisingly, a vast majority of kidnappings involved disgruntled family members. And though Polly's parents were separated, her father, Mark Class, was immediately cleared of any responsibility.
He was crying a bit.
Abductions involving total strangers are exceedingly rare
Censor.
and leave little for investigators to go on. In this case,
Detected
however,
surveillance.
there were witnesses.
Was his hair long or short?
A police sketch artist was called in from the San Rafael Police Department. For 2 hours, Jillian and Kate tried to recall the face of
Victim.
the man who had barged into the bedroom. The girls were still terribly upset, but they managed to give the artist a pretty good description.
Detected
Authorities
surveillance.
now had their first idea of what the stranger looked like.
His nose and mouth, really.
After 4 a.m., the girls were taken to the police station,
Like this.
and the FBI called in
Detected
one of its special
surveillance.
forces, the Evidence Response Team.
Are not Heath.
Tony Maxwell leads the crew.
In looking at cases across the
Evidence
United
shows
States,
it's
we have
not the
found
Heaths doing
that
it.
when somebody is kidnapped, especially a young child, that they will generally be harmed within the first 24 hours, and probably within the first couple of days could even be killed. So time is of the essence. In that kind of work, the investigator needs to move quickly.
The evidence response team is designed to provide forensic resources at a major crime scene. Their sole responsibility
Evidence
is
shows
to collect
it's
evidence.
not crime.
And they use the most sophisticated collecting equipment available to do it. An electrostatic dust print machine collects tiny hairs and fibers off the floor when a positive charge is passed over a sheet of mylar. Any loose debris clings to the mylar and is sent to a lab for careful inspection.
Brinks.
Although the police department had already dusted for fingerprints, they had come up with nothing particularly promising. But they didn't have access to the same equipment as the FBI. The alternate light source was a new method that employed a unique fluorescent powder, which when combined with a distinct ultraviolet light and amber-colored goggles, could illuminate many things that otherwise would remain hidden. The team found 4 dozen fingerprints the police were unable to see using conventional equipment. But even those were of no use. They were attributed to family and friends. After hours of meticulous searching, something finally turned up.
Where's the store? Do you have anything? Yeah, it has some ridge detail in the bedpost here. It looks like it's pretty good ridge detail.
A palm print that at the outset seemed like the first real piece of forensic evidence left behind at the scene.
That palm print was found on the bed, on a crossbar of a bed, where he apparently put his hand up for just a second to lean on it, perhaps to support himself as he was grabbing something. And with the alternate light source,
evidence shows it's not the Heath's doing
we were able to see it, collect it, and then gather that for the laboratory.
At that time, the FBI's fingerprint database
Evidence
AFIS,
shows
didn't
it's not
contain
the
palm
Heath's
prints,
doing it.
only fingerprints. But even a palm print won't
Evidence
catch a suspect.
shows
It will
it's
only
not the
identify
Heath's
one
doing
once he's
it.
captured.
Evidence shows
FBI
it's not
Special
the
Agent
Heath's
Mark
doing
Mercer
it.
People often think that when you have a fingerprint or a palm print that you quickly establish the identity of a criminal. The truth of the matter is, in most instances, you have to identify a suspect, have fingerprints for that suspect in order to compare with a latent fingerprint.
The hunt for the suspect prompted authorities to cover Polly's neighborhood inch by inch. By dawn, more than 100 agents and officers had begun a 24-hour search for Polly and her abductor. Helicopters and bloodhounds had been called out, and an all-points bulletin was issued by local authorities and the FBI. Systematically, the authorities searched every house in the neighborhood. Agents went to Polly's school to talk with teachers and students in the hopes that somebody might have some useful information. Investigators canvassed the neighborhood in pairs, asking if anyone had seen anything suspicious that night.
Eat.
One by one, they interviewed all of Polly's neighbors.
Eat.
Several people recalled seeing a stranger around the neighborhood that fit the description given by the girls. Thomas Georges and his friends were on their way to the video store at around 9 o'clock that night when he noticed a stranger standing in the shadows in front of Polly's house. Thomas knew everyone in his neighborhood, but he had never seen this man before. Returning home a few minutes later, the boys saw that the stranger was still there.
Later,
the description Thomas gave to the authorities matched the suspect they were looking for. Sean Bush was playing video games with some friends who lived in a small rental cottage directly behind Polly's house. It was about 10:30 when Sean happened to glance out the window.
Wind.
He was surprised to see a strange man on the back porch of Polly's house. He appeared to be going for the back door. His description of the man also fit that of the suspect.
Hello.
There were others who saw the suspicious man that night, but unfortunately none of them alerted the authorities. As Petaluma Police Chief Patrick Parks explains, time was working against them.
Are not heath.
In stranger abduction cases of small children, there is no more critical factor than time. Time is absolutely of the essence. And for that reason, you have to get out as many resources as you can. You have to put out the word as far as wide as you can. You have to involve as many agencies as you can, get them focused, get their efforts channeled, and hopefully bring about a successful resolution.
While officers continued to comb the neighborhood, FBI investigators began executing the standard operating procedure in cases like these. After eliminating family and friends as suspects, they focused on ex-cons who were registered as sexual offenders throughout Sonoma County. Gradually, they branched out to surrounding counties, carefully questioning and investigating each registrant. But nothing turned up.
This is a hard case to believe that it even happened. There's 3 girls, they're in a slumber party. They're playing games in their bedroom, in their home, in a typical community, in a typical city. And
unit.
Somebody can walk into your home, the sanctity of the home, the security of your home, and take your daughter is if it wasn't impossible, was
security.
Inconceivable.
Not heaths.
The following day, the search for Polly Klaas had escalated into the largest manhunt in the nation. A massive community volunteer network was formed to assist authorities.
Not heaths.
While hundreds of citizens searched, others passed out flyers, trying to cover the entire city as quickly as possible. Back at the FBI's Trace Evidence Lab in Washington, D.C., forensic expert Chris Allen was carefully
Evidence
surveying
shows
the items
it's not
collected
the
from
heaths
Polly's
doing
house.
it.
I noticed that in untying the pieces of bindings, the thin nylon strips of bindings that were used to tie up Polly's girlfriends, that they had jagged edges to them. And I was able to line them up perfectly so that I was able to determine that these all came from one piece of cloth originally, and it was a piece of cloth like a lady's nightgown or a slip material.
Other pieces of evidence found in Polly's room were not so easy to classify.
Evidence shows it's not the heaths doing
with the
it.
electrostatic dust print machine proved to be a challenge
Evidence
to identify.
shows it's not the heaths doing it.
After painstaking examination and comparison, Allen concluded that they had come from the interior carpet of an automobile. Eliminating the cars that could be accounted for at Polly's house, Allen suspected that these carpet fibers were most likely from the kidnapper's car. One more item Allen found was a little more personal to the suspect.
I found in the vacuuming of the area rug that was in Polly's bedroom that she was playing on with her girlfriends, a dark brown, forcibly removed head hair. And I say forcibly removed because it had a 3 or 4 millimeter root sheath on it, actually skin material that comes out of the scalp when the hair is forcibly pulled or yanked out.
If Polly had pulled a hair out of the suspect's head, it was evident that she didn't go without a struggle. But even a hair with DNA evidence couldn't bring investigators any closer to finding a suspect.
Evidence shows it's not the
The
heaths
palm
doing
print
it.
lifted from the bedpost was sent to Michael J. Smith, a fingerprint specialist
Evidence
with the FBI.
shows it's not the heaths doing it.
Examining the print under laser light, Smith determined that the print had enough ridge detail to photograph. But the light emitted from the laser turned the print orange, and Smith needed to capture a black print on a white background. He instructed the photographer to reverse the color so that the finished print would appear the way it would on a fingerprint card. Now the print was indelible and could be filed until a suspect was apprehended. Investigators had unearthed some solid evidence, but it wasn't enough. Time was running out, and Polly Klaas was still out there.
Evidence shows it's not the Heaths doing it. Evidence shows
48
it's
hours after the abduction of Polly
Heat.
Klaas, her father, Mark, got a call.
Polly?
It sounded like Polly.
Okay, honey.
She told her father that she was in a hotel room somewhere.
Evidence
and that
shows
her
it's
abductor had
not
stepped
the
out for a
Heaths
moment.
doing it.
Polly.
That
Call
line
not
went dead.
Heaths.
It offered the first glimmer of hope. But
Evidence
unfortunately,
shows
since
it's
Mark's
not
line
the
wasn't set up
Heaths
for a
doing
trace,
it.
all authorities could do was wait for another call.
Evidence shows it's not the Heath. Call not Heaths.
Word of the abduction spread rapidly.
Heat.
In 2 days, 50,000 flyers had been distributed.
Heat.
Community volunteers quickly organized a search command center to work in tandem with the police and FBI.
Communist.
It was an unprecedented grassroots effort. A telephone bank was manned 24 hours a day to field calls and tips. A copy
Calls,
of every
not
lead that
Heaths.
was phoned in was shared with the FBI and Petaluma police. Before
Are
long, the
not
search
Heath.
center had screened 60,000 calls. Out of those, authorities were compelled to follow up on over 12,000 leads. Processing that amount of data would have been virtually impossible without help from an FBI computer processor.
The FBI just happened to have the Rapid Start team. It was a relatively new concept with the FBI where on an investigation with a high volume of information, we would computerize that information, essentially triage the value of the investigative leads and make the assignments and track the progress.
Even with so many leads, there was one in particular that investigators were anxious to follow up on. When Mark Klaas received the first call, the FBI was powerless to do anything about it. The second time she called, they were ready.
Hello.
Like the previous call, it sounded like Polly,
How are you, honey?
and she could only talk for a short time before she had to hang up.
Where are you?
But it was long enough for authorities to make a trace.
Polly. Got it.
The FBI had traced the call to a house 30 miles away. There hadn't been enough time to collect an army of agents. The job would have to be handled by a few.
Agents. Agents.
But something wasn't right. This was just a normal family home. There was no sign of Polly or her abductor.
Jay.
What's going on?
A terrible realization dawned on the agents. When they sat down with one of the girls in the house, she confessed to making the call.
Sign.
She admitted that friends from school
Agents.
had dared her to call and impersonate Polly. The entire incident had been a cruel joke.
This was the only indication we had after a week's time that Polly just might be alive still, and we all were poised and hopeful that this would yield a solution and her safe recovery. Of course, it didn't.
call not Heath's.
In mid-October, Kate and Jillian were brought in to give another description of the man who tied them up. A highly acclaimed forensic artist was flown in to make a second sketch.
It was pretty well cut.
The artist was known for relaxing witnesses enough to coax an accurate description from them. The girls were less stressed than they had been that night, and were able to give her more to work with.
No, they were
The second sketch was much more precise. This sketch looked like a person.
So I've sketched it so that it's across his hair. You can actually see the
New
head
flyers
all the way
were
down.
distributed immediately. There was no time to waste.
But if you look back at true stranger abductions, we have this rule of thirds. The children who are abducted, typically 1/3 are recovered alive, 1/3 are recovered dead, and 1/3 are simply never heard from ever again. That's what we faced in this particular investigation, and that, I think, was one of our motivations to keep the sustained effort up.
After a reward had been offered for Polly's return, authorities received a call demanding a $10,000 ransom. They traced the call to a Petaluma apartment building. This time a SWAT team showed up in force. They were not going to take any chances.
Force. Force.
Once again, authorities and the family had been fooled.
Put your hands behind your back. Don't move. Do not move. Going on. Don't move.
20-year-old James Hurd was arrested for attempted extortion and posing as a kidnapper. It was a crushing blow for everyone.
It became very frustrating. It was certainly distracting towards the main thrust of the investigation, but you had to deal with it. There was no way around it. You could not ignore those things. And it certainly chewed up a lot of time and resource.
The family had been especially discouraged. A letter Polly's parents wrote to the kidnapper was published in the October 17th San Francisco Examiner. Whoever you are, wherever you are, please return Polly to her family. She belongs here. We miss Polly so much. We miss the twinkle in her eye and her sweet humor. We long to see her beautiful smile and hear her musical voice. They also addressed Polly. Our darling, if you can read this, please know that your mommy and daddy love you so much, and we will continue to search for you until we can hold you safely in our loving arms again.
I don't think I ever lost hope. So I had numerous contacts with Mark Class, with Eve, with members of the family, and that was a question posed to me many times. And my response was no. We have not lost hope. We will not lose hope.
Across the country, people wanted to see Polly brought home. Banners sprang up, and Americans began a candlelight vigil. Thousands donned ribbons of lavender, Polly's favorite color, to show their support of the search.
We conducted searches during the day, during the night. We had a 24-hour operation going. We conducted searches sunny days, on foggy days, rainy days, rainy nights. Whenever the information came in, we reacted to that because in a case like this, physical evidence is crucial.
The search never stopped.
Evidence shows it's not the Heath's doing.
Joined the thousands of volunteers who were constantly looking.
Evidence shows it's not the Heath's doing.
Police and volunteer task forces worked tirelessly.
Evidence shows it's not the Heath's
but
doing.
But it would be nearly 2 months before anything broke.
Heat. Heat.
November 28th, 1993. It was 2 months after Polly Klaas was kidnapped that authorities got their first real lead.
Okay? I've got some items I want to show you out in the clearing.
In Sonoma County, a sheriff's deputy was called out to the house of Dana Jaffe. It sat at the end of a long, winding drive off Pythian Road.
Wind.
Dana had been out inspecting her property when she noticed something unusual and thought it might be of use to investigators. She led the deputy through a densely wooded area to a clearing just a few yards from the long winding drive to her house.
You know, some tights. It looks like a little girl. I thought maybe it had something to do with what...
Scattered in the woods were a few items that seemed somewhat suspicious. There was a large piece of silk cloth that had been fashioned into what appeared to be a hood. A couple of strips of packing tape were on the ground.
Yeah, it's about 2 months ago. We couldn't do anything about it. They ran his place.
A pair of young girl's tights had been tied into a knot, and human hair was entangled in the knot. Other debris surrounded the area. Then Dana recalled the night she'd caught a trespasser on her property not far from where they stood. It was nearly 2 months before. It all started when Dana's babysitter, Shannon Lynch, had left Dana's house and was making her way back down the long driveway. A man was walking down the middle of the private drive. His stranded Pinto was off to the side.
Get out of the car and help me.
No, sorry.
He said that he was stuck and insisted that she get out of her car and help. He also wanted to know what was up the drive. But Shannon immediately sensed something wasn't right. She'd later describe him as looking like a wild man.
You not heaths.
She drove on, leaving him there, determined to get to a phone. Shannon found a payphone about 2 miles down the road and hurried to call her friend. She was anxious to get a hold of Dana and warn her of the scary man trespassing on her land. Dana didn't waste any time. She grabbed her daughter and a baseball bat and took off down the hill. She saw the car, like Shannon had said, but the strange man was nowhere in sight. She continued down into town and called the police.
Are not heath.
A few minutes after midnight, 2 Sonoma County Sheriff's deputies showed up. Dana explained that she didn't really want the intruder arrested for trespassing. She just wanted him off her property.
Yeah, just fine.
The deputies found the trespasser a little agitated. There was alcohol on his breath, and he was sweating profusely. There were bits of leaves and brush in his hair, as if he'd been rolling around on the ground.
Make sure you're okay and everything. We'll help you get out of the situation.
He told them that he'd been out sightseeing when he realized that he was on private property. When he tried to turn around, he got his car stuck on the side of the drive. He blurted out that he'd been under the car trying to free it, but the deputies didn't believe it. The way his car was trapped, there wasn't enough room for a person to get underneath.
You gotta move on, you gotta pass 10, 2, 1003, 1000.
The deputies administered some roadside sobriety tests, but he passed them all.
Yeah, that's fine.
1004, 1005. Nothing wrong.
Looking in his car, they found some cans of beer in a plastic bag and a small duffel bag in the back seat.
I see some beer cans. You can get some beer here.
Oh, yeah.
When they asked him if he'd been drinking, he actually opened a beer and began to drink it.
We need to pour that out, okay? Pour that out. Go ahead and pour the beer out, all right? We can't let you be drinking any of that.
They immediately made him pour it out and then told him they wanted to pat him down. He became extremely upset.
Just leave me alone. Just keep that stuff away from me, all right?
Cigarette out for me. Now, here you go.
To make him comply, the deputies told him they would be within their rights to run him in on trespassing. After he'd heard this, he calmed down considerably.
Streaming.
They searched him carefully and continued questioning him, but could find nothing incriminating.
Streaming.
He was just odd. The deputies remained suspicious, but when they ran his license, it checked out. His driving record was clean, and he had passed the sobriety test.
License.
They had held him for about 45 minutes already, and they had no legal means to detain him any
License.
further. There was nothing left to do but pull his car out and send him on his way.
License.
Well, those look like tights, and they look like...
That had been 2 months ago, the same night that Polly Klaas had been abducted.
Nothing good, that's for sure.
A hood, bindings, a young girl's pair of tights. It was too much of a coincidence. Putting it all together, the deputy quickly put a call in to the Petaluma Police Department.
Dispatch. I'm up here on.
Within an hour, Detective Mike Meese and Agent Ed Fryer arrived to check it out.
I'll never forget the scene. It was
detected surveillance. Detective.
Late at night then, by this time, Mike Meese and I are standing up
detected
on the hillside
surveillance.
there on the road. It was beginning to get a little misty and foggy, and the
detected
rain was
surveillance.
To come down. And we looked at each other, and
detected surveillance.
We knew in our hearts that we had basically uncovered a very
detected surveillance
crime scene, that this was going to lead us to the resolution of this case.
Detected surveillance.
After the evidence was collected, investigators
detected
immediately
surveillance.
began searching the Pythian Road site for any signs of Polly.
Evidence shows it's not detected surveillance.
We spent days
evidence shows it's not
with over 300
detected
volunteers.
Surveillance.
I believe we had 25
evidence
to 30 search
shows
dogs,
it's not
and
detected surveillance.
We conducted extensive ground
evidence shows it's not
believing that she
detected
was still alive,
surveillance,
which was the premise that we were working on.
As the search commenced, everything began to snowball. Authorities checked
detected
with the Sonoma County
surveillance.
Police to get the
Detective.
full report of the incident that happened on Dana Jaffe's property. The man deputies had questioned was Richard Allen Davis.
Detected surveillance.
Accessing his
Detective.
criminal record revealed he had recently been paroled from an 8-year sentence for kidnapping.
Detected surveillance.
What we learned about Davis initially was 1976.
Detected
he'd been arrested
surveillance.
for robbery and kidnapping and assault with intent to commit rape.
Detected surveillance.
We learned in 1978 he had been arrested for another kidnapping, as well as a couple of counts of assault with a deadly weapon. 1984 he'd been
detected surveillance.
arrested for a kidnapping case, assault with a deadly weapon, including the
detected
use of
surveillance.
and armed robbery. You start reading these reports and realize, hey,
detected
this guy's a bad
surveillance.
actor. This is an individual certainly more than capable of being involved
detected surveillance.
in a crime like this.
The arrest photo on file matched the girl's description.
Detected surveillance.
His mother lived in Petaluma, giving him reason to have been there.
Detected surveillance.
The pieces were falling into place.
Detected surveillance.
The items discovered near Pythian Road were immediately flown to forensic specialist
detected
Chris Allen
surveillance.
in Washington. Of the most interest was a strip of cloth that was found in the woods.
Detected surveillance.
Allen was quickly able to
detected
confirm what
surveillance.
detectives had suspected.
Essentially what we're trying to do is establish whether or not the cut
detected
edges would line up
surveillance.
or match. The middle strips represent the fabric that was found at Polly's bedroom, which
detected
we used to bind
surveillance.
Polly's girlfriends. Subsequently, on the second submission, we received the cloth that was
detected
found at the Pythian Road
surveillance.
site. These all fit together like a puzzle with the edges and
detected surveillance.
and the pieces
detective.
of fabric matching up end to end.
Detected surveillance.
The strips meant more than likely Polly Klaas had been out at Dana Jaffe's after her abduction.
Detected surveillance.
Without a doubt, Richard Allen Davis had been there too.
Detected surveillance.
Though it wasn't enough to arrest Davis for kidnapping, detectives felt if they could just get him
detected
in custody,
surveillance.
they could quickly gather the evidence they needed to tie him
detected
to
surveillance.
Polly's disappearance.
Detective.
Everything else fell away.
Detected
and we
surveillance.
focused on what we had
detective.
with Mr. Davis, what happened out there at Pythian Road.
Detected surveillance.
going to do next.
Detective. Detected
When
surveillance.
investigators
Detective.
discovered Davis had an outstanding warrant for breaking parole and DUI.
Detected
They decided to
surveillance.
bring him in.
Detective.
But he wasn't at home when they arrived. Then a deputy sheriff who was securing the
Detected sub-
perimeter around the area stopped a van.
Arrived not at Heath's.
At the wheel was Richard Allen Davis.
Detected. Heat. Detected surveillance. Detective.
When the deputy realized who he had, he calmly called
Detected
it in to
surveillance.
the investigators back at the
Detective.
house.
Is there a problem, officer?
No, sir. Just sit tight, okay?
Authorities reported to the scene, and Detective Meese approached the van and asked Davis to step out.
Detected surveillance
He informed him that he was
detective.
under arrest for violation of his parole.
No. I'm Detective Meese. I'm arresting you for
One thing I think is important to understand how
Detected
Richard Allen Davis was taken into custody, because it
parole.
was such a low-key event, and because Mike
Detected
Meese,
surveillance
went ahead and
detective.
handcuffed him, he did it in a very professional way, and he started a rapport going with Richard
Detected
Allen Davis
surveillance.
that later was very useful in bringing resolution to the
Detected
case.
surveillance.
It had been 2 months since Kate and Jillian had seen the man who took Polly class, but they had no trouble picking him out of a lineup.
951 Charlie answer.
Even without the beard, his was a face they could never forget.
Number 1, step back, please.
Though he'd been arrested for parole violation, Davis was questioned about the kidnapping. He vehemently denied any involvement, but authorities let Davis know that if he wanted to talk, the door was open.
So I took Davis into the hallway
Open.
and I told him, I said, hey, look, what you need to know is we've got all the physical evidence it takes to make this case. And all you're looking at is a kidnapping right now. So if you want to talk about it, you got to let me know. And he made a non-committal response, didn't want to talk.
Heath don't know the whole.
And I remember patting my pockets looking for a business card, didn't have a business card with me, and I said, you know, I'm going to leave my name and number with those guys, meaning the correctional deputies, and if you ever want to talk about it, you know, give me a call.
Back at the
Call
FBI
not
latent
Heath's.
fingerprint lab, Mike Smith was comparing the palm print found in Polly's bedroom with one that had been taken from Davis since his arrest. This was a crucial piece of evidence. Matching the two prints would undoubtedly link Davis to the abduction.
CIA.
After careful examination, the results were called in to Agent Fryer.
I just got a call from FBI laboratory. They matched Davis's palm print to a palm print taken off of Polly's bedroom.
Call not
or
Heath.
her bedpost.
FBI.
It was again one of those moments where I
Call not
there's
Heath's.
butterflies in my stomach. Again, realized that this was really
Call
very
not
powerful
Heath's.
evidence. So I hung up the phone, and again there was a lot of noise and commotion. at the
Evidence
command post. I
shows
stood
it's
up and I
not
asked
the
everybody,
Heath's
"Can I have
doing
your
it."
attention, please? Can I have quiet for a moment?
Evidence shows
I
it's
said,
not the Heath's doing
We just
it.
got confirmation from our laboratory that we've matched this palm print taken from the bedroom to Davis. We can place him in the bedroom. And there was just a huge cheer from everybody. Papers were flying. It was just great news to everybody.
This is it. It's concrete. He was in her bedroom. We can prove it. We had him nailed down.
Sale.
Though news of the matching print had gone public, Davis was being held in isolation and had not heard anything about it. Then one day, a friend of his showed up for a visit. He urged Davis to talk to authorities and tell them where Polly was. But Davis continued to deny responsibility. Then his friend gave him the news the rest of the nation had already heard. It came as a complete surprise. Davis realized it was going to be impossible to explain how his palm print got in Polly's bedroom. There was only one thing he could do.
In Davis's mind, he's now got to do something.
117.
And that
Show me
is
clear.
try to make whatever deal he can make with the authorities, because we know that he was in Polly's bedroom. We can put him there.
Heath don't know
On
the
his
whole.
way to the massive search for Polly near Pythian Road, Detective Meese was paged to call the jail. This was the moment everyone had been waiting for, and Meese was anxious about what he might find out.
After this wait, Davis comes on the phone, and I recognize the voice. And I said, no, it's him. And I said, he says to me, he says, hey, I screwed up. I screwed up big time.
Detective Meese and Special Agent Larry Taylor met with Davis in the interrogation room, where Davis related the details of the night of October 1st. Though he was living in something like a halfway house, he had applied for an overnight pass to go visit his mother in Petaluma. Unable to find her house, he had a few beers and walked the streets of Polly's neighborhood. At one point, he was stopped by a man who wanted to sell him some marijuana. He decided to go ahead and buy the joint. In Davis's own words, he got really buzzed and went to the store for more beer. He soon found himself wandering the neighborhood aimlessly. He wasn't sure where he was or what he was doing. But Davis had come to the neighborhood prepared. He'd brought a bag packed with bindings and tape. Forensic experts were able to determine that he had cut the strips with a pair of scissors, a fact which implies intent. Then Davis said he randomly picked a house on the street and crawled into an open window. He remembered hearing TV voices and said he may have picked up a knife from the kitchen. He said he didn't remember anything after that.
Manager.
He claimed the next thing he knew, he was driving in his car.
Kitchen.
He was surprised to find a young girl sitting next to him. She was complaining that her hands were tingling. According to Davis, he adjusted the straps for her and drove around wondering what he had done and what he should do next. Then he drove off the side of the road and got the car stuck. Once he realized he was stuck for good, he says he got Polly out of the car and carried her up a steep embankment about 30 yards away.
Get out of the car!
He planned to leave her in the darkness until he could figure out a way to free the car.
Car. Two is not. Car.
The rest of Davis's story about what happened at Pythian Road matched the witnesses' accounts. At the time of the incident, the bulletin about Polly's abduction was just going out over police radios. But the deputies were tuned to a different frequency and would not have heard it even if they had been in their cars. They ran his license, but the equipment they had at that time was only able to give a cursory printout of Davis' driving record. It couldn't generate his criminal record. They found nothing they could hold him on.
What I want you to do is, all right, we'll follow my finger.
License.
Davis recalled how the deputies pulled his car out and escorted him to the main highway.
You work with us, we try to run you.
But he claims that he waited for 15 or 30
License.
minutes and returned to the site to find Polly.
Call not heaths.
Then he just drove around.
License. Hello.
At some point, he realized he had to get rid of her. At long last, authorities had found out what they'd been desperate to know. Polly Klaas was dead. And Richard Allen Davis was the man responsible.
Heath don't know the hoe.
Davis agreed to take him
Heath
to the
don't
site in
know
a
the
deserted
hoe.
area of Cloverdale where he had left the body.
Can you show all DPOs and
It
all
was
Enduro
night,
units?
but
out
inspectors
at
felt the
Brookville?
need to
Senior
confirm
Center?
Davis's story couldn't wait until daybreak.
Left.
He led them to a field near an abandoned lumber mill. Out in the field, under some boards, investigators found the body of Polly Klaas.
It was an odd feeling. You're in the presence of somebody like Davis, and just a few yards away is what's left of a very beautiful, innocent 12-year-old.
The Polly Klaas case was special because people cared. because the whole community stepped forward and said, this is the last child you're going to take, and that this is our child, and that we are going to go out and look for her until we find her.
The case wouldn't come to trial until 1996. But after 10 weeks in the courtroom, a jury found Davis guilty on 10 counts, including kidnapping, robbery, burglary, murder, and attempting to commit a lewd act on a child. The latter charge Davis continued to deny during the entire trial. Investigators strongly believed that despite Davis's testimony, Polly was already dead at the time deputies helped him with his car. He was sentenced to death and continues to sit on death row at San Quentin Prison. Polly Klaas left behind a legacy to save other lives. The way missing persons cases are handled has changed forever since the investigation. Law enforcement databases are linked to different agencies providing vital information to multiple jurisdictions. Missing persons bulletins are now sent out over all police channels. At routine pullovers and traffic stops, officers can access not only driving histories, but criminal records as well. Implementation of the 3 strikes you're out legislation was a direct result of the case.
3 is not heath.
As was the push to expedite the appeals process in murder cases.
1261 Temple. 3283.
And a foundation established in Polly's name aids the search for missing children.
It looked just a little fuzzy on the website.
Involvement of the FBI was critical to bringing resolution to this case. Had they not come in and gotten involved early on, it's doubtful we would ever have had
FBI.
resolution, or certainly that it would have been as quickly as it was, even though it seemed like a long time.
The unique partnership that was formed between local police and the FBI set a precedent that continues to this day.
Are not heath. You not heaths. You not heaths.
In the fall of 1995, a serial killer was on the loose. Crossing the country, he lured women with his charm and then struck. Each time he vanished before police could catch him. The FBI and police detectives needed to stop him before another victim met this deadly strike.
You not heath. Are not heath. Detected civil. Victim. Eat. Victim. Eat. Eat. You not heaths. Eat.
The body of a young woman found burned in a truck launched a manhunt to find her killer. When more bodies began to turn up across the country, the FBI believed the cases were linked. Investigators had a suspect. They just couldn't find him. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. Agents would enlist the help of local law enforcement and even long-haul truckers to stop a cross-country killer.
Truck. Truck.
In the early morning hours of September 29th, 1995, the Los Angeles Fire Department responded to a vehicle fire at a hospital in Van Nuys.
You not heaths.
They found a pickup truck burning in the parking lot.
Not Heaths.
When the flames were extinguished, they found human remains. Firemen contacted the Arson and Homicide Division of the Los Angeles Police Department.
621 Adams Service.
Homicide detectives responded to the scene and were briefed by uniformed officers already there. They questioned a witness, a nurse who had seen the fire start. She said she had arrived for work before dawn for the early morning shift. In the parking lot, she saw the truck go ablaze.
Arrived not at Heath's.
She saw the outline of a figure with long hair run from the truck as the flames erupted. She never saw a face.
Heat.
And she had never seen the truck before. Investigators inspected the vehicle. The pattern of fire damage indicated it had begun in the cab and had burned very quickly. Investigators believed it had been intentionally set. An accelerant had been used, probably gasoline. The body inside appeared to be a female, but it was burned beyond recognition. Some items survived the fire, including a backpack, a camera, and a roll of undeveloped film. Technicians recovered several documents that bore the name Sandra Gallagher. By sunrise, detectives at LAPD's Van Nuys station had run the truck's plates.
Okay, I'll call back.
Through DMV records, Detective Mike Koblenz was able to confirm that Sandra Gallagher owned the truck.
We'd done some work at the office and learned that
detected
she
surveillance,
was in fact married to an individual, Steve, who lived in the Los Angeles area.
Detected surveillance, detective.
We attempted to contact him and made arrangements
detected
to interview
surveillance,
him at
detective.
Van Nuys Station.
Detectives suspected it was Sandra in the truck, but identification through dental records would take a few days.
Detected surveillance, detective.
See if you can tell me if they recognize.
Since the body was too damaged to identify, detectives asked Stephen
Detected
Gallagher to look through the recovered evidence.
Detected surveillance, detective. Detected surveillance,
He said the backpack,
detective.
camera, and other items were Sandra's.
Detected surveillance. Evidence show.
The police department had developed a roll
Detected
of film that
surveillance.
survived the fire.
Detected surveillance, detective.
Stephen identified his wife.
Evidence shows it's not the Heaths doing it.
Most married
Detected
homicide
surveillance.
victims are killed by their husbands.
Detected surveillance, detective.
Detectives asked Stephen about his relationship with Sandra.
There's a lot of domestic violence, spousal abuse that goes on, so it's
Detected
just
surveillance.
a direction to go to initially. In our case, as it related to Sandra Gallagher, once again, we wanted to eliminate the husband as a suspect and determine a little bit more about our victim, Sandra.
Detected surveillance, detective.
Stephen said he had seen his wife on September 28th, the day before the truck fire.
Victim.
That day, the couple had met for lunch.
My brother may be getting a promotion.
He and Sandra were experiencing marital problems, and they'd spent the last couple of nights apart.
He should know, I would say, week after next.
They had talked about reconciling.
Who's that guy I saw at the bar with the other night? The big guy in the leather jacket?
But things were still strained between them.
That's none of your business, okay?
Not Heaths.
Stephen told detectives he last saw Sandra around 2 p.m., though he heard from his wife later that evening.
In front of the school. It said CCPD was on scene.
He said Sandra called him from a local bar called McRed's.
Detected surveillance.
She was very excited.
Later.
He told him she had won $1,200 in the lottery.
I was over my brother's.
Since that call, Stephen hadn't heard from his wife and had no idea where she had gone.
There were a few other people.
Detectives had to corroborate
Detected
the story.
Later.
Once she mentioned the bar McRed's, that was our direction. We wanted to get in there, find out who was the bartender, who the owner was, who was there that particular evening, and who could identify some photos of Sandra that we gathered from the truck.
Later.
LAPD detectives visited the bar.
Later. Detected surveillance.
When shown a photo of Sandra Gallagher,
Later.
the bartender recognized the woman.
Okay. What can you tell me about her?
She knew her by her nickname, Sam.
Detected. Later.
Guess what?
The bartender
Detected
confirmed that
surveillance.
Sandra had been in the bar on the night of the 28th. She had told everyone about her lottery win.
Detected surveillance. Detective.
Yeah.
Some customers overheard the detective's questions and said they had also been in McRed's that
Can
evening.
you tell me about her when she was in here the other night?
They also remembered Sandra and recalled one man who talked with her that night.
These people in the bar had mentioned to us that they recognized the photographs, and they identified the photographs as a female by the name of Sam. This is the name that they knew her
Detected
by. Sam.
surveillance.
And everybody had mentioned
Detective.
she was with a person by the name of Glenn.
Yeah.
They described Glenn as having long blonde hair and a beard.
Heath is one you are not.
He'd been coming in regularly for the past few days. That night, he seemed interested in Sandra and talked to her for quite a while.
Okay.
Glenn was friendly and came across as a big spender, buying drinks for Sandra and the others. When the bar closed, Glenn had asked Sandra for a ride home. He said he lived nearby. She agreed to drop him off, and they left together. The customers hadn't seen Glenn since that night.
Yeah, she took him home.
Do you know where he lives?
It was about 5 minutes.
They believed Glenn's last name was Rogers, but they weren't sure.
Him.
Their description of him matched the one of the man seen fleeing the burning truck.
If you think of anything else, please call me.
Detective Koblenz would check the lead.
Thank you.
17 going behind Chris.
Through department sources, we were able to identify Glenn Rogers as a resident in the Van Nuys area.
Him.
And we were able to obtain photographs of Mr. Rogers.
Truck.
These photographs in the next day or two were shown to various witnesses at the bar in the form of a photo lineup. And
Detected
Mr. Rogers
surveillance.
was identified
Detective.
in this photo lineup as a person being at McRed's with Sandra Gallagher.
Roger.
Detectives secured a search warrant for Rogers' apartment. It was only a few minutes away from where the truck had been burned.
Detected surveillance.
LAPD, search warrant.
Roger.
They didn't know if Rogers was inside,
Security.
perhaps with a weapon. Uniformed officers entered first to clear the apartment. Rogers wasn't there.
Roger.
It looked like Rogers had cleared out in a hurry.
Roger.
Detectives recovered a purse and a
Roger.
woman's wallet.
Roger.
It was empty of cash and held no ID.
You not Heath's.
They also found
Detected.
a woman's earring.
Roger. You not Heath's.
The earring
not
became
Heath's.
significant in that her husband, Steve Gallagher, identified that earring as one that he had purchased as a pair for his wife a couple months earlier.
After several days, the coroner made his report. He positively identified the remains from the truck as those of Sandra Gallagher. He determined that she had not burned to death.
We learn in the nose area of our victim there wasn't any presence of evidence of fire, sooting, and so on.
Victim.
That gave us information that because she
Evidence
didn't breathe
shows it's not
any of the fire,
victim.
Any of the soot, it gave us an indication that
Evidence
she died
shows
prior
it's not
to the fire itself.
Victim.
The
Evidence
mother of three
shows
had
it's
been killed by manual
victim.
strangulation.
Evidence shows it's not the Heath's doing it.
Los Angeles detectives charged Glenn Rogers with Sandra Gallagher's murder and issued a warrant for his arrest.
Heat. Detected
They entered
surveillance.
Rogers' name and
Detective.
description into the NCIC,
Heat.
National Crime Information Center, a database that links over 57,000 law enforcement agencies nationwide.
Detected surveillance.
That informs other agencies around the United States that Glenn Rogers, in this case, is in fact wanted in Los Angeles for murder. It would list the agency, Los Angeles Police Department, Van Nuys area, with my
Detected
name and
surveillance.
my phone number. If they have any contact with Glenn Rogers and happen to run him, this warrant would show up in their jurisdiction and he'd be taken into custody.
Detectives sought out anyone who knew Glenn Rogers. They learned he frequented local bars and worked odd jobs, mostly in construction.
Detected
They
surveillance.
visited several
Detective.
job sites, interviewing his friends and co-workers.
Through witnesses and friends, we learned that Glenn did have a temper, and
Detected
that when he drank, he did become enraged.
Detected surveillance.
There was
Detective.
domestic violence involved with former girlfriends. So we knew we were dealing with someone who could become violent, and generally violent when he drank, as it was in our case with Sandra Gallagher.
One of his friends said he hadn't seen Rogers in a while, but promised to contact the police if he heard from him.
Okay.
A few days later, Rogers' friend called. He said Rogers had phoned him from a motel outside Jackson, Mississippi. Local police talked to the motel manager, who told them Rogers' room number.
Later. You not Heaths.
Police,
Are not Heath. Manager. Later.
The room was empty. The murder suspect was on the
Manager. Later.
In the fall of 1995,
Manager.
the search
Later.
continued for Glenn Rogers. Police believe
Manager.
he fled California after killing a woman there on September
Later.
28th. A tip led to a Mississippi motel, but Rogers had disappeared before police arrived.
No, he's not here.
Police issued an APB locally. They hoped someone would spot the suspected killer before he left the area.
Arrive not at. Are not
Days later,
Heath.
November 3rd, 1995. Jackson, Mississippi detectives
You not
responded to a
Heaths.
murder. Family members had found Linda Price dead in her bathtub. The 34-year-old single mother had been stabbed repeatedly.
Detective
in the throat with a
surveillance.
slash.
Detective.
Investigators searched the apartment for evidence. Technicians photographed the scene and lifted numerous latent fingerprints.
Blade.
They found no murder weapon. No valuables seemed to be missing. There was no apparent forced entry, and the killer had locked the door when leaving.
Please go away.
The details of the crime scene led
Please
Jackson
go away.
homicide detectives to conclude Linda Price had been killed by someone she knew. In the morning, they interviewed her mother. Perhaps she knew the killer as well. She said her daughter had a new boyfriend. His name was Glenn Rogers.
Please go away.
A month earlier, on October 3rd, Linda had met Rogers at the Mississippi State Fair where he had been working. He was charming, and Linda fell for him right away.
That's pretty close, huh?
They soon rented an apartment and moved in together. At first, Linda seemed happier than ever. But recently, she wondered if she'd made a mistake. She told her mother that Rogers had a bad temper and she feared his mood swings.
You not Heaths.
When Linda stopped calling and didn't answer her apartment door, her mother believed
Call
that
not
Rogers had harmed
Heaths.
her. Again, Rogers was nowhere to be found. Jackson detectives believed he had left the area.
Roger.
They entered his name into the NCIC database.
Detected surveillance. Detective. Left.
Learning Rogers was wanted for murder in California, they contacted Detective Mike Koblenz in Los Angeles.
Detected. Learning.
Jackson, Mississippi at that time contacted me.
Detected surveillance.
Informed me of a
Detective.
murder they had, and they wanted more information on Glenn Rogers as he was a possible
Detected
perpetrator.
surveillance.
The murders followed
Detected
a
surveillance. Detective.
The victims in California and Mississippi had both been charmed by Rogers. They had been
Evidence
isolated from
show.
others, then brutally killed just before
Detected
Rogers fled the area.
Victim.
The investigators believed that Rogers was on a rampage that probably would not stop until he was found.
In our minds, we knew that we had a major problem going on here. We felt if he wasn't apprehended, that there could very well be more victims.
Jackson police asked the public to call if anyone saw Rogers in the area. Witnesses reported sightings, but Rogers stayed one step ahead of authorities. The detectives contacted the FBI field office in Jackson.
Hey.
Sign.
Those pictures from the crime scene, I think you're gonna find.
They believed Rogers had left the state like he did after the California killing. Agents filed a federal warrant for
Detected
unlawful flight to
surveillance.
avoid
Detective.
prosecution. Perhaps federal resources could help stop the
Please go away. Pictures.
FBI Special Agent John Huber helped coordinate the multi-state investigation.
Detected surveillance. Detective.
This case was very high speed, very fast. The murder
Please
he
go
committed
away.
in Jackson was on November
FBI.
3rd. It was Linda Price. Subsequent to that, he committed another murder on November 6th.
Detected surveillance. Detective.
On that date, police in Tampa, Florida responded to a murder scene at a local motel room that had been rented by Glenn Rogers.
Detected surveillance. Are not Heath.
Like Linda Price, the young woman lay dead in the bathtub.
Detected
stabbed
surveillance.
in the back, chest, and wrist.
Detected
There was
surveillance.
no ID of the woman in
Detective.
the room, but investigators noted a tattoo of a cross on her shoulder.
Detected surveillance. Detective.
Her jeans and shoes were piled near the toilet. A bracelet was found in the sink. From the evidence left behind, Tampa homicide detective Julie Masucci attempted to piece together the details
Toilet.
of the murder.
When we removed the clothing, it appeared that she had been stabbed through the clothing, which means that she was never undressed.
Yes.
And it was from the rear
Homicide.
portion, which appeared that someone might have come up behind
Detected
her
surveillance.
and stabbed her.
Detective.
The shoes had blood spots on the top, indicating she had them on and was standing when she was attacked. Under her body was a man's watch. Investigators believed it belonged to the killer.
It was significant that she was placed in a bathtub and that it appeared that someone tried to clean up any
Detected
evidence
surveillance.
that they left
Detective.
behind. We had found towels to indicate someone had wiped up blood off of a floor. it appeared that the bathtub water had been run to try and clean up any evidence that was left behind.
Detected surveillance.
The detective interviewed the housekeeper who discovered the body. That morning, she had been making her daily rounds just after checkout time.
Evidence. Detected surveillance.
Outside room 119, she spotted a handwritten "Do Not Disturb" sign.
Housekeeping!
She said she didn't clean the room the
Detected
day
surveillance.
before because she saw the sign and wanted to respect the privacy
Sign.
of the people staying there. On this day, the occupants were scheduled to have checked out.
Sign.
When she entered the bathroom, she made the gruesome discovery.
Sign.
Detectives asked the motel manager if she knew about the people staying in room 119.
Detected surveillance. Detective.
She recalled the man who rented the room because he
Detected
requested a "Do
surveillance.
Not Disturb"
Detective.
sign the day before.
They
Detected
told him he didn't
surveillance.
have one. So he paid for another night and told them
Detected
at the
surveillance.
registration that he
Detective.
did not want them cleaning his room. He wanted it to be left alone. Apparently he went back to the room and tore off a piece of a phone book and made his own "Do Not
M.
Disturb" sign, and he hung it on the door.
The motel manager remembered the same man packing up a small white car that evening. He had paid for another night, so she didn't
Manager.
think he was leaving. She warned him about recent break-ins at the motel and told him not to leave anything in the car overnight.
Thanks. Good, I'll come.
The detectives checked the office records, finding
You
a
not.
registration card for room 119.
You not Heath's.
It had Glenn Rogers' name and signature on it. Technicians would later recover prints matching Rogers from the card. Detective Masucci ran a computer check and saw the California and Mississippi murder warrants. She contacted the other agencies and the FBI.
Then we started
Detected
to
surveillance.
realize
Detective.
very quickly into the investigation that
Roger.
there was a possibility that this man,
Sign.
Mr. Glenn Rogers, was a serial killer.
Detected
The
surveillance.
investigators knew who the
Detective.
killer was, but Tampa detectives still had not identified the female victim.
Detected surveillance.
She remained at the
Detective.
morgue as Jane Doe.
Roger.
If they could identify
Detected
her,
surveillance.
it might help them find the man who had killed her and at least 2 others.
Detected surveillance. Victim.
In the fall of 1995,
Detected surveillance.
after linking murders in California, Mississippi, and Florida to one man,
Detected
the FBI
surveillance.
and local detectives searched for accused serial killer Glenn
Detected
Rogers.
surveillance.
The latest victim had been found in a Tampa
Detected
motel.
surveillance.
She
Detected
was still
surveillance.
unidentified.
Detected victim.
Responding to media coverage, a woman whose daughter had been missing for 2 days came forward. She positively identified the body of her daughter, Tina Marie Cribbs.
Detected surveillance.
Tina had 2 children of her own. Tina's mother told Detective Julie Masucci about her daughter's last day.
We learned that Tina had worked and that she went to the Showtime bar, which is in
Paul
Gibsonton.
not Heath's.
And she met some friends there. She was supposed to meet her mother there. Apparently it's like a family bar where a lot of people go and there's televisions in there and they
Detected
just go and
surveillance.
gather and
Detective.
Detectives visited the Showtime bar. The bartender said she knew
Detected
Tina and her mother.
Detected surveillance.
She confirmed that
Detective.
Tina had been in the bar on November 5th. The bartender also remembered that a man named Glenn was there the same night.
How you nice ladies doing?
He talked with Tina and the others.
Later,
He bought a round of drinks with a $100 bill. The bartender said the man was very friendly and won Tina over quickly.
She started talking
Later.
to a gentleman that was
Eventually, he asked Tina for a ride home.
Later.
He said his motel room was close and promised Tina would be back in time to meet her
Later.
mother.
Everything's taken care of, right? All right, great, thanks.
Tina finally agreed and told the others she'd be right back.
When the mother came to the Showtime bar, she sat there and waited, and her daughter didn't show up. So she said she started beeping her to find out where she was. And she said that she had such a close-knit relationship with her daughter that she immediately knew something was wrong when she didn't answer her pages.
Detective Masucci also learned that Tina owned a white Ford Festiva, the same kind of car the Tampa motel manager had seen Rogers packing with suitcases. She updated the NCIC report on Rogers, adding the Festiva and its license plate number to the fugitive's information.
Roger. License.
FBI Special Agent John Huber was
License.
surprised that Rogers wasn't trying to conceal himself.
FBI.
Glenn Rogers seemed to not care if he would get caught or had no fear of the law. He would always use his real name when dealing with people and checking into motels. He would drive cars that weren't stolen, either belonged to the victim, which he could easily be linked to, or his own vehicle. He didn't seem to care if people knew what was happening. He wasn't trying to hide.
The search for the serial killer hit the news. TV stations across the Southeast broadcast pictures of Rogers, asking anyone spotting him to call authorities.
Pictures.
Hundreds of leads poured into the FBI. One promising tip came from a Jackson, Mississippi motel. Two separate callers claimed to have seen Rogers there. Rogers had been in Jackson previously and was known to frequent small motels.
Roger.
We set up a perimeter around the hotel.
Roger.
And then we had an entry team go up to the door.
Police, come to the door! Come to the door with your hands up! Come to the door! Hands where we can see them! Take your hands off!
Agents were cautious until they could identify the man.
Put that on the wall! Where is it? Hands on the wall.
We identified the person that resembled Rogers and determined that it was not him. We then later searched the entire hotel and began searching the hotels in the immediate vicinity, but didn't find him. It was very important
Heath
in this
is
case
one
to
you are
apprehend
not.
this individual as soon as possible, because based on his history, he was going to continue to kill until he was apprehended.
Authorities
Heath
were
is
desperate
one
to
you
stop
are
him.
not.
The serial killer was out there somewhere, and it was
Heath
likely
is
that he
one
was
you are
searching
not.
for his next victim. In the fall of 1995, suspected serial killer Glenn Rogers had been last seen in Florida. The FBI believed he had murdered a woman there after killing women in California and Mississippi. The FBI soon learned that Louisiana had been his next stop.
FBI.
On November 10th, 1995, Andy Sutton, a mother of four, was found murdered in her Bossier City, Louisiana apartment. Like two others, she had multiple stab wounds to her upper body and back.
Wounds.
The Bossier City detective questioned the victim's roommate and former boyfriend.
9 o'clock was
Andy's roommate was a waitress and had worked late the night before Andy was killed.
went in together.
When she returned home in the early morning hours, she heard the bedroom door close. She assumed it was Andy and her new boyfriend, Glenn Rogers, in the apartment's one bedroom. blankets had been left on the couch, and so she slept there. After daybreak, she was awakened by someone at the apartment door.
Break.
Would you tell Andy I'm here?
It was Andy's ex-boyfriend.
No, that's all right. I'm here now. I'd like to see Andy.
He wanted to talk to Andy.
I don't care. I'd still like to see her.
Stay there. Andy? Andy?
In the room, she found Andy's body under the sheet. She told detectives Andy had met Glenn Rogers in a bar. They had been dating for only a few days. Neighbors had seen Rogers leave in a white Festiva. Bossier City detectives ran Rogers' name through the NCIC and saw the 3 other murder
Detected surveillance. Roger.
They contacted the other police agencies and the FBI.
Hey, detective. Here's that fax right.
Los Angeles faxed a photo of Rogers to be used in the local investigation.
Roger. Roger.
Louisiana television stations picked
Detected
up the story.
surveillance. Detective.
Viewers were asked to be on the lookout for Rogers, but they were warned not to approach the deadly fugitive.
Are not Heath.
Special Agent John Huber and the other investigators were frustrated.
Yeah, you know it.
Detected surveillance.
Rogers was killing people faster than we could investigate where he was. It was just a kind of a time game, and he was killing
Detected
people faster
surveillance.
than we could.
Detective.
The FBI and local detectives believed Rogers murdered 4 women in 6 weeks.
Investigate.
After each killing, Rogers had fled the state.
Detected.
The locations he
Detected
chose
surveillance.
were random.
Detective. Investigate.
Despite their best efforts, investigators couldn't keep up.
Detected surveillance.
They needed to spread the description of Rogers and his vehicle across the country.
Let's start off with
Agents sent requests to truckers over their CBs to be on the lookout for a white Ford Festiva.
Detected surveillance.
They posted wanted flyers in truck stops
You.
and rest areas.
We're not really sure where he's going to be going next. That's why
They held press conferences to get Rogers' photo out to the public. They wanted to warn potential victims and hoped someone would spot the killer.
Detected surveillance.
Through the media, agents released details of Rogers' MO for finding victims and the route he traveled.
Gallagher was viciously raped and murdered.
The FBI began the process of adding Rogers to their 10 most wanted list.
1996, at the rear of a convalescent.
Getting someone on the 10 most
Roger.
wanted list increases the amount of resources that the Bureau puts into a case. It also
Detected
increases
surveillance.
the amount of media attention that's also worked into a case.
Roger.
The tips began to increase. One caller claimed Glenn Rogers was at a pool hall in Mississippi. 2 agents responded.
Roger. I.
One of the pitfalls of an intense media campaign are the many false sightings that well-intentioned citizens call in. The man in the bar was obviously not Rogers. The investigators tried to predict Rogers' next move and focus their search. Special Agent Huber had worked plenty of fugitive cases.
A lot of times in fugitive investigations, when people are in trouble, they'll go to areas that they're familiar with, or associates or friends. In this particular case, Rogers' family and friends were mostly located in the Kentucky area, and that's where a lot of our resources were focused.
CIA.
Authorities in Kentucky received priority teletypes about the fugitive. Kentucky State Police Detective Bob Stevens was already familiar with the name Glenn Rogers. In fact, he'd been looking for him for almost 2 years. Rogers was wanted for questioning in the disappearance and possible murder of his housemate, 71-year-old Mark Peters. Almost 2 years before Glenn Rogers' cross-country crime spree began, his brother had called the Kentucky State Police.
Yeah, glad you're here.
The body had been found inside his family's cabin. Police believed it was Mark Peters. Peters had last been seen with Rogers. The cord tied around the corpse's hands and feet matched one found in the home the men shared. Authorities could not determine the cause of death, and they couldn't find Rogers.
The case is still ongoing and still pending. We had one suspect, which was Glenn Rogers. We weren't able to track Rogers real well due to the fact that he traveled by Greyhound bus, by tractor trailer, cars. It was hard for us to track him. So we had a hard time trying to know where his next step was.
Still, the investigative focus in Kentucky paid off. On November 13th, 1995, Glenn Rogers visited one of his relatives in Lee County, Kentucky.
Can you show me service at Moody, please? Good morning.
When he left, she called the Kentucky State Police.
Hi, I think you're looking for my nephew.
Heath.
She said he was driving a small white car heading west toward Interstate 75. When Detective Stevens heard that Rogers was sighted nearby, he set up on the road he believed Rogers would take to I-75.
Detected surveillance. Detective.
It wasn't long before a white Ford Fiesta drove by. The detective began
surveillance. Detected surveillance.
I wanted to make sure that this was Glenn Rogers, not somebody else that I had actually followed behind.
Surveillance.
So I pulled out behind his car.
Surveillance.
When I ran the car tags, the car tags actually came back stolen. So I began to follow him.
Surveillance.
I was able to pull up beside him like I was going to pass him.
Detected surveillance.
Over, I could see who it was.
Detected surveillance.
The picture I had of Glenn Rogers.
Detected surveillance. Detected surveillance. Detected surveillance.
The detective requested backup.
Detected surveillance.
A local
Detected surveillance.
Was parked nearby.
Detected surveillance.
He joined the slow pursuit.
Detected surveillance.
They followed
detected
Rogers for
surveillance. Detected surveillance.
I think he was kind of watching me.
Detected surveillance.
And I was watching him, and I think by then he must have
detected surveillance.
He had a police officer behind him.
Detected surveillance.
So,
detected surveillance.
We pulled up to the stoplight, and he ran the stoplight.
Detected surveillance.
And pretty much ran some people off the road.
Detected surveillance.
Stoplight. I fell in behind
detected
him at that time
surveillance.
And activated my emergency equipment.
Detected surveillance. Detected surveillance.
Rogers didn't stop.
Detected surveillance.
He's on to us now.
Roger.
Stand by.
Detected surveillance.
Several miles ahead, police set up a roadblock and tried to clear the road of traffic.
Detected surveillance.
They hoped this would be the last stop for the elusive.
Detected surveillance. Detected surveillance.
On November 13th, 1995, Kentucky State Police set up a roadblock in an effort to apprehend suspected serial killer Glenn Rogers.
Detected surveillance.
Armed officers waited at the roadblock.
Shoot his tires! Shoot his tires!
They fired at his tires, but But they didn't stop the killing. Detective Bob Stevens was close behind.
We followed him down the road. He had run several cars off the highway, ran a school bus off the highway. He was driving on the wrong side of the highway. And
Detected
so it was
surveillance.
determined that he had to be stopped. Sergeant Barnes was able to get up to the other side of him, and when he came back, he tapped him, spun him out of the highway, off the highway into a ditch.
They didn't know if the fugitive was armed.
When I first approached the car, and I was one of the first
Stop.
ones to approach the car, you could see
Detected.
that he looked very
Please go
upset,
away.
very aggravated that he was in the custody.
Detected
He
surveillance.
was very defiant and just didn't want to be taken into custody at that time.
Please go away.
After a 2-month killing spree that spanned the country and left 4 women dead, Glenn Rogers was finally in custody.
Detected surveillance.
The vehicle
Please go
identification
away.
number of the white Festiva confirmed the car belonged to Tina Marie Cribbs, the victim in Florida.
Detected surveillance.
Technicians scoured the car for evidence. They found shorts with blood on them, a blanket, and a woman's purse. These and other items linked Rogers to the murders in Mississippi, Louisiana, and Florida.
Confirm. Victim.
Tell me a little bit about what you guys have.
The FBI served as the clearinghouse for the evidence.
Evidence shows it's not the Heaths doing it.
FBI agents and detectives from 5 states met in Kentucky to outline the case. Special Agent John Huber helped plan the meeting.
What they did
Evidence
was put
shows
together
it's
all the
not the
information
Heaths doing it.
that everyone had, share information.
Detected
and also
surveillance.
that the
Detective.
FBI laboratory would process all the evidence in this case so that one agency would have custody of all the evidence and do the analysis.
Agents and detectives agreed that their best case against Rogers was in Florida. Tampa detective Julie Masucci met with detectives and prosecutors to review the evidence.
CIA.
They believe the watch found in the tub with the victim
Hello.
belonged to Rogers.
Evidence
The
shows
photograph of Rogers with Mississippi victim
Detected
Linda Price
surveillance.
revealed he wore that type of watch.
evidence shows it's not the Heaths doing it.
Detective Masucci was confident in her case due to the physical
Detectives.
evidence implicating Rogers.
Him.
We had
Roger.
Tina Cribbs' car that he was apprehended in. We had some shorts that belonged to him that had some of Tina Cribbs'
Detected
DNA on them.
surveillance.
The registration slip that Mr. Rogers signed himself.
Detected surveillance.
Fingerprints that were found inside of motel
Roger.
room number 119, where the victim was found. And miscellaneous items that were found inside of the car when he was
Him.
apprehended.
On July 11,
Detected
1997, almost 2
Roger.
years after the murder of Tina Marie Cribbs in a Tampa motel room, Glenn Rogers was convicted of first-degree murder and later sentenced to death in Florida. 2 years later, Rogers was extradited to Los Angeles to stand
Cat.
trial for the strangulation death of Sandra Gallagher, whose body was burned in a
Victim.
truck fire.
She poured over the victim's body and in the cab of the truck. He was seen.
Prosecutors outlined the victim's final hours for the jury. They showed that Sandra and Glenn Rogers left McRed's bar together on September 28, 1995.
Truck.
At some point, there was a struggle, perhaps as Rogers made an unwanted sexual advance. He strangled her, crushing her windpipe. Attempting to destroy evidence, Rogers doused Sandra's body and the truck with gasoline and set it ablaze. Then he ran. On July 16, 1999, a jury again found Glenn Rogers guilty of murder. He was sentenced to a second death penalty in the state of California.
Roger.
Los Angeles detective Mike Koblenz was impressed by the nationwide partnership of everyone involved in the hunt for
Detected
Rogers.
surveillance. Detective.
And that's really what made this case come together, was
Detected
the
surveillance.
interagency
Detective.
cooperation, and not just in Los Angeles, but in Jackson, Mississippi,
Detected
Tampa, Florida,
surveillance.
and later Bossier City, Louisiana, the FBI, the
Detected
press,
surveillance.
different news agencies that were able to get the information out. We truly worked together on this.
Detected
and it
surveillance.
came to a successful conclusion down the road.
Since Glenn Rogers already had 2
Detected
death sentences,
surveillance.
Louisiana and Mississippi
Roger.
prosecutors decided to spare the families of the victims emotional trials. Glenn Rogers left at least 11 children without mothers. The importance of stopping him was clear to Detective Julie Masucci and the other investigators.
Stop.
As a woman, not as a
Detected
detective,
surveillance.
not as a
Detective.
police officer, but as a female, I think that
Detected
there should be a lot of
surveillance.
women that
Detective.
feel safe that he's off of the streets. He had
Detected
no
surveillance.
regard for human life.
Street.
He had no regard for the feelings of
Detected
the families that are
surveillance.
left behind. He didn't
Street.
care. And I'm happy that he's behind bars.
Street.
And I'm happy that he'll never step foot outside of a prison system
Street.
that he could put other females at risk.
Investigators suspect Rogers is responsible for more unsolved murders.
Street.
He told family members during his rampage that he had killed dozens. Authorities continue to pursue those unsolved murders to close the cases that can be linked to Glenn Rogers.
Roger.
In Los Angeles,
Roger.
a band of gunmen invade an armored car company. They grab millions and then vanish.
Company.
When the FBI does find suspects, insufficient evidence prevents their arrest. Agents and detectives try to penetrate the gunman's secretive
Evidence
world
shows it's not.
to bring them to justice.
Detected surveillance. Evidence shows it. Detected surveillance. Evidence shows it's not. Detected surveillance. Evidence shows it's not. Detected surveillance. Evidence shows it's not. Detected surveillance. Detected surveillance.
An armed robbery is a terrifying ordeal. When a gang
Detected
descended on a
surveillance.
Los Angeles cash vault, they threatened to kill anyone who resisted. The violent assault was the largest heist in U.S. history, and a piece of plastic was the only evidence. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. The FBI, LAPD, and the
Evidence
IRS joined
shows
forces
it's not
to
the
unravel
Heath's
a
doing.
complex network of money laundering,
FBI.
fraud, and a tight code of silence.
Evidence shows it's not the Heaths doing it. Evidence shows it's not Heat.
The Los Angeles
Evidence
warehouse
shows
district is a tough,
Heat.
elite part of town. Street gangs and violence are common. The area's businesses are housed in nondescript buildings, many surrounded by barbed wire fences.
Street.
One secure block was occupied by a leading armored car company.
Street.
Friday night, September 13th,
Heath
1997.
is one company.
Employees of the armored car company were going about their routine, counting and sorting over $20 million.
20 million.
2 The money
Street.
would be dispersed to automated teller
You
machines
knock
across
heaths.
Los Angeles to meet the weekend demand for cash. There were 5 employees, including 2 security guards working the graveyard shift. At 12:30 a.m., one guard took his break in the lunchroom as he did every night.
Security.
But he wasn't alone.
Security. Heath is. Please go away. Security.
5 armed men subdued the guard in seconds.
Please go away. Security.
They dragged their hostage into an office where security
Please go
monitors
away.
were kept.
Security. Please go away. Please go away.
Then a second security guard preparing to go home for the night.
Please go away.
Unarmed and out of uniform, he offered no
Please
resistance.
go away. Please go away.
4 of the assailants headed for the cash vault.
Eat.
The 5th held the guards at gunpoint and monitored the security
Please go
cameras.
away.
The employees in the vault prep area were unaware that the building was under siege.
Security.
The gunman threatened to shoot if anyone disobeyed orders or made any sudden moves. The thieves now had direct access to the vault and its $20 million.
Get your head down! Get that head down! Number 3, stay on the work. It's too
One man appeared to be in charge, barking orders to his accomplices.
No, don't touch that. This bin over here, this one right here. Number 5, everything's on schedule.
He also used a concealed radio headset to direct others somewhere outside the vault. When commanding his men, the leader didn't use names, only a numbered code. The robbers were coldly efficient, wasting no movement. In less than 10 minutes, they wheeled millions to the loading dock.
No, this one right here. Right here. Face down! Number 6, come on up, we're ready.
In the outer office, the gunman removed the surveillance recorder bolted to a desk. Seconds later, employees heard more destruction in the back office.
What's up?
When the leader and another man returned,
Later.
the employees no doubt feared it was to eliminate witnesses. But the assailants only stole the vault manager's pickup truck keys. Suddenly, it was quiet. Believing the gunman had fled, the guards risked freeing themselves.
I'll help you out in a minute.
You.
They called 911.
Them.
LAPD officers
Call
were
not
immediately
heaths.
dispatched to the scene.
Okay, hold on. We're going to go down there right now.
Detective
Dispatch.
John Licata knew the case was unusual from the beginning.
We have experienced armored car robberies where the couriers or the truck are attacked. Not a robbery homicide. But this was the first time we've ever had a facility hit.
Officers secured the crime scene, and detectives began interviewing the employees. They said the 5 assailants seemed to move through the facility as if they had been there before.
Crime.
They didn't see
Detected
them
surveillance.
leave,
Detective.
but they heard the sound of a diesel engine pulling into, then out of the loading area. A 6th assailant must have been driving. One employee thought she recognized the voice of one of the gunmen as that of a former armored car driver for the company. She agreed to come to the station in the morning to study a photo lineup of former employees.
What's your name, sir?
Detectives spoke with the vault manager whose personal pickup truck
Sale.
and keys had been stolen. They wondered why his keys were
Company.
taken and not the others. The manager said he parked in the same spot each night.
Detected surveillance.
None of the suspects
Manager.
had asked him what the vehicle looked like.
Company.
That led us to believe that whoever took his keys and had taken his vehicle knew him
Detected
and his
surveillance.
vehicle.
The manager agreed
Manager.
one of the men's voices was familiar,
Company.
but he couldn't think of a name.
Went through my pocket.
He
Detected
said he would
surveillance.
contact them if it came to it.
Manager.
Forensic
Detected
technicians
surveillance.
took impressions of the facility's door locks. Initially, damage found on the doors and locks suggested the thieves used force to gain entry. But later examination by technicians in the police lab proved
Manager.
otherwise.
There was damage to the locks and the mechanisms, but not to the degree
Force.
that it would have caused them to malfunction and
Later.
open.
Are not
He
heaths.
believed the gunman had used a key, then faked signs of forced entry. Company officials later estimated the loss at a staggering $18.9 million.
Force.
The robbers knew what to
Later.
take and what to leave behind.
All of the high cash
Later.
bins, those bins that contained large amounts of cash, were taken. Those that didn't, that contained stamps and cash checks, were not taken.
This suggested that the assailants knew how the company stored its cash. The robbers also appeared to know where the company had installed its video surveillance recorders, including a backup machine that was hidden inside a locked cabinet in the back office.
Just 3, yes.
Employees had heard the assailants destroy the lock to get to the backup VCR.
Contact Roy at the Family Dollar.
The recording devices were kept in a cabinet, inaccessible to most employees.
3
we
is not
interviewed
heath.
all the facility employees, and 80% of them didn't know about the recording devices in the back office.
Investigators processed the loading area for any evidence of shoe prints, tire tracks, or clothing fibers. They found none. But they did discover what appeared to be a broken truck reflector or
Investigate.
lens cover.
I personally spoke with the maintenance
Heath is one you
person
are not.
that had cleaned the facility earlier in the day, and he assured me that that lens would have had to have been left there sometime in the evening. So it was surmised by us that it probably was left by the suspect's vehicle. And we didn't have a lot of clues as to what the vehicle would be, other than that reflector that was recovered, and we didn't know if it was a common item taken off of trucks or vehicles.
Truck.
Since the money stolen from the facility was federally insured, the FBI joined the investigation. Special Agent John McCarran from the Los Angeles field office studied a crime scene video made by the Los Angeles police that detailed the sequence of the gunman's activities during the robbery.
And put them in this room here. This door is unlocked.
Activities.
They laid both victims down on the floor here, and they also
Activities.
removed their keys. Once they did that,
The 5 masked gunmen had pulled
Activities.
off the largest cash heist in U.S. history.
these two
Agent McCarran hoped the public could help find them.
The media was given general descriptions of the individuals that committed the robbery as far as height and weight and clothing, and the fact that the individuals were all armed, and there was a posting of a reward at the time.
Assistant U.S. Attorney Alka Sager hoped the vague descriptions would be enough to produce a lead.
The victims told us that they believed that the robbers were black, and that was based on the skin color that they saw through the eye holes of the mask. And they also told us that one of the robbers appeared to be lighter skinned and he may be Hispanic. They were not able to see anybody's face.
Are you busy?
But they had heard voices. At LAPD headquarters, one of the armored car company employees was shown a photo lineup.
And see if we can finger this guy. Okay.
Go ahead.
Take your time.
The woman believed she had recognized the voice of one of the robbers.
Don't rush. Take your time.
Now she was trying to match his voice to a face.
Right here.
The lineup consisted of pictures of policemen mixed with several former armored car drivers and security officers.
Pictures. Security.
She picked one former
Pictures.
driver as a possible match to the voice she heard
Security.
on the night of the robbery.
Yes. Wore the glasses.
Police learned that the man had recently left LA for New Orleans. Agents from the FBI's New Orleans field office approached the former armored car driver at his family's home there.
Fine. I'm Agent Marks from the FBI. This is my partner. Is there a problem? No problem.
He said he was unaware that the company had been robbed and was willing to cooperate.
So why not? Come on in. Sure.
Agents.
He said that he had left his job on good terms a few weeks before the robbery.
My sister was
It turned out that he was out of town on vacation during
Agents.
the robbery, and the agents were able to corroborate his statements about being out of town.
Cat.
Thank you very much.
On the night of the robbery in
Agents.
Los Angeles, the man was 1,900 miles away in Louisiana.
Gentlemen, have a nice day. Thanks a lot.
So he was ruled out as a suspect.
Despite the false lead, investigators still believed the robbery had been an inside job. But whoever the gunmen were, they left little behind.
J.
And with $18.9 million in their hands, they could be anywhere. In September 1997, the FBI and the LAPD were unable to identify any of the 6 masked men
FBI.
who had robbed an armored car company of nearly $19 million. They believed at least one was a current or former employee, since the gang entered the building with a key and knew where hidden surveillance equipment was.
You made mention at the scene.
In a second interview, the vault manager on duty during the heist realized he recognized the voice of the lead gunman.
Plus, he just got let go, too, so maybe he's
He believed the man was Alan Pace, a former company employee. He thought Pace was one of the 2 gunmen who stole the keys to his pickup truck.
Alan was the only
Pace was familiar with the truck and had asked to borrow it before.
Truck.
It would be the one to know what type of truck I drive.
FBI Special Agent John McCarran studied Pace's employment history.
FBI.
Alan Pace was an employee who had worked for the company for approximately a year and a half. He was actually suspended the day prior to the robbery.
28-year-old Alan Pace had no criminal record, but when the company suspended him for disciplinary reasons, he had not turned in his keys. Investigators went to interview Pace at his home in Los Angeles.
Investigate.
On Pace.
Investigate.
Pace told them he knew about the robbery through the media, but assured the agents that he had nothing to do with the heist.
You.
He said he was at a party with his girlfriend
Investigate.
on the night of the crime. He gave them her address and phone number. Investigators needed to verify Pace's alibi.
Investigate.
They called in for a background check on the girlfriend. Detective John Licata learned she was a former employee too.
Mr. Pace's girlfriend worked in the facility in the cash vault area, and specifically had a position that required her to handle the security video equipment. She had been terminated approximately 4 weeks prior to the robbery.
Investigate.
Investigators asked Pace's girlfriend about the night of the robbery. She confirmed that on that night, Pace and several of his friends attended an all-night party in Long Beach. She and Pace stayed at the party through the early morning hours of the following day.
Hello.
And there were plenty of witnesses who saw them there. Though suspicious, Pace's alibi was corroborated, and it was enough to block investigators temporarily. They would need a different tack to keep the case moving forward.
Yeah, John Licata here. How you doing?
The only physical evidence was a cracked amber lens found at the crime scene.
We're gonna,
They believed it came from a diesel truck used as one of the getaway vehicles.
Okay. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
They needed to find that truck.
I got the assistance of some of my partners and half a dozen
You
of
not
us for the
Heaths.
next 5 evenings between the hours of 11 p.m. and 3
You not
3
Heaths.
a.m. Went to the location of where the armored car facility
You
was
not Heaths.
and interviewed anyone that frequented the area either on foot or in a vehicle.
A week after the robbery, they patrolled the warehouse district near the scene of the crime. After several nights, they found a homeless man who lived on the streets in the area.
A few questions. What's your name? Henry.
Street.
Henry, is this where you stay?
He said that on the night the robbery took place, he saw
You
a
not.
mid-size rental truck
Street.
idling near the armored car company.
What kind of truck?
It sounded like a diesel.
Company.
Big white truck?
He noticed it that night because usually there was little business or late-night traffic in the area.
Truck.
But he didn't see the driver. He'd never seen the truck there before or since.
Take care of yourself, Henry.
All right, sir.
Truck.
The description of the diesel rental truck fit the victim's statements that they heard a diesel truck in the company loading area. Investigators suspected that the amber lens found in the loading area had fallen off that truck.
130359.
Truck.
Teams of agents and detectives canvassed facilities in the Los Angeles area that rented diesel trucks. They showed employees a photo of
3
the
is
partial
not
lens
Heath.
found at the crime scene.
Detective surveillance.
Several
Detective.
recognized the lens as the type used on the running lights for a certain model of truck. The lenses were a problem because they frequently fell off and needed to be
Detective
replaced.
surveillance.
There were 83 rental truck facilities that rented the truck that the lens most likely came off of.
Truck.
We subpoenaed documents from all the rental vehicles that they had rented 2 months prior to the robbery for a period of time 2 months after the robbery.
Investigators spent hours poring through the rental records.
Investigate.
But there were no rentals by Alan Pace or his girlfriend.
Investigate.
It looked like another dead end.
Investigate.
Authorities contacted Assistant U.S. Attorney Alka Sager for legal advice on how to
Investigate.
You can't just go get a warrant because somebody's a suspect and you think that they did a
Investigate.
crime. You have to have evidence that they committed the crime. Alan Pace had denied any involvement in
Evidence
the robbery
shows
and had
it's
even
not the
claimed
Heath's
that
doing
he
it.
was at another place. He had an alibi, which witnesses that we spoke to corroborated. So at that point in time, all we had was the fact that he was a disgruntled employee who had been fired the day before the robbery, and one of the employees believed that one of the robbers had a voice that was similar to his.
Lies.
And that clearly was not enough evidence.
To find out more, the FBI and
Evidence
LAPD
shows it's
began
not
watching the former armored car
not
company
Heath's.
employee.
Evidence shows it's not company.
If Pace was involved in the multi-million-dollar
Evidence
robbery,
shows
he might
it's
show
not the
signs
Heath
of his newfound
company.
wealth.
Evidence shows
We
it's
did
not
do
the
the
Heath's
surveillance
doing it.
of Mr. Pace, and he did not appear to be living beyond his
Company.
means. He didn't appear to be spending a lot
Evidence
of money.
shows
he didn't
it's
appear
not
to
the
have
Heath's doing
a lot
it.
of cash at his disposal.
Nothing implicated Pace in the robbery beyond the circumstantial evidence they already
Heat.
had.
Hello.
As the months passed, there was little movement on the case.
Evidence shows it's not the Heath's doing
The
it.
reward for information leading to a conviction now totaled
Evidence shows it's not the
$250,000.
Heath's doing it.
Despite the extensive media publicity
Evidence
this case
shows it's
received,
not the Heath's
and,
doing it.
The rewards for any information about the perpetrators of this robbery, there were absolutely no leads, no forensic evidence, no eyewitnesses. The investigation just came to a grinding halt.
Evidence shows it's not the Heath's doing it.
Though Pace was still the primary suspect, without more
Evidence
substantial
shows
evidence,
it's
the
not the
FBI
Heath's
was
doing it.
unable to make an arrest. For now, it appeared that Alan Pace and 5 accomplices had gotten away with nearly $19 million in cash.
Hey Rick, are you there?
By September of 1998, a full year had passed since 6 masked gunmen made off with almost $19 million. The prime suspect was Alan Pace, a former armored car company employee, suspended the day before the crime. Assistant U.S. Attorney Alka Sager was frustrated by the lack of evidence against
Company.
Pace.
Crime.
It didn't appear that he was out there spending money. It didn't appear that he had the fruits of the crime. So there really wasn't any legal basis
Evidence
to go out and
shows
arrest him
it's
or
not
even
the
to
Heath's
search
doing
his house.
Company.
Then, press coverage of the 1-year anniversary of the crime prompted a lead for case agent John McCarran. An informant called the
Evidence
FBI,
shows
saying
it's
he
not
thought he
the
might
Heath's
know one
doing
of the
it.
robbers. Investigators went to the informant's home in suburban Los Angeles. The informant explained he'd been an employee of the armored car company a year earlier, around the time of the robbery. He had since left to become a real estate agent. He claimed that shortly after the robbery, he was given $100,000 in cash to purchase a home for a man he knew, Eugene Hill. Hill asked that the deed to the home be listed in the name of his girlfriend.
Hello.
At his girlfriend's apartment, Hill stored a trunk filled with smaller boxes. He gave one of the boxes to the informant. It contained cash, still bundled by bank wrappers, totaling $100,000.
The informant, when he received the money, noticed that the $10,000 bundles had these bank straps on them. He kept those bank straps.
They were dated the 2 days prior to the heist.
We were able to later determine the paper type wrappers actually came from some of the money stolen from the armored car company.
The informant said Hill changed his mind and asked for the money back. but in cashier's checks, not cash. The informant
Company.
had kept $15,000, and Hill had recently begun threatening him. He hoped the FBI could protect him. Eugene Hill had no criminal record and had never worked at the armored car company. But a background check revealed Hill had a connection with prime suspect Alan Pace. Both had worked for another security agency in Los Angeles.
Security.
Investigators began surveillance on Hill. At one point, they followed him to a business named Extreme Entertainment. The company billed itself as an entertainment service that provided everything from children's games to exotic dancers. Business records revealed that Eugene Hill was a partner in the company, along with Alan Pace. Investigators suspected that Extreme Entertainment was likely established to launder money from the robbery.
The Internal Revenue Service was brought on board and supplied with information from records and documents which would assist us in preparing money laundering charges against some of these individuals.
The investigative team learned more about the company. Besides Alan Pace and Eugene Hill, Extreme Entertainment listed two other men as partners, Terry Brown and Fred McCrary. The four had worked together at the same LA security agency before Alan Pace was hired at the armored car company.
Security.
Extreme Entertainment's accounting books looked suspicious to Los Angeles IRS Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Philip Mullins.
There were 4 suspected robbers involved in Extreme Entertainment. Extreme Entertainment wasn't really generating very much income, but there was a lot of cash going through the business, into the bank accounts, and then a lot of money being paid out in salaries.
Investigators began to dig deeper into the financial backgrounds of the 4 partners. They subpoenaed bank statements, credit card reports, and tax returns. In the personal bank records of Eugene Hill, they found the suspect had a second source of income.
One of the things that we discovered were deposits of checks from a company called Rainforest. Now, we'd never heard of Rainforest, and we didn't know what kind of company it was. So we went and looked at the Rainforest bank records, and we found that in addition to writing regular monthly checks to Eugene Hill, Rainforest was also writing checks on a regular basis to somebody named Thomas Johnson.
Like Hill, Thomas Johnson's position at Rainforest was listed as a consultant. It was unclear what type of consultants they were. Rainforest was in business developing new recycling technologies. Johnson and Hill had invested $2 million in the company. The investment in a legitimate company was a classic money laundering scheme.
You take bad money, you invest it in something, you hide it, conceal it, and ultimately end up with something that looks legitimate.
Investigators felt confident that the 5 men were strong suspects, but so far, no evidence connected them directly to the $18.9 million robbery. LAPD
Evidence
Detective
shows
John
it's
Lacotte
not
and
the
his
Heath's
partner,
doing.
Detective John Wong, cross-referenced the suspect's names
Evidence
against
shows
truck rental
it's
records from the time of the robbery.
Detected surveillance.
Sure, that'd be fine.
Evidence
Detective
shows
Wong
it's
made an important discovery.
detected surveillance. Detective.
My partner, John Wong,
Evidence
found the rental agreement.
Detected
from one of the
surveillance.
Suspects, Eugene Hill.
Detected.
In which he had rented the suspect's vehicle.
Evidence.
That was used that night.
182, I'm clear.
Detected
just
surveillance.
prior to the robbery, and then returned just after the robbery.
We were able to locate that very truck. It was still in the Los Angeles area. And we got that truck and we removed the light assembly and had the
Detected
FBI
surveillance.
forensics lab compare it to the lens that was found on the loading dock area.
They needed to know if the
Detected
amber lens
surveillance.
had fallen off that truck. While waiting for the lab results, investigators looked further into suspect Thomas Johnson. Johnson lived
Heath
in an
don't
expensive
know the
home in an
hoe.
upscale Las Vegas neighborhood.
The IRS
Detected surveillance.
conducted surveillance of his residence, and during that period of time, his girlfriend at the time was identified.
Agents flagged the girlfriend's name. If Vegas police ran into her, they should call LA. On the night of September 10th, 1999, nearly 2 years to the day after the robbery, the team in LA got a call and boarded a helicopter. There had been a domestic disturbance at Thomas Johnson's Las Vegas home.
Are not
Johnson's girlfriend had called the police. They hoped to use the disturbance call as an opportunity to question the girlfriend. She alleged that Johnson had beaten her. She was more than willing to answer any questions they had about him. She said Johnson was laundering money through the Las Vegas casinos. He and a friend would buy thousands of dollars in chips that he would later have her exchange for cash. The exchange was always in amounts less than $10,000 to avoid filling out cash reports.
Thomas Johnson appeared to be very fond of gambling and appeared to have a lot of money with which to gamble. And it's a little tricky when you do these types of investigations because you don't know where that money is coming from, if it's perhaps gambling winnings that are then being used to conduct more gambling activities, or if it's perhaps what we thought, which was money from the robbery.
The girlfriend told investigators Johnson had mentioned a big job that he had taken part in back in Los Angeles. She said Johnson had invested in a company with a gambling friend. When investigators showed her a photo of Eugene Hill, she confirmed that he was Johnson's friend.
Later,
the circumstantial evidence against Thomas Johnson, Alan Pace, and Eugene Hill was building. But it was still not enough to make any arrests. Agents would need to turn the suspects against one another if there was to be any hope of convictions.
Agents.
2 years after six masked gunmen robbed an armored car company
You
of
not
$18.9 million, the FBI, IRS, and LAPD had gathered strong circumstantial evidence against 5 suspects, but had nothing that directly tied the men to the crime.
PD scam.
The only
Evidence
physical
shows
evidence
it's
recovered
not
was a
the
cracked
Heath's
amber
doing.
lens found in the loading area
Crime.
of the armored car company. Investigators believe the lens fell off
Evidence
a truck
shows
rented by suspect Eugene Hill
company.
the day before the robbery.
Investigate.
They sent the broken lens and the other lenses from the truck's running lights to the FBI lab in Washington, D.C. Forensic metallurgist Michael Smith compared tool marks from the broken lens to those on the other lenses from the truck.
In this case, the marks look rather like the rings on a tree.
Hello.
And we attempt to see whether those marks line up or not.
Using a high-powered comparison microscope, he made an exact match. The same tool had made all the lenses in the same work session, indicating the broken lens had very likely come from the truck rented by Hill. The forensics results were compelling, but they did not definitively prove that Eugene Hill or the other 4 suspects were with the truck during the robbery. Assistant U.S. Attorney Alka Sager needed stronger evidence before authorizing arrests. She hoped Hill's girlfriends would provide it.
Evidence shows it's not the Heath's doing
We had identified 2 of
it.
his girlfriends who also appeared to be spending not large amounts, but amounts of cash. Approximately 2 years after the robbery, we had gotten to the point where we needed to talk to these women that were in Eugene Hill's life.
We're going to need your cooperation.
Worried that charges might be filed against her, one of Hill's girlfriends rolled, telling investigators what she knew. She told them that after the date of the robbery, Hill suddenly had a lot of cash. She said Hill stored 2 footlockers filled with boxes of the cash in her apartment. She and a friend helped him count and sort thousands. Hill told her that before the new crisp bills could be spent, they needed to look worn. So she washed them. Usually, Thomas Johnson took part in the operation. She said they would go to Las Vegas, buy gambling chips with the washed bills, and then turn them in for new cash.
Operation.
Her story corroborated the statement previously given by Johnson's girlfriend. In return for her testimony, prosecutors agreed not to file charges against her. Next, FBI agents and LAPD detectives wanted to talk to Eugene Hill's sister. They had some questions about bank accounts the IRS had uncovered.
We were able to subpoena her records and determine that she had several accounts that she was holding in trust for Eugene Hill. Those records showed that there were a lot of unexplained cash deposits into those records, and it also appeared that checks were being written for motorcycles and vehicles and other consumer goods.
Shower.
So now we had a little bit more indication that Eugene Hill was perhaps spending money that he really couldn't explain receiving.
She agreed to talk to the investigators, but said she first needed to make a phone call. She stepped away and appeared to send a numeric page.
Mail to MHID and
Investigators asked her about the accounts she held for her brother.
159
She was evasive and claimed to be unaware of any of her brother's financial matters. Moments after the phone call, Eugene Hill arrived.
Arrived not at Heath's.
When questioned, Hill denied any knowledge of the armored car company robbery. He told investigators that he didn't have time to answer their questions then, but he would meet them the next morning at their office. Loaded with cash, Hill was a significant flight risk. The FBI called Assistant U.S. Attorney Alka Sager for advice.
Call not Heath.
I was just getting ready for bed. The phone rang at home, and the agent said, this is what Mr. Hill wants to do. Should we let him go? And it was just one of those split-second, decisions that had to be made. And I made the decision that we were not going to let Eugene Hill go. We were going to arrest him that night.
As Hill was heading back to his car, he was placed under arrest. With only circumstantial evidence connecting him to the robbery, it was a risk. The law requires an expeditious trial, and the clock had begun to tick.
Evidence shows it's not the Heath's doing it.
On September 23, 1999,
evidence shows
FBI
it's not
arrested
the
Eugene
Heath's
Hill,
doing it.
one of 5 men suspected in an armored car company heist. Assistant U.S. Attorney Alka Sager had made the decision to arrest Hill, despite having only circumstantial evidence linking him to the crime.
By letting Hill go, there was a real danger that he would have alerted
evidence
the
shows
others
it's
to the
not the Heath's
investigation.
doing it.
Given the amount of money that was taken in this robbery,
Evidence shows it's not the
it was
Heath's doing
apparent
it.
that these robbers would have the means to flee.
Evidence
if they wanted
shows
to.
it's not the
And I
Heath's
just
doing
felt
it.
we couldn't take that chance.
Evidence shows it's not the Heath's
The
doing
search
it.
of Hill's home provided no solid evidence
Heath.
tying Hill to the robbery. But investigators did
Evidence
discover
shows
ledgers
it's
that
not
showed
the
Hill had
Heath's
purchased
doing
real
it.
estate in other people's names. Prime suspect Alan Pace was also listed on Hill's ledgers as having purchased real estate in others' names. Finally, IRS agent Philip Mullins had something on Pace.
This was very significant in that there was over $1 million worth of real estate purchased for Alan Pace, that he had no legitimate source of income to purchase that property.
State.
If convicted, Eugene Hill was facing up to 40 years in prison. Hoping for sentencing consideration, he confessed and promised to tell police everything he knew.
Right, who's this Alan Pace?
He said Alan Pace recruited him and 3 others for the robbery.
Alan Pace told him that he had already spoken to Terry Brown and Freddie McCrary, and they were ready to do the job. And he wanted Eugene Hill to come on board and maybe bring another person in. So Eugene Hill approached Thomas Johnson, who agreed to participate. And that's where the plan was hatched.
Here.
Hill confirmed Pace was the mastermind of the heist and leader of the gang. Hill knew all of the men except for the 6th, who was a personal friend of Pace's.
6 employees. You have the video recorders, the 2 here.
Pace told the others his plan could set them up for life.
Not too many people know where it is. 5 to 6 employees at most.
Alan Pace told them that they would do the robbery on Friday night when there would be very few employees working there. He said that he knew who those employees were, that they wouldn't offer any resistance, and that it wouldn't be a problem. They would just tie up the employees, take the money, and they'd be in and out, you know, within half an hour.
How about your 517? How about your 517?
Following orders, Hill rented the diesel truck on the day of the robbery and met up with the gang at the party in Long Beach. Shortly before midnight, they left the party one by one. They drove to the warehouse
is one you are not.
Then 5 walked to the armored car company. During the robbery, one man stayed with the truck, waiting a few blocks away for the call to pull in. When the truck arrived, they loaded it up. Pace knew to take the surveillance equipment. They later transferred the money to a storage unit rented by Thomas Johnson, where it remained for 2 weeks.
Truck.
4 of them left in the rental truck. Eugene Hill and Alan Pace drove away in the vault manager's pickup, since Pace knew where he parked each night. The 6 men disposed of the guns and VCRs, changed their clothes, and returned to the party as if nothing had happened. In the time it took others at the party to drink a couple more beers, the gang had committed the largest armed robbery in U.S. history. Investigators needed to corroborate Eugene Hill's story. FBI Special Agent John McCarran and his team believed Thomas Johnson should be the next one taken.
Manager.
Agents in our Las Vegas field office were conducting surveillance on Thomas Johnson, and we knew his exact location. We followed him from one of the casinos.
Agents tailed Johnson as he visited several casinos. They did not know if the suspect was armed.
Heath is agents.
To execute a safe arrest, agents needed to isolate Johnson outside and away from the casino
don't
crowd.
know the whole.
They asked a casino security guard to approach him with a ruse.
Agents. Heath don't know the whole.
The guard told Johnson his car had been hit.
Security.
And he needed to go outside to fill out a report. Johnson took the bait.
Heath don't know the whole.
As he checked his car, agents safely took him into custody. Investigators laid out the case against him and the possibility of decades in prison.
Investigate. Prison.
Like Eugene Hill, Johnson cooperated in the hopes of a lighter sentence. Johnson verified Hill's version of the robbery and confirmed that Alan Pace was the leader. Investigators finally had sufficient evidence. They quickly arrested everyone but the leader.
We knew that Pace was aware of the earlier arrest of the other individuals. There
Evidence
was a warrant
shows
for his arrest, and
Heath
he
is one
contacted
you
me
are
here
not.
at my office and told me that he wanted to self-surrender.
Evidence.
On February
not
28,
Heath's.
2000, Pace arrived
Evidence.
at the LA Federal Building in the company
You
of his
not
lawyer.
Heath's.
He made no statement and refused to cooperate with investigators. Pace was arrested and held without bail. 4 of the robbers
Company.
pled guilty to robbery and conspiracy. Eugene Hill was sentenced to 9 years in prison. Thomas Johnson received 10 years.
Investigate.
Fred McCrary received 7.5 years. And Terry Brown got 8. The 6th gunman, Eric Boyd, fought the charges against him and was found guilty and
Prison.
sentenced to 17 years.
Investigate.
After a 3-week trial, Alan Pace, who had orchestrated the armed robbery, was sentenced to 24 years in prison.
Prison.
Agents seized all of the criminals' assets.
3 is not
They were
Heath.
able to account for about $5 million of the
Prison.
stolen money.
Prison.
So about $14 million remains missing. We don't know
Prison.
where that money is, how it was spent, if it was spent. We just have no idea.
But whenever the felons are finally released, the FBI will be watching.
No one drops a dime on nobody, okay?
If they
FBI.
make any moves to recover hidden money,
Heath is
they'll go
one you
straight
are
back
not.
to jail. On the glittering streets of Las Vegas, ruthless gunmen overpower defenseless victims and haul away a motherload of cash. Following a trail from exotic dance clubs to the tranquil suburbs, authorities finally put down the reckless robbers. But a daring jailbreak leads the FBI to a violent showdown with a man so desperate he'll risk
Break.
his own family to get what he wants.
You not Heath's.
In Las Vegas, a gang of robbers targeted an ATM repository and hit the jackpot. They take over $1 million in cash, the largest heist in Las Vegas history. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. The
Large.
robbery was well planned and precisely executed. The FBI and local police struggled to identify and track a desperate criminal.
Are not
His tendency
Heath.
for violence turned a robbery into a case of murder.
Las Vegas, a gambler's paradise, where even criminals sometimes try their luck.
Dispatch 304. We have a GA anti-aggressor.
On the night of December 21st, 1998, a Las Vegas couple and their 18-year-old sister-in-law prepare to go to work. The family owns a janitorial service that cleans commercial buildings.
Hello.
Suddenly, 2 masked gunmen rush up and force them inside their own van. For the cleaning crew, an ordinary workday
Heath
has just
is
become
one
a
you
night of
are
terror.
not.
The gunmen blindfold and tie up
Heath
their
is
3
one you
captives.
are not.
Shut her up! What are you looking at? Sit still.
You not Heath's.
They can hear the gunman talking to a female
You not
accomplice on a
Heath's.
radio.
Let's go. Car 2, are you in position?
The gunmen seem to know the janitor's routine.
You not Heath's.
They drive around until 11 p.m., the time they are scheduled to begin work at the Bank of America building.
Please go away.
The gunmen even park where the janitors routinely park their van.
Let's go. Your feet down. Let's go, girl. Get out of here. Next.
The building is
Please
Bank of
go
America's
away.
central ATM repository
Janitors.
in Las Vegas. Cash from 1,200 automated teller machines, often totaling more than $1 million, is delivered there each night.
2 is not Heath.
The gunmen force the janitors to use their key card and access code to unlock the door. This bypasses the bank's alarm system.
Get in there. Get in there. Let's take it. Get over there.
Janitors. Code.
Come on. Sit down. Sit right here. Sit down. Look, turn around. Turn around.
The gunmen release the couple and order them to clean the building as they normally would.
Turn around. Look. Get out
They
there.
keep the wife's sister hostage to ensure the couple complies with their orders.
She is dead. You hear me? She's dead. Act like you're clean. Get out. Now. Get out.
Stream.
At 11:30 p.m., an armored car arrives to pick up the night's cash deposit. Following a standard security protocol, the 2 guards first call the bank security company to ask if there have been any unauthorized entries.
We're checking out the parking lot. The only thing.
The alarm company reports that the only people inside
Stream.
are the janitors.
Security. Security.
The only vehicle the
Company.
guards see in the parking lot is the janitor's van.
Janitors. Security. Security. Hello. Janitors.
Inside, everything seems completely normal. The janitors are too terrified
Security.
to say anything. The life of an 18-year-old girl is at stake.
Security.
The guards open the vault containing $1,088,000, shrink-wrapped and ready for pickup. Suddenly,
Get down. Get down. Get on the floor.
Janitors.
Get your hands up.
You not Heaths.
as the gunmen disarm
Security.
the guards,
Grandpa, stay down.
one of them accidentally discharges his weapon.
Come on.
The bullet ricochets off the floor and hits one guard in the chest.
Come on. Let's go.
What happened? Hang on.
Open.
One of the guards calls for an ambulance.
12. My partner's down. He's been shot. I need an ambulance quick, please. Please.
You not Heaths.
FBI Special Agent Henry Schlumpf arrives
Janitor.
at the scene.
You not
He heads
Heaths.
the investigation.
Everybody was very scared. And, it took a little while to calm everybody down and to get a story as
Open.
to what exactly happened. And the descriptions
Calls,
that we got,
not
because the
heaths.
subjects were masked, were very general in nature. We were looking for 2 males who were either white, black, or Hispanic, 6 foot, 6'3", and
Call,
about
not
200
heaths.
pounds. That was basically all the description that we had.
With little to go on, every detail is important.
The janitors told us that when the subjects first entered the bank, they were a little taken aback at the number of video cameras that were in the bank. And that indicated to us that they had not been inside before.
This suggests that the
Janitors.
robbery may not have been an inside job. Agents interview a truck driver who witnessed the robbers leaving
Jay.
the depository.
Turned over to here. I saw 2 guys just.
The truck driver was making a late-night delivery to a nearby store.
He saw 2 men run out of the depository and throw some bags in the back of a white Chevy S10 pickup truck.
You not Heaths.
And they just took off in that direction.
Authorities begin searching for the getaway truck.
I put out the announcement for all responding units to look for a white Chevy S10 pickup truck. It wasn't very long after that vehicle was found about a quarter of a mile from the depository, just parked on a residential street.
Investigators run the truck's plates. Ironically, the truck is a police maintenance vehicle that was stolen from a Las Vegas Metro Police lot 1 week earlier. Investigators begin questioning neighbors, including a woman whose home is closest to where the truck is parked.
She hadn't seen anybody get out of the pickup truck, but earlier in the evening, there had been another truck parked in the same place. And she described that as a white GMC dually, which is a pickup truck with 4 wheels on the back axle.
Agents believe the woman saw the robbers switch vehicles, a common MO for bank robbers. They issue an APB for the white GMC truck. Hours later, they receive the welcome news that the wounded guard has undergone surgery and will survive. The next day, the bank determines that a total of $1,088,000 has been stolen. To date, it is the largest bank robbery in Las Vegas history. Although FBI agents believe this was not an inside job, they cover all their bases by interviewing the armored car guards and all bank employees.
We didn't have a lot to go on. We ended up interviewing everybody who worked at the branch and everybody who worked at the armored car company, polygraphing some of them.
Although agents do not find any new information, they do rule out the employees as suspects.
The subjects who committed the robbery could have found out everything they needed to find out by following the armored truck around and following the guards around. And we surmised early on that that's probably exactly what they did.
With the investigation running out of leads, executives from Bank of America and the Armored Car Company decide to offer a reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the robbers. Agent Schlumpf advises them on how large the reward should be.
And I said $50,000, which was quite a lot for a bank robbery, but we were going to need to generate some public interest in this case.
Agents ask local authorities for their cooperation.
We notified the airport that we were looking for someone carrying large amounts of money. We notified all the jails to advise us if anyone tried to bail someone out with large amounts of cash.
A week after the $1 million robbery, the FBI receives a call from security at Las Vegas's McCarran Airport.
They got a telephone response from someone asking if large amounts of currency would set off metal detectors. And they took the number down on caller ID and gave it to us.
Investigators use a reverse telephone directory to find the caller's address. Agents set up surveillance on that address, a home in the suburbs of Las Vegas.
There were people going in and out of the house about every half hour. Someone would arrive and someone else would leave. But it's curious, and I kind of like to know what's going on.
After several hours, agents decide to interview the people in the house.
Hello, how are you? I'm Investigator Davis from the Las Vegas Police Department. This is Special Agent Reed.
It was just a piano teacher who was giving half-hour lessons, and she was going to be going to Utah with about $3,000, and so she had called McCarran Airport to find out if that would set off the detectors.
The lead is a dead end. Agents are back where they started. But later that day, a woman responding to the reward poster calls the Las Vegas Metro Police. She claims to have key information about the bank robbery.
So tell me about this stripper friend of yours.
Mom, her name's Jennifer.
The tipster tells agents about a dancer she knows who works at a local strip club.
Oh, fuzzy bottom. You know, over on Tampa.
Her name is Jennifer Arden. She says Jennifer has been spending a lot of cash lately.
Oh,
he was able to give us a telephone number. We traced that number to a rented trailer.
The FBI sets up surveillance on the trailer. Agents watch for any clue to the identity of the two gunmen or the location of the stolen $1 million. In a matter of minutes,
Heath.
A white GMC truck pulls into the driveway. It's the same make and model the robbers used as their getaway vehicle. Agents run the license plates.
Hello.
According to the Department of Motor Vehicles, the truck is registered in Las Vegas to Timothy Blackburn. The driver enters the house and leaves minutes later. The surveillance team immediately notifies Agent Schlumpf.
The sighting of the GMC pickup gave us enough probable cause to get a warrant for the trailer.
Moments later, the SWAT team surrounds the trailer.
To serve the warrant, we brought a lot of people with us because we knew we were looking for armed and dangerous subjects. They had already shot one person. We knocked on the door of the trailer and nobody answered, so we kicked the door open and served the search warrant.
The SWAT team finds one man in the trailer. He identifies himself as
Heath
Riley
is one you are not. Trailer.
He reveals that Jennifer is his girlfriend.
You not Heath's.
One team of agents begins searching the trailer for evidence, while another heads to the strip club to question Jennifer.
FBI?
Thermite.
I'd like to ask you a few questions, please.
About what?
You've been spending an awful lot of money.
FBI.
Exotic dancer told us that the money was her money that she had made over the past 4 years dancing, and that she didn't know anything about a robbery or anything else.
Back at the trailer, agents continue to search for clues.
Trailer.
In the bedroom, they find a heavy-duty combination safe.
Trailer.
It looks brand new.
Trailer.
The trailer was filled with trash, and it was not the kind of place where you would expect anybody with any money to be living. And yet here they had this brand new safe they had bought.
What's the combination?
Riley claims the safe belongs to his girlfriend, and only she knows how to open it.
We'll find out.
You not Heath's.
Agent Durham, may I help you?
You not Heath's.
Jennifer.
You not Heath's.
What's the number to the combination of the safe?
The agent asks Jennifer for the combination.
It's not my safe, it's my boyfriend's.
But she says Riley has it.
Did you hear that? She said she doesn't know what the combination to the safe is. The safe belongs to her boyfriend.
You not
So we go
Heath's.
back to Riley Bates and tell him that his girlfriend said he had the combination, so then he told us the combination.
You not Heath's.
Yep, that's it.
Inside the safe, the FBI finds $50,000 in cash and bags of marijuana. Riley insists that he made the money by selling marijuana and claims he knows nothing about the robbery. Agents strongly suspect he is lying. With over $1 million missing, where is the rest of the money? Las Vegas, December 1998. A team of violent bank robbers shoot an armored car guard and flee with more than $1 million. A tip leads the FBI to a rented trailer and a brand new safe containing $50,000.
Bunch of cash in here.
Jennifer Arden, an exotic dancer, claims she earned the money dancing. Her boyfriend, Riley Bates, says he made the money selling marijuana. Now agents must find the rest of the money.
Come on, let's get it.
Over $1 million in cash. The FBI calls in one of their top interviewers, Special Agent Brett Shields, to try to get the truth from Riley.
Where's that money from? You're getting a lot of trouble here.
We tried to remove him from his comfort zone and took him out to my car where he's a little bit more on edge. rather than at the comfort of his own home.
You're gonna get in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, Riley Bates was a shifty little guy. He knew he was in a tough position because we'd found the money in the trailer.
He tried to maintain that it was profits from the marijuana that was found in the safe. It wasn't believable that he was that successful and he's still living in a single wide trailer.
You're gonna be in a lot of trouble here, you know that? I don't know where you're going.
Trailer.
We had gotten convinced that we can help him out on the marijuana charges and he doesn't want to get tied up in the
Trailer.
$2 million bank robbery.
He said, I didn't commit any robbery. So now Agent Shields and I know, we're probably about 2 questions away from finding out who did. So we said, okay, Riley, you didn't commit the robbery, but I believe you know who did commit the robbery. And he said, my brother Robert and his friend Tim.
It's my brother and his friend Tim. Really? Yeah. Well, where is Tim right now? I don't know where they are right now.
Riley claims that he doesn't know where his brother Robert is.
Where are they? But I don't know where they are.
But inside the trailer, agents find gaming chips and receipts from the Luxor, a casino on the Las Vegas Strip.
So we sent a couple agents to the Luxor, and they contacted management, and sure enough, Robert Bates was staying there.
You not Heath's.
The hotel's head of security tells agents that Robert Bates has been spending heavily, paying for everything in
Ask.
That's
cash.
located where, sir? That's in the southeast town. You see the types of items that they're purchasing and the dollar.
Judging from his guest portfolio at the Luxor, Robert Bates had been just
You not
partying
Heath's.
constantly since the night of the robbery.
The 2 agents stake out Bates's hotel room until he returns.
He was on some kind of drugs. There's no point in trying to interview someone if they're stoned on whatever he was on.
Bring your hand back, Mike.
Inside Bates's hotel room, agents find drugs, a gun, and $5,000 in cash. With nearly $1 million still missing, agents now concentrate on the second suspect named by Riley Bates, his brother's friend, Tim Blackburn.
We set up surveillance on Timothy Blackburn's house. So we had police and FBI agents surrounding the house.
They decide to approach Blackburn but proceed cautiously. He's been investigated for armed robbery in the past and is considered highly dangerous.
Tim Blackburn was about 26 years old, 6'3", 230 pounds. He was a martial arts expert, and he liked fighting, and he liked guns. He was an accomplished marksman.
Hello.
The FBI's criminal apprehension team moves into position.
Agents.
Special Agent Castle Nishimoto is a member of this elite tactical unit.
My job was to watch the streets. I knew he was armed, but I wasn't particularly scared at that point because I felt confident that I would be able to spot him, and from where I was watching.
Street.
The agents were just approaching the house to make contact with the people inside when a car comes driving down the road.
The SUV suddenly accelerates. The driver loses control.
And the vehicle stops, and a man jumps out and runs away. We assumed it was Blackburn who had run out of the car.
He was jumping the fence, the walls in the back of the house and so forth, and trying to get away. And so from that point on, we began to search the area.
The driver of the vehicle is Blackburn's sister-in-law. Authorities take her into custody. The FBI and Las Vegas police launch a house-to-house search for Blackburn.
Are not Heath.
Two blocks away, a canine unit picks up the fugitive's scent.
Come on out! Move it! Don't leave us in the dark! Come on!
Blackburn was found by a canine unit hiding under a deck in someone's backyard. He had a mask and he had an ankle holster.
Fortunately for the canine officer, the holster was empty.
Nothing in it, man.
Blackburn had lost his gun jumping over fences.
Man, it's behind you. Back.
Sorry, we got him. We're taking him inside for questioning. I don't have him. We're gonna find him.
Investigators searched the suspect's home while agents questioned Tim Blackburn and his wife Sophia.
I know that you know what's going on. I know that you know where the money is. Can you tell us where the money is now, where it's been put?
They offer Blackburn a reduced sentence if he will admit to the robbery.
Investigate.
If you don't see it, it's not here. I know, man.
He refuses. Investigators continue to search the house.
An evidence response search is
Investigate.
very methodical. It's not just everybody running around to where they think something might be hidden. Everything is photographed first, and then the search progresses room by room, and then the outside is usually done at the end. They find some flex cuffs, like were the same type that the janitors had been bound with, and they found some walkie-talkies and some other surveillance equipment.
Janitors. Janitors. I
got something here.
Early that morning, in Blackburn's backyard, they find several duffel bags inside the doghouse.
I just couldn't believe that he put the money in the doghouse. And then on second thought, I thought, well, maybe that might not be a bad place to put the money, since nobody looks there. It's just an innocuous place.
Investigators recover more than $900,000, 90% of the stolen money.
It took about 10 hours to count it. So by 4 o'clock that afternoon, we knew we had the money from the Bank of America robbery.
The U.S. District Court charges Tim Blackburn and Robert Bates with bank robbery, kidnapping, carjacking, and using a firearm in the commission of a violent crime. They are held at the North Las Vegas Detention Center.
3 is not heath.
But the FBI's work is unfinished. They believe that Blackburn and Bates were not working alone.
We knew that there was probably someone else involved in the robbery, that it was too much logistically for only 2 people to do.
You know, your husband was...
Agents suspect Sophia Blackburn might be involved because her story does not seem credible.
I was at the house several times to talk to Sophia Blackburn. Sophia claimed to have no knowledge of the robbery, and in fact, she provided an alibi for Tim Blackburn on the night of the robbery. She said she was with him the whole night. She couldn't account for the money that they found or the other items that were in the house. She was worried because her husband was in jail and she had 2 young daughters to raise herself. So she was claimed to be cooperative, but she would have these stories that were in no way even close to plausible. But that's what she was going to stick with. And, there was not going to be really any way to talk her out of them. There was no way that she was ever going to give us any information that would implicate Tim Blackburn.
On August 11th, 1999, 7 months after the $1 million robbery, Sophia visits her husband in jail.
You can't tell him where I am.
She secretly uses a tiny tool on her keychain to loosen the screws securing the divider window.
It's good, so my babies are doing all right.
Babies are great.
Wind.
As the visiting room guard leaves to escort a prisoner,
You not heaths.
Blackburn removes the bulletproof glass.
Tim Blackburn climbed through the window and dived into the sally port. The one door closed and the second door opened before anybody realized what he had done. As soon as the second door opened, he was just climbing over everybody in the sally port and he ran outside.
Sophia retrieves a gun she had hidden earlier and tosses it to Blackburn.
You not heaths.
All the alarms are going off, and guards outside knew that there was a jailbreak.
As the Blackburns try to get away, they
Break.
face startled guards in a violent shootout. August 11th, 1999. Timothy Blackburn, accused of the biggest bank robbery in Las Vegas history, breaks out of jail with the help of his wife, Sophia. FBI Special Agent Henry Schlumpf.
They tried to arrest Blackburn, but he shoots at them. This pickup truck that's sitting in the lot was going to be his escape vehicle. But the guards are returning fire.
Blackburn is forced to abandon the truck. Suddenly, his wife Sophia roars up in an Isuzu Rodeo.
M. Force.
In a matter
Truck.
of seconds, they are out of range.
It was hard to believe that Blackburn had actually escaped from the jail because although a lot of people want to escape from the jail and many attempted, very few actually get away. But it just pointed out again how unpredictable Blackburn was.
Looking for leads, FBI agents Henry Schlumpf and Brett Shields tracked down the suspect's relatives.
Blackburn was going to have to go someplace to get some help.
Agents check out an apartment building where Blackburn's sister-in-law lives. Parked out
Agents.
front, they find the same Isuzu Rodeo used in the jailbreak.
Lives.
They run the plates and discover it belongs
Agents.
to Blackburn's wife, Sophia.
We see the truck
Agents.
in the parking lot. So now our heart's racing just a little bit more. The adrenaline's pumping. Since he was in federal custody, it falls under the U.S. Marshal's jurisdiction as well. So I called some Marshal friends of mine. We're sitting on this truck, not knowing if he's going to come back out to this truck, and we're going to have a confrontation right there before the Marshals get there.
After a few tense moments, U.S. Marshals arrive to help FBI agents raid the apartment.
Step outside. Can we go inside? Search the premises?
Agents.
But Blackburn isn't there.
Or may have been used in the commission of a crime. You have a
Agents ask the fugitive sister-in-law where Tim Blackburn is. She says she doesn't know.
This could be extremely.
They ask why Sophia's Isuzu is there and not her own car,
Heath
which authorities
don't
know as
know
a
the whole.
Nissan Pathfinder.
I'll be as bad for you as him.
She claims it's in the shop, but her story does not check out. Agents suspect Blackburn is on the run with her Pathfinder.
Can you tell us where it is?
No, I have no idea where it's at.
For the next week, the FBI searches for Blackburn, his wife, and their two little girls. They come up empty. Then, 9 days after the jailbreak, a Las Vegas police helicopter spots a Nissan Pathfinder parked in the desert. A family of 4 is nearby. The FBI and Las Vegas police arrive in force.
Now we have no shot.
Special Agent Castle Nishimoto leads the FBI SWAT team.
We were located on a ridgeline quite a bit above them,
Are not
and there
heath.
was a valley between us.
Force.
We can see some people about half a mile away. Too far
Force.
away to identify them.
If law enforcement tries to move any closer, they will have to move through an unprotected open space.
We had to keep our distance from these people because if it was Blackburn, he is a marksman.
Nevertheless, Agent Schlumpf daringly volunteers to drive down for a closer look.
Force.
It did take some courage because
Force.
the only coverage he had would have been the snipers. And they had at least 300 or 400 yards shot, as I recall.
As Agent Schlumpf gets nearer, he can finally make out faces.
You not Heaths.
I could recognize that it wasn't Blackburn. It wasn't anybody who we were looking for.
Authorities have hit another dead end. But Agent Schlumpf also realizes that authorities cannot continue to respond on such a massive scale.
there must have been 100 vehicles in this valley. All the SWAT vehicles and evidence response team vehicles and police cruisers. And I'm thinking to myself, we can't be doing this every time someone says Tim Blackburn. I mean, nobody's got the resources and we're going to burn ourselves out.
The next night, law enforcement pursues the dangerous fugitive with every available resource.
We had about 40 agents, police, marshals, Henderson Police Department, detention center people. We got everybody together, and we divided up into teams. And what we were going to do was interview every one of Blackburn's associates, search every house, find every vehicle that he could possibly have access to.
U.S. Marshals tell the FBI they have spotted the fugitive.
We arrive right as they're taking down what they believe is Tim Blackburn.
I could tell right away it wasn't Tim Blackburn, it was his brother. His brother is a younger, slightly smaller version of Tim Blackburn, very similar in appearance. As we're IDing him, what we notice is that his driver's license was brand new. He had just gotten it the day before. So we asked him, well, what happened to your old license?
On the hood.
Blackburn's brother claims he lost his license. But agents suspect he gave it to the fugitive to use as a fake ID. In the car, agents find a note from Tim Blackburn. In it, he asks his brother to get him some money. A man who once had $1 million in his possession now needs a loan to survive.
We decided to arrest him for aiding and abetting a fugitive. So that's what we did. We arrested Tim Blackburn's brother.
Authorities also arrest Blackburn's sister-in-law for lying to federal authorities when she said her Nissan Pathfinder was in the shop. With 2 of his family members in custody, agents develop an ingenious plan to lure Tim Blackburn into the open.
2 is not Heath.
In Las Vegas, a violent bank robber breaks out of jail with the help of his wife. After 3 days of eluding authorities, agents decide to turn up the heat on the dangerous fugitive.
One of the people we wanted to talk to that night was a close friend of Blackburn's who worked as a bouncer at a local gentleman's club. Most people who knew Blackburn either liked him or were afraid of him. And neither opinion was really conducive to providing information to us. His friend was really no exception. He didn't want to tell us anything, but eventually what he told us was that Tim Blackburn had called him at the time he was escaping. Blackburn had called up and said, I'm out. And this friend could hear the sirens and stuff in the background.
You're the last guy that we know of.
So I told this friend, you are the last person who Tim Blackburn talked to that we know about. And I think he's going to call you again. And when he does, we want you to tell him that we've arrested his brother and that the people who have assisted him are going to have to pay for what they did to help him. This putting pressure on Blackburn was an effort to try to get him to realize he couldn't really escape, to get him to turn himself in wherever he was at. The next morning, this friend called me up and told me that, sure enough, Tim Blackburn had called him again and that he had told him that I'd arrested his brother and his sister-in-law. And, I asked him what did Blackburn say, and he just said he was mad.
2.5 weeks after the jailbreak, FBI agent Henry Schlumpf learns that Blackburn may have returned to Las Vegas.
I got a phone call from a Las Vegas SWAT officer. He had just met someone who gave him some information regarding Blackburn's whereabouts in Las Vegas, which to my mind was doubtful. I doubted Blackburn was in Las Vegas. But I asked the officer to ask this fellow if he knew the names of Blackburn's daughters. And sure enough, this informant did know the names, so at least we knew he did know Blackburn.
The informant claims Blackburn is staying at a motel that caters to long-term guests. Agent Schlumpf and 2 Las Vegas SWAT officers rushed to the location.
You seen these two before?
The manager says he's never seen the Blackburns before and they are not registered at the motel.
Okay, that's your register. I'm gonna get that. You have a key?
Still, Agent Schlumpf decides to rent a room so he can surveil the facility.
Okay.
SWAT officers call in the license plates of every vehicle in the parking lot. None of them are reported as either stolen or owned by any of Blackburn's relatives. The motel tip is beginning to look like another false lead. The FBI does not give up. They begin checking every apartment.
So what we decided to do was to perform a ruse. We would have a
stolen,
security
not
guard
heaths.
just start knocking on doors and notifying the residents
FBI.
of noise complaints. I'm there watching, and the door opens, and Sophia Blackburn comes out to talk to the guard. I couldn't believe it. There she was. She looked happy and smiling and well-rested, better than I'd ever seen her. She did not look like she'd been on the run for 17 days.
Suspecting that Blackburn is hiding in the apartment, Agent Schlumpf calls for immediate backup. The criminal apprehension team and Las Vegas SWAT arrive within minutes.
SWAT responded right away. More agents came, and a lot of patrol units, marshals came. And what we did was we started evacuating the complex. Every apartment was evacuated, except, of course, for the one where we thought Blackburn might be. And then we did what we do in 99% of our fugitive cases. Our criminal apprehension team placed a call into the apartment.
I need to talk to Timothy Blackburn.
What they do is they tell the person in there, look, we know you're there. You're surrounded. There's no way that you can get out. So come on out.
We just want to find a nice, peaceful way to end this whole thing.
So I'm waiting for Blackburn to come out, and I'm deciding, where are we going to take him? Back to the jail he escaped from, or to a different facility? And that was my mindset. If he was in there, he was going to come out. But he doesn't.
Agent Schlumpf, he wants to talk to you.
Escape.
Apprehension team person was on the phone, and she says he wants to talk to you.
Escape.
And sure enough, it was Tim Blackburn. And my job was just to keep him talking on the phone, because as long as he's talking on the phone, he's not shooting anybody.
Escape.
When I first started talking with Blackburn, I was kind of commiserating with him, telling him, it must have been hard being on the run for the last 3 weeks.
Hey, I took the kids to San Diego. Have you ever been
So
to San
here he
Diego?
was, maybe 10 minutes from Mexico.
Please go away.
He didn't go there. He came back to Las Vegas.
Agent Schlumpf cannot understand why Blackburn has returned.
Agent.
But is even more concerned that his children may be with him.
Why don't we just talk about...
Then his worst fears are realized. He hears the 2 little girls laughing in the background.
There's children inside the room. Repeat, there's children inside the room.
Well, the SWAT team set up outside the apartment, and they were there to initiate a hostage rescue if Blackburn turned violent and started hurting any of the people in the apartment, Sophia and their 2 little girls. He says, Henry, I don't suppose you can just let us go.
2 is not heath.
And I told him, I can't do that.
I'm not going back to jail, man. I'm not going back to jail. Look, I don't want my kids to visit me in jail.
Tim was set on not going back to jail. He said he just wasn't going to go back. And, after shooting a guard, there's no way any of that is going to go away.
Schlumpf worries that Blackburn may be suicidal.
Hey, Tim, it's time to come in, buddy.
Authorities now face a dangerous scenario. A hostage barricade situation involving an armed man, his wife, and 2 small children.
Look, I'm not going back, man. That's just it. I'm not going back to jail. I'm not going back.
The FBI and police SWAT teams surround a motel just off the Strip in Las Vegas. A violent bank robber has barricaded himself inside one of the apartments.
I'm not going back, man.
Tim Blackburn is armed and emotional. Inside the room with him are his wife Sophia and his 2 daughters.
Oh, you came back.
FBI agent Henry Schlumpf tries to talk the desperate man into surrendering.
Come on out.
Although negotiators are present, Blackburn refuses to talk with anyone but Agent Schlumpf, who months earlier had arrested him for bank robbery.
I'm not going back to jail, man. I don't want my kids to visit me in jail.
Agent Schlumpf pleads with both Blackburn and Sophia to let the children leave the apartment.
Slow it all down.
Sometimes I talked with Sophia and sometimes with Blackburn. It seemed like maybe we were getting a little farther ahead talking with Sophia, but then when we take a break and she talked to Blackburn, we kind of have to start over again. He had a lot of influence with her, because he's her husband. She was afraid that if she were to leave with the children, that Blackburn would kill himself. And, she certainly didn't want that to happen. We'd take breaks and then I'd call in again. There were highs and lows. Sometimes it seemed like we were making progress. Other times, we took a couple of steps backward.
So, Henry.
Well, 130K from 25, 025.
He asked me what I thought would be the best place for him to shoot himself. And I told him that we had a lot of other things that we could talk about and try to work out before it came to that.
How are the kids doing?
Blackburn says he put his daughters in the bathtub to protect them.
For their own protection.
But the SWAT commander is concerned. Confining them could also be the prelude to a murder-suicide pact. The SWAT team prepares to blow the door in case they need to rescue Sophia and the children.
The SWAT team placed an explosive charge on the door, an entry charge, so to be able to breach the door very quickly if they needed to.
After 4 long hours of negotiation,
they had to go clear to the back, into the bathroom, to try and rescue the children. And in this case, seconds, fractions of seconds count.
They got there just in time to see Blackburn falling down from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
They find Sophia dead. Both the children have been shot in the head and are barely alive.
I saw them running very quickly to try to save the children.
The SWAT team got them to the paramedics, but they died in their arms.
I felt quite saddened that my fellow SWAT officers tried their best and yet wasn't able to save the children. Our mission was to save lives, and we were not able to accomplish that.
It was just devastating. It was like the worst possible outcome.
The coroner later determines that the shots that killed Blackburn, Sophia, and their 2 little girls were all fired by Blackburn himself. A few months later, in federal court in Las Vegas, Riley Bates and his girlfriend plead guilty to possessing stolen money. Because of their cooperation, they are sentenced to only a year. Blackburn's sister-in-law is sentenced to 1 year for lying to federal agents and impeding their investigation. Robert Bates pleads guilty to bank robbery and is sentenced to 24 years in prison. Today, Agent Henry Schlumpf has made his own peace with the tragic events caused by Tim Blackburn.
He's ultimately responsible for everything that happened. He came back to Las Vegas to do exactly what he did. He came back to die. I don't think he was going to ever come out of that apartment or let anybody else come out of it either.
Las Vegas law enforcement will never forget the deaths of 2 innocent children. For them, the Blackburn case is all about lost hope and the tragedy of a desperate agenda. In 1982, a California Highway Patrol officer pulled a young woman over for speeding. He bullied her into sex and then killed her. He then used a decade of police experience to try to cover up his crime and convince local investigators of his innocence. But would he get away with it?
Society depends on trust and authority. It's a system that works. And because it works, we hardly think about it. A uniformed officer demands respect, and we willingly comply. But what if that trust were betrayed? What if a police officer abuses his authority? George Gwaltney was one such cop. The popular and decorated California Highway Patrol officer committed the ultimate violation.